Lin Fan has been reborn, joining the grand march of youth heading to the countryside, destined for the vast expanse of Beidawang to embark on his path of resurgence. Chapter 1. The years of being sent to the countryside, a stormy journey. On the muddy path, footprints varied in depth, reminiscent of those years worn away by the passage of time. Lin Fan. A resonant call pierced through the drizzling rain, awakening memories that had slumbered for many years. A young man in the group turned around, seeing the former squad leader standing beneath the eaves, clutching that familiar oiled paper umbrella, his eyes reflecting the steadiness forged in the crucible of past battles. Present, Lin Fan stepped forward in response, his pant legs splattered with yellow mud. You four will form a group and be assigned to the number 3 Earth Pit. Lin Fan exchanged nods and greetings with the other 3 who had been called, their faces adorned with youthful smiles. The Earth Pit was low and dim, the straw bedding exuding a damp, musty odor. It was a semi-underground structure, excavated below ground and covered with wooden poles and thatch. I am Zhang Weidong, hailing from the bustling city of Shanghai. The young man flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth, his fingers tightly gripping the strap of his canvas bag. I've never seen an Earth Pit before. It feels like I've moved into a burrow. I am Li Wenbing, a native of the Jiangnan Watertown. He appeared refined, wearing round-framed glasses, speaking softly and gently. This Earth Pit reminds me of the basement back home, though it is far more rudimentary. He carefully placed his luggage down, brushed off the straw, and retrieved a well-worn copy of the complete works of Lu Sun, gently caressing its cover. I am Wang Bin, a Shandong native, boomed another robust young man, his voice resonating like a gong. He grinned widely, casually tossing his coarse cloth bundle onto the bunk, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. We Shandong folks are accustomed to sleeping on earthen kangs. This Earth Pit is nothing. He patted his chest, his hearty laughter eliciting chuckles from those around him. Lin Fan silently unpacked his belongings, his gaze sweeping over the 3, quietly feeling a warmth blossom within him. Hey comrade, what about you? You haven't introduced yourself yet. Wang Bin's words bore the straightforwardness typical of Shandong people. I am Lin Fan, a resident of the capital. Lin Fan smiled, acknowledging that these individuals were new friends in this lifetime. It was the year 1968, and the movement of sending youth to the countryside swept across the nation like a tidal wave. After hastily preparing his straw bedding, Lin Fan lay down, gazing at the mottled thatch above, his thoughts drifting far away. Lin Fan was born into a humble worker's family in the capital. His father was a technician at a machinery factory, and his mother worked at a textile mill. Although their circumstances were not affluent, they enjoyed a stable life. However, good times were fleeting. 3 years prior, his father lost his life in a factory accident, leaving the family without its pillar of support. His mother bore the weight of the family alone, and life grew increasingly difficult. At that time, Lin Fan was still young and unable to take over the responsibilities. Through the mediation of his grandparents, the work quota was given to his idle uncle, with the promise that it would be returned to Lin Fan once he came of age. Unfortunately, when Lin Fan turned 17, he still had not secured a job, and the winds of the countryside movement began to blow. The matrons from a youth office visited their home every few days. Lin Fan's mother, Wang Xiaoji, aware of the national policy and seeing many children from other families already sent to the countryside, approached Lin Fan's grandparents to discuss fulfilling the promise made years ago. Father, mother, my uncle's work quota originally belonged to Lin Fan's father. Now that Lin Fan is 17, it is time for him to take over. Should we not return the quota to my uncle? The elderly couple remained silent for a long time, finally sighing. Your uncle is about to start his own family. We must prioritize him. Wang Xiaoji clenched her clothing, her eyes brimming with tears. Father, mother, Lin Fan also bears the Lin surname, being the eldest grandson of the Lin family. He is of their bloodline. With the youth office coming to our home daily, if he does not go to the countryside soon, he may be labeled as evading the revolution. With that, she kneeled on the ground. Yet her uncle scoffed coldly. Enough of this charade. The quota is given by the state, not your family's private property. So who are you to demand it? If Lin Fan truly possesses the ability, he should earn it himself. Why should you plead for him? Uncle, he is only 17, still growing. How can you send him to the countryside? It is you who should go, idling away your time and taking advantage of the workers' quota while sleeping. Wang Xiaoji suddenly looked up, her voice trembling yet resolute. And who do you think you are? You think you can belittle me like this? Her uncle's expression darkened, and he flung a teacup to the ground, rising abruptly and kicking out. Lin Fan, standing beside his mother, saw it all clearly and instinctively pulled her aside, positioning himself in front of her. The force of his uncle Lin Jinping's kick was fierce, sending Lin Fan stumbling backward, his head striking the doorframe heavily, plunging him into darkness. In 2030, at a nursing home, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair, his murky eyes gazing out the window. Sunlight slanted across his wrinkled face, and suddenly he broke into a smile, reminiscent of the beam of morning light that once filtered through the thatched roof of the earth pit. "Mother, is that you?" His lips quivered slightly, and his gnarled hand slowly rose, as if longing to touch that ray of light, the jade ring on his thumb glimmering softly in the glow. The light and shadow appeared both distant and near, like the glimmer in a mother's eyes, swaying like a cradle. His frail hand hovered in the air, and the wind outside gently lifted the curtain. The smile on his lips began to solidify, and the light in his eyes dimmed accordingly. A caregiver entered the room, mechanically checking the monitoring data at the bedside, casually drawing the curtains shut. The old man emitted a few muffled sobs, his fingers curling before finally falling to rest on his knees. Bed number 25, Lin Fan. Vital signs have ceased. Confirmation complete. Prior to cremation, no special instructions from family members. No family. The caregiver looked down to record, murmuring softly, pausing with the pen. Another one has departed silently. The caregiver turned and left, the room returning to silence. The wind outside stilled, and the curtains fell like a shroud upon a life that had reached its end. Lin Fan felt a soft, warm hand akin to jade resting on his forehead, precisely at the site of the impact, as a voice called softly in his ear, "Brother, brother." The sound drifted from a distant place. "Brother, wake up." The voice was laced with a cry, and warmth fell upon his cheek. Lin Fan's eyelids felt heavy, refusing to lift, yet that voice grew increasingly clear, like gentle rain seeping into parched earth. "Brother, I am here. Please wake up." The tender, urgent voice pulled Lin Fan back from the abyss of darkness. He finally opened his eyes to behold his sister's tear-streaked face, her familiar eyes brimming with concern and relief. He moved his lips, his throat too parched to produce sound, yet he exerted all his strength to muster a faint smile. "Brother, brother, you are awake. I was so worried. Mother has been crying for the past few days." "Boo-hoo." His sister sobbed, flinging herself into his embrace. Lin Fan gently stroked her trembling shoulders, his gaze falling upon the patchwork of his coarse bedding, memories flooding back like a tide. What on earth is happening? Dry, hoarse syllables tumbled from Lin Fan's throat, the blood at his temple already congealed as the dim light of the kerosene lamp flickered, casting shadows. Hadn't he died? Yet everything before him felt so real. The texture of the coarse cloth, the smell of the kerosene lamp, his sister's cries, all unmistakably vivid. Lin Fan trembled as he reached out, feeling the warmth of his sister's tears on his fingertips, which quivered slightly. "Sister, brother, please don't scare me. I thought you would never wake up again. Did her head still hurt? Are you hungry? You've been lying here for 2 days." His sister murmured in a fragmented manner. Chapter 2. Longing Lin Fan gently wiped away the tears from his sister's face, his outstretched hand radiating the fervent warmth of youth, accompanied by the faint glimmer of a ring. A profound shock coursed through Lin Fan's heart. Had he truly been reborn? But what of this ring? Suppressing the turmoil within, Lin Fan slowly shook his head, managing to utter a few words. "It's all right, don't cry." The vibrant visage of a young girl stood before him, and the reality of the moment pierced Lin Fan's heart like a dagger. The sister who had long since faded into black and white memories now nestled so intimately against him. He yearned to embrace her, to tousle her hair as he once did, yet his weak arms trembled. The glow of the kerosene lamp flickered against the wall, casting the silhouettes of 2 figures entwined, as if time itself had reversed to a period untouched by sorrow. He inhaled the long-lost warmth greedily, tears cascading silently. If this were a dream, may he never awaken. His sister, named Lin Wan, tenderly repeated, "Brother, it's wonderful that you've awakened. I've made corn porridge for you, and it's still warm. Please have a sip." Lin Fan gazed at the rough bowl of steaming corn porridge, tears slipping down his cheeks. He had genuinely been reborn. It was too incredible to fathom. Is that little bastard still alive? A vicious curse echoed from outside, accompanied by heavy footsteps approaching. The footsteps halted abruptly, and the door curtain was flung aside. Lin Jinpeng, his uncle, stood at the threshold with a scowl, his eyes scanning the room like daggers before finally landing on Lin Fan, a cold smirk curling at his lips. "Oh, look who's alive. If you're not dead, get up. All you do is eat." Lin Fan had lain in bed for 2 days without a drop of water, still feeling weak. However, he mustered the strength to sit up, slowly sipping the corn porridge. The warm liquid slid down his throat, reviving a semblance of vitality. "Uncle, what kind of words are those? Little bastard?" "Ha." Lin Fan chuckled, his voice faint yet laced with sarcasm. "My father is your elder brother, and I'm the bastard?" Lin Jinpeng's expression stiffened, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. "Bah, it's all your mother's fault, a harbinger of misfortune. If it weren't for her, your father wouldn't have died so early. You are indeed a little bastard." Lin Fan scoffed coldly. "Blame my mother? Blame her for giving my father's word quota to you? Blame her for taking such good care of Grandma and Grandpa. You little brat. I want to stoop to your level. Just get up and go outside to talk. Lin Jinping snorted disdainfully, turning on his heel and slamming the door, causing the wooden door to shake and the flame of the kerosene lamp to flicker violently. Lin Wan shrank back into the corner of the bed, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of Lin Fan's shirt, her eyes brimming with fear. Lin Fan gently stroked her head, whispering, "Don't be afraid, brother is here." He gazed out into the pitch-black night, his eyes darkening with resolve. In this life, he would never allow his sister to live in fear again, nor would he let her bear the burdens of humiliation and solitude at such a tender age. As the warmth of the corn porridge dissipated, a flicker of determination ignited within his heart. Lin Fan had been bedridden for 2 days, unaware of the situation outside. From Lin Jinping's demeanor, he could surmise nothing good awaited them. "Warner, where's Mother? She should be off work soon." Warner glanced at the sky. Mother works at the weaving factory, and she lives in the house that Dad was allocated back in the day in the mechanical factory dormitory. That's why Uncle returns quickly, while Mother comes back late. Even when she returns, she has to manage the household. Lin Fan set down the bowl, his gaze falling upon his sister's youthful face, which was marred by worry. He took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. "Warner, has something happened at home these past few days?" Lin Wan lowered her head, her fingers twisting the fabric of her clothes, her voice thick with emotion. "Uncle drinks every day and scolds Mother for coming back late. He always throws things in the yard. Yesterday, he even smashed our water tank." As she spoke, tears fell anew. "Brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Brother is here." Lin Fan's voice was deep yet resolute. He reached out to wipe away his sister's tears, gently stating, "From today onward, no one shall bully you, nor our family." A cacophony erupted outside, as if the neighbors were discussing something. Lin Jinping's loud voice cut through the air. "Humph. A family of paupers still occupying this house. They'll be kicked out sooner or later." Lin Fan furrowed his brows, a chill rising within him. He understood that, in the years following his father's untimely death, their home had become a target for those with greed, especially Lin Jinping, who, by usurping his father's work quota, had grown increasingly arrogant. "Warner, help me get up," Lin Fan whispered, quickly organizing his thoughts. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he vowed he would never allow his family to fall into despair again. His sister obediently nodded, and with her support, Lin Fan managed to rise. Suddenly, the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open shattered the night's stillness. Lin Fan looked up to hear his mother's weary footsteps drawing near. "Mother, you're back." Lin Wan immediately rushed to greet her. Lin Fan also stood, catching a glimpse of his mother's gaunt figure in the dim light. She carried a tattered cloth bag on her back, her face pale, clearly exhausted to the brink. Upon seeing her 2 children, she forced a smile. "You must be hungry. There's a bit of leftover rice in the pot. I'll heat it up. Mother, you should rest for a moment." Lin Fan stepped forward to support her, his tone infused with concern and determination. "Tonight, we need to have a good talk. Some matters cannot be delayed any longer." Wang Xiaozi paused, sensing the unusual gravity in her son's voice. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, placing the cloth bag on the table before sitting down slowly. Lin Fan gazed at his mother's worn face, a wave of sorrow surging within him. The tragic events of his previous life resurfaced in his mind. His mother had toiled endlessly for their family, yet met with a grim fate, suffering from ailments without the means for treatment. By the time Lin Fan returned to town, she had already passed away. It was true, Wang Zizi had her own income from work, yet all her earnings went to support the family, leaving her with little to spare. Lin Jinping, lazy and demanding, squandered whatever money they had. In his past life, after his mother's death, Lin Wan endured relentless humiliation, being deceived and sold by her uncle into marriage with a man in his 30s who was crippled, fetching a mere 200 yuan as a bride price. Unable to withstand the disgrace, she took her own life in less than half a year. Lin Fan, stationed in a remote area, received the news too late, learning of her fate only after both had crossed over to the other side. On the day he burned paper in front of their graves, the ashes swirled in the cold wind, and Lin Fan knelt by the grave all night, regret gnawing at his heart. Had he known the outcome, he would have taken his mother and sister away from that home, even in death. In this life, he would ensure his mother's health and his sister's safety. Chapter 3. Arrangements. "Mother, I think I should go to the countryside. Please don't worry too much. I will take care of myself." Lin Fan forced a smile, primarily to reassure his mother, yet the effort caused him pain, instinctively causing him to frown. Wang Zizi, noticing his discomfort, tenderly grasped his hand. "Fanner, don't hide it from me. Your head still hurts terribly, doesn't it?" Lin Fan shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Let us discuss important matters." "Mother, This time in the countryside, I'm not just seeking peace. I'm determined to carve out a path for us. Trust me, within 3 years, the three of us will surely live well. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute, his voice steady, betraying none of the uncertainty typical of a 16-year-old boy. The moonlight streamed into the room, illuminating his eyes, igniting an unquenchable fire within. Wang Zizi gazed at her son, as if truly seeing him for the first time. A flicker of hope blossoming in her heart, akin to a solitary star quietly shining in the dark night. You child, you're still young. Besides, our family is getting by, albeit a bit tight. We aren't starving. Mother, listen to me. This little uncle will continue to cause trouble. Even if our home were a mountain of gold, it would not suffice to satisfy his demands. Just look at the company he keeps, those unscrupulous friends of his. Always out drinking heavily. He criticizes the daughters of his family as unworthy and those of that family as unattractive, proving himself to be a restless spirit. If I'm not here, he will inevitably force you and my sister into a corner. Lower your voice. How can you speak like that? Mother, it's been many years since father passed away. You know better than I how your parents treat you. They regard you merely as free labor. Every penny you earn goes straight into my uncle's pocket, while you deprive yourself of food and clothing, unable even to afford a new garment. Yet, for the sake of this family, you have gritted your teeth and endured for so many years. What have you gained from it? Fanner, please don't speak so recklessly. Your grandparents are still elders. I'm married into the Lin family and must adhere to their rules. I cannot act on impulse. Rules? They must also be judged by right and wrong. The mother and son exchanged glances, the room enveloped in silence, until a voice bellowed from outside. Xiaoji, why haven't you started cooking yet? What are you hiding in there? I've seen Xiao Fan. That boy is just being lazy and doesn't want to get up. It was the voice of Lin Fan's grandfather, Lin Fusheng. Here I come. Wang Xiaoji hurriedly replied, squeezing Lin Fan's hand before rising to leave. Lin Fan watched his mother's hurried departure, a cacophony of emotions swirling within him. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He understood that to alter the fate of this household, he must first address the issues posed by his uncle and grandparents. Brother, are you really going to the countryside? Lin Wan tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Yes, this is the national policy now, Lin Fan replied, ruffling his sister's hair. But rest assured, I will take good care of myself. My only concern is for you and mother. Outside, he could hear his grandfather's cough and his uncle's complaints, causing Lin Fan to frown. He resolved to settle some matters at home before heading to the countryside. Wanner, remember, no matter what happens, you must protect yourself, Lin Fan whispered earnestly. With tears in her eyes, Lin Wan nodded and tightly embraced her brother. Today's meal was once again meager, consisting only of a few vegetable dishes and a bowl of thin porridge. At the dining table, Lin Fusheng frowned as he pushed his porridge around, suddenly slamming the bowl down. This broth is incredibly bland. There isn't even enough salt. Xiaoji, how can you manage a household? Uncle Lin Jin Peng immediately chimed in. Exactly. Always pinching pennies. Saving money merely benefits outsiders. Father, uncle, all the money I earn and tickets I bring home are given to the family. I haven't kept a single cent for myself. Today's dishes are a bit bland because mother said she can't eat too salty. So enough. Wang Xiaoji interjected. Don't use me as an excuse. Your grandparents joined in, scolding me as well. You're just lazy and looking for an easy way out. This life is becoming increasingly unbearable. Lin Fan set down his chopsticks, meeting the gaze of his grandfather and uncle with calm eyes. Whether the dishes are salty or bland, they are merely a bowl of porridge. Must you make such a fuss? I find it quite palatable. If you truly cannot eat it, then simply don't. As his words resonated, the entire table fell silent. Lin Fusheng abruptly rose, his face ashen. What did you say? You dare to defy me? Lin Jin Peng jumped up, pointing at Lin Fan. You think you've grown wings, don't you? How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Lin Fan slowly stood, his gaze steely. Calm down. I know you have something to say. Go ahead and speak while everyone is present. Saying this, he picked up his bowl and began eating again, for he was indeed hungry after going days without a proper meal. Lin Jin Peng found himself momentarily speechless. His mouth agape. Lin Fusheng trembled with rage, yet noticed that Lin Fan didn't even raise his eyes, continuing to eat his thin porridge in silence. Then I shall speak. Lin Jin Peng slammed his chopsticks down, sneering, Your father left this house, which belongs to the machinery factory. Now that I have taken on a position, living in the Unit S allocated housing is my rightful claim. This house should rightfully belong to me. You three are squatting here. What do you think you're doing? His voice was sharp, spittle flying. Lin Fan set down his bowl and slowly raised his head, his eyes cold as ice. The house is allocated by the unit, not yours to claim. When my father passed, The factory explicitly stated that immediate family could continue residing here. It is not for you to dictate. If you truly believe you are in the right, let us go to the personnel department and check the records together. If you merely wish to cause trouble, then I will write to the Municipal Revolutionary Committee tomorrow, inquiring if there is any clause in the policy regarding the eviction of mother and sister. He continued to sip his porridge leisurely, fixing his gaze on Lin Peng. If you wish to sever ties, I shall not stop you. But do not expect me to back down. Lin Peng's seniority and rank were not sufficient to warrant such a large house. He had only been in his position for 3 years and was neither in a technical nor managerial role. According to regulations, he could only be assigned a small room and would have to wait in line, as many were ahead of him. Lin Peng felt a pang of fear. He was acutely aware that the housing allocation list at the factory contained colleagues with longer tenures than his, making it impossible for him to be considered. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be so well-informed and not easily intimidated. Lin Sheng spoke up. Your uncle needs a place to live if he is to marry. How could a good girl be with him without a home? Xiao Ji. Having worked at the textile factory for all these years, you could speak to the factory leadership about this. It should not be a problem. Your uncle's marriage is a significant matter, and it is only reasonable for you to make some concessions. His tone softened, yet each word was laced with calculation. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, setting down his bowl and casting a sharp glance at the two. Reasonable? When you seized the house. Why did you not speak of reason? My sister is merely a child, and my mother has endured for half her life. You suggest making concessions, pushing them out? A woman with children living in a communal dormitory? Do you think the factory is a charity? Is there even a chance for her in a communal dormitory? Grandfather, if your uncle requires a home to marry, does that mean my mother and sister are not human? Are they to sleep on the streets? If you truly wish to speak of reason, then return the position your uncle usurped. When my father met with misfortune, it was you who pleaded with my mother to let my uncle take the job first, claiming financial hardship. I was young then and allowed for it. But this concession has led to today's pressing my mother and sister into a corner. While my father's body is still warm, you wish to cast them out, and yet you speak of reason? If we must adhere to the rules, let us abide by the factory regulations. If we speak of humanity, let us first examine our own consciences. Do we possess even an ounce of compassion? Lin Sheng slammed the table, his face turning an ominous shade. You are being insubordinate. Very well, my dear grandson. Do not forget that Lin Jin, who is my son. Everything he has is mine to arrange as I see fit. Whether you can remain in the Lin family depends on whether I choose to allow it. Lin Sheng sneered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. If you wish to keep this house, you shall not. Even though my son Jin, who is no longer with us, he can still have you. Wang Xiaoji divorced, and the property will naturally revert to the family's control. You and your children should have long been out. Chapter 4. Severance. Lin Fan gazed at him quietly before suddenly breaking into a smile. Grandfather, did you truly believe I was unaware? You have already approached the Revolutionary Committee about this matter? You took the death certificate to apply for a divorce, only to be rejected 3 times. Did you think no one knew? At these words, Lin Sheng froze, his pupils constricting and the muscles in his face twitched. Lin Fan slowly rose. The Revolutionary Committee stated that a deceased person cannot file for divorce. There is no legal procedure for it. He finished the last bit of porridge in his bowl. It seems the Lin family harbors no sentiment whatsoever. Should you push further, I would not mind letting the entire factory see what it means for a living person to be divorced by a deceased one. Lin Sheng staggered back, knocking over the chair behind him, his face drained of color. Everyone fell silent. Mother Wang Xiaoji slowly stood, beginning to clear the table of bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan sat at the table, gazing at his mother's busy figure. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him. He understood that such days could no longer continue. Mom, please take a moment to rest. I still have something to discuss. Lin Fan spoke, his tone resolute yet gentle. Wang Xiaozi wiped her hands and turned, a weary smile gracing her face. I'll tidy up quickly, no need to rush. Lin Fan shook his head, insisting, Mom, we need to have a serious discussion about what lies ahead. Wang Xiaozi paused, seemingly sensing her son's earnestness. She set down the dishes and took a seat at the table, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Lin Fan and the others in the household. The family members' eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, who appeared unusually composed today, as if he were a different person. Lin Fan surveyed the room slowly and said, Grandma, Uncle, I am aware of your thoughts. You believe my mother is a burden and wish to cast her aside, thereby acquiring this house without effort. Am I correct? He paused, his eyes ablaze with determination. I will accede to your wishes. This house can be relinquished for your disposal. However, from this moment forth, My mother and my siblings shall have no further ties to the Lin family. As his words echoed through the room, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Are you serious? Grandma Lu Maiziang abruptly stood, her voice trembling. Are you saying you agree? Before she could finish, a flicker of triumph crossed Lin Jinping's eyes. How absurd, Lin Fan thought. As he observed this ridiculous scene, the family was not mourning the impending loss of kinship, but rather reveling in the anticipated gains. The last vestige of his affection evaporated, replaced by a chill. He rose slowly and locked eyes with Lu Maiziang's trembling gaze. Grandma, it is not that we consent, it is that you have triumphed. Yet this victory is stained with my father's blood and my mother's tears. Tomorrow, we shall go to the police station to transfer our household registration, erasing our names from this book. From this day forth, we shall never meet in life nor in death. You may have this house, which you covet so desperately. We shall move out. Good riddance. Lin Jinping scoffed. Come on, sign the severance agreement. We'll head to the police station tomorrow. Lin Fan produced 2 sheets of paper, torn from his sister's notebook. Having spoken, Lin Fan turned to gently grasp his mother's trembling hand and led her toward the room. In the stillness of the night, Wang Zaizi quietly arose, gathering the few remaining valuable items in the household into a canvas bag. Though she called them valuables, they consisted merely of old clothes. The sole electric appliance they owned, a flashlight, and a tool kit left behind by her late husband, containing a few rusty wrenches, pliers, a hammer, and a screwdriver. As Wang Zizi packed, her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Yet she finally spoke. Fan, where shall we go? There's nowhere for us, and our relatives will not take us in. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his mother's hand, his voice low but resolute. Mom, there's always a way out. Do not worry. Observing his mother packing, Lin Fan felt a surge of determination. Since they had severed ties, he would take what was rightfully theirs. He rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a large burlap sack, stuffing it with half a bag of rice, 2 jars of pickled vegetables from beside the stove, and various pots and pans. His mother quickly interjected. Fan, we cannot take these. If your grandparents see, it will create a scandal. Lin Fan replied coldly, Mom. These are all purchased with your hard-earned wages. Now that we have severed ties, let's ensure it is complete. Outside, the night was dark as ink, and the autumn wind battered the old window frames. Lin Fan gazed at his mother's face. Since his father's passing, joy had abandoned it. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart, solidifying his resolve. This house confined not just their bodies but also their dignity and future. The following morning, Lin Jinping hurriedly brandished the household registration book, urging them to head to the police station, fearing the passage of time. Lin Fan remained silent, leading his mother and sister forward, his mood unexpectedly buoyant. The process of transferring their registration was straightforward, as Wang Zaizi had a job and a signed severance agreement. Thus, the household registration for the 3 of them was smoothly transferred, with the new book listing only Lin Fan, Wang Zaizi, and his sister. Lin Fan took the new household registration book, his fingertips gently brushing over the 3 names, as if caressing a mark of rebirth. All right, Mom, today is a wonderful day. The beginning of our new life. He shook his mother's arm playfully and lifted his sister, twirling her around. His sister giggled and, finally, a long-awaited smile graced Wang Zaizi's face. What a foolish family. Lin Jinping muttered under his breath as they exited, rolling his eyes. He then sneered. You better clear out your junk. I need that room. Lin Fan swiftly kicked Lin Jinping to the ground, placing his foot on his chest, casting a dispassionate glance at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mind your words. Rest assured, we will not linger for a second longer. With that, he took his mother and sister home to pack. The items at home had long been simplified. Lin Fan moved the packed luggage onto a borrowed tricycle, sweat soaking his clothes, yet he felt invigorated. Wang Zizi stood silently at the door, looking back at the house that had been their home for over a decade. Her eyes filled with conflicting emotions. Behind them were glares of resentment and icy curses. Lin Fan faintly heard vile words like taking everything away, not leaving even a pot or pan, severing the family line. Yet he stood taller, resolutely unyielding. Lin Fan approached and gently embraced his mother. Do not look back. Let's move forward. Home is not here. Wherever we are, that is home. The wheels rolled over the bumpy path, the dust rising in the morning light, like the remnants of past turmoil. Fan, where shall we go now? I'll first visit the property division. Wait for me for a moment. Since he had agreed to relinquish the house, Lin Fan had been simmering with anger. The Lin family could not expect to acquire the house without effort. What a dream. At the property division, he found the director, presenting the severance agreement and household registration book for a brief glance. In no time, he turned and left. Let us head to the textile factory. At the entrance of the machinery factory, Lin Fan and his mother met up with his sister. Huh? To the textile factory dormitory? That requires approval from the factory leaders, Wang Xiaozi replied, slightly apprehensive. This child, while he spoke with conviction, seemed a bit reckless when it came to action. Lin Fan, however, smiled reassuringly. Mom, do not worry. Your years of service are sufficient. Previously, we had a place to live, so we did not request this. But now it is different. We have the right to apply for employee housing, and the factory cannot refuse us. I realized last night that we must take it step by step. Upon arriving at the factory gate, Lin Fan held his mother's hand and walked directly toward the factory office. The guard, old Zhang, hesitated but ultimately did not stop the family of three. Inside the office, Director Zhang of the logistics department was perusing documents with a furrowed brow. Lin Fan stepped forward, his voice steady yet unmistakable. Director Zhang, my mother, Wang Xiaozi, has 18 years of service with no record of misconduct, and we are applying for employee housing placement. I have all the necessary materials. Director Zhang looked up, momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering on Lin Fan's face before flicking to the tricycle laden with luggage by the door. His expression softened slightly. He set down his pen and spoke slowly. Proceed according to the regulations. Lin Fan gently pushed the materials toward Director Zhang. Each document was neatly arranged, undamaged, and the handwriting legible. After a brief review, Director Zhang said nothing more but signed the form, returning the materials with a quiet note. You can move in on the 1st of next month. Lin Fan solemnly accepted the documents. Thank you, Director Zhang. However, I would like to ask a favor. There are still 10 days until the 1st of next month, and my mother is with us 2 children with nowhere to stay. What is going on? Comrade Wang Xiaozi, haven't you always lived at home? There's no longer a place for us there. Chapter 5. A new home, Director Zhang. The situation is as follows. Our house has been occupied by my uncle. It has been over 3 years since my father passed away, and the family no longer recognizes us. In the application materials I just submitted to you, there's also a residence certificate issued by the street office, along with our newly established household registration. We truly have no other options. Lin Fan explained in a hushed tone. Oh dear, why didn't you mention this sooner? If you're in difficulty, surely the factory cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. Comrade Wang Xiaozi has dedicated so many years to the factory, consistently being an outstanding contributor. How could the factory allow you to end up on the streets? I will coordinate this immediately. You can move in today, rest assured. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. At that moment, Wang Xiaozi felt a weight lift from her heart. Turning to Lin Fan, she said, Fanner, please look after your sister. Complete the paperwork with Director Zhang and tidy up the place. I need to hurry to work. We cannot afford to lose any wages. Lin Fan nodded, watching his mother rush away, then bowed deeply to Director Zhang, saying, I appreciate your help. I will take my sister to the dormitory now. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. It's my duty. Come along. I will take you to see the dormitory. He retrieved a set of keys from his drawer and led the Lin siblings towards the dormitory area. Hand in hand, Lin Fan and his sister followed Director Zhang out of the office building. They hopped onto a tricycle, which made its way slowly toward the dormitory area. The autumn breeze rustled through the sycamore trees in the factory yard, and leaves floated down like delicate letters. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled a saying from the Book of Rites. Stabilize your residence, enjoy your work, and thus gain the hearts of the people. Today, he truly understood the weight of those words. The dormitory building stood before them, its brick walls weathered but unable to conceal the bright, clean vitality of its windows. Young man, how old are you? Director Zhang inquired. Director Zhang, I am 17. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan, a fine name indeed. It carries the ambition of sailing the seas. Director Zhang turned the key, and, as the door swung open, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the dust dancing in the beam. I see there are 3 of you, so I've arranged a larger room with 2 beds, a table, and a cabinet for you. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. He led them to a room at the end of the 3rd floor, number 308. Lin Fan examined the room. It was a tube-shaped building, but with an additional partition, making it superior to the typical single rooms. Given the circumstances, receiving such accommodation was indeed fortunate. Director Zhang must have taken special care. This is wonderful, Director Zhang. We are truly grateful. Lin Fan expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Although he would not reside here for long, knowing that his mother and sister would have a comfortable place brought him immense relief. Do not be overly polite. The factory is your home. If you need anything, just come to me. The neighbors are all long-time employees and will look out for each other. Director Zhang said with a smile, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. You may be young, but it is evident you are a mature child. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Now, take your time to settle in. I must take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. Lin Fan watched director Zhang leave, then softly said to his sister, "From now on, this will be our home." His sister looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, is this really our home?" Lin Fan nodded, gripping her small hand. "Yes, sister, this is our home. Now let us get to work." Laughter and joy echoed in the empty room as Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves, dusting the windowsills, cleaning every nook and cranny, and bringing in their belongings one by one. Once the beds were made and the furniture wiped down, the siblings playfully teased one another, their fatigue and gloom dissipating in an instant. By lunchtime, their mother arrived carrying a warm meal. Naturally, such a large factory had a cafeteria. She had been busy in the workshop all morning and hurried over without taking a break. Upon seeing the tidy room, Wang Zizi's eyes turned slightly red as she softly remarked, "Fanner, you've done a splendid job tidying up this place. Don't forget about me." Lin Wan chimed in eagerly. Lin Fan smiled as he ruffled his sister's hair. "Yes, and we must acknowledge Wanner contributions too." The three of them burst into laughter. The atmosphere filled with warmth. Though their new home was modest, it radiated a sense of coziness. Wang Zizi arranged a meal on the table, featuring specially provided braised pork, tofu stewed with cabbage, along with steamed corn buns and mixed grain rice. The aroma of the food wafted through the room as they gathered around the table. This simple meal marking their first true family reunion in their new home. "Take your time eating, don't choke," Wang Zizi said affectionately, observing her children devour their food. She herself ate very little, often rising to serve them more rice and vegetables. "Mom, please eat. There's more than enough for everyone," Lin Fan insisted, placing a piece of braised pork into his mother's bowl. "Our lives will surely improve from here on, so please don't just focus on us." "Fanner is so considerate. You eat, and Mom will eat too. Come on, Wanner, you must eat more." The gentle breeze outside rustled the treetops as the afternoon sun poured into the room, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. In the afternoon, as Wang Zizi prepared to leave for work, she reminded them, "Fanner, keep an eye on your sister while I'm gone. Don't want her outside, and keep the keys safe. I want to be back until evening." Lin Fan nodded, watching his mother's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. "Sister, stay here and behave. I have to step out for a bit." "What? Where are you going, brother?" "I want to go too." Lin Wan tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, her eyes wide with anticipation. "You just stay home and do your homework. When I return, I'll bring you some candy." Lin Fan gently pried her hand away, stroking her soft hair. "Be good, and we'll watch the moon together tonight." Lin Wan pouted but nodded, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. With a sack slung over his shoulder, Lin Fan turned and closed the door behind him, his steps light as he descended the stairs. The autumn sun cast a slanting light in the corridor, highlighting his tall figure. Where was he headed? Lin Fan felt an urgent need to clarify one matter. This ring, according to memories from his previous life, was something he had purchased from an old farmer at a market stall. By his calculations, the old farmer would appear at the southern antique market this afternoon. Thus, he found it curious that this ring, which should have been at the southern market, had appeared in his possession ahead of time. As Lin Fan hurried toward the southern district, he absent-mindedly rubbed the ring with his fingertips. The ring was entirely black, its surface intricately engraved with swirling patterns of clouds and thunder. Strangely, whenever he attempted to touch the ring, his fingers seemed to pass through it, as if the ring were merely a projection rather than a tangible object. Lin Fan felt a jolt of surprise. While he could perceive the ring was indeed in his hand, it seemed elusive when he tried to look at it directly. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan's mind was filled with questions. He quickened his pace, eager to reach the southern antique market and uncover the truth. As he approached the market, he scanned the area, searching for the old farmer's familiar figure. The market was bustling, yet it resembled a silent film, despite the throngs of people. It was eerily quiet, with only whispers of conversation filling the air. He navigated through the crowd, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized each stall. At last, in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted the old farmer. The man had laid out an assortment of peculiar trinkets before him, yet he did not call out to attract buyers. In this era, speculation and hoarding were considered illegal, and the old farmer crouched in the corner, his demeanor watchful. Lin Fan approached the stall slowly, remaining silent. In these times, genuine treasures were plentiful, and counterfeits were rare. Therefore, he crouched down to examine the items closely. What he did not notice was a young man in a Zhongshan suit hurrying toward him. Upon seeing Lin Fan squatting before the stall, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening and his grip on the briefcase tightening involuntarily. Lin Fan was examining an object, a small incense burner that emitted a faint glow. After a moment, he set it down and began to sift through the other items on the stall. Among them lay several tattered, thread-bound books, their pages yellowed and corners curled. He flipped through one before carelessly placing it back. Scattered amidst the clutter were various peculiar artifacts made of an unknown metal, their surfaces marred by corrosion, revealing the passage of time. Additionally, there were several jars and bottles. Lin Fan picked one up and gently turned it in his hands, the glaze smooth and warm, seemingly unremarkable. However, upon glancing at the inscription on the bottom, his pupils dilated in shock. It was an inscription in tiny seal script, engraved with the 4 characters Yongle Nianji. A jolt of excitement surged through him. If this object truly dated back to the Yongle period, it would be worth a fortune. At this time, the populace had yet to grasp the principle of valuing treasures from prosperous times amidst chaotic ones, and these relics were discarded as if they were worthless. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Oh, this bottle contains something." Chapter 6. Treasures. Lin Fan crouched before the stall, raising his gaze to peer into the mouth of the bottle. Within, he beheld a ring, quietly suspended in the belly of the vessel, its dark sheen deep and its cloud and thunder pattern flickering in and out of sight. His heart raced as he realized that the object he held bore a striking resemblance to the ring inside the bottle, as if 2 realms had converged, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Lin Fan continued to peruse the other items on the table, casually inquiring, "Good sir, do you have anything particularly special at your stall? I've heard one might stumble upon rare treasures here." The old farmer looked up, a flicker of caution flashing in his murky eyes. Yet he relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Fan's youthful countenance. "Young man, what rare items are you seeking?" "I only have these trifles, nothing of value." "Indeed, I've noticed as much," Lin Fan replied. "This heap of junk seems rather useless." The old farmer frowned at this remark. "Young lad, what rarity can you expect in these times? All these are remnants left by ancestors. My family is struggling. My grandson cries for food. I hope to encounter someone fortunate enough to trade for a bit of grain." Lin Fan felt a pang of sympathy and spoke softly. "Sir, I would like to acquire these bottles and, that burner. What would you wish to exchange for them?" The old farmer glanced down at the items Lin Fan pointed to, rubbed his cracked hands together, and murmured, 10 pounds of fine grain, rice or flour will do. Enough to warm my child with a bowl of hot porridge." Lin Fan was at a loss. Where could he procure such grain? He paused momentarily, then opened the burlap bag he carried, revealing half a bag of rice from the previous day, along with a flashlight and his late father's toolkit. He presented it to the old farmer, gently saying, "Sir, please take a look. Is there anything here that might suffice? This half bag of rice seems only about 5 pounds, and the rest is of no use to me. The flashlight is bright, but without batteries. It's useless." The old farmer rummaged through the toolkit and suddenly paused, extracting a longevity lock. Although worn, its silver gleam remained, engraved with the words "Long Life." Lin Fan was taken aback. He had almost forgotten this item, one he had worn as a child and had since left behind in the corner of the toolkit. The old farmer's eyes brightened as he gazed at the lock. "This would be perfect for my grandson." "Very well. Let's make a deal. Your half bag of rice along with this lock." Lin Fan nodded eagerly. The old farmer handed over the items Lin Fan had pointed out, hastily gathering his stall as he cradled the half bag of rice like a treasure. Just as he was about to leave, he halted, gazing at Lin Fan with a complex expression for a long moment before finally speaking. "Young man, these items are not for just anyone. Now that we have exchanged, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Lin Fan inquired, filled with curiosity and anticipation. "You must ensure that after purchasing these items, regardless of what transpires, you shall not regret your decision nor return to seek me out. It shall have no bearing on me." The old farmer's tone was unusually grave. Without hesitation, Lin Fan nodded earnestly. "I promise you, sir, you need not worry." He understood the old man's concerns. In this era, many matters were too delicate to be openly discussed. The old farmer sighed, quickly tidying his stall before disappearing into the crowd. Watching him leave, Lin Fan retrieved the ring from the bottle and slipped it onto his thumb. He then placed the other items into the burlap bag, preparing to hoist it upon his shoulder. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. His thumb began to warm slightly, the ring seemingly alive as it conformed to his skin, a chill creeping up his blood vessels. The sensation of ice and fire made Lin Fan pause. He looked down at the ring, and to his astonishment, the thunder pattern appeared to writhe like a living serpent, as if currents coursed beneath his skin. A tremor of realization struck him, and he heard a faint, ancient chant echoing from all directions. The words intertwined, each syllable embedding itself into his mind. A single thought can encompass the vastness of the universe. The primordial chaos seems to be sculpted in jade. Lin Fan's breath hitched as the scene before him warped abruptly. revealing a space that resembled a chaotic void before he was thrust back into reality. What just happened? What was going on? He stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He glanced at the ring on his thumb. Wait, where's the ring? It was no longer on his thumb, yet the patterns on his thumb were clearer than before, the chill having receded significantly, as if merging with his flesh. Instinctively clenching his fist, he felt the patterns radiate warmth, intertwined with his bloodline. With a mere thought, Lin Fan delved into this newfound awareness, and he saw it. A concealed space. A secret realm beyond reality surged within him. His heart raced as his fingertips brushed against the increasingly distinct thunder patterns, as if he were touching some hidden pulse of the universe. With a gentle mental nudge, the chaotic void re-emerged, now no longer blurred but gradually taking shape, suspended within his consciousness, as if it could accommodate everything. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Fan noted that despite the bustling crowd, no one was paying him any heed. He reached into the burlap bag, first retrieving the small incense burner and placing it carefully into the hidden space. With a mere thought, the burner floated steadily in the void, perfectly still. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes as he proceeded to place the bottles into the space one by one. And with a mental command, they settled around the incense burner like stars in orbit. Lin Fan was astounded. This small realm could indeed store items, and he could arrange them at will. Tentatively, he extended his hand out of the burlap bag, grasping at the air, and to his astonishment, he retrieved a porcelain bottle from the void. His fingertips did not even brush against its surface, yet he could feel its smooth texture. A chill washed over him once more, the thunder patterns shimmering faintly, as if responding to his control. Lin Fan remained silent for a long moment. Recalling the words from the Canton Chi, one yin and one yang constitute the Tao. The interplay of Can and Li establishes heaven and earth. This object was not merely a vessel, but a treasure, a mustard seed ring capable of containing the universe within its confines. Filled with elation, Lin Fan continued to roam the market, remembering his promise to his sister to bring back some candy. However, he was left with only a flashlight and a toolkit. He hoped to find someone fortunate along the way. Carrying the burlap bag, Lin Fan navigated through the throngs of the bustling antique market. His emotions a blend of excitement and trepidation, as if he harbored a monumental secret within. As he walked, he was suddenly drawn by a clear, cheerful call. Following the sound, he spotted a little girl tending to a modest stall, where a few dull-colored candies and assorted trinkets lay before her. Lin Fan's heart stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to buy candy for his sister. Approaching the stall, the little girl looked up, revealing a delicate yet slightly weary face. "Big brother, would you like to buy some candy? My grandmother made these herself." There was a hint of hopefulness in her voice. Lin Fan nodded. At the moment of his hesitation, the little girl discerned his embarrassment, and her gaze fell upon his burlap sack. "What do you have in that sack?" she inquired with curiosity. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then retrieved a tool kit from the sack and gently placed it on the stall. "These are iron trinkets meant for grown men. Do you think any of these might be of use to you?" The little girl blinked and began rummaging through the tool kit. She pulled out a pair of small pliers, examining them closely, then picked up a screwdriver to inspect, finally resting her gaze on a worn, yellowed measuring tape. "This measuring tape belongs to my grandfather," she said, a slight smile gracing her lips. "He used to have one similar, but it was damaged." As Lin Fan observed her youthful visage, an inexplicable sense of warmth surged within him. He nodded. "If you like it, you may exchange it for some of those candies." The little girl joyfully retrieved a small cloth bag filled with an assortment of sweets from beneath the stall. She handed the bag to Lin Fan while carefully placing the measuring tape into her small box. After leaving the stall, Lin Fan felt an unusual lightness in his heart. He looked up at the sky. The sun was already dipping toward the west, signaling that it was time to return home. Just as he exited the market, he was approached by a man in a Zhongshan suit, blocking his path. "Young lad, I'm collecting old items, particularly antiques. Do you have anything to sell from that sack?" Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at the man, subtly shifting the sack behind him. "I have nothing you seek," he replied in a calm tone. Yet his grip on the mustard ring tightened imperceptibly. The man's gaze flickered momentarily, as if he wished to say more, but Lin Fan simply circumvented him, continuing on his way. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed by his ear, like the gentle chime of bells in the wind. "Friend, there's a stove at that stall. If you can part with it, the price is negotiable." "A stove? What stove? I don't understand what you're saying," Lin Fan retorted, defensive. "There's no need for such wariness. My surname is Ma. I have a keen interest in these old items, particularly those that can still be utilized. That stove may appear unremarkable, but to me, it is a treasure." The man named Ma smiled sincerely. "If you truly do not wish to sell, I cannot force you." However, he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Fan's burlap sack. Some things, when misplaced, can become a source of misfortune. I assure you, there is nothing in this sack that you desire. If you don't believe me, take a look. Lin Fan opened the sack to reveal several rusted tools, the sunlight glinting off the corroded metal in a manner that spoke of age. After a moment of contemplation, the man sighed softly. Some things are not found by the eye, but rather by fate. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure blending into the bustling market. Upon returning to the tenement, the sky had taken on a hue of orange-red. Chapter 7. Innocent affection. Lin Fan pushed open the door, and his sister, Lin Wan, immediately rushed towards him. Brother, you're finally back. What about the candies? Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. Behind Lin Wan stood a small girl, who appeared rather thin, Lin Fan's immediate impression. The timid child hid behind Lin Wan, her clothes frayed and pale. Yet her eyes shone like dark ink. A profound shock coursed through Lin Fan. At that moment, the fates of 2 lifetimes seemed to intertwine. Ji, is that you? Lin Fan's gaze locked onto the timid girl, as if he had transcended the barriers of time and space to behold the gentle yet resilient figure from his past life. Zhou Jiyu, the woman who had left an indelible mark on his existence, but was cruelly taken away by fate, now appeared before him in such an unexpected manner. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving him breathless with pain. In this lifetime, I shall protect you well. Here, this is for you. He forced a smile as he retrieved some candies from his pocket and handed them to her, still feigning unfamiliarity. As the little girl called out, "Little bean sprout," the girl behind Lin Wan rolled her eyes and pouted, "I'm not a little bean sprout." Lin Wan giggled, taking her hand. "This is my classmate, named Zhou Jiyu. Brother, she is amazing. She can weave grasshoppers." Zhou Jiyu? Ha ha ha. What a lovely name. Do you have an elder sister named Zhou Jiruo? Lin Fan jest. Zhou Jiyu's face flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glare. What nonsense are you speaking? Lin Wan doubled over with laughter, waving her hands. Brother, stop teasing her. Lin Fan chuckled, scratching his head. Just as Zhou Jiyu produced a beautifully crafted grasshopper from her pocket and presented it before him. If you dare to mock me again, I will make it jump onto your neck. Lin Wan erupted in laughter, chiming in, yes, yes, brother is terrified of bugs. As the evening sun streamed through the window, casting a dappled pattern across the 3 of them, it felt as though even the air had taken on a hint of sweetness. Lin Fan gazed at his sister's long-awaited smile, his heart warming. Indeed, the small joys of life are the most enchanting. All right, enough of the antics. Share some candies with Zhou Jiyu. Don't just keep them for yourself. Lin Wan stuck out her tongue, obediently dividing the candies in the cloth bag into 2 portions, handing one to Zhou Jiyu. Zhou Jiyu accepted the candy, lowering her head and smiling shyly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. You 2 little girls must remember, you can only have 1 candy a day. Too much will ruin your teeth. Lin Wan and Zhou Jiyu nodded in delight, carefully cradling their sweets as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Observing the contentment of the 2 little girls, a rush of warmth filled Lin Fan's heart. He gently ruffled his sister's hair, his gaze drifting to the slanting rays of the evening glow that streamed through the window. Life may be modest, yet there are always small warmths, akin to light wrapped in candy paper, quietly melting into the passage of time. Is mother not home from work yet? Lin Fan inquired softly. Lin Wan shook her head, popping a candy in her mouth and sweetly replying, not yet. Brother, did you know? Jiyu and I are in the same class. I did expect she also works at the textile factory, living in the staff quarters. I saw her from the window. That is wonderful. Wander can now walk to and from school with Jiyu every day, doing homework and playing together. Yes, brother, we are now the best of friends. Lin Fan smiled, tooling his sister's hair, his gaze softening as it rested upon Zhou Jiyu. The evening breeze wafted through the window, the grasshopper gently swaying on her fingertip as if poised to leap into the twilight. Here, this grasshopper is a gift for you. Zhou Jiyu suddenly released her hold, allowing the vibrant little creature to slide into Lin Fan's palm. But you must promise me not to call me Little Bean Sprout again, nor to mock my name. Lin Fan looked down at the lifelike grasshopper in his hand, his smile deepening. All right, Miss Zhou, I swear. Lin Wan stifled her laughter beside them, while the setting sun elongated their shadows, weaving together on the mottled floor like a silent tapestry of warmth. The tenement was more challenging than anticipated. The corridor served as a kitchen, with many families cooking in the hallway using honeycomb coal stoves, the aromas of food mingling with the scent of coal wafting through the air. Lin Fan and his family had just moved in today, lacking rice, oil, and salt, though they had pots and pans from the old Lin household, but were missing a coal stove and coal balls. As Lin Fan familiarized himself with the tenement's environment, the factory's closing time arrived. He stood in the corridor, observing neighbors bustling about with their pots and pans. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the mingled fragrances of cooked meals and coal smoke, an inexplicable sense of comfort washing over him. Before long, their mother returned, carrying 2 lunchboxes filled with leftover rice and half a portion of stir-fried cabbage from the factory canteen, the steam having dissipated considerably. A sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, and upon seeing her children, a smile instantly brightened her face. Let us make do with this for now. Tomorrow I'll collect my wages and buy coal balls and a stove. Lin Fan accepted the lunchbox, feeling its warmth akin to the warmth of her palm. It's all right, Mother. This is more than enough. Zhou Ziyu greeted their mother. Hello, Annie, I'm Zhou Ziyu, living in the East Unit on the 3rd floor. Her voice rang clear like raindrops falling from an eave. Lin's mother smiled and nodded, her wisps of hair clinging to her forehead due to perspiration, yet she gently responded with an affirmative. Lin Fan softly placed the lunchbox on the table and beckoned his younger sister to join him for a meal. Lin Wan joyfully skipped over, while Zhou Ziyu remained, standing awkwardly by the table. Lin's mother quickly said, "Children, let us eat together." She served 3 small bowls of rice, evenly distributing the cabbage. Annie, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Zhou Ziyu turned and dashed out of the room, returning shortly with a small jar of her homemade pickled radish strips and a few cornmeal buns, placing them on the table. My mother asked me to bring these. She said there is too much that we can't finish. Please don't mind. The cornmeal is a bit coarse, but it's filling. This little girl, with such a thoughtful disposition, how rare it is in an age where every household struggles to make ends meet, let alone have surplus food. Wang Zaizi understood this and gently patted her hand, saying, "Thank you, little Zai. Now come, sit down and eat with us." Zhou Ziyu smiled shyly and obediently took a seat. The 4 of them gathered around the dining table, the soft glow of the electric light flickering gently, highlighting a tiny crack along the edge of the coarse porcelain bowl. Lin Fan picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the radish strips, savoring the crispness, and suddenly looked up to say, "Ziyu, your pickled radish is truly delicious." Zhou Ziyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, fiddling with the grains of rice in her bowl, softly replying, "My grandmother says that for pickled vegetables, one must choose radish that has been touched by frost for the best flavor. If you enjoy it, I'll ask her to pickle more next time." "Mom, I've made my decision. I'm going to the countryside," Lin Fan declared between bites of the crunchy radish strips. Zhou Ziyu, still a young girl with innocent thoughts, was puzzled as to how they had suddenly transitioned from discussing radish to the topic of going to the countryside. She lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, her chopsticks suspended mid-air. Lin Fan, however, did not look at her again, instead gazing out at the darkening sky, swallowing hard. "Going to the countryside? Fan, you haven't endured such hardship. I'm worried." Wang Zaizi's voice trembled slightly, her hand instinctively clutching the edge of her apron. Life in the city, no matter how difficult, was still preferable to leaving home to toil in the fields. Besides, she could support both him and Wana. There was no need for him to suffer that fate. Her voice choked, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Lin Fan lowered his head and took another bite of rice, saying, "Mom, this is the policy. Everyone must respond. If I don't go, someone else will have to go in my stead. Look around. How many families in the city are sending their children away? Can our family be the exception? I estimate that the youth office will come knocking on our door again tomorrow." Wang Zaizi was momentarily stunned, her chopsticks slipping from the rim of the bowl. She opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from further persuasion, silently placing a piece of cabbage into her son's bowl. Outside, dusk deepened, and the wind crept through the door, sending a chill through the mother's heart. Lin Wan whispered, "Is brother going to farm?" Lin Fan chuckled, ruffling his sister's hair. "Yes, farming, raising pigs, hauling manure. Everything must be done." He paused, his tone softening. "But that is where the country needs us." Zhou Ziyu listened quietly, though she didn't comprehend. She saw the light in Lin Fan's eyes, akin to the young men in her grandmother's stories who, aware of the storms ahead, still ventured forth with lanterns in hand. The next day, Lin Fan proactively approached the personnel at the youth office, expressing his willingness to go to the countryside. The official seemed pleased with his attitude and promptly completed the necessary paperwork. Before his departure, Lin Fan handed his countryside allowance of 240 yuan, giving 200 yuan to his mother. Wang says, "Mom, keep this money to buy Wana a winter coat. I've saved some for myself. It will be sufficient. The farm provides meals, and though the work is arduous, I will be well fed." His mother also handed him a cloth bag containing a few pieces of old clothing and some provisions. "Fan, this is what I prepared for you. Take good care of yourself when you get there." Lin Fan accepted the bag, his eyes slightly reddening. He understood that this might be all his mother could offer him. "Mom, take care of yourself, and look after Wana." I will return. Chapter 8. The beautiful northern wilderness Lin Fan. It's time for dinner. A voice pulled Lin Fan back to reality. It was Wang Bin. Ah, coming, Lin Fan replied, rolling off the Kong and brushing off the wheat straw from his clothes as he walked towards the dining hall. Indeed, Lin Fan had arrived in the northern wilderness, just as in his previous life, but this time his gaze was devoid of confusion and discontent. This was the August 1st farm, originally a military base that had transitioned from the Korean War to cultivate barren land, now transformed into thousands of acres of fertile fields. During this period, the farm still retained the military nomenclature, populated by rugged men who had descended from the battlefield. The most frequent interaction was with the squad leader, Su Yao, a retired veteran with a scarred face, yet a gentle demeanor. He was the one who had called out names under the oil paper umbrella today. Conditions on the farm were harsh. It primarily housed soldiers transitioning to civilian life, and now, with the country advocating for the movement of educated youth to the countryside for re-education, many young intellectuals had come, though housing was limited. Thus, most of the youth were assigned to temporary dugouts, known in the northern wilderness as dirt nests, half buried in the ground, topped with thatch and oilcloth, cold in winter and damp in summer. Yet, this became the first home for the young intellectuals in the northern wilderness. In the dining hall, everyone sat together by their respective teams, gathered around, with iron basins steaming with cabbage and vermicelli, the aroma of meat oil rising to dispel the chill. Today, they had a mixed grain rice, a combination of rice, millet, and coarse sorghum, rough yet filling. Lin Fan took a few bites before hearing squad leader Zhao call from the entrance. Tomorrow we'll be harvesting soybeans. After eating, take a break. Lin Fan's squad consisted of 12 individuals, not structured like a real military unit. 8 men and 4 women, 4 of whom were former soldiers, while the rest were young intellectuals from various cities. It was now late September. In the north, crops were only planted once a year, unlike the south where 2 harvests occurred. With autumn approaching, the soybean fields had turned golden, making soybean harvesting the most pressing task. The dining hall was spacious and filled with people. The clattering of metal lunchboxes echoed, while the female, young intellectuals chattered about the next day's work. Their laughter laced with southern accents, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the dining hall, gazing into the distance. The soybean fields glimmered in the golden red light of the setting sun, resembling a burning sea. The autumn breeze rustled the soybean leaves, whispering softly as if the earth were speaking. Further away, a chain of mountains stood, their hues deep brown and dark yellow at this season, with occasional patches of unfallen red leaves peeking through the trees, like sparks scattered amidst the vastness. The sky was high and crisp, with flocks of geese forming long arcs as they flew southward. Lin Fan looked at the mountains, his heart no longer burdened by the loneliness and uncertainty of the past. In this life, he returned with memories, knowing that although winter would be long, this woodland would not disappoint him. Hey, little one, what are you staring at? A loud female voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. A young female intellectual was striding towards him, her hair in braids and a tin mug in hand. Who are you calling, little one? Lin Fan snapped back to reality, a smile tugging at his lips. The young woman, named Su Yao, spoke with vigor, her eyes sparkling as if they could ignite a fire. If I'm not calling you, then who? You're acting all serious. But aren't you just a little boy? Su Yao tilted her head and laughed, her southern accent sharp yet sweet. Good men don't quarrel with women. I'd rather avoid trouble. Lin Fan chuckled, taking a step back as if to flee. Stop right there, you little brat, come back. Su Yao feigned anger and chased after him, her braids swaying in the wind. Lin Fan laughed and took a few steps forward but suddenly slipped, nearly tumbling into a mud ditch, causing nearby young intellectuals to burst into laughter. Su Yao halted, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Look at you. Can you even run? Don't end up sleeping in tomorrow's soybean field. Lin Fan steadied himself and shot her a glare. Just wait and see who finishes harvesting their share first. As the evening breeze grew cooler and the smoke from cooking dissipated, the laughter of the two lingered in the autumn dusk. Su Yao, stop it. No bullying the little ones. Came a playful reprimand from afar, the voice belonging to Zhang Weidong from their class, who approached with an aluminum lunchbox in hand, a teasing smile adorning his face. Lin Fan is our class's key strength. We shall rely on him to carry the bean bundles tomorrow. Su Yao stifled her laughter with her hand, exclaiming, listen, I didn't misname little one. Hee. Another bout of girlish giggles escaped her, fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes as her braid fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Strength? I see just a little vegetable thief. Lin Fan, unfazed, merely brushed the dirt off his pants and jest, oh, you two are quite the pair, I see. Partners in crime. Stop your nonsense. I'm scared of you, she retorted playfully. In this era, one must be cautious of appearances. Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, Su Yao had already thrust a porcelain cup into his hands, urging, "Take a sip of hot water to calm your nerves." Little vegetable thief. It seemed she was conceding in a friendly manner. "Isn't this your cup? If I drink from it, won't some of the male comrades have an opinion?" She added, casting a glance toward Zhang Weidong. "If you don't want to drink, then don't. Keep talking nonsense, and see if I want tea snatch it back." Su Yao playfully threatened, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Fan looked down at the steaming cup, chuckling before taking a sip, wincing at the heat but raising an eyebrow in delight. Good tea, though perhaps a bit rough in hospitality. Su Yao stamped her foot, lightly scolding, "Serves you right for burning your tongue." Zhang Weidong nearby laughed uproariously, slamming his lunchbox onto a rock. "With your banter, you two are more exhausting than harvesting beans." Su Yao shot him a sideways glance, hands on her hips. "What is it to you? Finish your cold rice." Lin Fan, nursing his burnt tongue, made his way back to the basement, where Li Wenbing, wearing glasses, was engrossed in a dog-eared copy of how the steel was tempered. Upon seeing Lin Fan's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, have you been bitten by a dog? What are you doing with that tongue?" "Well, you're not wrong. It feels about the same," Lin Fan replied, sticking out his tongue. Feeling better, he tucked it away and placed his aluminum lunchbox on the edge of the Kong, casting a sidelong glance at Li Wenbing. "Just had a sip of hot water. It burned." Li Wenbing closed his book and burst into laughter. Lin Fan shot him an exasperated look as he kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the Kong. Before long, Zhang Weidong and Wang Bin returned, and the kerosene lamp in the basement flickered to life, casting a warm, golden glow that danced across the earthen walls. Wang Bin, clutching his lunchbox, shouted as he entered, "Today was quite the struggle. I'm still hungry." "With your appetite, you could eat for 3 years and still not be full." Zhang Weidong laughed, breaking open a cornbread and offering a piece of pickled vegetable. Wang Bin took a big bite, replying, "Thanks. Tomorrow I'll earn some work points and treat you to meat." "What can I say? I was born with a big appetite." Leaning against the Kong, Lin Fan watched the shadows of his friends laughing in the warm light. Suddenly feeling that this dim glow had grown comforting, he rubbed his sore lips and quietly remarked, "Isn't that why they call you the king of eating? Your stomach must be a bottomless pit." Just as Wang Bin was about to retort, Li Wenbing adjusted his glasses and earnestly stated, "According to page 37 of How the Steel Was Tempered, those with hearty appetites must be models of labor." Laughter erupted around them, the kerosene lamp flickering as shadows leaped on the walls, reminiscent of a silent shadow play. Chapter 9. Working the fields the following morning as dawn broke. The sound of a broadcast wafted from outside the basement, the static crackling heralding the prelude to the east is red. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, threw on his clothes, and heard someone outside shouting, "Time to work. Beans 1 tea wait for anyone." He nudged the still snoring Li Wenbing, thinking that no one mentioned that Paul Korchagin slept in. Wang Bin rolled over, mumbling, "Just 5 more minutes. I'm dreaming of braised pork." Suddenly, Su Yun's voice rang out from the doorway. "If you don't get up, the cornbread is mine." Startled, everyone sprang up. Lin Fan fastened his belt and caught a glimpse of Su Yun's retreating figure bathed in the morning light, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Her hair was styled in 2 braided pigtails, and the corner of her blue shirt fluttered gently in the morning breeze, reminiscent of the resilient wild sunflower standing tall at the edge of the field. Su Yao was one of the few in the basement, one of the 4 female educated youths, known for her bold and spirited personality. Grabbing a straw hat from the Kong, Lin Fan hurriedly made his way to the canteen. In those days, meals were a matter of seizing the opportunity. Each class's food was portioned out on their designated tables, and latecomers might find only an empty bowl dancing on the table. Of course, that was an exaggeration. Food was rationed based on headcount, and each person received their share. Lin Fan whizzed past Su Yao, stirring up a gust of wind. Su Yao shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "Are you in such a rush to reincarnate?" Without turning back, Lin Fan waved dismissively, "Don't worry, I'll eat your share for you. Take your time." Su Yao stomped her foot and chased after him for a couple of steps, but ultimately couldn't catch up, watching as Lin Fan's silhouette vanished in the canteen, enveloped by the morning mist. Frustrated, she brushed the dirt off her pants, though she couldn't quite suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Morning light slanted down, spreading a golden hue across the furrows, with bean leaves glistening with dew, sparkling like fragments of silver. Lin Fan, wielding a sickle, walked along the ridge of the field, hearing Su Yao and Wang Bin bickering behind him, while Li Wenbing recited passages from selected works of Mao Zedong at a leisurely pace. And Zhang Weidong hummed a tuneless revolutionary opera. Harvesting beans was a laborious task. Why? The yellow beans, once ripe, had brittle pods that easily burst open with the slightest touch. It was best to harvest them in the early morning when the dew had yet to dry, as the pods remained moist and pliable. Bending down, Lin Fan gathered a handful of beanstalks. The air was filled with the sound of inhaling. Although the beans were soft and moist in the morning dew, the sharp tips still pricked his palms like fine needles, causing him to wince in pain. Yet none dared to pause. The sickle glided along the ground, and the stalks fell in neat rows. Dew crept up his sleeves, chilling against his arms. But he dared not loosen his grip. With gritted teeth, Lin Fan pressed on, row after row, the only sounds being the rhythmic swish of the sickle cutting through stems and the heavy breaths of his companions. Su Yao was just behind him, occasionally letting out a low groan from a bean pod pricking her palm, yet she never faltered. As the sun climbed higher, the dew evaporated, and the bean pods began to turn crisp. A moment's inattention would send them popping open, scattering beans everywhere. Moreover, the tips of the pods became sharper, like countless red-hot needles scraping against the skin. Class leader, Lin Fan, being the youngest in the group, didn't he mind doing the dirty work. Lin Fan? What's the matter? Zhao, the class leader, straightened up and shouted. Lin Fan always wondered why those from the military had such booming voices. These bean pods are too sharp. It's uncomfortable. Why don't we get some gloves for everyone? Or at least some burlap to wrap our hands? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao squinted at the sky. Gloves? I'll ask the supply office at noon if they have any stock. If not, we'll have to use burlap to wrap our hands. You educated youths are all soft-skinned. It's time to toughen up. Back in our day, in the army, we trained in icy conditions, our hands frozen and cracked, yet we never complained. We still managed to hold our rifles in practice. What you're experiencing is nothing. He continued. With burlap wrapped around your hands, grit your teeth and bear it. Life is long. Su Yao, standing behind, felt a surge of gratitude. This clever boy must have heard her complaint. Indeed, it was painful. She gazed at the tiny red spots emerging on her palm, blood seeping out, glimmering in the sunlight like scattered pomegranate seeds. Quietly, she tucked her left hand into her sleeve, warmth blooming in her heart. Lin Fan fell silent, glancing around. Most of the educated youths had never experienced such toil. Their hands bore countless little pricks from the beanstalks, their palms blistered from gripping the sickle, their backs aching as they struggled to stand upright. In short, it was hard work. The endless expanse of bean fields shimmered golden under the blazing sun, leaving one to wonder when it would all come to an end. Sweat trickled down Lin Fan's brow, stinging his eyes to the point where he could scarcely open them. Yet, he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away, instead opting to gently rub his sleeve against his face as he continued to plod forward. The sickle glided through the bean stalks, producing a delicate rustling sound. However, Lin Fan found himself increasingly fatigued, his arms feeling as though they were laden with lead, trembling with each lift. His physique remained too frail. He needed to strengthen himself. Without fortitude, he could neither bear the weight of the land nor the responsibilities that rested upon his shoulders. At long last, the noon whistle signaled the end of the day's toil. The workers collapsed onto the ground, drained and devoid of energy, as if their very bones had been extracted, even the slightest movement of fingers feeling laborious. Lin Fan reclined on the ridge of the field, his chest rising and falling vigorously, gazing up at the blindingly blue sky above, the clouds dazzlingly white. Su Yao sat nearby, undeterred by the blazing sun, rolling her sleeves high to reveal arms as pale and tender as lotus roots. She removed her straw hat, gently brushing aside her damp hair, and fanned herself with the hat. Turning her head, she caught Lin Fan stealing glances at her, and a sly smile crept upon her lips. What was he looking at? He appeared as worn out as a mud monkey, yet found the time to sneak peeks at her. She laughed, the sunlight glistening on her sweat-dampened forehead, as if gilded in gold. Lin Fan's cheeks flushed, and he hastily turned his gaze away, stammering, "What are you saying?" "I wasn't peeking at you. I was just worried you'd get sunburned with your sleeves rolled so high." The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Su Yao, however, was not offended. Instead, she leaned closer, her nose glistening with fine beads of sweat, her eyes shimmering with mischief. "Getting tan would be better. That way. You want to be able to sneak glances at me all day," she teased, taking a large gulp from her water bottle before offering it to him. "Want some?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then accepted the water bottle. As he swallowed the warm liquid, it slid down his throat with a satisfying gurgle. Observing the others returning to their quarters, Lin Fan rose, brushing off the dirt and remnants of bean leaves from his clothes, stretching as the aches surged through his limbs. "Let us go. It's time for a meal." Su Yao also stood, deftly placing her straw hat back on her head to shade half her face. Her footsteps light as she walked alongside Lin Fan, the wind stirring her loose strands of hair. In the distance, the tendrils of smoke curled upwards, entwined with the fragrant aroma of food wafting through the air. She suddenly burst into laughter. Do you think this life is hard? Yet, I find it far more interesting than in the city. Lin Fan glanced at her, his eyes lingering on her sun-kissed cheeks. He remained silent, but a smile subtly crept upon his lips. Chapter 10. The wild boar infiltrates the cropland inside the cafeteria. Lunch was already laid out on the table. Steaming bowls of corn porridge accompanied by a dish of pickled vegetables and 2 pieces of multigrain bread. The main dish consisted of cabbage stewed with tofu, releasing a fragrant steam. The comrades from their unit gathered around the table, for this was not the military, and thus there were fewer rules. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Though these were still hard times, marked by scarcity, the laughter at the table never ceased. The male and female comrades sat distinctly apart. The men crowded one side of the long table, jostling to fill their bowls, their boisterous voices mingling with playful banter, while the women sat quietly on the other, sharing soft smiles and occasionally reaching for a piece of tofu. With 8 men, it was evident that the space was cramped, and being the youngest, Lin Fan became the target. Hey, little Lin, scoot over a bit to give us some room. Wang Bin chuckled, giving him a playful shove. Just as Lin Fan was about to protest, Su Yao generously interjected, Come on over here, little brother. I saved a spot for you. She patted the empty space beside her, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Lin Fan paused, his ears warming, and in an awkward fluster, he brushed the dust off his pants before sheepishly moving over, eliciting a wave of laughter from the group. He focused on his meal, avoiding eye contact with Su Yao. With Lin Fan nestled in between, a barrier was formed, allowing for a more balanced arrangement on both sides. Su Yao occasionally added a piece of tofu to his bowl, chiding softly, Eat more. Look how thin this little brother is. Don't call me little brother. Lin Fan protested, lifting his head, his ears blazing with embarrassment. His voice softening as he recalled the teasing name he had for Zhou Zai, wondering how she was doing now. Oh, getting flustered, are we? Wang Bin chimed in, tossing a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth with a grin. Little Lin, are you worried about being looked down upon by the girls? Laughter erupted around the table, while Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, inwardly lamenting that although he was merely 17, he felt as though an old soul resided within him, making the term little brother feel oddly out of place. Yet, Su Yao remained unfazed. She gently placed another piece of tofu in his bowl, whispering, all right, I won't call you that anymore. Look at you. Your ears are as red as if they might bleed. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria as a figure resembling a leader approached the front. At the other end of the room stood a raised platform typically used for meetings. The man was Hao Daguo, the leader of the farm, whom familiar comrades affectionately referred to as Big Brother Hao. Clearing his throat and tapping the microphone, he commanded immediate silence, all eyes converging upon him. Lin Fan, caught mid-bite of his multigrain bread, quickly swallowed, halting his chopsticks mid-air. Comrades, Hao Daguo's voice resonated, powerful and authoritative, carrying an undeniable weight. While you're enjoying your meal, I would like to say a few words. He paused, surveying the room, and continued. This morning I received numerous requests for gloves. We will address this issue promptly, and they will be distributed this afternoon. Additionally, many have expressed their fatigue and complaints. This indicates your strong spirit, but I urge everyone to remember that farm work is not a task to be completed in a day or two. We must learn to adapt and persist. The tasks ahead are substantial, and we cannot falter at the slightest difficulty. In the days to come, I hope everyone will continue to embody the spirit of resilience, pushing through hardship to complete our harvest tasks as soon as possible. As his words concluded, scattered applause erupted throughout the cafeteria. At the same table, Tian and Yi Xiaofeng whispered, Finally, the gloves are coming. Work will be easier this afternoon. Zhang Xiaolan murmured, Easier said than done. Standing under this sun for half a day feels like being roasted. I never anticipated that farming would be this arduous. My back is still aching. Tian remarked quietly. Here, let me give you a massage. Zhang Weidong, ever the daredevil, chimed in. Scram, you're asking for trouble. Tian, true to her name, smiled sweetly, though her eyes glared. Laughter rippled through the table as they cast disdainful glances at Zhang Weidong. I say, old Zhang, are you everywhere? Lin Fan quipped, noting how he was also the one to provoke Su Yao yesterday, and now Tian. Class leader Zhao stood up, saying, You all take your time eating. I'm going to grab the gloves. Better to get them early. Who knows what might happen if I wait too long and they run out. The old class leader was truly kind, always thinking of his comrades. Just as he was about to turn away, the voice from the platform rang out once more. Big Brother Hao is back again. Everyone's attention was drawn back to him. Comrades, I would like to add one more thing. This morning, a work group reported sighting wild boars nearby. Wild boars can be quite aggressive. Please exercise caution. If spotted, report immediately. A cacophony erupted below. Wild boars? Do they eat people? Tion asked wide-eyed. Well, wild boars don't eat people, but they can bite and charge. Getting hurt by a wild boar can be fatal. The class leader interjected before swiftly exiting. Don't worry. With so many of us here, the wild boar would only run away if it encountered us. Besides, your sickles are weapons too. Just fight back if it comes. Li Wenbing, the bookworm, adjusted his glasses, declaring, You really are a nerd. How are you going to fight it with a sickle? Why not suggest a wrestling match with a wild boar? Wang Bin, the burly Shandong man, bellowed. Hey, am I wrong, old Wang? Li Wenbing likely had never encountered a wild boar, which left him feeling rather uncertain. All right, the wild boar is approaching, ladies. Please step back and leave it to the gentlemen. If we truly do encounter one, we'll have a hearty dinner tonight. Lin Fan mumbled with his mouth full, having just stuffed the last piece of cornbread into his mouth. Oh, I didn't realize this young lad actually possesses quite a bit of courage. If we do run into a wild boar, we might just need him to save the day. Zhang Xilan teased with a laugh. Lin Fan swallowed his food and shot Zhang Xilan a sidelong glance, saying, Courage is one thing, but I have a heart that shines bright red. It is only right to contribute to the safety of our collective. Besides, if we truly encounter a wild boar, with everyone joining in, it will certainly reconsider its actions. I certainly do not wish to hear that someone was gored when we finish work tonight. That would be quite unfortunate. After the meal, the group dispersed in twos and threes. As Lin Fan headed to the tool shed to sharpen his sickle. Having cut all morning, the blade was quite dull. He took a whetstone in hand and squatted by the threshold, diligently honing the blade. Several others were already sharpening their tools, and the shed was supervised by old Lu, who sat at the door, leisurely smoking and humming a tune with his eyes half closed. Though referred to as old Lu, he was not particularly elderly, being just over 40, having lost a leg in combat, and now assigned to manage tools in the rear. He glanced at Lin Fan with a grin. Young man, just arrived, I see. Sharpening your tools will only enhance your efficiency. Lin Fan looked up and smiled. Uncle Lu, this blade is terribly dull. I need to prepare for cutting bean stalks this afternoon. Old Lu nodded knowingly. I see you young intellectuals are quite delicate. You're the first to come for sharpening. You're a clever lad. Ha. Uncle Lu, I heard about the wild boar today. You've been here for quite some time. How should we deal with it? Old Lu exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. Wild boars have tough hides and thick flesh. Their tusks can create a bloody mess. If you encounter one, do not confront it head-on. In these mountains, we lack good firearms. The best approach is to dodge and create noise to scare it away. If you have a gun, shoot from a distance. Engaging it up close is courting death. Lin Fan nodded, the whetstone in his hand continuing its steady movement, the sound resonating with the seriousness. Chapter 11. Hunting the wild boar. Old Lu regarded Lin Fan and suddenly chuckled. Young man, do not seek to show off. If a situation arises, report it immediately. Our farm has its methods. We will not let you face it alone. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I understand the gravity of the situation. If we encounter a wild boar, I will call for help, Lin Fan replied, rising to leave. All right then, go on. Old Lu squinted his eyes, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure before humming the tune of returning from target practice, lightly tapping his pipe against his shoe, a glimmer of unnoticeable approval flickering in his gaze. Under the midday sun, no one worked the fields, preferring the coolness of the underground rooms. Upon Lin Fan's return, he found everyone sprawled on the Kong, napping. He quietly slipped into his own bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, he was soon jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Drowsily, he propped himself up to see class leader Zhao entering, holding a brand new pair of gloves. Comrades, the gloves have arrived. Each of you gets a pair. Remember to wear them before work this afternoon. After speaking, he turned to leave. The dormitory erupted into a flurry of movement as everyone scrambled to retrieve their gloves. Lin Fan joined the crowd, inspecting the gloves in his hands. While they were not particularly refined, just sturdy cotton gloves, they were thick and durable, clearly designed to alleviate the discomfort of handling beanstalks. He felt a wave of relief, grateful that he would not have to endure the prickly task barehanded. The lunch break passed swiftly, and the whistle sounded once more, signaling the group to reconvene in the fields. With their new gloves on, the work felt significantly easier. At least their palms were no longer punctured with tiny holes. Yet, the relentless sun continued to beat down, sweat streaming down their cheeks and soaking their collars. As Lin Fan swung the sickle, his movements became increasingly mechanical, his mind preoccupied with the earlier discussions about wild boars. He couldn't shake the feeling that some unknown threat lurked within the surrounding beanstalks. Stop looking around. Su Yun's voice came from behind him. You're only going to distract yourself. If a wild boar really does come, we have so many people here. What is there to fear? Her tone was light, It carried a sense of unwavering confidence. Lin Fan glanced back at her, noticing her bent over diligently cutting bean stalks. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead in the sunlight. He nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, and returned to his labor. Just as he turned back around, an unusual noise broke the silence. Something had snapped a dry branch, accompanied by a low grunting sound. "Stop!" Class leader Su Yao shouted sharply, prompting everyone to halt their work and collectively gaze toward the source of the sound. There, several dozen meters away in the depths of the bean field, a dark figure was slowly moving, revealing two glimmering tusks. "It's a wild boar," someone exclaimed, plunging the entire group in a momentary chaos. The female comrades swiftly retreated, while the male comrades tightened their grips on their sickles, anxiously watching the approaching figure. Lin Fan felt his heart race, cold sweat forming in his palms. Even with gloves on, he could feel the handle of his sickle dampened by perspiration. "Everyone, remain calm." Class leader Su Yao's voice rang out again, stabilizing the situation. "First, strike the ground to make noise and scare it away. Do not approach recklessly." He led by example, striking the ground with his sickle, and the others quickly followed suit. However, the sound produced was rather muted, resulting in a cacophony of clanging and shouting across the field. The wild boar seemed agitated by the sudden uproar, halting its advance and lifting its head to survey its surroundings with a hostile glare. Moments later, it violently shook its head and charged toward the crowd. "Oh no!" Lin Fan, having lived 2 lives, swiftly crouched down, scooped up a handful of dirt, and hurled it at the wild boar while shouting, "Crouch down. Don't run." His voice was decisive and commanding. Class leader Su Yao immediately reacted, gesturing for everyone to lower themselves. The dirt struck the wild boar squarely in the face, causing it to halt momentarily, its aggression momentarily abated. Gazing at its long tusks, Lin Fan recognized this as a mature male boar, colloquially known as a big cannon egg, notorious for its ferocious temperament and tremendous force. "Class leader, quickly blow the whistle and summon the guard team with guns." Lin Fan glanced around, realizing this was not a solitary boar, but a group. Wild boars are social creatures, and he noticed several dark shapes lingering in the bean stalks, slowly approaching. They must have considered this area their feeding ground, unaware that the farm was about to harvest. Class leader Su Yao promptly pulled out his whistle and blew 3 sharp notes, the piercing sound slicing through the fields. In the distance, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed as the guard team responded to the signal, rushing forward with their rifles. "Class leader Su Yao, what's the situation?" The lead guard, Li Zigang, inquired while assessing the unfolding scene. The wild boar group had formed a half circle, the leading male boar pawing the ground and emitting low growls, creating an atmosphere taut with tension. The guard team consisted of 4 members, all armed with rifles. Given the number of people in the field, they were cautious about firing shots for fear of stray bullets. "Class leader Su Yao, instruct your people to fall back." Li Zigang commanded in a low voice, his rifle steady and aimed at the wild boar group. Lin Fan quickly organized everyone to retreat in an orderly manner, taking slow steps to avoid provoking the boars further. "Guard team members, be mindful of your firing angles. Ensure you avoid hitting anyone," Lin Fan shouted. Li Zigang nodded in acknowledgement, then ordered his team to spread out in a fan formation. The wild boars sensed the shift in dynamics, their front hooves anxiously digging into the soil, nostrils flaring as they exhaled puffs of steam. Suddenly, a startled wild boar burst forth, igniting the entire herd into a frenzied charge. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he witnessed the decisive action of the team leader, who resolutely pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the bullet whizzed past the boar's tusks, exploding into a cloud of dust and debris in the muddy ground. The terrified boar let out a furious roar, veering off course and crashing through 2 sturdy bean stalks, suddenly turning towards the team leader, Li Zigang. The distance was perilously close. The team leader's eyes widened in alarm, unable to adjust his aim in time. He instinctively rolled to the side just as the boar's tusks grazed his shoulder, tearing through his padded jacket and splattering droplets of blood. Originally, the 4 members of the protective team were positioned at the forefront, with Lin Fan leading the retreat. Little did they expect such an abrupt turn of events, as the team leader was sent tumbling several meters away, his firearm clattering to the ground. In this chaotic formation, the remaining 3 members hesitated to fire, as their weapons were aimed towards the crowd. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan dashed forward in a single bound, leaping to retrieve the fallen rifle, rolling beside the team leader, and immediately taking aim. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, a fine replica of the Soviet AKS, now widely equipped in the military for its high accuracy and moderate recoil. The bullet struck the boar's front leg, blood gushing forth as the massive creature let out a mournful cry and staggered to its knees. A second shot rang out, striking its head, causing the boar to convulse violently before collapsing with a resounding thud. The remaining wild boars, startled by the gunfire, scattered in disarray. The echo of gunfire reverberated across the field as Lin Fan adopted a kneeling position to shoot the large boar, steady and precise. Rising to his feet, he transitioned to a standing stance, continuing to fire in rapid succession, each shot lethal and the trajectory slicing through the air with impeccable accuracy. The magazine held 10 rounds. Lin Fan maintained his composure, wasting no ammunition, taking down 5 wild boars with 7 shots, while the remaining piglets fled in a panic. At this moment, the other 3 members of the protective team quickly regrouped, forming a triangular formation to block the escape routes of the remaining wild boars. Chapter 12. Feast of Meat. A flurry of rapid gunfire shattered the tranquility of the fields, the remaining wild boars tumbling in agony amid the rain of bullets, dust, and blood mingling in the air. Lin Fan moved with the fluidity of someone who had trained 1,000 times, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the battlefield. The smoke had yet to clear when the team leader struggled to rise, blood staining his shoulder, yet he managed to give a thumbs up as silence reclaimed the land. The bean plants swayed gently, as if the life-and-death moment had never occurred. Lin Fan caressed the rifle, returning it to Captain Lee, the barrel still warm, its metallic surface reflecting the soft light of autumn. Impressive marksmanship. Young man, Lee exclaimed, inhaling deeply while grimacing against the pain in his shoulder. Your shooting skills are remarkable. And no, I just shot randomly. Lin Fan stammered. Randomly? 7 shots, 5 boars in half a minute, alternating between kneeling and standing positions, with trajectories as precise as a textbook. Lee chuckled, disbelief evident in his eyes. Your random shooting has outclassed us veterans. Captain Lee, you're injured. Let the medic examine you. Don't be stubborn. This injury needs prompt attention, or it could lead to infection, Lin Fan urged, squatting down to inspect the wound, his brow furrowed. The boar's tusks could carry bacteria, and tetanus was no trivial matter. Captain Lee attempted to speak, but was silenced by Lin Fan's firm grip on his shoulder. Xiao Lin is right. Sergeant Zhao approached. We need to get the captain to the infirmary. Don't tough it out, Captain. As Zhao helped Lee to his feet, he nodded at Lin Fan. If it weren't for your quick reflexes today, the outcome could have been dire. Lin Fan stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. All right, old sergeant, you take Captain Lee for treatment. I'll handle things here. We're having meat tonight. As Lin Fan's words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. The weariness on their faces vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Although the wild boars were fierce, they now lay in the fields, transformed into a rare and delectable reward. Several men stepped forward, uniting to hoist the wild boars onto a cart, preparing to take them back for processing and division. Lin Fan, your shooting is truly extraordinary, Zhang Xilan teased. It seems we'll need to ask for your guidance more often. Who knows when we might encounter such a situation again? Lin Fan smiled, waving his hand dismissively. There's no guidance. It was merely luck. Besides, if the protective team hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have managed these creatures alone. Su Yao, standing nearby and observing the bustling crowd, suddenly remarked to Lin Fan, actually, I believe you possess more than just luck. The angles and timing of those shots were executed with a precision that surpasses the ordinary. She paused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, but hey, thinking about the meat we'll have tonight makes me happy. I've never tasted wild boar before. Neither have I. Several young intellectuals gathered around, while Su Yao playfully poked the boar's rear with a sickle, eliciting laughter from a group. Lin Fan gazed at the mischievous smile on Su Yao's face, his heart stirred. Yet he remained silent, quietly collecting the spent shells one by one. Lin Fan, just as he bent down to pocket the shells, Su Yao approached, extending her hand towards him. What's up? Lin Fan was momentarily puzzled. The shells. Could I have one? Just as a keepsake. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. I want one too. Several of the young women chimed in, clamoring for their own shells. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded, retrieving a few clean shells from his pocket and distributing them one by one. Here, take care of them. You ladies like this sort of thing? Not fond of feminine adornments, but rather armed mementos? As soon as he uttered these words, a chorus of playful jeers erupted. Zhang Xilan shoved him playfully. You're such a chatterbox. However, Su Yao gently caressed the shell in her hand, whispering, this is not just a mere souvenir. It's your medal. Each one etched with the story of today. Perhaps one day in the future. She hesitated, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Forget it. It's just very meaningful. Li Wenbing cast her a curious glance. Comrade Su Yao, that was beautifully said. More moving than anything I've read in books. Su Yun smiled, but chose to remain silent, carefully placing the shell into her pocket. With a dozen shells to share, both the men and women enjoyed their mementos. Even the bookish Li Wenbing grinned broadly as he held one. All right, enough of the merriment. Let's get the wild boars back to clean and prepare. Lin Fan waved his hand as dusk approached, urging them to return quickly for the kitchen to begin their preparations. Responding to his call, several individuals stepped forward, pushing the cart back. Along the way, the beanstalks swayed in the breeze, the remnants of the setting sun casting a warm glow upon the fields, illuminating everyone's faces with a rosy hue. Upon returning to the farm, the kitchen staff's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a large haul of wild boars being brought in. Get the pots ready, boil some water. We're adding to tonight's feast, the head chef shouted, immediately bustling into action. Others gathered around, eager to assist. Before long, news of Lin Fan's successful hunt spread throughout the entire farm. Even the leadership made a point to inquire about the details, commending Lin Fan for his composure under pressure. Naturally, the most significant revelation was that everyone at the farm knew there would be meat to enjoy tonight. A feast of pork. Moments later, the large pot was steaming, the vapors rising and filling the courtyard. Experienced workers rolled up their sleeves and began processing the wild boar meat with deft and precise movements. They first scalded the skin in hot water, then scraped off the hair, and finally chopped the meat into manageable pieces. Some took charge of breaking down the bones. Others prepared the vegetables, while a few busily mixed spices, creating a bustling atmosphere in the kitchen. While the kitchen buzzed with excitement, it was still not time to stop working. There were beans to be harvested. The autumn harvest waits for no one. In the north, winter arrives swiftly, and who knows when the first snow will fall. If the autumn harvest tasks remain unfinished before the snow arrives, it could spell disaster. This brief interlude invigorated the weary crowd, lifting their spirits. The sickle for harvesting beans was wielded with renewed vigor, and the laughter along the ridges of the fields grew more abundant. With a thwack, a roe deer was struck, a ladle scooped up fish, and wild chickens flew straight into the pot. And lo, even a wild boar presented itself at our doorstep. Li Wenbing, while swinging his sickle, jest, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from the group. Su Yun, her head bowed as she cut the beans, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Bookworm. This northern wilderness truly has a way of wilding people. Look at our class's bookworm, even telling jokes now. Li Wenbing scratched his head and chuckled. I learned it from you all. Lin Fan, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Wang Bin straightened his back, wiped his brow, and called out to Lin Fan. Where's the drink? Lin Fan replied skeptically. In this day and age, alcohol tea is something you can just summon. I've hidden a bottle of sorghum liquor, originally saved for the new year. It must be open today, Wang Bin said mysteriously. Old Wang, if you want a drink, do so yourself. Lin Fan is still so young. Why bring him into it? Su Yun immediately shot him a glare, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Just one bottle. It's a celebration. There's no more to drink anyway. I can hardly bear to touch it myself. Shandong men are famously fond of their liquor. Lin Fan chuckled and waved his hand to decline, but Su Yun glared at him. No going, we have work tomorrow. Wang Bin, unfazed, chuckled to himself and resumed gathering his sickle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the whistle signaling the end of work finally sounded, casting golden rays upon the swaths of fallen bean stalks, elongating their shadows. The group made their way back, carrying their sickles with light steps, discussing the evening's pig feast and Wang Bin's cherished bottle of sorghum liquor. Chapter 13. The drinking gathering in the earth cellar as they ambled back. The talk of drinks persisted. In a bit, let us bring all the dishes back to our earth cellar and set up a table there. To avoid the chatter and commotion of the crowded dining hall, Wang Bin boomed, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, you seem quite accustomed to this. Confess. Do you often indulge in solitary feasts? Zhang Xilan teased, laughing. Wang Bin's face reddened as he waved his hands in protest. How could that be? I said it was saved for the new year. This is just the first time we've encountered such a festive occasion. Laughter erupted, and their pace quickened. As the door to the earth cellar swung open, a rush of cool air mixed with the scent of earth greeted them, making the evening glow outside seem all the more inviting. The oil lamp flickered to life, utensils were set, and the bottle of sorghum liquor was gingerly brought forth by Wang Bin, the old class monitor, accompanied by a few female comrades, who returned with steaming bowls of pig feast alongside steamed buns and rice. The glossy slices of meat shimmered enticingly under the lamp, and as they were placed at the center of the table, a mouth-watering aroma enveloped the entire cellar, making everyone involuntarily swallow. Wang Bin retrieved a bottle of liquor from beside the bed, grinning widely. This is my old friend, hidden away for 3 years. Before he could finish, everyone had gathered in a circle, their eyes fixated on the bottle of sorghum liquor. The flickering light cast a rosy hue on their faces, filling the room with excitement and anticipation. Lin Fan watched as Wang Bin solemnly uncorked the bottle, pouring for everyone. The rich aroma of the liquor filled the cramped cellar, mingling with the warmth of the pig feast, prompting deep breaths of delight. Come, let's toast to our great hero of the day. Wang Bin raised the first glass, nodding toward Lin Fan. If it weren't for your sharp shooting and quick reflexes, that wild boar would have escaped, and we wouldn't be enjoying such delicious meat tonight. Lin Fan quickly waved his hands. No, this credit belongs to everyone. Without the timely support from the guard team, I couldn't have handled it alone. Although he modestly declined, he accepted the cup and took a cautious sip. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, igniting a warm sensation, and he couldn't help but smirk. What a fine drink. Truly potent. Indeed, this is my prized treasure. Rarely even seen by others, Wang Bin boasted, pouring himself another glass before distributing to everyone. Under the oil lamp, his face flushed, he appeared particularly generous. Su Yao lifted her cup, sniffed the liquor, and wrinkled her nose. Such a strong flavor. How can you men drink this? Just as she intended to set down her cup, Zhang Zilan stopped her, saying, Oh no, you can't dodge today. It's a celebration, and no one can drink less. Exactly. Comrade Su Yao, you mustn't act all prim and proper today. Li Wenbing chimed in, feigning seriousness. This is about sharing joys and sorrows. Do you understand? Su Yao shot them a glare, but, unable to resist the crowd's persuasion, steeled herself to take a small sip. The liquor hit her throat, causing her to cough violently, nearly bringing tears to her eyes, which sent everyone into fits of laughter. Zhang Zilan patted her back, chuckling. All right, take your time to adjust. With more practice, you'll get used to it. Lin Fan, observing Su Yao's discomfort, couldn't help but laugh, but then turned serious, addressing Wang Bin. Old Wang, your liquor is too strong. The female comrades might not handle it well. How about diluting it with some water? Absolutely not. This is pure grain sorghum liquor. Adding water would ruin its flavor. Wang Bin adamantly refused, then turned to offer Su Yao a piece of steamed bun. Come, fill your stomach first. Don't drink on an empty stomach. The food quickly graced the table, a large basin of pig feast dominating the center, surrounded by plates of cold bean sprouts, pickled radish strips, and tofu stew with cabbage. The glossy meat slices glimmered enticingly under the light, the thick broth wafting with the aromas of scallions and chili. Someone eagerly grabbed a piece of meat and popped it into their mouth, immediately releasing a satisfied murmur. Delicious, truly fragrant. Zhang Weidong mumbled through chews, praising. This wild boar meat has so much more texture than farm pork. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes. Indeed, this is our own hunted game. It carries a different significance. Team leader Zhao interjected, raising his glass in a toast. Come, everyone, let us raise another glass to celebrate today's bountiful harvest. The clinking of glasses resonated, laughter and chatter intertwining, transforming the humble earth cellar into a vibrant hub of joy. Lin Fan leaned against the edge of the calm, taking in the scene before him, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within. This atmosphere, simple yet genuine, made him feel as if he had returned to the cherished camaraderie of collective life. Lin Fan, tell me honestly, did you serve in the military? Su Yao suddenly leaned in to ask, her eyes sparkling. How else can one explain your precise marksmanship and calm demeanor in the face of danger? Lin Fan was taken aback, but quickly smiled and shook his head. Not at all. I'm just an ordinary youth, with no background to speak of. Today's performance was simply a stroke of luck. I don't believe you. Su Yao pouted, seemingly unwilling to let the topic go, but she relented, saying, regardless of whether you've served or not, we'll remember your performance today. If danger strikes again, we'll be counting on you to protect us. Ha, no problem. Leave it to me. Lin Fan raised his glass, gently clinking it with hers. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the earth's cellar grew even more vibrant. Some began sharing jokes, others sang songs, and a few, emboldened by the liquor, reminisced about the flavors of home. Time slipped away amidst the laughter and joy, and the old class monitor glanced at Lin Fan with interest, saying, Shaolin, your shooting skills are indeed remarkable. Not everyone can achieve such proficiency. Don't be modest. I've served for over a decade, and I can recognize talent when I see it. He paused, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Our unit once had a sharpshooter, and your gaze and posture while shooting remind me of him. That kind of steadiness can only be forged in the crucible of life and death. He sighed, his gaze distant. Back on the front lines, he could have shot down a sparrow flying 100 meters away. Lin Fan lowered his head to sip his drink, a smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. He could not articulate that this skill was a mark left by the cycle of his past life, an instinct forged through countless moments of life and death. He had navigated through a hail of bullets and had been reborn amidst flames and blood. Those memories lay buried deep within his consciousness, now surfacing as the natural instinct that manifested in his every movement in this life. "Old squad leader, you flatter me," Lin Fan murmured. "Come, let us drink. By the way, Shaolin, the farm security team, is shorthanded. We're going to conduct live fire drills in a couple of days, and the instructor asked me to recommend some promising candidates. You were the first one that came to my mind." The old squad leader patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, his tone earnest. "What do you think? Are you interested in giving a try?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Su Yao had already excitedly answered for him. "Of course. Yes, interested. If Lin Fan doesn't go, who will?" The others chimed in enthusiastically, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Lin Fan gazed at the swirling shadows in his cup, and finally nodded gently. "All right, I'll go. Squad leader. I toast to you," Wang Bin said, his hand trembling slightly as he held the cup, his face flushed. "I also want to participate in the drills, alongside Lin Fan. I'm willing to endure hardships. I'll train with all my might, and I'll practice my shooting. I'm sure I can manage." "Huh. Have you thought this through? That's a life-or-death job, not just a game." The old squad leader feigned a stern expression. I can do it, squad leader, I'm not afraid," Wang Bin exclaimed, raising his cup and downing the drink in one go, the veins in his neck standing out, his eyes even glimmering with a hint of blood. The squad leader scrutinized him for a long moment before slowly nodding. "Good. With that kind of spirit, you want to be afraid of not developing your skills." He then turned to Lin Fan, saying with profound significance, "Shaolin, look after him." Lin Fan paused for a moment, raised his cup, and lightly clinked it against Wang Bin's bowl rim. Together, applause erupted in the cellar, the firelight dancing on the faces of the crowd, as if rehearsing for the smoke of battle. Lin Fan was aware that the live fire drills for the security team concealed a sudden enemy situation exercise, prepared to respond to potential border conflicts. In the context of the increasingly tense international situation, this exercise was not a mere drill. It was a genuine pre-test of combat readiness. All for the declaration: always be prepared. In his previous life, he had no opportunity to participate, but in this life, he had finally waited for it. Of course, the farm security team was not a real military unit. It could not even be classified as a reserve force, but rather a makeshift militia composed of educated youth and retired soldiers, engaged in basic shooting and formation training. Chapter 14. A New Life. Men have a penchant for firearms. It is perhaps etched into their very bones, a natural affinity for the cold, hard metal that conveys a sense of power, as if it could awaken dormant courage. With the old squad leader's recommendation, Lin Fan and Wang Bin successfully made it onto the selection list for the farm security team. On the shooting range that morning, the dew had yet to dissipate. Lin Fan's grip on the gun was as steady as a rock, his breath and heartbeat synchronizing into a single line as he squeezed the trigger. Although still on the farm, he had liberated himself from the physical toil of agricultural labor, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the 2-week training. Finally, he could hone his physique. Surprisingly, the security team was personally led by the formidable Brother Hao. On the training ground, however, the concept of formidable was a universe away. He was a man of few words and stern demeanor, his gaze sharp as a blade, his commands delivered with unyielding authority, demanding precision in every movement down to the millimeter. Lin Fan felt the pressure, yet a faint thrill coursed through him. This was precisely the tempering he needed. However, many of those participating in the training were newly assigned educated youth, physically frail and awkward in their movements, struggling to hold their guns steady. In contrast, Lin Fan stood out among the crowd, each of his actions crisp and fluid, as if he had already fused with the weapon. The training ground referred to Hao Guo as the company commander. Having known Lin Fan since the tales of his wild boar hunt spread, Hao Guo had kept an eye on him. Now, witnessing Lin Fan's standard shooting posture and skilled movements, he could not help but express a measure of approval. The intensity of the training escalated daily, with live fire exercises, night marches, and tactical drills alternating in succession. Lin Fan crawled through mud, lay in ambush against the biting wind. The fatigue of his body only sharpened his mind. The youngest among them, Lin Fan exhibited the greatest composure. At this age, the effects of physical training were at their peak. Each moment of gritting his teeth and persevering honed his will. He understood that this was not merely about accumulating physical strength, but about gathering power for the unpredictable crises to come. The various training subjects need not be elaborated upon, nor the hardships and exhaustion. It was undoubtedly far more arduous than agricultural labor. Yet, Lin Fan felt that every drop of sweat was reshaping his destiny. After rigorous selection, The final list of new members for the security team was confirmed, and Lin Fan's name was prominently featured, making him the youngest official member. Out of the original 100 participants, only 27 remained. The rest eliminated either due to insufficient physical capability or wavering resolve. Lin Fan stood at the center of the formation, flanked by comrades who had endured the same trials. Each face had shed its youth, their eyes now exuding a steadiness akin to mountains. These individuals were divided into several teams, each comprising 4 members, each assigned different defensive tasks. Lin Fan's team, Team 3, was responsible for patrolling the northern line, an area characterized by steep mountains and dense forests, ideal for concealing enemy movements. Hao Daguo publicly handed a brand new insignia to Lin Fan. From today onwards, you lead Team 3. Lin Fan accepted it without a word, gripping the badge tightly in his palm as if receiving a silent promise. This was also Lin Fan's greatest joy. For the further north they ventured, the more wildlife there would be. Wild boars and roe deer often roamed, and even traces of bears could be found. He had his sights set on prospering in this mountainous terrain. Coincidentally, the robust Wang Bin was also in his team. The two had previously competed during training, neither willing to yield. Now, fighting side by side, they had developed a tacit understanding and gradually became each other's most trusted partners. As an armed force, the security team was directly overseen by Hao Daguo, who was responsible to the farm's headquarters. With the addition of 7 new squads, alongside the 9 original ones, there were now a total of 16 combat groups on duty day and night, with their patrol range covering the entire farm and the surrounding border. All the new team members were drawn from the original squads, and the existing production tasks were accordingly adjusted. Accommodations were also reorganized for centralized management, ensuring a swift response to emergencies. Thus, Lin Fan and Wang Bin moved out of the cellar and into a wooden cabin. This location was somewhat distant from the farm, marking the edge of the farm's territory. And shared with them were 2 other team members, Yuan Shifeng and Li Qinggai, both taciturn yet possessing remarkable shooting accuracy. The 8th of August farm sprawled over vast expanses, with tens of thousands of acres of fertile land spanning 3 valleys, stretching over 10 miles, connecting to the primal forest to the north and vital transport routes to the south. The wooden cabin where Lin Fan's Team 3 was stationed was perched at the northernmost mountain pass of the farm. The tasks assigned by the farm primarily involved safeguarding the northern passage, investigating suspicious tracks, preventing infiltration from abroad, ensuring the safety of the farm's crops from wildlife damage, and forest fire prevention. When Lin Fan and his team arrived at their station, darkness had already fallen and the mountain wind howled through the treetops. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, a wave of dry wooden fragrance greeting him. The interior was simply furnished, with 2 large beds positioned on either side. Although they were referred to as beds, they were merely places to sleep. In the middle stood a long table adorned with an oil lamp and a few duty records. A map of the farm hung on the wall, with the northern line area circled in red, particularly striking. First, let us put our things down. We need to quickly familiarize ourselves with the environment, Lin Fan said as he approached the wall to closely examine the map. Wang Bin had already begun unpacking, muttering, "This place is quite nice, much better than the cellar." Yuan Shifeng and Li Qinggai silently checked their equipment. A sudden rustling sound emerged from outside, prompting Lin Fan to alertly grasp the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle leaning against the wall. Wang Bin immediately rose to his feet. The two exchanged a knowing glance before gently pushing the door open to investigate. Bathed in the moonlight, they discovered several wild rabbits foraging in the yard, and they both exhaled in relief. This evening, they were scheduled for night watch duty, taking turns every 2 hours. Lin Fan turned to his comrades and remarked that although it was peacetime, they were tasked with guarding the border, and carelessness was not an option. The others nodded in agreement, beginning to tidy their respective sleeping areas. Once the kerosene lamp was extinguished, darkness engulfed the room. Lying on his bed, Lin Fan listened to the howling mountain winds outside, his thoughts gradually drifting away. He understood that from this day forward, a new chapter of life would unfold. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the wooden-roofed house. Lin Fan opened the window, and a refreshing breeze greeted him. The scenery at the northern mountain pass was exquisite. Distant mountains rolled endlessly, and the nearby pines whispered in the wind, occasionally punctuated by the melodious calls of birds. He inhaled deeply, savoring a long-lost sense of tranquility and strength. Wang Bin had already risen, crouched in the yard, meticulously cleaning his firearm with focused precision. Upon noticing Lin Fan's presence, he flashed a grin and said, "Captain, isn't it time for our patrol today? I can hardly wait to explore the mountains. I've heard there are wild boars about." Lin Fan nodded, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed toward the dense northern forest. He knew that this seemingly tranquil land might conceal unknown dangers. After a simple breakfast, Lin Fan made a brief work arrangement. Given the need for round-the-clock vigilance, shifts would be divided, with 2 people per group, each working 12-hour stints. Yuan Shifeng and Li Chengai, having stood guard the previous night, would remain to rest. Lin Fan and Wang Bin examined the map on the table, deciding to split up, one heading east, the other west, to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Before departing, Lin Fan instructed everyone to remain ever vigilant, even keeping one eye open while sleeping. Despite being the youngest, Lin Fan's demeanor as captain radiated a maturity and authority beyond his years. Wang Bin suppressed his smile, silently loading bullets in his magazine. When their eyes met, no words were necessary. They shared an unspoken understanding that this serene mountain forest allowed for no room for negligence. Chapter 15. The chaotic slaughter. Lin Fan slung the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle over his shoulder, fully stocked with ammunition. The farm had equipped each team with 1,000 rounds, and Lin Fan discreetly stashed away 200 rounds for emergencies. The two stepped outside, the morning light casting elongated shadows, resembling solitary wolves poised to enter the dense forest. Alert, composed, and unyielding, Wang Bin, carrying his rifle and humming a cheerful tune, appeared relaxed as he headed east. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, adhering to the plan, ventured west alone, map in hand, periodically referencing the terrain to confirm his route. Upon entering the thicket, the atmosphere around him fell eerily silent. Towering pines obscured the sunlight, and the thick carpet of fallen leaves muffled his footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted, crouching down to meticulously examine several fresh hoof prints that caught his eye. These prints were deep, with clear edges, evidently left not long ago. Frowning, Lin Fan deduced from their shape and size that they belonged to wild boars, and the spacing suggested they were of considerable size. He reached out to touch a nearby tree trunk, discovering fresh scratch marks, likely made by the boars sharpening their tusks. They must be close, Lin Fan murmured to himself, swiftly scanning his surroundings while slightly raising the muzzle of his rifle, ready to respond to any sudden developments. His movements were light and cautious, akin to a predator stalking its prey, striving to minimize his presence. In the dim forest, dappled sunlight occasionally filtered through the leaves. Lin Fan held his breath, intently listening to the sounds around him. The wind, the rustle of leaves, and the distant calls of birds intertwined. Yet no unusual sounds disrupted the tranquility. Nonetheless, his instincts warned him that danger might be lurking nearby. He continued to track the hoof prints, his steps slow yet steady. After walking for about 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a clearing, overgrown with weeds, clearly trampled by large animals. Crouching behind a bush, Lin Fan observed a patch of muddy ground in the center of the clearing, where more hoof prints and freshly disturbed soil indicated the boars had been foraging. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from his left. Lin Fan abruptly turned his head, catching sight of the bushes shifting slightly before falling still again. Gripping his rifle tightly, his heart raced, yet he maintained his composure. He knew that any reckless action could startle his quarry and potentially place him in peril. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan adjusted his stance, opting for a more concealed position and exercising patience. Time passed slowly, and just as he began to suspect that the sound was merely the wind stirring the branches, a massive shadow suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, charging straight into the clearing. It was an adult wild boar. Its size dwarfed that of a typical domestic pig, covered in coarse bristles, tusks glinting ominously, its gaze fierce and vigilant. The boar seemed to sense something amiss, halting in its tracks, nostrils flaring as it sought to detect any potential threats. Lin Fan refrained from firing immediately, fixating intently on the boar's every movement. His finger lightly rested on the trigger, his mind swiftly calculating the angle and distance for a shot. A hasty gunfire could provoke the boar, leading to dire consequences if he failed to strike a vital area. Just as the boar moved again, Lin Fan seized the opportunity. He decisively squeezed the trigger, the gunshot shattering the forest stillness as the bullet struck the boar's shoulder with precision. The wounded creature let out a piercing scream, thrashing in agony, but soon collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The gunfire startled a flock of birds in the distance, causing them to scatter into the sky. Not far ahead, several juvenile wild boars bolted from the grass in a panic, followed closely by 2 sizable sows that quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of their young. Growling fiercely in Lin Fan's direction, their eyes flashing with ferocity and maternal instinct, Lin Fan held his breath, tightening his grip on the rifle as he cautiously retreated. using the bushes for cover to stealthily shift his position. Though the sows were fierce, they did not charge. They merely safeguarded their offspring, retreating step by step. Trying to escape? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly assessed the situation. He was alone here, unable to coordinate with anyone. If he had a partner, one could engage the sows head-on while the other flanked them, forcing them into a panic and right into an ambush. But for now, he had to rely solely on himself. Steadying his breath, he lowered the rifle's muzzle slightly and aimed at the front leg of the nearest sow, decisively opening fire. Bang! 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 The shots rang out again, this time in a series of 3, accurately striking both sows. One sow collapsed after being hit in the front leg, while the other staggered, still attempting to remain upright. A small yellow piglet was also knocked to the ground by the bullet's momentum, letting out a pitiful cry before stretching out its legs, motionless. A few other yellow piglets, terrified, bolted toward the depths of the forest. Lin Fan swiftly rose, raising his rifle to aim. Bang! 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 3 shots echoed, and the fleeing piglets fell one by one, with only one managing to dive into a thick thicket at the last moment, disappearing from view. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, gazing at the swaying foliage before gradually lowering his rifle. The wind swept through the valley, carrying with it a rustling sound, and silence fell once more in the depths of the vines. He refrained from pursuing, knowing that a venture recklessly into the thicket would equate to walking into a trap. Blood soaked the fallen leaves, and the air was thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder. Lin Fan stowed his rifle and approached the fallen prey, his boots crunching softly on the damp, decaying leaves. Lin Fan cautiously drew near, only relaxing once he confirmed the wild boar was unequivocally dead. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart brimming with joy. This was merely the first day of patrolling, yet the spoils were considerable. In these times of scarcity, such a bounty could be exchanged for ample provisions and necessities. 1 adult wild boar, 2 sows, and 4 piglets. Lin Fan was poised to attempt to store them in his space. However, he felt a pang of anxiety. The space had never housed living prey, let alone a freshly slain carcass. Would the boar, unboiled, spoil after prolonged storage? Even if he bled it, would it rot over time? Such uncertainties loomed large, and he wondered how to proceed. Crouching down, he drew his dagger and swiftly slit the sow's throat to let it bleed, his movements precise yet tinged with hesitation. The warm blood seeped into the earth as he furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. He resolved to conduct a careful examination of the space's properties, trying a small piece of bloody meat within. His heart raced, and after a moment he retrieved it, discovering the meat still vivid red, with no signs of decay. Then an idea struck him. He pulled out his water flask, filled with hot water from earlier that morning. The flask still radiated warmth, and upon lifting the lid, steam curled upwards, revealing that the water remained scalding hot. Quite remarkable, considering it should have cooled significantly by now in a natural environment. Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. Time within the space seemed to be suspended, and the state of matter preserved intact. Gazing intently at the flask's opening, he mused that fresh meat could indeed be stored here without worry, potentially for extended periods. This revelation exhilarated him far more than the day's hunt. Chapter 16. A little feast. His eyes sparkled with newfound joy. This meant the space could perfectly preserve his catch. No longer hesitating, Lin Fan quickly stored the 4 piglets and the 2 sows, taking special care with the adult boar. He deftly opened its abdomen and cleared out the entrails with precision. This boar was no small creature, nearly the size of a calf, its hide remarkably tough and shiny, suitable for crafting leather boots, protective gear, or durable tool bags. Lin Fan meticulously categorized the cleaned innards before stowing the useful parts away in his space. He envisioned tanning the boar's hide in a boot for his sister and mother, and perhaps a pair for the petite Su Yao. He surveyed the ground, now stained with blood and scattered hoofprints, and covered the traces with dry branches to conceal them. Realizing it was unwise to linger, he tidied his gear and buried the last remnants of blood before quietly retreating into the depths of the forest. The setting sun filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon his shoulders as he moved with nimbleness, his heart light with contentment. At this time of year, deep autumn had settled over the mountains, rendering the woods eerily quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. Lin Fan treaded upon the thick carpet of fallen foliage, encountering various small creatures along the way, squirrels leaping among the branches, hares darting through the underbrush, and the occasional bird call shattering the stillness. Upon returning to the temporary camp, twilight had enveloped the sky. Wang Bin and the others were busy kindling a fire to prepare dinner, when they saw Lin Fan return, a small wild boar slung over his shoulder. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Bin leapt to his feet, dropping his spatula beside the fire, you actually caught a wild boar? Lin Fan grinned, gently setting down the little creature he had specifically brought back for the group, retrieved from a space nearby, deliberately keeping the grand secret to himself. Come on, let's get to work. Tonight we feast. He clapped his hands and crouched down to skillfully process the boar, his knife gliding effortlessly through flesh and bone. Wang Bin scratched his head, muttering, "You really hit the jackpot today. This is splendid. A life worth living is one with meat on the table." Others gathered around, their faces alight with excitement as they eagerly assisted in skinning and butchering the meat. The smoke spiraled upward as the fat sizzled over the flames. Though we lack seasonings, a bit of salt and chili would be perfect. Yet, even roasted like this, it's incredibly fragrant, Lin Fan remarked, flipping the meat as the grease dripped, causing the flames to dance joyfully, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. The group sat in a circle, their stomachs rumbling in anticipation, eyes glimmering with desire. Lin Fan realized he had not prepared adequately. He had not considered that the camp lacked basic utensils, let alone salt and spices. I'll head to town later to procure some essentials. For now, let us make do. Make do. Just having fresh wild boar is a luxury. Didn't you see how the comrades on the farm nearly licked their plates clean after your last catch? Wang Bin's loud voice prompted laughter among the group, the firelight illuminating their simple, joyful faces. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, recalling the words from Kaiman Yeashu. The beauty of meat lies in the fat of the antelope, the freshness of the elk. Despite the absence of salt and condiments, the genuine flavor of the wilderness was inherent. The wild boar's leg, glistening with golden fat, dripped with savory goodness, its aroma wrapping around them like a divine gift. In the chill of late autumn, warmth filled their hearts. "Ha ha, your words might just offend the entire farm." Yuan Shifeng chimed in. Wang Bin chuckled, the fire casting a rosy hue upon his face. Lin Fan lowered his gaze, turning the meat over while a smile played at the corners of his lips, contemplating his next trip to town. "Let us start with the leg meat. It's the most tender." Lin Fan sliced off a generous portion and handed it over, the steam rising invitingly. Yuan Shifeng took it, biting into the meat, exclaiming that it was delightful. They all ate and laughed, their voices mingling with the night breeze. "If only we had some wine," came Wang Bin's remark, as he savored a mouthful, still yearning for more. Lin Fan looked up at the starry sky and said softly, "Next time I go to town, I'll bring back some wine." Yes, bring back some wine. But how can we spare the manpower for that?" Wang Bin was initially enthusiastic, but grew despondent, scratching his head with a wry smile. Lin Fan observed him, then glanced at the weary, yet satisfied faces of the others. And an idea sparked within him. "I have a plan that doesn't require any of you to go." The group paused, intrigued, but he merely popped a piece of crispy, fragrant meat into his mouth, leaving them with a cryptic, "You'll find out when the time comes." The night breeze swept through the forest, the fire crackling as they gathered around, the stars twinkling like dust. The tender meat of the little wild boar was exceptionally sweet, rich with fat, yet not greasy. "Old Wang, did you uncover anything on your eastern patrol today?" Lin Fan asked casually, slicing meat to feed himself as he inquired. Wang Bin shook his head. "The woods are dense. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, though there seemed to be some fresh tracks. But the prints were too faint to discern, likely left a couple of days ago." Lin Fan paused, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze shifted to the shadowy depths of the forest. Could it be local hunters venturing into the mountains? He raised an eyebrow and asked. Old Wang exhaled a bone from his mouth. "I can't say for sure. It was too unclear. Was it one person or several? Any sign of dogs?" Old Wang squinted, recalling the prints were scattered, too shallow to determine the number, and I didn't see any paw prints. "Captain, what is your take on this?" Leeching Guy asked, twirling the stick holding the pork. "I have no particular theory. Just remain vigilant. You two will be on watch tonight. Don't be careless. If anything happens, call us." Everyone nodded in agreement, the laughter around the fire gradually waning as the night wind brushed through the treetops, bringing a chill. Lin Fan finished the last piece of meat, used a blade of grass to clean his teeth, stood, and brushed off his clothes, then extinguished the campfire with dirt. He then softly said, "Time to rest. It's been a long day. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip back to the farm to fetch a pot." In the depths of northern autumn, the temperatures remained quite low, so it would be wise to secure a fireplace. Winter was fast approaching, and the wooden cabin couldn't accommodate an open flame nor a heated bed. He needed to find a way to keep warm, or the biting cold at night would become unbearable. Lin Fan lay on the makeshift wooden bed, hands cradling his head, and drifted into a deep slumber. On the following dawn, as the mist still lingered in the mountains, Lin Fan shouldered his backpack and prepared to set off. Before departing, he instructed Wang Bin and the others, "Continue to be vigilant of your surroundings today. particularly towards the east. If any strangers approach, ascertain their intentions before making any decisions. Wang Bin patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Captain, we'll take turns keeping watch. No one will slip past us. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan turned and stepped into the mist-enshrouded woods. With a light-hearted stride, he remained acutely focused. The journey from the wooden hut back to the farm headquarters spanned approximately 10 miles. As he traversed the forest, treading upon leaves, he paid little heed to the dewdrops that dampened the cuffs of his trousers. As the morning light brightened and birds began to chirp, he occasionally passed a babbling brook. Kneeling down, he scooped up a handful of water and splashed it onto his face. The chill penetrated to his bones, yet it invigorated his mind. This mountain, this scenery, was truly enchanting. Lin Fan, what brings you back? He was unexpectedly confronted by his former squad leader at the entrance of the canteen. I came to gather some supplies, and well, I missed breakfast. I thought I might see if there's any leftover food in the canteen, he replied. The two entered the dining hall side by side. Ah, is that not our dear Lin Fan? The familiar voice of Su Yun chimed in, laced with playful mockery, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops in autumn. Comrade Su Yun. Lin Fan turned to see her holding an aluminum lunchbox in the morning light. You've darkened a bit, and perhaps grown less attractive. Sigh. He feigned a dramatic lament. With a playful lift of her lunchbox, Su Yun's grin widened. Missing me already? Can you believe it's only been a few days? I might just have to knock some sense into you. Continue your banter, will you? Hand over the lunchbox. I'll help you get some food, the squad leader interjected with a chuckle as he took the lunchbox and headed towards the kitchen. Lin Fan followed Su Yun to join their original group at a table where everyone was gathered, chattering away with curious inquiries. As Su Yun sat beside him, she casually remarked, what is the allure of living in a wooden hut up in the mountains? Isn't it far more stable at the headquarters? Comrade Su Yun, we must elevate our consciousness. The places that require our labor are where we ought to be. I am but a brick in the revolution. Wherever I am needed, there shall I go. Lin Fan adopted a mock-serious tone, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement. With a playful roll of her eyes, Su Yun playfully slapped his shoulder. Stop using highfalutin rhetoric to fool me. I know you're just tired of the confinement at the headquarters and seeking some freedom in the mountains. As Su Yun teased him, the squad leader approached with a steaming bun and pickles, handing them to Lin Fan. Here, eat while it's hot. Gratefully accepting the lunchbox, Lin Fan took a bite, the warmth causing him to exhale sharply, yet the flavor was exceptionally delightful. Did you hear? There's a wanted notice posted on the bulletin board at the headquarters. Tian suddenly lowered her voice while sipping her corn porridge. It's for an escaped convict. A full sheet of paper warning us to stay alert. They say he is dangerous. Lin Fan nearly choked on his bun, an inexplicable tension gripping his heart. Su Yun frowned. Really? We should check it out later. Is there a photo? Otherwise, how would we recognize him if he stood right in front of us? There is a photo, a black and white mugshot, but whether we could identify him from just that is questionable. Chun Xiaolin interjected, her brow furrowed. Not necessarily. A photo is static. People change in appearance, gain or lose weight, alter their hairstyles. It's not that simple. Besides, if an escaped convict dares to flee, he will likely change his appearance. Su Yun paused, her gaze shifting to Lin Fan. Why have you suddenly gone silent? Huh? I was just pondering whether I should also take a look at the photo later. Do you think that convict might hide in the mountains? Lin Fan murmured, his eyes drifting towards the distant mountain shadows. After finishing their meal, the group dispersed. The farm was scattered with piles of soybean stalks, which needed to be dried before threshing. Threshing was no easy task. Currently, there were two primary methods. The first involved using a flail manually, which was labor-intensive and inefficient. After the first threshing, a second was necessary to prevent any missed seeds, typically employing livestock to pull a heavy stone roller over the stalks. Tractors were scarce, and mechanization was minimal. Lin Fan made his way towards the farm office, where people were busy spreading out the dried stalks in the golden autumn sun. The bulletin board was mounted on the wall outside the office, where a small crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing the latest notice. Pausing briefly, Lin Fan squeezed into the throng. The most recently posted notice was indeed that wanted poster. The black and white image appeared somewhat blurred, yet one could discern a gaunt face with deep-set eyes and tightly pursed lips that emanated a sense of menace. The accompanying text stated that the individual was named Zhao Taizu, approximately 35 years old, around 6 feet tall, and had previously been imprisoned for manslaughter before escaping. It was said that he was familiar with the mountainous terrain and might be armed, posing a significant danger. Lin Fan scrutinized the photograph, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. In these times, information was not as readily available as in the future. The reach of a wanted notice was limited. Yet in these desolate mountains, a person could vanish as if they had sunk into the sea. The man's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate through the paper, striking at Lin Fan's very core. Coupled with the mysterious footprints Wang Bin had discovered the previous day, Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeper. The poster concluded with a reward of 100 yuan. If this fugitive had indeed taken refuge in the mountains and was armed, the safety of their temporary camp would be in jeopardy. Isn't it rather terrifying? Su Yun's voice broke through his thoughts. She had approached unnoticed, still holding the half-eaten bun. Indeed, quite frightening. Lin Fan nodded, stepping aside to allow her a better view. Have you seen it? Do you think he might have already entered the mountains? Su Yun glanced at the wanted notice, clicking her tongue. Who knows? But they will surely need to enhance patrols around the farm. The leaders are likely discussing countermeasures. Lin Fan did not respond, instead turning his gaze towards the distant forest. The autumn wind swept through the treetops, lifting a few dry leaves that danced in the air. Be cautious on your way back. Don't let your bravado get the better of you. Su Yun patted his shoulder, nodding towards the wanted notice. Understood, Lin Fan replied, turning towards the supply warehouse. He needed to quickly gather some essential items, such as salt, seasoning, and thick blankets for warmth. Should the situation deteriorate, these supplies could prove to be vital. At the warehouse entrance, the old custodian was engrossed in checking a list. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up. Young comrade. Here, to collect supplies? To be honest, Lin Fan was not entirely clear on the procedures for obtaining supplies, so he replied, yes, we're stationed in the mountains, and we can't afford to waste time. I'd like to take some extra essentials. Given that the weather is growing colder by the day, and our conditions are quite rudimentary, could I possibly take a few additional cotton coats, along with some padded hats, and a few extra pounds of salt? Is there a fireplace available? Also, we need provisions for our team of 4. The old custodian scrutinized him for a moment before slowly retrieving the registration book from his drawer. There are no fireplaces allocated, none in the entire farm, just coal-burning stoves. As for salt, it's centrally managed. Each person is allowed 4 ounces a month. Anything beyond that requires a special request. Each person has been issued a set of cotton clothing and shoes. You can take 4 complete sets for your team. All right, that sounds fair. We'll ration the salt and take the monthly allocation for now. If we encounter any special circumstances while stationed, we'll return to apply for additional supplies. Does that work? The old custodian nodded, neatly recording the information in the register. Indeed, we find ourselves on the mountainside, preparing to cook over an open flame without even a pot or bowl to our names. The act of kindling a fire outdoors poses a considerable risk, especially given the current dry weather, which heightens the likelihood of forest fires. Might you be so kind as to provide us with an iron pot for enamel mugs? And a simple stove? The old custodian pondered for a moment before flipping through another ledger. You may take a honeycomb coal stove. The iron pot and stove must be allocated, but presently, only a small military pot and a folding stove frame remain in stock. If you do not mind, you may take those for immediate use. We do have 4 enamel mugs left over from last winter's training, which have not been returned. I will record them for you. Do you have any tents? Lin Fan inquired. We just dispatched 1 last week. Currently, we only have a double cotton tent and 4 moisture-proof mats. The old custodian replied without looking up from the ledger. That's splendid. I'll take it. The double tent will suffice. It is certainly better than sleeping outdoors. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, accepting the moisture-proof mats as well. Thank you very much. The custodian glanced up at him, then produced a somewhat new folding shovel from beneath the counter, known in later times as a spade. Here, take this as well. It is useful for digging through snow, clearing paths, and setting up a stove. Though it may seem unassuming, it is truly invaluable. He handed the spade over, and Lin Fan accepted it. Feeling its substantial weight, solid and durable, with serrated edges, clearly not an ordinary farming tool. His heart warmed as he said, "Thank you so much. This truly alleviates our urgent needs." Lin Fan took the receipt and expressed his gratitude before turning to walk deeper into the storeroom. He needed the receipt to collect the items, and a busy morning passed. The military pot and folding stove frame were only suitable for outdoor use. With winter approaching, he would still need to devise a way to cook indoors, perhaps by procuring a fireplace. Chapter 18. Shopping in town. Lin Fan emerged from storeroom, burdened with an assortment of supplies. With so many items in hand, he dared not utilize his spatial abilities in such a crowded area. Exiting the command center, he made his way along the winding dirt road towards the town. Finding a secluded corner, he swiftly stored the supplies away, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers. The autumn sun bathed him in warmth, while the wild grasses by the roadside turned golden and swayed gently in the breeze. This small town, called Daehyun, derived its name from a seasonal river. In this era, the town boasted no towering edifices. All establishments were state-owned: supply and marketing cooperatives, post offices, health clinics, grain stations, goose houses. state-run restaurants, and credit cooperatives, all comprised of merely a few rows of gray brick bungalows. The Bai farm now belonged to the construction corps, yet during this peculiar historical period, it was managed under both the corps and the Revolutionary Committee, functioning relatively independently from local production tasks with minimal intersection. However, during these times, the allocation of materials relied solely on directives from higher authorities. Private trade was nearly extinct, and the daily necessities of the populace were uniformly distributed by the supply and marketing cooperatives. Yet, their shelves remained perpetually bare, with sugar, salt, and cloth available only through rationing, making it exceedingly difficult for citizens to purchase even a morsel of grain. Thus, a unique survival wisdom emerged. Bartering quietly flourished. The ring Lin Fan had exchanged in the capital was obtained through such means, a practice also known as the black market. The black market was concealed within an abandoned mill at the western edge of town, its entrance narrow and discreet, requiring one to navigate around a partially collapsed earthen wall to access it. This was, in fact, an open secret, as many townsfolk had ventured there in secret. Inside the mill, dim light filtered through the collapsed roof, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. Figures mingled, whispers intertwined. Some exchanged a can of condensed milk for half a yard of corduroy, while others traded old cotton shoes for 2 pounds of coarse grain flour. Lin Fan mused that acquiring a fireplace from this black market was a mere fantasy. Why? Such a grand item could hardly exist in a place like this. Even state-run factories seldom had them, let alone in private circulation. It would be more practical to seek a tin stove, at least that could suffice for warmth and cooking. Dismissing his previous thoughts, Lin Fan turned toward the second-hand stalls, his gaze scanning the various tables for potential finds. Suddenly, an old cylindrical iron stove caught his eye. Though it appeared unremarkable, its structure was intact, and the chimney joint was complete, with several elbow pipes piled nearby. His interest piqued. Lin Fan crouched down to inspect the stove closely, discovering only minor rust on the interior. He inquired of the stall owner, "How many tickets for this stove and the pipes?" The stall owner glanced over, replying quietly, "No tickets needed. I'll accept food in exchange." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "How about meat?" The elderly man across from him looked startled. "Young fellow, what kind of meat?" "It needs to be fatty, 7 parts fat, 3 parts lean, 3 pounds. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Fan rummaged through his bag, producing a piece of wild boar meat, the prime cut from the hindquarters, known for its richness, and gently placed it on the ground. The old man leaned in for a closer look, his eyes brightening as he pinched the piece of meat, confirming its ample fat and quality, nodding repeatedly. "This meat is excellent. We have a deal." Lin Fan maintained his composure, swiftly dismantling the iron stove and pipes, bagging them up before turning to leave, only to be caught by a hand gripping his sleeve. Turning back, he saw a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, dressed in a faded blue work uniform with frayed cuffs. Lowering his voice, he said, "Young man, you must pay a toll upon completing a transaction. It's the rule here. For every deal, you owe the gatekeeper a dime, or you won't be allowed to leave." Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Recognizing this as a tacit rule of the black market, he extracted a bill from his pocket and handed it over. This black market evidently had someone backing it, otherwise it could not have persisted so long under such scrutiny. "Is it true that every transaction requires this fee? I have quite a few items to exchange. Wouldn't that mean endless payments?" The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. "Not at all. Once you pay, you can come and go freely until nightfall without further payment. Rest assured." Lin Fan nodded, slipping the bill into the man's hand, retracting his own smoothly. The man quickly tucked the bill into his pocket and gave Lin Fan a meaningful glance. "Remember, don't cause any trouble before the market closes." Lin Fan observed him with a cool detachment, already formulating a plan in his mind. The gatekeeper's brisk collection of fees indicated a well-rehearsed routine. Since he had already paid the toll, he saw no reason to rush off. It would be foolish not to barter for a few more items. He meandered down the stalls, his gaze sweeping over iron pots, worn cotton jackets, and battered pliers, until he suddenly halted at a corner. There lay a half-rusted cast iron chimney, albeit short, with a neat joint that could be easily attached to the stove with minor modifications. The stall owner, a hunchbacked old man, was absorbed in his smoking. Lin Fan crouched down, lightly tapping the pipe wall to gauge its thickness, and asked casually, "What would it take to exchange for this chimney?" The old man looked him over, exhaling a puff of smoke, 2 boxes of matches, or a pound of sweet potato chips. Having neither matches nor sweet potato chips on hand, Lin Fan pulled out a small piece of wild boar meat weighing about a pound, offering, "Would this meat suffice for the exchange?" The old man squinted at the meat, weighing it in his hands before slowly nodding. "That's enough. It smells fresh and is better than sweet potato chips." He accepted the meat, and, in a slow motion, nudged the chimney toward Lin Fan's feet, suggesting a tacit approval of the deal. Lin Fan said nothing, stuffing the chimney into his backpack, casually asking, "Sir, do you happen to sell any liquor here?" Knowing Wang Bin had a fondness for good wine, and with the cold settling in, it would be ideal to bring some back. "Ah, young man, don't bother looking for alcohol. It's not a thing here. In these times, people can scarcely fill their stomachs, let alone have surplus grain for brewing. The liquor trade has been dead for years. Even the old stock in cellars has been dug up in exchange for rice. Only the supply and marketing cooperative occasionally releases a few bottles, but you must queue with tickets, and by the time it's your turn, they're already snatched up." Listening to this, Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, but remained undeterred, continuing to wander aimlessly. His gaze fell upon a man dressed as a hunter squatting in a corner. Beside him lay several dried animal skins and a cloth bag. Lin Fan approached, noticing the corner of a ceramic jar peeking out from the bag. Intrigued, he crouched down and asked, "What's in that jar?" The man lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at him, murmuring softly, "Badger oil, perfect for moisturizing the skin and warding off the cold. It works wonders for chapped hands and is remarkably effective for burns and scalds. I've had this for a year now. Its potency is at its peak." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. This was indeed a rare treasure, a coveted item. He pressed on, "What will it take to trade for it?" "Grains, either coarse or fine, will suffice." "How about meat?" Lin Fan felt a surge of confidence, recalling how he had successfully traded meat for goods on 2 previous occasions, believing he might achieve the same success this time. Not interested, the man shook his head, revealing a hint of disdain in his expression. Lin Fan felt momentarily bewildered, but soon grasped the situation. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, my mistake. It's evident from your demeanor that you must have an abundance of meat at home. I was thoughtless, only considering what I possessed without considering your needs." With an awkward smile, Lin Fan withdrew the piece of meat, though he felt a renewed clarity within. "No worries, it's all part of the learning process." The man shrugged off Lin Fan's concerns. Yet, Lin Fan found himself at an impasse, with nothing but meat in hand. The man chuckled lightly, his accent thick with local dialect. "Little brother, you're searching for a donkey while riding one. You could first trade the meat for money or vouchers, then use those to make your purchase. Much more flexible." Lin Fan paused, realization dawning upon him. "All right, big brother, wait for me. I'll go exchange the meat. Hold on. Little brother, don't rush. It seems this is your first time here. Come, I'll take you. I would want anyone to swindle you." Chapter 19. Learning the craft, the man rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, hoisting his cloth bag, and slinging the rifle leaning against the wall over his shoulder. He nodded at Lin Fan. "This market can be treacherous. Novices often fall into traps. I'm headed that way anyway, so I'll introduce you to someone who can facilitate your trade. Big brother, that rifle of yours is a water-cooled model, renowned far and wide." The man grinned broadly, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "You got a keen eye. You seem young. Do you recognize firearms?" At this, Lin Fan wore a mysterious smile, remaining silent, which was somewhat infuriating. "Little brother, you're quite the enigma. This rifle has been in my family since my father's generation. It once fired upon the Japanese, 3 shots in succession, hitting the target from 100 paces. The man shook the rifle, nostalgia glimmering in his gaze. "Are you a hunter from the mountains?" "Indeed, my ancestors have made their living in these woods. I'm Luo Das-Han, from Kao Shintuner. What is your name?" "I'm Lin Fan, from the August 1st farm." Lin Fan, a lovely name, setting sail on new journeys. "Big brother, how do you know this?" "It's rather corny, ha ha ha," the duo laughed as they ventured deeper into the market, eventually arriving at a small, dilapidated house. Upon entering, Lin Fan immediately recognized the man in the Zhongshan suit who had collected his entrance fee. "Oh, Lao Luo, here for something?" "Lao Huang, it's a trivial matter. This little brother here has some meat and is interested in the badger oil I possess. Coincidentally, I wish to trade for some grains, so I brought him to you for a quick exchange." It turned out that the man in the Zhongshan suit was named Huang. "Oh, that's indeed a minor issue. Come, have a seat." With Lao Huang mediating, the matter was swiftly settled. Lin Fan exchanged 3 pounds of meat for the badger oil, while Lao Luo received 5 pounds of fine grain. With Lao Huang's presence, the process was considerably smoother. Lin Fan rummaged through his bag, producing 20 pounds of wild boar meat, which he traded for a large package of salt and various seasonings, considering a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative later to obtain some cash vouchers. Now that he had made acquaintances, future visits to the market would be simplified by seeking out Lao Luo or Lao Huang. As they prepared to leave, Lao Huang handed Lin Fan a wooden token engraved with subtle patterns. "Take this. Next time you come, seek me out directly, and there will be no entrance fee." Lin Fan was taken aback, but Luo Das-Han chuckled. "Accept it. This is a token. In this market, having a recommendation makes a world of difference. Once outside, the evening sun cast a warm glow upon the earthen walls. Lin Fan observed the pelts peeking from Luo Dasan's bag and suddenly inquired, "Big brother Luo, you must be quite skilled in the art of tanning hides?" Luo Dasan paused, glancing back at Lin Fan, and grinned. "It's nothing too remarkable. Every hunter in the mountains knows how to do it. What is your interest, little brother? Do you wish to learn?" Lin Fan nodded eagerly. "I do wish to learn." He had a wild boar hide in his possession that he had yet to process, and he saw this as an opportune moment to try his hand at it. Luo Dasan scrutinized him for a moment and then smiled. "Very well. I shall teach you. Thank you immensely. Come, big brother Luo, it's nearly noon. Let us head to the state-owned restaurant, my treat, and we can chat over a meal." Luo Dasan did not decline, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Good lad, a straightforward fellow." The two walked side by side along the earthen path, the autumn sun warming their shoulders. Passing the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Fan picked up 2 packs of cigarettes. Considering that even though this was not a formal apprenticeship, a token of gratitude in the form of cigarettes was appropriate. After all, gifts of tobacco and liquor often go hand in hand. During this time, state-owned restaurants typically lack private rooms, so the two found an empty table in a corner, the surface marred and stained, but exuding the warmth of the marketplace. The server approached with courteous demeanor. "Comrades, what would you like to order?" Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Server, bring us 4 dishes and a bottle of liquor. By the way, what types of liquor do you have?" "We have Red Star Urquioado and local sorghum liquor." The server responded. "No Mao Tai?" Lin Fan asked, having never been to a state-owned restaurant before. The server chuckled. "We don't have Mao Tai. That's reserved for special allocations that the average person can't access." Lin Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, bring a bottle of Urquioado. And for the dishes, I'll have peanuts, sauced beef, scrambled eggs, and a side of pickled vegetables with vermicelli, perfect for pairing with the liquor." After the server noted the order and departed, Lin Fan pushed the 2 packs of cigarettes toward Luo Dasan. "Big brother Luo, this is a token of my gratitude." Luo Dasan pushed 1 pack back, chuckling. "Keep one for yourself. I appreciate your sentiment. I'm not yet of smoking age. Consider this a token of my apprenticeship. Please don't refuse." Lin Fan insisted, his gaze sincere. Luo Dasan regarded him, laughing heartily, and ceased to protest, accepting the cigarettes into his pocket. "All right then, I'll impart this craft to you today." He paused, lowering his voice. Tanning hides requires precision. It involves 3 steps: salting, oil soaking, and each step is crucial, especially with wild boar hides, which are thick and tough. It demands both intellect and skill. Speaking of which, my wife is an expert in this. Lin Fan listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Before long, the dishes and liquor arrived. In northern culture, hospitality is often expressed through liquor, and Luo Dasan raised his Urquioado to toast Lin Fan. "Come, little brother, warm yourself first before we delve into craft." Lin Fan eagerly raised his glass in response, and the two drank heartily, the fiery liquor coursing down their throats. As they dined and conversed, their meal extended over the course of 2 hours. After several rounds of drinks, the dishes began to cool. With the effects of the alcohol setting in, Luo Dasan opened up completely, sharing his knowledge and experiences without reservation. Lin Fan listened with rapt attention, nodding and committing every detail Luo Dasan shared to memory, from selecting hides to processing them and ultimately preserving the finished product. Every step was intricate and demanding. A single misstep could render all efforts futile, particularly with wild boar hides, due to their thickness and resilience. Greater patience and skill were required. "Big brother, is the oil soaking step the most critical?" Lin Fan inquired earnestly, his eyes alight with eagerness for knowledge. "Indeed," Luo Dasan replied, taking a bite of sauced beef and chewing thoughtfully before continuing. "The oil soaking is essential for softening the hide. But the oil temperature must be just right, not too high, lest it damage the hide, and not too low, or it won't penetrate adequately. Achieving the correct temperature relies entirely on experience. It takes years to master." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, mentally calculating how he would apply this knowledge upon returning home. He understood that merely listening was insufficient. He must try his hand at the craft to truly grasp it. As the effects of the liquor deepened, their conversation shifted from the art of tanning hides to life in the mountains. As Luo Dasan recounted amusing anecdotes from his youth spent hunting, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if those thrilling moments were vividly unfolding before him. Lin Fan listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting a comment, fostering a warm and lively atmosphere. After the meal, the afternoon sun cast a golden sheen over the small town. The two emerged from the restaurant, their steps somewhat unsteady against the cool autumn breeze. "Brother Luo, have you heard about the wanted notice?" Lin Fan inquired. I heard about it this morning. It's posted on the bulletin board outside the supply and marketing cooperative, featuring a blurry photograph and a substantial reward. Good to know. Stay vigilant. I suspect that person might be hiding in the mountains. Lin Fan advised. And with that, they parted ways. He watched as Luo Dashan's figure vanished around the corner, filled with gratitude and anticipation. He understood that the day's gains encompassed more than just a skill. It was also about a precious connection. He lingered for a moment, contemplating, before turning back. Upon seeing him return, the waitress promptly approached. Comrade, have you left something behind? Oh, no. I merely wanted to ask if I could purchase a few bottles of this liquor to take with me. The waitress smiled and nodded. Certainly. We have plenty of recuado. How many would you like? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, rummaging through his crumpled cloth bag to count his money. How many bottles are in a case? A case contains 12 bottles, the waitress replied. After a brief hesitation, Lin Fan resolutely nodded. Then I shall take a case. How much will that be? Is it all right without a receipt? That's fine. Without a receipt, it's 1 yuan and 80 cents per bottle, totaling 21 yuan and 60 cents for a case. Do you have enough? The waitress inquired with a smile. Yes. Also, could you please pack some peanuts and marinated beef for me to take along? I'm thinking of the comrades at the station. We're not exactly a supply cooperative, so we can be a bit flexible, receipts or not. It just affects the price. With a receipt, it's cheaper. Without one, you can purchase with cash, the waitress explained as she swiftly prepared the receipt. After accepting the money Lin Fan handed over, she turned to fetch the liquor, soon returning with a case of recuado and a fresh batch of peanuts and marinated beef. As she handed them over, she cautioned, "This liquor is potent. Don't indulge too much." She then covered her mouth and laughed. "You have a lovely smile," Lin Fan blurted out, perhaps influenced by the liquor, and immediately realized his faux pas, feeling his ears flush. He hurriedly accepted the case of liquor to mask his embarrassment, thinking to himself that it was true what they said about alcohol leading to trouble. The waitress paused for a moment, taken aback. "You little rascal. Who taught you to say that?" she remarked, her face flushed as she glanced at Lin Fan. With the case of liquor in hand, Lin Fan swiftly exited the store. The autumn breeze refreshed him, and he felt a sense of clarity return. Glancing down at the case of liquor, a smile crept onto his lips. Now the drinkers could indulge. Noticing that the day was still young, Lin Fan decided to stroll through the supply cooperative. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he discreetly placed the case of liquor into his spatial pocket, as there was ample space to accommodate it. He then ambled leisurely toward the supply cooperative. As he arrived at the entrance, Lin Fan halted, his gaze drifting over the wanted notice on the bulletin board. Identical to the one at the farm. He entered the cooperative, where the ambience was notably tranquil due to the sparse crowd. The shelves held a limited selection of goods, mostly everyday items arranged neatly in sections. He spotted rolls of fabric, and further ahead, a row of enamel jars with white bases and blue rims, along with larger jars containing liquor, soy sauce, and vinegar. In those times, people typically brought their own containers, while there were also bottled options, albeit at a higher price. Additionally, there was a section for groceries, featuring white sugar, malted milk powder, and assorted candies and snacks, all housed in glass jars with price tags. Overall, the variety was quite comprehensive. Observing Lin Fan standing at the counter in silence, a young salesgirl smiled and greeted him. "Comrade, what would you like to purchase?" In truth, Lin Fan was uncertain about what he wanted. He merely wished to pass the time. He felt in his pocket for the remaining bills and recalled obtaining a cigarette voucher from Lao Huang. Thus he said, "Red peony, I'll take 2 packs." Though Lin Fan did not smoke, he understood the importance of social etiquette. The salesgirl appeared slightly surprised, but efficiently processed the transaction, retrieving the cigarettes with deft movements. 10 yuan, and you'll need to provide the cigarette voucher. All right, here you go. Please keep it safe. Lin Fan handed over the voucher in cash, accepting the 2 packs of red peony before turning to leave. These cigarettes were quite expensive. In those days, there was a popular saying, "Save Zonghua, smoke Dai Huang." But I shall refrain from elaborating further. In any case, these cigarettes were not affordable for the average person. After wandering around the supply cooperative for a while, Lin Fan found little of interest left to buy. The snacks were tempting, yet his funds were limited, so he hesitated to indulge. "Comrade, I'll take some white rabbit milk candies, 2 tails." Lin Fan pointed at the candy in the glass jar. The salesgirl swiftly weighed out the candies, wrapping them in oiled paper before handing them over. Lin Fan carefully tucked them into his pocket and stepped outside the cooperative. Even with his formidable spatial abilities, he knew better than to flaunt them. In an era of scarce resources, a single misstep could raise suspicions. After meandering about the town for a while, he concluded it was time to return, as the journey ahead was still lengthy. In those times, without any means of transportation, one relied solely on their own 2 feet. traveling light allowed him to pick up the pace. Returning from the town to the mountains, he bypassed the farm headquarters altogether, opting instead for a shortcut through a narrow path into the hills. While the route was shorter, it was rugged and overgrown, making it difficult to traverse. Lin Fan stepped lightly over the fallen leaves, his steps buoyant as he moved through the forest. The setting sun cast dappled shadows through the treetops, while the autumn insects chirped and the mountain breeze was cool. The path into the mountains led him through a village known as Kaoshintan. The cacophony of barking dogs startled Lin Fan, prompting him to instinctively grasp the gun slung over his back. Suddenly, he heard the clamorous sounds of drums and gongs. Perplexed, Lin Fan wondered what commotion was unfolding. Unexpectedly, the dogs from the village charged towards him, inciting a wave of villagers armed with clubs and machetes, some even carrying guns. To rush in his direction, Lin Fan's heart raced, and he swiftly gripped his firearm. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to remain calm. He understood that panicking would only exacerbate the situation. With his gun pointed downward, he signaled that he meant no harm while anxiously observing the approaching crowd. The villagers slowed their advance slightly, but did not halt completely. Several dogs continued to bark furiously. A middle-aged man emerged from the throng, wielding a machete and eyeing Lin Fan with suspicion. "Who are you? Did you steal our belongings? Return what you took, and we can let this matter rest. Otherwise, today's events will not end well for you." The man spoke ominously, glancing at Lin Fan and the sack slung over his shoulder. Lin Fan's heart sank as he quickly scanned the crowd, noticing the mix of young and old, all bearing expressions of urgency and anger. Steadying his breath, he replied, "Brother, I'm just passing through. I've only arrived here and haven't even entered the village. What have you lost to cause such a commotion?" Lost. The man was about to enumerate the stolen items when a younger villager interrupted. "What do you mean lost? Isn't the sack behind you filled with our stolen goods? If you're innocent, you should have no qualms about letting us check it. If it's opened, you'll be cleared of suspicion. One to you?" The young man pressed, his gaze sharp as a knife. Lin Fan felt a shiver run through him, unable to discern the true intentions of the villagers surrounding him. The contents of the burlap sack were materials sourced from the farm's headquarters, merely intended for show. To be frank, he had no fear of scrutiny, but the situation could not be handled in this manner. Should he be falsely accused, it would become an insurmountable dilemma. "Dear villagers, I understand your distress over the loss of your possessions. I am from the August 1st farm, and this sack contains supplies issued by the headquarters, with documentation available for verification at any time. If you harbor doubts, I invite you to accompany me to the farm to confirm this. As twilight approaches, escalating this conflict serves no purpose for any of us. Moreover, with you all gathered around me, the true thief might seize the opportunity to escape in the chaos." As Lin Fan finished speaking, a stir rippled through the crowd. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the back of the throng. "Old Lee, let him go. I know this young man." Chapter 21. Visiting neighbors. Lin Fan turned towards a voice, and there emerged Luo Dashan, parting the crowd with a weary smile. "This is the younger brother I just met at noon. He means no harm. Please do not frighten him." Seeing Luo Dashan vouch for him, the villager's demeanor noticeably softened. The man named Old Lee frowned, then waved his hand. "Right. Since old Luo has spoken, we shall grant him a reprieve. But tell us, what brings you to our village?" Lin Fan offered a wry smile and replied, "Comrades, I entered the mountains via this small path, heading to a peripheral station of the farm. Today, I came back from town alongside Brother Luo. This path is a shortcut, and I merely happened to pass through." Luo Dashan nodded earnestly. Indeed, this young man speaks the truth. "Old Lee, what exactly did you lose to warrant such a ruckus?" Old Lee thumped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Clothes drying outside, as well as grain. Especially that bag of freshly harvested corn, weighing 30 pounds, and the cured meat my mother had laid out to dry. Can you believe the audacity?" His agitation grew as he spoke, his face flushed with indignation. Once the commotion subsided, Lin Fan hoisted the burlap sack onto his shoulder, preparing to depart. Yet Luo Dashan clung to him, insisting, "Brother, since you are here, you cannot leave without coming inside. Come, let us return home together and enjoy a bowl of hot soup before you go." Just as Lin Fan was about to decline, Luo Dashan had already thrown an arm around his shoulder, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Had I known you would take this route, you should have come back with me." Unable to resist Luo Dashan's warmth, Lin Fan acquiesced and followed him into the village. The winding paths of the village were lined with earthen houses, from which wisps of smoke curled into the air, filling it with the scent of burning wood. As they passed Old Lee's home, Lin Fan could hear muffled complaints and the barking of dogs from within, indicating that the family was still troubled by their missing items. Luo Dashan's home lay at the end of the village, a modest courtyard that appeared somewhat worn but was clean and tidy. In the center of the yard, hides were spread out to dry, and in one corner, a few jujube trees stood, beneath which a wooden table and several chairs were placed. Two children, one older and the other younger, played beneath the trees. Luo Dashan pushed open the gate and called into the house, "Shia-jun, we have a guest." The two children rushed over, calling for their father. Luo Dashan affectionately ruffled their hair before turning to Lin Fan, saying, "These are my two little rascals. Do not mind the noise." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Fan fished out some freshly purchased white rabbit candy from his pocket and waved it enticingly. "Come here." The two little ones, a sister and a brother, hesitated shyly. "Yingzi, Xiaohu, call him uncle. Do not be afraid." Luo Dashan gently encouraged them. Hey. Brother Luo, that's incorrect. They should call me uncle. Calling me brother muddles the hierarchy. Lin Fan shot a disdainful glance at Luo Dashan, convinced he was doing this on purpose. "Ha ha." Luo Dashan laughed heartily. "You are hardly older than they are. And besides, did you not come to learn from me?" Annoyed, Lin Fan chose to ignore Luo Dashan, instead displaying the candy in his palm. "Come on, call me uncle, and I'll give you some sweets." The children's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the candy, and they timidly called out uncle. Lin Fan chuckled as he distributed the treats into their small hands. Ruffling the brother's hair as he asked, "Is it sweet?" "Sweet." Xiaohu grinned widely, while Ying's appeared at Lin Fan with a shy smile. Luo Dashan waved his hand dismissively. "Young Lin, you are a guest here. We do not adhere to such formalities. City folk have their pretensions, but we mountain folk are far more straightforward." Before long, a middle-aged woman clad in a floral blouse emerged from the house, carrying a steaming pot of soup. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her face beamed with a sincere smile. "Is this the young brother you mentioned earlier? Come in and sit down. Do not stand on ceremony." Lin Fan quickly expressed his gratitude, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was aware that night was falling, and he still had a journey ahead, but he did not wish to offend Luo Dashan's hospitality, so he reluctantly sat down. The woman set the pot on the table and brought over several coarse porcelain bowls, eagerly ladling soup for the two of them. The broth, made with meat and wild vegetables, was spiced with chili, its enticing aroma making one's mouth water. "Try this. It's my wife's specialty, far superior to the state-run dining hall," Luo Dashan said with a smile, adding a piece of cured meat to Lin Fan's bowl. Lin Fan took a sip of the soup, warmth instantly spreading through him, dispelling the chill of the autumn night. He looked up at Luo Dashan. "Brother Luo, I see you have quite a few hides drying here. Coincidentally, I have a wild boar hide that needs processing. I was hoping your wife could assist me." "You're truly unreserved. My wife is at your service whenever you need her," Luo Dashan began, but was gently interrupted by his wife, who playfully tapped his arm with a ladle. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shia-jun feigned anger, then turned to Lin Fan with a smile. "It's no trouble. I'll take care of it for you. Just come by when you have time. We mountain folk do not engage in empty courtesies. Leave the hide here, and I will help you with the tanning tomorrow." Luo Dashan chuckled, rubbing his arm where he had been playfully hit. "Ah, if there is wine involved. Now we're talking." Seeing this, Lin Fan chuckled as well, lifting his bowl to blow on the hot soup, the warmth sliding down his throat, banishing the chill of the mountain night. He gazed out at the deepening twilight, occasionally hearing distant barks mingled with the faint ringing of bells. "I must be on my way. If I linger any longer, darkness will envelop the path, making it treacherous." After bidding farewell to Luo Dashan and his family, Lin Fan could not resist glancing back as he exited the village, noticing Luo Dashan still standing at the entrance, watching him depart, particularly the two children, whose eyes sparkled like stars. By the time he returned to the mountain outpost, the sun had already set, and the lamps were just being lit. Lin Fan, not far from the outpost, began retrieving various items from his spatial storage, filling the burlap sack as if he had just returned from the headquarters. Wangbin had just returned from patrolling the mountains, and, upon seeing Lin Fan carrying the sack, teased him, "Oh, it seems you've had quite the haul today." Lin Fan grinned, gently setting down the sack and brushing off the dust from his shoulder. "It will do. I managed to snag some wine for everyone to try later." "Ah, wine is a splendid find." Li Chenggai and Yuan Shifeng quickly joined in. Lin Fan continued to extract items from the burlap sack, 2 bottles of urquiado, followed by several packets of peanuts and spiced beef, leftovers from the state-run dining hall. The others watched eagerly as Lin Fan pulled out warm winter clothing and shoes for everyone, neatly laid out on the ground. The initial shock soon erupted into cheers. "Lin Fan, you truly are a savior in our time of need," Wangbin exclaimed, excitedly patting him on the shoulder. Lin Fan smiled and said, "The farm is all prepared, and everyone has their share. I brought it back for you." He then pulled out a simple stove, salt, and various seasonings, laying them out in abundance on the ground, along with a half-barrel of oil. As darkness fell, the group reveled in the joy of having wine, meat, clothes, and warmth, oblivious to how such a small sack could contain all these items. Chapter 22. Tracked Captain, I managed to catch a wild rabbit today. It should be enough for us to add a dish. Wang Bin triumphantly produced the rabbit from the corner of the wooden cabin, its ears still dripping with blood. What are we waiting for? Let us skin it and prepare it quickly. We have the stove ready. Tonight we'll stew rabbit meat. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Great. Yuan Shifeng stood up, taking the rabbit, and his knife glinted in the firelight. Li Qinggai set up the stove, placing the iron pot on it, and began to busily prepare. Captain, what is this half-barrel of oil for? Li Qinggai inquired while tending to his tasks. Hee. Since you're from the south, you might not grasp the severity of the north. When winter arrives, temperatures can plummet to minus 35 degrees Celsius. Cooking and boiling water outside would freeze your fingers, and then we'd have to use this oil barrel to build a makeshift stove indoors for warmth and cooking. It's both safe and cozy. Minus 35 degrees. Li Qinggai's eyes widened, forgetting to stir the pot in his hands. Lin Fan nodded, adjusting the fire. Indeed. And this is just an ordinary year. In extreme cold, the snow can pile up to the top of the door, and boiling water can freeze midair. Such low temperatures. We want to be able to endure it up here. We'll receive monthly supplies. I brought back so many items this time. I'll collect more from the base next time. As everyone gathered around the army pot, Lin Fan squatted by the fire, silently observing their laughter. His thoughts drifting back to the server's earlier remark about a little brat, prompting a smile. October had arrived, bringing with it a chill, the leaves falling, and it was only a matter of time before the snow began to fall. Winter came early in the mountains. It was wise to prepare. He stoked the fire a bit more and continued. The beanstalks at the farm have all been harvested, and now they are drying and shelling the beans. Once the weather permits, the dried beans will be stored. I've heard this year's harvest is promising. The base also mentioned that in a few days, they would organize a team to cut reeds by the riverbank for roofing and curtains. Given our remote location, we must gather materials ourselves. As Lin Fan spoke, he pushed a piece of dry wood into the fire, the sparks leaping up, illuminating his calm face. Come, let us pour some wine. Wang Bin eagerly unscrewed the cap of the urquioado, pouring it into enamel cups. They had just received 4 enamel cups today, perfectly enough for everyone to have one. The aroma of the wine quickly spread through the cold air as the group formed a circle, clinking their cups together, laughter shattering the night as tranquility. Lin Fan took a sip. Warmth coursed down his throat. This wine was potent. Captain, this wine is from you. Are you afraid it's too strong? Li Qinggai joked. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. I worry more about you all drinking too much and not being able to rise in the morning. Captain, do we also need to cut reeds? I think this wooden cabin looks pretty good. Lin Fan glanced at the roof and replied, It appears sturdy, but I have no experience with this. Does anyone here know about it? The group exchanged blank stares, shaking their heads. Come, let us drink. Wang Bin raised his enamel cup, steering the conversation back to the wine. It looks sturdy to me, and the reed matter can wait until we receive further notice from the base. All right, on to more serious matters. Today, I saw a wanted notice at the base's bulletin board. The person named Zhao Taizu is a fugitive, approximately 35 years old, rather slim. Around 180 centimeters tall. I suspect he may have entered the mountains, so everyone must remain vigilant, especially during the night patrols. Additionally, while I was heading up the mountain today, I passed by Kaoshan village and heard that a family there reported missing clothes and food, which makes me suspect a connection to these 2 incidents. Zhao Taizu may be lurking nearby. A fugitive. If we see him, can we shoot him on sight? In principle, yes, but we must confirm his identity first to avoid harming innocents. If we do encounter him, surround him to prevent his escape and promptly report to the base. After all, lives are at stake, and we must proceed cautiously, Lin Fan stated with a steady tone, surveying the group as he arranged their duties. Understood, Captain. However, be cautious. He may be armed, and everyone must ensure their own safety. Lin Fan reminded them. The night passed without further incident, the bonfire dwindling, and the sky filled with cold stars. The following morning, it was time to switch shifts. Lin Fan headed east, while Wang Bin went west, leaving Li Qinggai and Yuan Shifeng to guard the base. Lin Fan set off towards the east, stepping on the morning frost, carrying a semi-automatic rifle and wielding a wooden stick, parting the frost-laden thickets as he patrolled along the designated route. As he walked, he remained vigilant, closely observing the surroundings. The mountains were eerily quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps and the occasional bird call breaking the silence. However, he knew this calm could merely be a facade. If Zhao Taizu was indeed nearby, he would surely be well concealed and would not easily reveal his presence. Reaching a high vantage point, he paused to survey the area. The view was expansive, allowing a clear sight of the distant valleys and dense forests. He retrieved his binoculars from his backpack and began meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. Suddenly, amidst a nearby thicket, he noticed some scattered footprints, appearing as if someone had hurriedly passed through. The prints were fresh, the earth still carrying a damp scent, indicating it hadn't been long since they were made. Kneeling down, Lin Fan examined the footprints closely. They were slightly larger than an average person's and had a wider stride, suggesting they were left by a tall, agile individual. A sense of urgency gripped him, for this closely matched the description in the wanted notice. He followed the direction of the footprints, heightening his alertness, his finger gently resting on the trigger of his gun, just in case. The tracks stretched onward, eventually disappearing into a dense grove of trees. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment at the edge of the forest before deciding to investigate. He pushed aside the low-hanging branches and cautiously stepped into the woods. The sunlight was obscured by the thick canopy, creating an unusually dark and damp atmosphere, with the scent of decaying leaves permeating the air. Not long after, he heard a faint rustling ahead, as if someone was rummaging for something. Lin Fan held his breath, slowly approaching the source of the sound. Through the gaps in the tree trunks, he caught a glimpse of a figure crouched down, fiddling with something on the ground. Quickly assessing the situation, Lin Fan realized the individual had their back to him and was unaware of his presence. Silently, he raised his gun, aiming at the person while softly commanding, "Don't move. Raise your hands." The figure froze abruptly, slowly turning their head to reveal half of their face. "Oh, it's you." Lin Fan lowered his gun, finally recognizing it was Luo Dashan. "Ha, Lin Fan, what a coincidence. You startled me." Luo Dashan stood up, brushing the leaves off his clothes, a look of surprise spreading across his face. "Brother Luo, what brings you here?" Didn't the wanted notice say that Zhao Taizu might be fleeing this way? I thought I'd try my luck. After all, the reward isn't insignificant." He sheepishly scratched his head, revealing a somewhat goofy smile. "I thought so. But it makes sense. Brother Luo has lived in the mountains for years and knows these woods best. Have you found anything?" "Nothing yet, but I think I heard some movement ahead, like someone stepping on a branch, and they went that way." Luo Dashan pointed towards the depths of the thicket. His brow furrowed. Lin Fan listened intently, but heard nothing. "Did you see anyone?" "I didn't see anyone. The forest is too dense. I only heard the sound, so I followed it here. And then you arrived." Lin Fan nodded, his gaze wandering around, yet he dared not lower his guard. Chapter 23. The Ginseng Gang. Lin Fan harbored a measure of trust in Luo Dashan, a seasoned hunter renowned for his exceptional tracking skills and acute instinct honed in the wilderness. If there were any signs of disturbance, they would undoubtedly not be mere fabrications. "Brother Luo, continue your tracking. I shall proceed along the established patrol route. Should you detect anything unusual, fire your weapon to alert me," Lin Fan instructed. Luo Dashan nodded in agreement and crouched down to examine the traces on the ground meticulously. As Lin Fan turned to depart, he abruptly halted, glancing back with a cautionary reminder, "Exercise caution. If it truly is Zhao Taizu, he is armed and on the run. Do not take unnecessary risks alone." Luo Dashan chuckled and waved a hand to indicate his understanding. With that, Lin Fan resumed his predetermined path, the gentle whisper of the wind in his ears contrasting with the unnerving stillness of the forest. As he walked, he remained vigilant for the direction Luo Dashan had mentioned. Although no suspicious figures were immediately visible, a disquieting aura seemed to linger within the dense thicket. He gripped his firearm tightly, treading lightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with the intensity of a hawk. After traversing a considerable distance, he suddenly noticed a fresh scratch on the trunk of a large tree, as if it had been scraped by some object. This mark did not appear to be the work of an animal. Rather, it seemed to be left by human hands. Lin Fan crouched down for a closer inspection and discovered several torn fabric scraps scattered near the tree roots, their color resembling that of ordinary farmer's clothing. A wave of unease washed over him. These clues suggested someone had hastily passed through here recently. Just as he pondered this, a low, urgent call of a bird echoed from a distance. The sound was sharp and frantic, starkly contrasting with the natural calls of nearby birds. Lin Fan immediately recognized it as a common signal among hunters. He quickly deduced the direction from which the sound emanated and hastened toward it without hesitation. While navigating through a thicket of brambles, his sleeve snagged and tore, but he paid little mind to such trivialities. As he drew closer, he faintly heard the sound of soft footsteps ahead, accompanied by the rustling of branches. The figure ahead was evidently in a hurry, attempting to evade pursuit. Lin Fan quickened his pace, striving to minimize his presence to avoid alarming the quarry. At last, before a steep slope, he caught sight of a vague figure scrambling upward. The person was burdened with a bulky pack, moving swiftly yet appearing somewhat frantic. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, assessing the terrain. If that person were to scale the slope and enter another dense forest, tracking them would become exceedingly difficult. "Stop!" Lin Fan shouted emphatically, raising his weapon to aim at the target. "Don't move, or I will fire." The individual froze momentarily, then abruptly turned, drawing a knife from their waist. Their gaze fierce as they fixed it upon Lin Fan. The standoff unfolded within a mere 10 meters, the tension palpable. As the figure turned, Lin Fan focused intently and realized this individual was not Zhao Taizu, prompting him to lower his firearm. "Comrade, what are you doing?" "I am part of the farm security team, conducting a patrol." The person's grip on the knife quivered slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing their face before they relinquished their menacing demeanor, gasping, "I'm from Old Zhang's place on the other side of the mountain. I got lost while gathering herbs." Lin Fan scrutinized the mud-caked cuffs and tattered sleeves of the stranger, his gaze shifting to the pack on their back. "What do you have in that bundle?" The individual glanced down, hesitated for a moment, then unfastened the pack, revealing a few medicinal herbs intermingled with crumbs of dried provisions. Lin Fan's expression softened slightly, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. "A wanted criminal has entered the mountains. You must accompany me down to register your identity. During these extraordinary times, no one is permitted to wander freely in the mountains." His tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering as he monitored every movement of the stranger. The person's complexion shifted, their grip around the bundle tightening instinctively, yet they dared not make any sudden moves. "I truly got lost while gathering herbs. I hadn't heard about any wanted criminals," their voice quavered, eyes darting. Lin Fan scoffed lightly, questioning, "Herb gatherers carry this much food? Moreover, your footprints and the direction you came from clearly indicate you emerged from deeper within the forest. Don't play tricks, you're coming with me." He raised his firearm slightly, signaling the stranger to refrain from any rash actions. Biting their lip, the individuals seemed to weigh their options before finally relinquishing their grip on the pack, despondently conceding, "Fine, I'll go down with you. But you must guarantee that I haven't committed any crimes. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. As long as you have done no wrong, no one will accuse you unjustly." Lin Fan replied succinctly, then gestured with his weapon for the stranger to lead the way. "This way. Let's return to the station." Throughout the journey, the individual appeared exceedingly anxious, frequently glancing back at Lin Fan, yet they refrained from any further attempts at resistance. Lin Fan remained alert, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. By the time they emerged from the thicket, dusk had begun to settle, the distant mountains fading into obscurity. Lin Fan glanced skyward, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If this person was indeed innocent, then where was Zhao Taizu? Were the traces Luo Dashan had discovered linked to this individual? Or was there something more sinister afoot? Should this stranger be deceiving him? Their accomplices could very well be lurking nearby. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," Lin Fan urged, quickening his pace. Just as they were nearing the station, a shrill whistle pierced the stillness of twilight, slicing through the silence with alarming clarity. Lin Fan abruptly halted, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. The stranger appeared equally stunned, panic etched across their face. "Silence," Lin Fan hissed softly, swiftly assessing the area to determine the source of the sound. He soon realized this was no ordinary signal, but rather a warning or summoning call. In the next moment, Lin Fan decisively commanded, "Don't move. Raise your hands and crouch down." He quickly subdued the stranger while straining to listen for any signs of movement in the vicinity. From deep within the woods, faint footsteps approached, drawing closer. Lin Fan held his breath, directing his firearm toward the source of the sound. His gaze keenly focused on the dense underbrush. The footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by the subtle sound of branches being brushed aside, suggesting the presence of more than one person. His nerves were taut, like a bowstring ready to snap, poised for any eventuality. "Who is there?" Lin Fan called out coldly, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the forest. There was no response, but the footsteps suddenly halted, as if the intruder hesitated or was assessing the situation. Lin Fan swiftly adjusted his stance, positioning the stranger behind him while ensuring his line of sight remained unobstructed. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged from the underbrush. It was Luo Dashan. Breathless and urgent, he exclaimed, "Lin Fan, we're in trouble. I just discovered a temporary camp. Someone had made a fire there and left remnants of food and torn clothing. It appears to be Zhao Taizu's hideout." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pressing for details. "Are you certain it's recent? Did you see anyone?" Luo Dashan nodded gravely. "The fire still has warmth. They must have left not long ago. I intended to continue tracking them, but but I heard noises over here and came running. Lin Fan cast a quick glance at the stranger he had subdued, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was this person merely a coincidence, or did they have ties to Zhao Taizu? He swiftly made a decision. Brother Luo, take this person back to the station and hand them over to Li Chungai for supervision. I will proceed ahead to see if I can uncover more clues. No, it's too dangerous. Luo Dashan immediately protested. If it truly is Zhao Taizu, he may have already sensed our pursuit. Acting recklessly now could be perilous. Gentlemen, the stranger interjected, drawing the eyes of both Lin Fan and Luo Dashan. There is no need for the hassle. That fire was ours. I'll be frank, we belong to the ginseng gang, and this season marks the start of the red ginseng market. We ventured into the mountains to gather ginseng. Chapter 24. Red Hammer City. Lin Fan and Luo Dashan exchange a glance, their expressions easing somewhat, as there was a semblance of credibility in those words. Then why did you flee? What about the others? The rules of the Ginseng Association dictate that while we are permitted to scout the periphery, your intrusion raises suspicions. I had intended to stay hidden and observe your identities, but given that you both are armed, and this gentleman is in uniform, I hesitated to reveal myself. What about the others? Lin Fan's heart sank. It would be prudent not to provoke the Ginseng Association. Although this iteration of the association is no longer the one that has endured for centuries, being a grassroots organization of ginseng gatherers, it still possesses a formidable level of organization. The others are dispersed in the periphery, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice should conflict arise. However, we seek no trouble. As long as you abide by the rules, we can coexist peacefully. The man surveyed the surrounding woods and remarked, given that this is a ginseng gathering operation, let us adhere to the customs of the mountains. Lin Fan slowly holstered his weapon, his gaze unwavering upon the man. We do not intend to violate the rules, yet we will not tolerate any obfuscation. Have you heard of the fugitive, Zhao Taizu? The man shook his head. When did this occur? We've been in the mountains for over 10 days, preoccupied with locating ginseng veins, and have heard nothing. Lin Fan fell silent, recognizing the absence of inconsistencies in his statement. The wanted notice had indeed only arrived in recent days. What is your name? I am Zhang Sambiao. Who is the leader of your association? Our leader is my second uncle, Zhang Daiwen. He has been a stalwart for 30 years, knowledgeable of every ginseng vein from Qinbei Mountain to the Ushuri River. A simple inquiry would reveal him. I speak the truth. Lin Fan glanced at Luo Dashan, who gave a slight nod. Luo Dashan, having roamed the mountains for many years, would certainly be familiar with such a prominent figure in the Ginseng Association. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan finally relented. Then, since you have been exonerated of suspicion, you may leave. Upon finding your companions, have them exit the mountains swiftly, for there are rumors of a fugitive hiding within, armed and dangerous. Should you encounter him, peril may ensue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sambiao's face illuminated with gratitude as he repeatedly nodded. Thank you for the warning. We shall withdraw immediately and will not trouble you further. With that, he turned and vanished swiftly into the dense woods. Lin Fan watched him depart until his silhouette was completely obscured by the foliage before retracting his gaze. Do you believe his words to be true? Lin Fan whispered, uncertainty lacing his tone. Luo Dashan pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Judging by the details in his words, they seemed genuine. I know Zhang Daiwen. It does not appear to be a fabrication. The members of the Ginseng Association are typically law-abiding while gathering ginseng, and they have no reason to involve themselves in Zhao Taizu's affairs. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. We must swiftly uncover more clues to ascertain Zhao Taizu's whereabouts. Lin Fan nodded, and Luo Dashan added, the traces of that camp were quite fresh. If they were indeed left by the Ginseng Association, it indicates their proximity. If Zhao Taizu has integrated into their ranks, it could spell trouble. Luo Dashan furrowed his brow. However, that is unlikely. Zhang Daiwen holds significant sway within the association, and his subordinates are formidable. The internal regulations of the Ginseng Association are stringent. It is not easy for outsiders to infiltrate. Moreover, if the association were in peril, that individual would have certainly sought our assistance, given the formidable power you represent. The two exchanged glances, realizing that, at least for the time being, there appeared to be no intersection between the Ginseng Association and Zhao Taizu. After deliberating, they resolved to resume their tasks. Luo Dashan continued his search for Zhao Taizu, while Lin Fan patrolled the designated mountain route. Once Lin Fan and Luo Dashan had parted ways, Lin Fan meticulously scoured the patrol path. As he walked, he remained attentive to the sounds surrounding him. After traversing for about an hour, he suddenly spotted several walnut trees ahead. These were treasures indeed. The walnut trees stood tall and lush, their canopies intertwining to form a dense green shade, with sunlight filtering through in scattered beams. This was the season of fruit maturity, and these trees bore a copious harvest. It would be delightful to collect some walnuts to bring back, Lin Fan mused, retrieving a cloth bag from his backpack to prepare for harvesting. He reached out to grasp a low-hanging branch, giving it a gentle tug, causing the walnuts to cascade to the ground. For those that were too high, he climbed the tree to pick them. For those that remained out of reach, he fashioned a stick from a water ash tree and struck down the fruit before collecting them. With practiced ease, he gathered the fallen walnuts, inspecting each one for quality. Some walnuts had already cracked open, revealing their plump kernels, which filled him with delight. These walnuts would need their shells removed, dried, and stored properly to avoid spoilage and mold. As he focused intently on harvesting the walnuts, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. Lin Fan immediately grew alert, straightening up and stowing the bag in his backpack, while instinctively reaching for the gun resting against the tree. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to identify the source of the sound, but the dense foliage obscured his view, leaving the area eerily silent. "Who is there?" Lin Fan called softly, his voice tinged with caution. He refrained from acting impulsively, instead remaining still and waiting for a response. However, the only reply he received was the whispering of the wind through the leaves. Moments later, a squirrel poked its head out from a nearby tree hollow, its round eyes curiously scrutinizing him. Lin Fan exhaled in relief and chuckled, realizing he might have been overly tense, causing him to jump at shadows. Although walnuts are hard, squirrels are adept at cracking them. This territory belonged to them. The squirrel nimbly leaped onto a low-hanging branch, its paws clutching a freshly harvested walnut, which began to gnaw on, its glossy eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled quietly, amused that this little creature seemed to appreciate life more than humans do, thriving in its own way. In no time, the squirrel cracked open the walnut, its audible munching attracting several companions from nearby branches, eager to gather the fallen bounty. Lin Fan raised his gun, only to lower it slowly, ultimately unwilling to disturb the woodland creatures. He discreetly stowed his weapon, pulling out some rations from his pack, and settled down on a stone beside the tree roots to quietly chew on his food. The autumn sun filtered through the leaves, warming his shoulders. The group of squirrels intermittently nibbled on walnuts, pausing to tilt their heads and assess Lin Fan, as if evaluating the potential threat posed by this uninvited guest. Upon noticing his stillness, they gradually relaxed, chattering to one another and returning to their autumnal harvest. Lin Fan savored his rations, his gaze softening as he occasionally lifted his water bottle for a sip, watching the squirrels busily at work, a smile gradually spreading across his face. A long-forgotten tranquility welled up within Lin Fan, as if the serenity of the forest was seeping into his very soul. He realized he hadn't sat quietly and absorbed the essence of nature like this in a long while. Rising to his feet, Lin Fan brushed the dust off his trousers and adjusted his backpack. He glanced down at the walnut shells nibbled by the squirrels, chuckling to himself as he resolved to gather a few more to bring back, not only for storage, but also to add a touch of joy to his companions at the base. As time passed, the sun began its descent, casting elongated shadows, and the temperature around him gradually dropped. Having completed his designated patrol route, Lin Fan commenced his return journey. Just as he was cheerfully walking back to the base, he faintly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. This time, he did not immediately feel alarmed. Instead, he focused on discerning the direction and rhythm of the footsteps. They appeared somewhat frantic, yet lacked the stealth characteristic of someone attempting to conceal their presence. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, slinging his gun over his shoulder as he walked slowly toward the source of the sound. After passing several towering walnut trees, he caught sight of a figure stumbling from the depths of a dense forest. The man bore a small bundle upon his back, his attire tattered and his face etched with exhaustion and terror. Lin Fan swiftly raised his firearm, commanding in a loud voice, "Halt! Do not move." Upon hearing the shout, the man abruptly stopped, raising his hands high above his head, trembling as he pleaded, "Do not shoot. I am merely a lost passerby." Lin Fan squinted, scrutinizing the stranger from head to toe. The man's appearance was indeed one of disarray, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of undeniable panic. Lin Fan noted the fresh mud caking the man's shoes and the several tears in his trousers, likely inflicted by thorns, suggesting he had just endured a grueling trek. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Lin Fan inquired coldly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. "Please do not shoot. I am Zhang Wuzi from the Kambang." "From the Kambang?" Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his grip on the gun unwavering. "Do you know Zhang Deipiao from the Kambang?" "I have not heard that name. But there's a Zhang Sanpaio." The man cast a bewildered glance at Lin Fan. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan remarked, I must have misremembered. Weren't you all meant to leave the mountains quickly? Why do you linger here? Lin Fan's intention was to gauge the man's reaction, and it appeared he was not lying. We are indeed leaving the mountains. We just went to relieve ourselves, and we were on our way to pursue them. Zhang Yuzi replied, Very well, I too am departing the mountains. It seems fortuitous for us to travel together. He gestured for Zhang Yuzi to lead the way, maintaining a safe distance behind while remaining acutely aware of their surroundings. As dusk descended, the light in the forest grew dim, with only scattered rays of the setting sun filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The sound of their footsteps resonated in the silence of the woods, occasionally punctuated by the crisp snap of dry twigs beneath their weight. After traversing a stretch, Zhang Yuzi suddenly halted, tilting his ear as if to listen intently. He then turned to Lin Fan and said, Brother, ahead lies an old pit, where we temporarily camped. I will call out to let them know I have returned. Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, he raised his voice, Yi, Senpai Oga, I have returned. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He had truly heard the first part of Zhang Yuzi's statement. Although unfinished, he quickly grasped that he was referring to an old pit, which indicated a site previously excavated for wild ginseng. Typically, such locations would harbor leftover ginseng seeds sprouting anew, making it a rare treasure trove for ginseng seekers. Such sites would yield significant finds only after decades, and the precise locations of these old pits were closely guarded secrets among the Kanbang. With his firearm raised, Lin Fan remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity. Indeed, upon a red pine tree, he discerned faint markings indicative of an old ginseng site, the marks left by gatherers. The Kanbang adhered to certain protocols. In locations where ginseng was harvested, they would carve a mark to record the time and type of harvest. Lin Fan noted that this particular site had yielded 5th-grade leaves over a century ago. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, followed by several figures emerging from a thicket. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man with a full beard, wielding a stout wooden staff, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and Zhang Yuzi. Yuzi, what is the meaning of this? Who is this man? The middle-aged man inquired, his voice deep and laced with authority. Yi, this is Zhang Yuzi. He was about to explain when Lin Fan stepped forward, politely stating, I am a ranger, and I encountered this brother earlier. I am merely escorting him back. I understand that your Kanbang is preparing to leave the mountains. This is commendable, as the forest has been rather unsettled of late. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, assessing Lin Fan thoroughly before nodding and responding, I am Zhang Daiwen, the leader of the Kanbang. Since you're a ranger, we are indeed fellow travelers. However, you are aware of the rules of the mountains. We wish to avoid trouble and hope not to be disturbed. Lin Fan inclined his head slightly in understanding. Rest assured, I am merely conducting a routine patrol and will not interfere with your activities. However, I must caution you that a wanted criminal may be lurking in the mountains. It will be prudent for you to depart quickly to avoid any complications. Zhang Daiwen replied soberly, Indeed, I have heard from Senpai that we are in the process of leaving. Thank you for the warning. We shall take our leave. Nonetheless, brother, do exercise caution. Such individuals hidden in the shadows can be quite troublesome. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the few individuals behind Zhang Daiwen. Among them were 2 horses, their backs laden with heavy, bulging bundles. Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Zhang Daiwen, what have you gathered on this trip into the mountains? This inquiry, however, proved to be a breach of protocol. Zhang Daiwen's expression turned icy, and Senpai's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his hunting knife. Yet he soon chuckled, recognizing that Lin Fan appeared too young and solitary to fully comprehend the unwritten rules. Young man, in this trade, success hinges on luck and survival. What is acquired should remain unspoken, and what is not obtained should not be lamented. Those of us in this line of work value discretion above all. Since you are patrolling, you should be aware that knowing too much can be detrimental. Lin Fan maintained a composed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You speak wisely. Zhang Daiwen, I was merely making casual conversation. The mountains are high and windswept, and indeed, prudence is paramount. The Kanbang contingent consisted of 7 individuals, and Lin Fan's gaze subtly traversed each face before settling on the 2 burden horses. A gust of wind rustled through the treetops, stirring a corner of the bundle to reveal a glimpse of dark red ginseng roots glistening with sheen. A shiver ran through him. Ginseng of such vintage was far from ordinary. Zhang Daiwen noticed Lin Fan's scrutiny and deftly adjusted the cover of the bundle with a flick of his wrist. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, smiling as he remarked, Zhang Daiwen, your skills are commendable. To find such quality goods in these times is indeed rare. Oh, young brother, you possess some knowledge? Not much, just a smattering. Lin Fan replied, his mind racing. He continued, Zhang Daiwen, while I may not be well-versed in ginseng, I know people. Should you have a significant quantity to sell, I would be interested. Zhang Daiwen paused, then burst into laughter, though it lacked warmth. Young brother, engaging in trade with the dead is akin to courting death yourself. Are you not wary of your own lifespan? He continued, this commodity is not something just anyone can handle. The Kambang's rule is simple. Goods do not leave the mountains. Only old patrons may purchase. His tone shifted dramatically, his gaze sharp as a blade. Furthermore, you patrol your mountains, and I will tend to my wares. We shall not cross paths. Do not make me repeat myself. Sanpaio's hand rested firmly on his knife's hilt. Yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, still smiling as he slowly stepped back. Zhang Daiwen, you misinterpret my intentions. I speak of trade at market value. A new patron can become an old patron. To be candid, I hail from the capital and have come to the countryside. Zhang Daiwen's demeanor shifted slightly, his expression softening. From the capital? That carries a certain gravitas. Since you are a gentleman from the capital, that changes matters. He narrowed his eyes, adding, however, rules remain rules. Goods do not part from their owners. If you are genuinely interested, we can discuss it once we have left the mountains. He paused, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Lin Fan. But I advise caution. Ginseng is no ordinary commodity, especially high-quality goods. The stakes involve more than just trade. They can involve lives. Rest assured, I will exercise my discretion, Zhang Daiwen. For now, we shall part ways. We can discuss matters further when we meet outside the mountains. However, let's speak plainly. I seek substantial goods. Lin Fan clasped his hands in a polite farewell, turning to venture deeper into the woods, his steps steady, his figure swiftly disappearing into the encroaching twilight. Zhang Daiwen stood rooted in place, his staff planted firmly on the ground, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. The wind swept through the treetops, the horses whinnied softly, and the partially obscured bundle swayed gently, the dark red ginseng roots glimmering in the fading sunlight. Lin Fan contemplated the Kanbang's long-standing ventures into the mountains. They must possess hidden treasures, rare finds that were difficult to come by. In this era, high prices were unattainable, but stowing such treasures away for decades could transform them into priceless artifacts. Moreover, as fewer individuals understood ginseng, truly knowledgeable connoisseurs had become exceedingly rare. Those who dared to engage in trade were even fewer. In time, as circumstances shifted, these hidden treasures would become a silent vault of wealth. Chapter 26. The Oak Grove. As Lin Fan returned to the quaint wooden cabin, burdened with a sack brimming with walnuts, twilight had already descended. Wangbin had returned, the flickering light of the oil lamp casting a warm glow upon his face as he diligently cleaned his firearm. Hearing the commotion, he glanced up and said, Ah, Captain, what have you brought? Walnuts, Lin Fan replied. Why do they look like this? Wang Bin was bewildered, having never encountered walnuts in their green husks. Lin Fan deftly turned the bottom of the sack with both hands, lifting it with a flourish, causing the walnuts to tumble onto the ground, still encased in their green skins and covered in the damp earth of the mountains. He crouched down, plucking one from the pile, and with a gentle tap in his palm, cracked the green husk open to reveal the intricately wrinkled shell within. These are from the mountains. It's not unusual that you haven't seen them before. Only by removing the husk can one appreciate their true nature, he explained with a smile. Wangbin paused. His gun halted mid-cleaning, the oilcloth suspended in the air. So that's how it is. I encountered something similar during my last patrol in the mountains, but had no idea what it was. Turns out it's a walnut. Cool me. We must peel off this green skin, extract the nut, and dry it for storage. City folk treasure these. We should gather more. Yuan Shifeng and Li Qingai approached, squatting beside the pile of walnuts, their curiosity piqued. Captain, you're quite young, yet you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge, Li Qingai remarked, scratching his head and grinning broadly. It's only natural you and Teen know these things, being city dwellers. Many urbanites can't even distinguish between wheat and chives, crops and wild grasses, let alone where peanuts grow, whether on trees or in the ground. Haha, but I know that peanuts grow in the ground. Yuan Shifeng interjected eagerly. Lin Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further, and returned to peeling the walnuts. Outside, a military pot simmered with vegetables, the steam rising in gentle puffs. What are we having for dinner? Lin Fan casually inquired. Stewed potatoes with wild vegetables and a bit of rabbit meat. It'll have to suffice, Wang Bin replied. What wild vegetables? You can recognize wild vegetables? Lin Fan's heart raced with surprise. I picked some mushrooms. Wang Bin grinned. I just happened upon them today. Lin Fan's expression shifted slightly as he stood up and lifted the pot lid, scooping out a spoonful of soup to inspect it closely. Finally feeling relieved. These are hazel mushrooms, quite tasty, and just in time. If dried, they can be stored for winter. However, I must caution you, never underestimate wild mushrooms. Some toxic varieties closely resemble the edible ones. A mere fraction of a difference can cost a life. When foraging, always remember, better to err on the side of caution and only harvest what you know, never touch what you don't recognize. Does that sound frightening? Yuan Shifeng said with a frown. I was considering going foraging myself. There's no need to worry. The more you traverse the mountains, the more familiar you'll become. I'll take you to identify them when the opportunity arises, Lin Fan reassured them, rising and brushing the dirt from his hands while gazing towards the dimming mountain ridges. The forest resembled a grand encyclopedia, one that could not be hurriedly deciphered. It revealed its secrets hidden within the whispers of the wind, the rain, and the fallen leaves, page by page. Everyone nodded in agreement, gathering around the fire. By the way, old Wang, where did you find these hazel mushrooms? Lin Fan wondered, considering that hazel mushrooms primarily grew in oak groves, especially among the piles of leaves shed by ancient oak trees, flourishing in the damp, shaded areas. Moreover, oak groves, due to the presence of acorns, were typically frequented by wild boars, necessitating extra caution when foraging mushrooms. As Lin Fan pondered, Wang Bin rose and brushed off his trousers, saying, in that old forest on the northwest slope. Just the other day, I spotted several wild boar tracks during my patrol. That is splendid. Tomorrow, I shall venture there and perhaps bring back a few wild boars, Lin Fan thought with a flicker of delight. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than Yuan Shifeng eagerly chimed in. Captain, you must take me along. I've never hunted a wild boar before. Leeching Guy looked on eagerly. Captain, count me in. I'm strong and can help carry things. Lin Fan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Wild boars are no trifling matter. Their tough hides and muscular bodies can challenge even a tiger. Besides, you both have tasks to attend to. It's not as simple as wanting to go. Upon hearing the captain's words, the two men refrained from pressing further, their heads drooping as they tended to the fire. In truth, Lin Fan had a vested interest in keeping his secret space concealed. Capturing wild boars and discreetly storing them, there would be cumbersome with outsiders around. Come now, don't be disheartened. Isn't it enough to wait for a feast? Why must you insist on hunting yourself? There will be plenty of opportunities. We are not here for just a day or two, Lin Fan consoled them. All right, we'll wait for the feast. The two men eventually smiled. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Fan set off. This time, he changed direction and headed west, moving towards the old forest on the northwest slope where mist enveloped the trees, the air rich with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Along the way, Lin Fan followed the directions Wang Bin had given to locate the oak grove. The target was substantial, making it easier to find. Before long, he spotted several towering old oaks, their bark cracked, their branches twisted, and the fallen leaves forming a thick carpet. Lin Fan crouched down, brushing aside the damp, withered leaves, and indeed discovered clusters of brown hazel mushrooms peeking out, which he promptly gathered and stored. As he continued foraging for mushrooms, he carefully searched for signs of wild boars, the snapped branches, overturned soil, and fresh hoof prints. Every step was taken with utmost caution, lest he disturb the prey hidden deep within the thicket. At last, at the edge of an oak grove, he stumbled upon several large mud pits, remnants of the wild boars scratching themselves. Not far away, a pile of chewed acorn shells lay scattered on the ground, indicating this was a frequent haunt of the wild boars. Lin Fan halted, contemplating setting up an ambush here. Hunting a wild boar alone was best done from an elevated position, but once a shot was fired, the boars would scatter. To enhance his chances, he needed to devise a clever strategy. Traps must be placed along the paths the boars commonly traversed. Lin Fan meticulously examined the terrain before selecting a large tree as his vantage point, allowing him to observe the boar's movements and strike effectively. After firing his gun, he could drive the startled boars toward the trap. With a plan in mind, Lin Fan began to excavate a pit using the entrenching tool he had received from the old supply officer. The tool was robust, its edges finely sharpened. As he dug, however, he soon regretted his decision. The soil was compact and hard, making each shovelful feel as if he were prying up iron plates. He lamented, thinking he should have brought old Yuan and the others along. Completing this task alone would take an eternity. After half an hour of labor, he had only managed to create a shallow pit, far from the grand trap he had envisioned. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sat down beside the small pit he had dug. His gaze fell upon the space rune on his thumb, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He suddenly recalled that this ring could not only store items, but might also harness spatial power to aid in excavation. Shall I give it a try? He pondered. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Fan plunged the entrenching tool forcefully into the soft earth. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring that the clearing was devoid of any onlookers before concentrating on channeling the spatial energy. In an instant, a surge of mysterious spatial power erupted forth. The pit before him seemed to be yanked downward by an invisible hand, causing the ground to sink abruptly. The loose soil appeared to be firmly grasped by some unseen force before vanishing into thin air, transported into the spatial realm. In the blink of an eye, the once shallow pit had transformed into a vast chasm over 2 yards deep. The surrounding walls as smooth as if carved by a master craftsman, truly a marvel of divine artistry. Lin Fan opened his eyes, beholding the astonishing results before him, and a wave of joy surged within his heart. To his astonishment, the spatial treasure proved to be remarkably useful during the hunt. Not only did it spare him the labor of an entire afternoon, but also facilitated the swift formation of the trap. He dared not linger, immediately commencing the arrangement of camouflage. He meticulously covered the pit's mouth with dried twigs and fallen leaves collected nearby, followed by a careful scattering of soft loam around the trap to obliterate any potential signs of human activity. Finally, he gathered a substantial amount of acorns, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, and artfully arranged them near the trap as bait. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Fan stealthily ascended to his predetermined sniping position. It was a venerable oak tree, its robust trunk providing a stable perch for his rifle. Steadying the butt of the gun against his shoulder, he scanned the forest with piercing eyes, patiently awaiting the appearance of his quarry. As anticipated, a sounder of wild boars emerged in the warm afternoon sunlight. The lead boar, a colossal male, was astonishingly large, its formidable tusks glinting ominously in the sun. Trailing behind were a dozen or so smaller sows and piglets, their heavy hooves crunching the leaves as they approached the pile of acorns. Lin Fan immediately held his breath, becoming as still as a statue. The wild boars, possessing an acute sense of smell, were soon drawn in by the delectable scent of the acorns. They gradually encircled the bait, eagerly competing for the tasty morsels. However, the seasoned male exhibited remarkable caution. It refrained from joining the feast immediately, instead circling the perimeter, nostrils flaring, vigilantly surveying the surrounding woods. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the rifle, his heartbeat slowing. He understood the necessity of waiting for the opportune moment. In the season, the northern winds often swept through the woods, prompting him to strategically position himself downwind, wary of the keen noses of these sensitive beasts detecting his scent. At that moment, he fixated on the boar's every movement, patiently anticipating the moment the male would lower its guard. The frigid northern wind, carrying the chill of late autumn, wafted from the ridge, and Lin Fan squinted, savoring the cool breeze against his cheek. He held the rifle steady, its barrel gradually lowering in sync with the movements of the distant boar herd, his breathing rhythmically aligned with the whisper of the wind. He intended to first disperse the herd with a gunshot, driving the unsuspecting sows and piglets into the trap he had painstakingly dug, and then concentrate his firepower on the most alert, tusked leader. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the forest's tranquility, the bullets whistling passage echoing among the trees. The first shot struck a sow squarely in the head. It scarcely had time to emit a cry before collapsing. The second bullet hit a piglet's hind leg, causing the little creature to writhe in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The sudden assault sent the entire sounder into a frenzy, scattering like fireworks in all directions. The massive boar leader abruptly pivoted, its heavy hoof churning up clods of earth as it began to flee away from the trap. Lin Fan, quick of reflex, swiftly adjusted his aim. The third bullet whizzed past the boar's shoulder, detonating in the ground less than a meter ahead, sending a spray of debris up as an invisible barrier. The boar let out a deafening roar, skidding to a halt, its body sliding forward under momentum before it was forced to change direction and charge toward the death trap Lin Fan had set. The remaining boars instinctively followed their leader, the entire herd surging like a dark tide toward the trap. A victorious smile crept across Lin Fan's lips, just as the boar's front hooves grazed the trap's edge. Its massive body abruptly plunged downwards, as if seized by an unseen hand, crashing into the several-meter-deep pit. This 400-pound behemoth thrashed wildly, its sharp tusks carving deep furrows in the pit's walls, clods of dirt cascading down like rain. Yet the walls were as smooth as glass, rendering its efforts to escape futile. Thump, thump, thump. The resounding thuds echoed within the pit as the entire sounder, led by their leader, tumbled in like dumplings into the elongated death trap. Lin Fan had meticulously designed this trap, stretching dozens of meters long and exceeding 5 meters in depth, resembling a massive serpent with a gaping maw, consuming the panicked beasts entirely. The pit's bottom was engulfed in dust, the boars' frantic squeals mingling with the sounds of their collisions. But regardless of their chaotic attempts, they could not escape the carefully orchestrated snare. A hearty laugh erupted from Lin Fan, his joy uncontrollable, reverberating through the forest. He nimbly descended from the sturdy branch and hastened toward the edge of the trap. Peering down, he was elated by the sight before him. The bottom of the pit was densely packed with the frantic wild boars. These once mighty creatures now in disarray within the confined space, their sharp tusks clashing ineffectually. Upon rough estimation, he discerned more than a dozen robust adult boars and over 20 smaller piglets scurrying in panic. Lin Fan pondered briefly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, a faint spatial ripple emanating from his palm. With a mere thought, a golden-haired piglet was instantly drawn into the spatial realm. However, to his astonishment, the moment the little creature entered the space, it immediately showed no signs of life. Lin Fan's heart jolted, and he quickly focused his mind to investigate the internal conditions of the space. His brow furrowed. While the spatial power was undeniably formidable, it was not omnipotent. Living beings could not adapt to the peculiar environment within. Upon further reflection, this outcome seemed logical. After all, that mysterious space was an existence beyond the ordinary, incapable of sustaining any life, with even the flow of time completely halted. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure. Given the space's peculiar characteristics, it was clear that, besides storage, it could also serve other remarkable purposes, such as a lethal weapon. With this realization, a spark ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. With a slight mental shift, he absorbed the remaining wild boars into the spatial realm. The colossal beasts lost all vitality the instant they crossed the threshold, deprived of even a fleeting chance to struggle. Chapter 28. A night in the mountains. Lin Fan waved his hand, transferring the mountain of wild boars to the clearing outside. He crouched down, deftly beginning to process his quarry. First, he precisely sliced open their arteries to let them bleed, then skillfully gutted them, sectioning the meat with each cut executed flawlessly. The entire process flowing as smoothly as a seasoned hunter's craft. The heavy scent of blood filled the air, yet his hands moved with unwavering determination, ensuring every usable part was put to good use. Lin Fan categorized the freshly cut tender meat and stored it securely in the spatial realm. Then meticulously dealt with the boar hides and entrails, carefully selecting all usable materials. Finally, he disposed of the residual blood and other waste into the trap he had previously dug, then retrieved a substantial amount of dirt stored in the space to seal the trap thoroughly, the entire process executed cleanly and leaving no trace behind. Despite Lin Fan's nimble hands and feet, the sheer number of wild boars delayed his completion. By the time he finished, the western sky was painted with orange hues, dusk gradually enveloping the entire forest. Lin Fan glanced at the sky. It was evident he could not return today and would have to spend the night in the mountains. He ventured forward for 2 miles, seeking a sheltered rock cave. After clearing the area, he retrieved a sturdy tent from his spatial storage. Once erected, Lin Fan stepped inside to assess the comfort it provided. It was warm and dry, effectively shielding him from the encroaching chill of the mountains. It was now late autumn, with winter fast approaching. The mountain winds grew more fierce, and the dry leaves rustled outside, the cold penetrating like needles. Despite the tent's protection and his thick overcoat, Lin Fan could still feel the outside cold seep in. He knew that in the depths of winter, he would surely struggle to withstand such conditions. He resolved to light a stove. The cast iron stove he had acquired at the black market would serve him well, even though he had yet to connect the incomplete chimney. With practiced hands, he assembled a rusted stove and gathered some dry pine wood to ignite within its chamber. Flames quickly sprang to life, dispelling the cave's cold. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows upon the rough rock walls, those swaying silhouettes gently moving with the breeze from outside, as if imbued with life. Seated by the hearth, Lin Fan reveled in the completely enclosed structure that allowed the flames to roar within the stove without escaping. With deft precision, he sliced wild boar meat into evenly thick pieces, deliberately selecting cuts that balanced fat and lean, ensuring the most aromatic roasting. The moment the meat touched the scorching stove surface, it sizzled enticingly, releasing fat that bubbled and danced, occasionally popping with a crisp sound. The rich aroma of the meat gradually filled the cave, mingling with the smoky scent of burning wood, evoking a primal urge to feast. From his small cloth pouch, Lin Fan retrieved an array of seasonings. Vibrant red chili powder exuding a stimulating fragrance, golden cumin powder with an exotic allure, and glimmering grains of fine salt that sparkled in the firelight. With practiced hands, he evenly sprinkled the seasonings over the golden brown meat, heightening the savory scent. Beside him rested an enameled jar containing a modest amount of liquor. Lin Fan occasionally grasped the jar, sipping the warm spirit in small gulps. This potent liquor was initially sharp and invigorating, yet upon closer tasting, one could discern a hint of sweetness from the grains. The liquid flowed down his throat, spreading warmth from his stomach throughout his body, loosening his frozen limbs. On this frigid night, nothing could be more delightful than this roasted meat paired with strong liquor. Leaning against the cave wall, he savored the warmth from the fire, the effects of the alcohol slowly rising to his head. He squinted, listening to the soft whispers of the mountain wind rustling through the trees, occasionally interspersed with the howls of unknown beasts, rendering the night even quieter. The enamel jar in his hand reflected a soft glow from the firelight, and he glanced at the remaining liquor, a smile creeping onto his lips. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he nudged the wood inside the stove to temper the flames, preventing them from burning too fiercely and wasting fuel. He then retrieved his overcoat from his spatial storage, wrapping it around himself before sinking into the tent for a deep slumber. As time passed, a faint sound suddenly emerged from outside the cave, reminiscent of something stepping on dry leaves. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, and he sat up straight, his right hand instinctively grasping the firearm beside him. He held his breath, straining to listen to the sounds outside. The noise was faint yet persistent, as if some creature was slowly approaching. Lin Fan refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he quietly lifted a corner of the tent to peer outside. By the dim light of the moon, he discerned a vague silhouette lingering not far away. It was small in stature, but agile in movement. Squinting, he attempted to identify the creature while his finger lightly rested on the trigger, just in case. At that moment, the figure suddenly halted, seemingly aware of the anomaly within the cave. They held each other's gaze for a few tense seconds, before the figure emitted a brief call and swiftly vanished into the dense woods. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, retreating back into the tent, yet for safety's sake. He kept his firearm within easy reach, remaining vigilant until he confirmed there were no other threats before gradually relaxing. That night, Lin Fan slept lightly, waking intermittently to check whether the fire still burned. He understood that in such an environment, any negligence could lead to peril. The morning in the mountains was still tranquil, with frost lingering at the cave's entrance, the fire having long since extinguished, leaving only a pile of ash. Lin Fan opened his eyes to find the first rays of sunlight slanting into the cave, illuminating the metallic barrel of his firearm, which reflected a cold sheen. He slowly sat up, reaching out to touch the barrel. Its icy touch fully roused him. Outside, the frost clung to the tips of grass, resembling delicate flowers quietly blooming in the morning light. He stealthily emerged from the tent, treading softly upon the soft, dry leaves as he approached the direction where he had seen the silhouette the night before. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, intermingled with a subtle yet discernible whiff of blood. Crouching down, he parted a bush dusted with frost, revealing a series of paw prints clearly imprinted in the soil. Leading deeper into the dense forest, wolves. The edges of the paw prints appeared somewhat rounded, closely spaced, definitely the tracks of wolves. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, alarm bells ringing in his mind. These prints looked fresh, likely left by the figure from the previous night. Judging by their shape and depth, they were no ordinary beast. He stood up, scanning his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the layered shadows of the trees, feeling as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the darkness. Although he had not encountered them directly, the sensation of being scrutinized made him uneasy. He swiftly returned to the cave, stowing the tent and other supplies in his spatial storage, and checked the ashes to ensure the fire was completely extinguished, leaving no obvious traces behind. Though wolves typically do not attack humans, this was deep in the wilderness, and one could never predict what unforeseen events might arise. Moreover, that brief call from last night did not resemble the sound of a typical wolf. It seemed more akin to a warning or a probe. Chapter 29. The wolf pack. Lin Fan hoisted his firearm, his fingers gently resting on the trigger, and advanced stealthily towards the direction of the paw prints. He was not intent on pursuing, but rather wished to ascertain the range and size of the wolf pack's activity. During this season, wolves often found themselves ravenously hungry, relentlessly pursuing any discovered prey. If they had set their sights on him, a fierce confrontation would be inevitable. As he delved deeper into the forest, the environment grew increasingly cold and damp, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy overhead. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, and the distant calls of birds echoed, yet they carried a mournful quality that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from ahead, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps, as if something was approaching swiftly. Lin Fan immediately halted, pressing his body against the trunk of a sturdy tree, holding his breath, his eyes fixed intently in the direction of the sound. Soon, a gray shadow darted through the trees, moving so quickly that its form remained indistinct. He could only make out that it was a large wolf, its coat glistening with an oily sheen, eyes fierce and alert. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. This was no solitary wolf. It was likely accompanied by an entire pack. Realizing this, he promptly abandoned the idea of continuing his pursuit and turned to retreat in the opposite direction. However, just as he took a few steps, a low growl echoed once more, this time closer and clearer, as if it were right behind him. His nerves tightened instantly. His right hand gripped his firearm, while his left hand stealthily reached for the military dagger at his waist. He knew that wolves excelled at hunting in packs. If surrounded, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. In this moment, his only recourse was to find higher ground as a temporary stronghold while creating enough deterrence to dissuade the pack from launching an attack. Lin Fan quickened his pace, deliberately choosing a convoluted terrain to obscure his tracks. However, no matter how cautious he was, the ominous growls behind him remained relentless, even intensifying. It was evident that the wolf pack had begun to assemble. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Fan as he sensed the wolves tightening their encirclement, a palpable aura of danger permeating the air. He swiftly scanned his surroundings for a strategic advantage. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a colossal ancient tree not far away. Its sturdy trunk and interwoven branches resembled a natural fortress. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the tree. The dry leaves crunched softly beneath his feet, but he could no longer afford to conceal his presence. As he ascended the trunk, several gray shadows darted from the woods, surrounding the spot where he had just stood. In the dim light, Lin Fan discerned the wolves' forms. Their fur was unkempt yet brimming with power, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green glow, and the drool dripping from their jaws left mottled stains on the ground. Leading the pack was an exceptionally large wolf, its shoulder height nearly level with Lin Fan's waist. Exuding a chilling intelligence, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He selected a robust branch of the ancient tree, quickly climbed onto it, and pressed his back against the trunk, steadying his semi-automatic rifle in front of him. Though the ancient tree afforded temporary safety, he knew the wolves would not easily relent. Indeed, the alpha wolf let out a low growl, prompting the others to disperse, circling beneath the tree, occasionally glancing up at him as if evaluating their next move. Lin Fan surveyed the pack, estimating their numbers, at least a dozen, each one remarkably robust. Engaging them head-on was nearly futile. However, he noted a detail. The wolves moved with remarkable coordination, clearly honed through extensive training, while the alpha wolf seemed to serve as a commander, orchestrating their actions. The thought of a wolf king flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Ancient texts suggest that a beast of such stature must possess extraordinary traits. This giant wolf, with eyes like copper bells and a gait as steady as a rock, clearly epitomized the leader of the pack. The wolves did not rush to attack. Instead, the wolf king lowered its front limbs, slowly raising its head to the sky, releasing a long, mournful howl. The sound pierced the heavens, echoing through the depths of the mountains. Lin Fan held his breath, gripping his rifle tightly, his gaze fixed on the wolf king. He understood that this howl was no mere display of dominance, but a summons for more allies, perhaps even a means of conveying a message. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, distant howls responded, a chorus that suggested the entire forest had been stirred. Lin Fan quickly assessed the situation. He needed to find a way to escape. Peering down at the wolf pack, he saw they remained vigilant, but had not attempted to scale the ancient tree. It was clear that these wolves had a fear of heights, yet their numbers and persistence made the predicament increasingly dire. With a sudden bang, a gunshot rang out, aimed at intimidating the wolves in hopes they would retreat. The sound thundered through the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. The pack stirred, retreating several steps, but the alpha wolf's growl commanded them to regroup. What's happening? I haven't provoked them, Lin Fan pondered, confusion swirling within him. He reflected on his actions over the past 2 days, trying to identify what might have drawn the wolves' ire. He had merely hunted and camped, never venturing deep into their territory nor harming their kin. The Wolf King howled again, this time with a higher pitch, infused with a mix of anger and authority. Lin Fan keenly observed the trees around him. More gray shadows flickered amidst the foliage, indicating the pack's numbers were swelling. He realized that maintaining this stalemate was futile. Taking a deep breath, he rechecked his rifle, ensuring the chamber was loaded and the magazine full. Testing the sturdiness of the branch with his foot, he resolved that if the wolves were unwilling to retreat, he would have to face them head-on. Positioned above them, armed with his semi-automatic rifle and nearly 200 rounds of ammunition, he was prepared for a fierce battle. As Lin Fan's gaze darted between the wolves and his surroundings, he noted the gathering pack had grown from a mere dozen to over 30, the gray shadows closing in on him. Faced with such a formidable force, he understood that if he could not eliminate the Wolf King, his fate would be sealed. Only by decapitating the leader could he hope to find a sliver of escape. He swiftly adjusted the angle of his rifle, aiming at the Wolf King. If he could incapacitate or severely wound the leader, the pack might descend into chaos, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to break free. However, just as he squeezed the trigger, the Wolf King seemed to sense the impending danger, lunging forward a step. The bullet grazed its fur but failed to inflict any harm. Infuriated, the Wolf King let out a furious roar, sending the entire pack into a frenzy. Lin Fan cursed under his breath. He had completely enraged them. Sure enough, the wolves began attempting to climb the ancient tree, their awkward movements producing a cacophony of scraping claws against the bark. Lin Fan was not particularly worried. Wolves were not adept climbers, and with the advantage of height and ample ammunition, he could maneuver with some leeway. Nevertheless, several larger wolves had begun to leap and scramble, barely reaching the lower branches. Still far from his height, the Wolf King, having witnessed the power of the weapon in Lin Fan's hands, quickly learned its lesson, retreating to a concealed position. Whether in the underbrush or behind a large tree, occasionally revealing only its glowing green eyes as it directed the pack's movements. Realizing his opportunity to eliminate the Wolf King was slipping away, Lin Fan promptly changed tactics, opening fire toward the advancing wolves. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the depths of the forest, each shot resonating like urgent battle drums, stirring echoes in the silent valley. These sounds did not deter the wolves. Rather, they ignited a more ferocious rage within them. Despite Lin Fan's exceptional marksmanship, which had felled several of the vicious beasts, the remaining wolves showed no sign of retreat. Their eyes glinted with an even more savage green light as they charged toward the towering ancient tree. The Wolf King's deep growls reverberated through the woods, akin to a seasoned commander continuously adjusting the assault strategy. Observing closely, Lin Fan noted the wolves' tactical coordination. Robust members of the pack initiated feigned attacks from the front to draw attention, while agile younger wolves flanked from the sides, seeking gaps in his defenses. This organized assault compelled Lin Fan to remain utterly vigilant. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the left side's underbrush. Lin Fan immediately turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the thicket, his fingers poised on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. A wolf cautiously emerged from the underbrush, its eyes betraying a hint of caution, yet predominantly exuding ferocity. Shortly thereafter, several more wolves approached the ancient tree from various directions, fanning out in a semicircle to encircle it once again. Lin Fan took a deep breath, understanding that a new wave of assault from the pack was imminent. This time, it was evident that the Wolf King had come prepared, opting for a more calculated strategy rather than a reckless charge. He gripped his rifle tightly, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As the wolves closed in to a critical distance, Lin Fan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sharp reports of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the forest, causing a few wolves to collapse lifelessly. However, the remaining wolves were undeterred by the gunshots. Instead, they hastened their advance towards the ancient tree, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if intent on tearing Lin Fan to shreds. Lin Fan continuously adjusted the rifle's aim, firing rapidly, yet the sheer number of wolves overwhelmed him. Just then, he noticed a few wolves attempting to flank him from the far side of the tree, an area obscured from his view. Startled, Lin Fan quickly pivoted, firing several shots at the encroaching wolves, and two of them were instantly engulfed in a cloud of crimson mist, crashing to the ground. He swiftly turned again, raising his rifle to continue shooting at the other side. The battle intensified, and Lin Fan could feel his stamina waning. His arms began to ache, and his breathing grew labored. Amidst the relentless onslaught of the wolves, Lin Fan maintained an extraordinary composure. His semi-automatic rifle remained steadfastly aimed at the most threatening direction, the barrel constantly adjusting to the wolves' movements. Each precise shot felled an attacking wolf, while spent casings ejected from the chamber, producing a sharp metallic sound upon hitting the ground. As the skirmish wore on, Lin Fan keenly sensed a subtle shift in the wolves' tactics. Some ceased their mindless charges and began to circle the ancient tree, occasionally looking up to assess the situation above and sniffing the ground, clearly searching for a new point of entry. Just then, a sudden violent tremor nearly sent Lin Fan tumbling from a tree. A few large male wolves were ramming their bodies against the trunk, using their robust shoulders in a relentless effort to shake the ancient tree. Though the trunk was thick enough for a person to wrap their arms around, under the continuous and forceful impacts from the wolves, the massive tree began to sway slightly. Withered leaves and small branches rained down like droplets, prompting Lin Fan to cling tightly to the trunk to maintain his balance. In this critical moment, Lin Fan swiftly recalibrated his strategy. He prioritized targeting the wolves that posed the greatest threat by assaulting the tree. Each bullet was meticulously calculated for accuracy, while the continuous gunfire served as a deterrent. He understood that only by eliminating the fiercest wolves first could he truly shatter the pack's fighting spirit. Once he expended a magazine, Lin Fan retrieved a spare one from his space. Each person was allotted only one spare, and he was grateful to have it. Otherwise, an extended lull could lead to unforeseen dangers. Leaning against the tree trunk, he swiftly reloaded, his movements both practiced and calm. He recognized that any hesitation in this precarious situation could have fatal consequences. A long howl echoed as the Wolf King appeared to sense his brief pause, commanding the pack to surge forward. The wolves became increasingly frenzied under the Wolf King's call, with several rising on their hind legs, frantically clawing at the trunk in an attempt to scale it. Before long, Lin Fan had loaded the new magazine, holding his breath as he raised his rifle to aim. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire rang out, each bullet striking true, and the nearest wolves emitted piercing howls before crashing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. The Wolf King, witnessing the significant losses among its companions, misunderstood the previous lull and soon reappeared behind a nearby tree, its eerie green eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. The Wolf King refrained from direct attack, instead using low growls to continuously adjust the pack's rhythm of assault. Lin Fan felt a chill. This Wolf King was not only cunning, but possessed an extraordinary intelligence, far beyond that of an ordinary beast. Despite suffering heavy losses in this round of assault, the Wolf King did not retreat. Rather, it let out a sharp, elongated howl, seemingly issuing a command to withdraw. The remaining wolves, upon hearing the sound, surprisingly abandoned their siege on the ancient tree, dispersing into the depths of the thicket, concealing themselves. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. The pack's retreat was too orderly, clearly not born of fear, but rather a calculated ploy. The Wolf King was indeed clever, swiftly altering its strategy, which sent a shiver down Lin Fan's spine. This Wolf King must have heard the gunfire and had engaged in battle before. Otherwise, it would not have seized the opportunity to launch such a fierce attack. It seemed unaccustomed to the concept of spare ammunition. Given the circumstances, it appeared he would not be able to descend from the tree anytime soon, surrounded as he was by wolves. Lin Fan glanced down, having emptied 2 magazines. With an estimated 10 wolves slain, he needed to reload swiftly. He quickly retrieved new rounds from his space, beginning to fill the magazines. Though his hands were steady, his heart raced with tension, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any sudden wolf assault. Each sound of a bullet sliding into the magazine resonated with alarming clarity in the stillness of the forest, akin to the ticking of a countdown clock. Lin Fan filled both magazines to capacity, once again positioning his rifle at his chest, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the Wolf King. He understood that the Wolf King would not relent easily, and the ensuing battle would only grow more arduous. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, with only the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Time slipped by, and the wolf pack remained unervingly silent. Lin Fan's nerves remained taut, unwilling to yield an inch. He leaned against the tree trunk, his body poised for action, sweat soaking his back. Yet he felt no chill in the cold forest. What was the Wolf King's intent? Was it not going to attack? Lin Fan pondered, puzzled. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that the Wolf King was truly this astute? A realization dawned upon him. The pack intended to engage in a war of attrition, to exhaust him into submission. Lin Fan could not remain perched in the tree indefinitely. There was no food or water here. True, he had provisions in his space, but he could not sleep in a tree. He could not forego sleep entirely. As long as the wolves waited below for him to descend, the situation would swiftly turn against him. Even more concerning was the prospect of nightfall. The consequences would be dire. Chapter 31. To the bitter end, Lin Fan found himself deep in thought. This confrontation had dragged on for more than half a day, and any further delay would be detrimental to his position. His mood grew increasingly heavy as he recognized that night belonged to the wolves. Once darkness fell, his predicament would become far more perilous. He needed to devise a comprehensive plan to escape the wolves before nightfall. Once again, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, seeking anything that could be of use. He could not afford to remain idle. Lin Fan silently gritted his teeth. He swiftly altered his strategy, opting not to remain entrenched but to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan slung his rifle behind him and decisively leaped from the tree. Rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, and then sprinted towards the cave where he had spent the night before. The distance was considerable, and he would undoubtedly be pursued by the pack. A long howl resonated behind him, the Wolf King's call. The pack quickly responded, howls echoing in a relentless pursuit. Lin Fan raced desperately, his legs feeling as heavy as if they were laden with lead, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to forge ahead without a moment's pause. His heart thundered within his chest, each breath threatening to tear through his lungs. The howls of the wolf pack grew alarmingly closer behind him, echoing like a death knell. Bang, bang, bang. As he sprinted, Lin Fan lifted his gun and fired. In such a frenzied state of motion, hitting a target was an arduous task. Yet, given the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to adopt this running and gunning strategy. However, amidst his frantic flight, he suddenly realized the perilous truth. He had unwittingly been encircled by the wolves. In the surrounding underbrush, dozens of glowing green wolf eyes flickered ominously in the darkness, like will-o'-the-wisps dancing in the night. The wolf pack had evidently executed a meticulous plan, advancing with a perfect formation that exuded lethal intent with each step. Lin Fan's back pressed against the gnarled trunk of a massive ancient tree. The rough bark jabbed painfully into him, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. He took a deep breath, the frigid air filling his lungs, and gripped his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with renewed determination. His eyes betrayed a mix of fear and a resolute defiance, as if he were prepared to fight to the death. Amidst the sanguine hues of the setting sun, the silhouette of the Wolf King loomed nearby. This imposing alpha wolf appeared cunning, refraining from a reckless attack, instead lurking in the shadows as it awaited the opportune moment to strike, simultaneously orchestrating the final encirclement of its prey. Lin Fan understood that remaining in a passive defense would lead only to his demise. He had to take the initiative to seize a glimmer of hope. With a sudden burst of resolve, he darted out from behind the tree, fully aware of the perilous situation. There was no cover, and he stood completely exposed to the wolves' lethal claws. A whoa! The Wolf King, sensing its quarry had halted its flight, emitted a chilling and savage howl that pierced the stillness of the forest. This cry seemed to signal the onset of an assault, and the once slow-moving pack erupted into frenzied action. Shadowy forms surged forth, dozens of ravenous wolves lunging from every direction, their gaping maws revealing razor-sharp fangs glinting in the moonlight. In an instant, the encirclement tightened, and the specter of death loomed over Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan felt no fear. He stood his ground, leveling his rifle with a steely resolve. His gaze, cold and unwavering, locked onto the first wolf that charged towards him, and he decisively squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, the bullet piercing the wolf's skull before it could emit a single cry, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. However, the onslaught did not wane. It grew ever more frenzied. Several wolves leapt from various angles, their sharp claws slashing through the air as they sought to rend Lin Fan apart. He spun around rapidly, firing continuously as gunfire echoed through the mountains, smoke billowing around him. Nevertheless, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and the ammunition dwindled at an alarming rate. Lin Fan quickly exhausted one magazine, swiftly replacing it with a spare, yet the weight of the rifle grew heavier in his hands. A stark reminder that time was slipping away for a fresh reload. But he remained composed, each shot meticulously calculated to maximize its impact. The Wolf King seemed to sense Lin Fan's dwindling ammunition. It issued commands more frequently, urging the pack to escalate their assault. Some wolves deliberately distracted him, while others attempted flanking maneuvers from the sides and rear. Lin Fan had to remain ever vigilant, his gaze darting among the pack, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a massive wolf lunged at him from the right, its speed rendering him unable to pivot in time. Instinctively, Lin Fan sidestepped, swinging the butt of his rifle down upon the wolf's head. The creature staggered, but it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its maw wide, aiming for Lin Fan's arm. "Seize!" Lin Fan shouted, and in that instant, a surge of spatial energy erupted, causing the wolf, now mere inches away, to vanish into thin air. This abrupt turn of events left the Wolf King momentarily stunned, its meticulously orchestrated assault now thwarted. After a brief moment of shock, the Wolf King roared in fury, as if to proclaim that this battle was far from over. The pack, roused by their leader's cry, launched another frenzied attack, their eyes ablaze with rage and madness, as if they intended to devour Lin Fan whole. The Wolf King, it was imperative that he eliminate it for the rest of the pack to retreat. Lin Fan understood that he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. He had to devise a strategy to turn the tide. While firing at the advancing wolves, he kept a keen eye on their movements. Seizing the opportunity while the others were momentarily distracted, Lin Fan charged forward, his sights set on the Wolf King. The Wolf King appeared to sense Lin Fan's intent, emitting a warning growl while commanding its pack to close in. Undeterred, Lin Fan pressed on, firing as he advanced towards the alpha. Closer, closer still. At this moment, the Wolf King seemed to steel itself, no longer hiding or retreating, but rather watching Lin Fan approach with a deliberate slowness. Yet, the sheer number of wolves prevented Lin Fan from finding an opportunity to aim directly at the king, as the pack's relentless tactics offered him no respite. Finally, Lin Fan halted abruptly, gripping his rifle with unwavering determination. The ground was littered with the carcasses of slain wolves, and now his gun was aimed squarely at the Wolf King. They locked eyes, each filled with wariness and hostility. Prepare to meet your demise. Today, I shall show you who the true sovereign is. Lin Fan pulled the trigger. Clink, the crisp sound of the firing pin striking in that critical moment. The magazine was empty. Lin Fan was left speechless. Chapter 32. One crisis averted, another emerges. The Wolf King seemed to fully comprehend the implications of that sound. Lin Fan distinctly saw a glimmer of amusement in its amber eyes. Yes, this fierce beast was indeed wearing a look of smugness and mockery. Lin Fan decisively discarded his shotgun, swiftly drawing the combat knife from his waist. In that fleeting moment, a gray wolf suddenly lunged at him from the left. Yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, maintaining his unwavering gaze upon the Wolf King, a cold smile gracing his lips. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted the approaching wolf and swung his right hand with ferocity. Seize! With Lin Fan's command, the charging wolf inexplicably vanished without a trace. The Wolf King was taken aback, its earlier mirth evaporating, replaced by shock and confusion. Though it had witnessed such an uncanny event once before, it still could not fathom the magic this human wielded. At this moment, the distance between them shrank to a mere 10 meters. Lin Fan advanced steadily, step by deliberate step, toward the Wolf King. His deep voice reverberated through the silent forest. I never sought your life. It is you who have forced my hand. In that case, let us settle this. The astonishment in the Wolf King's eyes gradually morphed into unmistakable fear. This alpha, who had never retreated, found itself involuntarily stepping back. 5 meters. Just 5 meters remained. In that critical moment, the Wolf King suddenly turned and bolted into the depths of the dense forest, emitting frantic howls. Seeing their leader flee, the pack quickly followed suit, vanishing into the thick shadows of the trees. They actually ran away. Lin Fan slapped his thigh in frustration. The Wolf King was exceedingly cunning. With just one more step forward, he could have entered the range of spatial power and obliterated it in one fell swoop. Alas, his efforts fell short. Gazing at the retreating figures of the wolf pack, Lin Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the battle had concluded, he was acutely aware of the heavy toll he had paid. His clothing was tattered beyond recognition, and his exposed skin bore a myriad of intersecting wounds. Fortunately, most were merely superficial injuries inflicted by rocks or thorns during the fray. More severely, his stamina was nearly spent, and his limbs felt as though they were laden with lead. Lin Fan bent down to retrieve the discarded hunting rifle and began to gather the scattered wolf carcasses, meticulously collecting them into his spatial storage. These premium wolf pelts were rare trophies that must not go to waste. As he continued his collection, he truly grasped the ferocity of the recent skirmish, having slain over 30 ferocious wolves. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lin Fan dragged his weary body toward the cave where he was temporarily residing, staggering with fatigue. Upon entering the dim cave, Lin Fan found a dry corner to lie down. He closed his eyes, replaying the thrilling scenes of battle in his mind, each detail vividly etched in his memory. After a brief rest, he felt a modicum of energy return. Observing the darkening sky outside, it was evident that he would not be able to return to his base today and would have to spend yet another night in the cave. Lin Fan cautiously stood up, scanning his surroundings with the keen gaze of a hawk, ensuring that no traces of the wolf pack remained before allowing himself to relax slightly. He squatted down and methodically organized his gear. First, he picked up the rifle, carefully inspecting the barrel, trigger, and magazine, confirming that each component was intact. He then retrieved 2 spare magazines, expertly loading each bullet. Looking at the filled magazines, Lin Fan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He pondered the tasks ahead, pitching a tent, starting a fire, and preparing a meal, and let out a sigh, dusting off his pants. He rallied himself with a determined thought. Let us get to work. He chose a sheltered corner to set up the folding tent within the cave. Then, he ventured outside to gather dry branches and firewood from the forest, eager to prepare before darkness fully descended. After returning with a substantial bundle of firewood, he expertly constructed a fire pit at the cave entrance. Sparks flew as the flames erupted joyfully, casting a warm glow that dispelled the biting cold of the cave and brought him a rare sense of security. Lin Fan retrieved his cooking pot from his spatial storage and rummaged for some simple ingredients. Despite the day's harrowing battle, his appetite was surprisingly robust. Perhaps due to the excessive energy expended, the aroma of food caused his stomach to rumble. As he cooked, he remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds outside the cave. As night deepened in his silence, Lin Fan crawled into his tent, ready to rest. Despite his body feeling as heavy as lead, he maintained his alertness. He placed the rifle within easy reach and double-checked that his combat knife was positioned within sight before lying down with a sense of security. However, the night was anything but peaceful. Outside the cave, the sporadic howls of wild beasts echoed: wolves, bobcats, and other unidentified creatures. Fortunately, these sounds remained distant and did not approach. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, Lin Fan finally released a sigh of relief. He stretched his stiff body, performing several exercises, and felt his strength returning. After swiftly packing up the tent and gear, he meticulously checked his firearms and ammunition, ensuring everything was in order before stepping out of the cave. The morning air in the forest was exceptionally fresh, and sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. There is still work to be done today, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He found a flat clearing and began to withdraw the slain wolves from his spatial storage. Carefully, he used a sharp dagger to skin the wolves, the pelts being sturdy and lustrous, glimmering healthily in the sunlight. Ideal materials. Lin Fan worked with deft precision, ensuring the integrity of each pelt. In his mind, he calculated that these high-quality wolf skins could fetch a handsome price, or perhaps he could keep them to craft himself a warm coat. Once the pelts were removed, he proceeded to butcher the wolf meat, executing each cut with precision. This is prime meat. It cannot be wasted, he murmured as he toiled away. After processing the wolf carcasses, Lin Fan tidied up the scene, digging a deep pit with spatial power to bury the discarded entrails and bones, returning them to the earth. Finally, he stored the prepared wolf pelts and meat in his spatial storage, shouldered his rifle, and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh, crisp air of the forest as he began his journey back. As he walked, Lin Fan noticed peculiar footprints in the grass ahead. Crouching down for a closer look, he realized these tracks were larger than those of wolves and had a distinctly different shape. Could there be other dangerous beasts nearby? A sense of unease gripped him, and he tightened his grip on the rifle, cautiously following the direction of the prints. As the footprints became clearer, Lin Fan spotted a massive figure swaying not far ahead. He held his breath and approached slowly, realizing it was a colossal black bear. Towering over 2 men in height, its fur was dark and shiny. The bear was bent low, searching for something on the ground, occasionally emitting low growls. Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. This was a lucrative opportunity. The bear was a treasure trove, possessing valuable bear bile, fur, paws, and meat. As winter approached, the bear would be well fed, its fat layers thick. Suddenly, the bear seemed to sense Lin Fan's presence, lifting its head slowly, its fierce eyes locking onto him. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. He knew he had been discovered. It appeared another fierce battle was imminent. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself for the confrontation. Chapter 33. The bear appears, however. The bear seemed to show little interest in Lin Fan, shaking its head and lumbering towards the nearby oak forest. Ah, the bear must be searching for acorns, which it enjoys. Watching his quarry prepare to leave, Lin Fan could not allow that to happen. Losing this opportunity would be a significant blow, an immense loss of potential wealth. He quickly adjusted his stance, lowering his body and stealthily trailing the bear. Why didn't Lin Fan shoot? Because there was no opportunity. The dense forest obstructed his line of fire, and shooting would only provoke the bear to disastrous results. Patience is an essential trait for any good hunter. The bear, despite its massive size, moved surprisingly agilely. Lin Fan dared not get too close, carefully maintaining a safe distance while using the surrounding trees and underbrush for cover. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the bear's heavy footsteps. Lin Fan's heart raced, his grip on the rifle tightening, his eyes never leaving the bear's form. Each step he took was cautious, striving to make no sound that might alarm the formidable beast. At last, the bear entered the oak grove, where acorns lay scattered on the ground, emitting a faint aroma. The bear let out an excited growl before lowering its head to feast. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan quickly circled to the bear's side, searching for the optimal position to strike. He knew this encounter was one he could not afford to fail. Failure could very well mean death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan slowly raised his rifle, aiming at the bear's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the black bear suddenly lifted its head, sensing the impending danger. Much like humans possess a sixth sense, so too do bears. It emitted an angry roar and stood upright. The sound reverberated through the surrounding trees, causing them to tremble. Lin Fan, having endured the brutal battle the day before, felt emboldened, armed with a formidable weapon. After all, volume does not equate to reason. At a distance of approximately 200 meters, he steadied his breath, aimed, and, as the massive bear's head came into focus at the center of his sights, his finger instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire echoed as the bullet whistled towards the black bear, but unexpectedly, the bear, still standing, collapsed to the ground, resulting in a miss. The gunshot further enraged the bear, which charged towards Lin Fan, its enormous body resembling a dark hill, snapping branches in its wake. Lin Fan remained unfazed, his time on his side. The bear's approach would take at least 20 seconds, giving him ample opportunity to fire again. He carefully monitored the bear's movements, knowing he must not panic. The muzzle of his gun followed the bear's charge. Bang! This time, Lin Fan accounted for lead, but alas, a branch obstructed the bullet's path, causing it to veer off course, resulting in another miss. Again, Lin Fan focused his emotions, mentally preparing for the next shot. In the blink of an eye, the bear had closed the distance to within 150 meters. This time he had to learn from experience. Ensuring no obstructions interfered with his shot. Lowering his stance, he adopted a kneeling position to shoot. The thunderous sounds of the bear's sprint grew closer. In an instant, it was within 100 meters. Lin Fan's heart raced, but he suppressed his anxiety, his eyes intently fixed on the rapidly approaching bear, calmly adjusting his aim. He meticulously calculated the bear's speed and trajectory, estimating the optimal moment to fire. The opportunity arose as the bear traversed an open area, providing an unobstructed view. Without hesitation, Lin Fan fired. Bang! The bullet struck the bear's massive head with precision. A crimson spray erupted, and the bear halted momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground. Though it did not succumb immediately, struggling to rise once more. However, its efforts gradually ceased, and it breathed its last. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, the tension in his body finally relaxing. He approached the bear, confirming its death, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. This bear represented a significant fortune. He retrieved his tools from his space and began expertly processing the bear's carcass. First, he carefully extracted the bear's gallbladder, preserving it meticulously, as it was an exceedingly valuable medicinal material. Next, he skillfully skinned the bear, the hide thick and robust, ideal for crafting leather garments and bedding. Finally, he divided the bear's meat into manageable portions, preparing to take it back with him. Once he had completed the processing, Lin Fan stored all his spoils in his space. Noticing the day was still young, he hastened to patrol the mountains. After having acquired so much meat over the past 2 days, he certainly wouldn't be able to consume it all. The pelts also needed tanning. Perhaps he should seek out Sister Shiajun. Though he had learned the craft, he lacked the time, tools, and materials to do it himself. With so much meat on his hands, Lin Fan pondered as he walked. This era was not as convenient for trade as in the future. Although he had some connections with the black market, the small town lacked the purchasing power for such a large quantity of meat, which he estimated to be over 1,000 pounds. What was he to do? After patrolling the mountains, he returned to the camp, the sky darkening. Wang Bin and the others were present, and upon seeing Lin Fan return with a small yellow fur, they excitedly gathered around him. "Captain, you can bring back meat every time you go out. That's incredible," Yuan Shifeng exclaimed, taking the small yellow fur from him. Astonished, "Captain, we were all worried about you not returning these past 2 days. Just yesterday, we discussed whether we should venture into the mountains to find you," Wang Bin remarked, inspecting Lin Fan with concern. "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" Lin Fan waved his hand, grinning. "It's nothing, just a scrape that bled a bit." "Captain, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Li Qinggai called from the stove. Lin Fan responded and rushed to the basin, quickly washing his face and hands. Finally feeling the fatigue wash over him, the group gathered around the fire, the aroma of food wafting through the air. "Why was away these past 2 days? Did anything happen?" Lin Fan asked, taking the bowl of rice handed to him by Li Qinggai. Wang Bin, chewing a piece of wild boar meat, mumbled, "Nothing noteworthy. Life has been quite stable. It's just getting colder, and everyone is pondering how to get through the winter. Have we prepared everything for winter? What are we still missing? The bedding is too thin. Can we add another blanket? Plus, our grain reserves are still insufficient. By the way, this year has been a bumper harvest at the farm. We should receive a larger share of grain. With the meat you brought back, we should be fine for the winter." Lin Fan's heart stirred at this, realizing he could sell the meat to the farm or trade it for grain. His mind raced. Yet, as a member of the farm, He was technically obligated to turn over his hunting spoils for communal distribution. Trading privately would violate regulations. What was he to do? Chapter 34. Solutions Lin Fan contemplated throughout the night, but could devise no effective solution. The following morning, he made his way to the farm's headquarters. At the entrance of the cafeteria, he encountered his former squad leader, Su Yao, who was carrying an aluminum lunchbox and waved cheerfully at Lin Fan from a distance. Shaolin, you're here at the headquarters so early. Is there something you need? Yes. I have some errands to run, and I haven't eaten yet. I'm looking to grab something. Come, I'll help you get some food. Zhao, led Lin Fan through the cafeteria with familiarity. Upon arriving at the dining area, Lin Fan saw his comrades seated and eating, who greeted him warmly as he entered. Ah, little friend, it's been several days since we last saw you. This, of course, was Su Yao, the only one who would address Lin Fan as little friend. Lin Fan sighed. This girl was impossible to change, but he decided to let it be, as it hardly mattered. True to form, he sat down beside her. Li Wenbing removed his glasses, wiping the lenses with a smile. Shaolin, why do you look so dark and thin? Is life in the mountains tough? The cold had fogged his lenses with steam from the food, and he spoke while putting them back on. Lin Fan chuckled. It's not that I've lost weight, it's just muscle from running around the mountains. Life out there is quite comfortable, with fine grains and meat at every meal. You all could just be envious. Haha, Shaolin. That optimistic attitude is something we should all learn from. Came a hearty laugh from behind, robust and powerful. Lin Fan turned to see the esteemed director Hao approaching. The atmosphere grew hushed as everyone dared not speak. Lin Fan quickly stood up, greeting him with a smile. Director Hao, you're here for lunch too. Director Hao patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, smiling. Sit. No need to stand on ceremony. Eat your fill. As he surveyed the others while holding his lunchbox, he continued. Shaolin, I know life in the mountains is hard, but I admire your resilience and willingness to work. After you finish eating, come to my office to report on your work progress. Flattered by the praise, Lin Fan scratched his head and chuckled. All right, director, please don't flatter me. I just can't sit still, and running around is part of my training. Director Hao nodded and turned to leave. As the leader departed, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Yao, taking a bite of her dish, glanced at Lin Fan with a smile and remarked, the director praised you, didn't he? Are you secretly reveling in it? Lin Fan, being seasoned in such matters, had long since seen through this. Comrade Su Yao, such commendations from leadership are not given lightly. With my absence from the field, is there something amiss? Su Yao was taken aback, her chopsticks suspended in midair, before she lowered her voice. You guessed correctly. Among those who ventured into the mountains with you, 2 have secretly descended and returned home. The farm is currently convening to deliberate on how to address this. Indeed. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, halting his movements. No wonder Director Hao specifically visited the cafeteria this morning. This was not merely a commendation, but a subtle assertion of stance. Is life in the mountains arduous? Certainly, it is, yet some can endure while others have chosen to flee. The farm's intention to elevate you as a role model serves as a reminder to everyone that once they are here, they must grit their teeth and persevere. At that moment, the old squad leader entered from the kitchen, bringing Lin Fan a steaming bowl of cornmeal porridge accompanied by 2 corn buns, topped with a small spoonful of pickled vegetables. Here, Shaolin, this is for you. Hurry up and eat. The old squad leader handed the lunchbox to Lin Fan and took a seat, observing, what's wrong? The atmosphere seems off. What are you discussing? Su Yao glanced at the old squad leader and replied, we were just talking about how 2 from the group that went into the mountains with Shaolin have returned home. Upon hearing this, the old squad leader frowned. This is unacceptable. It violates discipline. What does the farm plan to do about them? Su Yao shook her head. I'm not sure yet. They're still in a meeting to discuss it. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging that both sides, be it the youth office or the farm, would undoubtedly enforce strict measures. At that moment, Li Wenbing adjusted his glasses and stated, Shaolin is right. A deserter is always the greatest bane. Su Yao chimed in exactly. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan tidied his clothes and prepared to seek out Director Hao. Upon reaching the office door, he took a deep breath and knocked. Come in. Came Director Hao's voice from within. Lin Fan entered to find Director Hao seated at his desk, reviewing documents. Director, I'm here to report on the work situation in the mountains over these past few days. Director Hao set aside his papers and smiled. Shaolin, come in and take a seat. He then stood and poured Lin Fan a cup of hot water from a thermos, handing it to him. It was indeed the director himself serving Lin Fan water. Lin Fan quickly accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Director. As he spoke, he retrieved a red peony from his canvas bag and placed it on the desk, pushing it towards the director. Director, this is a herbal remedy I collected in the mountains, just a small token of my appreciation. Director Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Shaolin, I cannot accept this gift, but I truly appreciate the sentiment. His gaze softened as he looked at Lin Fan. Your perseverance in the mountains, your refusal to complain or retreat is the greatest support for us. Director, please accept it. I'm not seeking any favors, and this is certainly not a bribe. Besides, I do not smoke, so I have no ulterior motives. You cheeky lad, speaking so bluntly. What do you mean by bribe? Where did you learn that? Lin Fan chuckled, scratching his head. Director, let me report on the work in the mountains. With a smile, Lin Fan detailed the progress in the mountains. From the scheduling of the 4 members to the patrol routes, personnel status, and their mental states, covering everything with meticulous detail. Director, how nodded along. But when he heard about the slow progress in the search for the fugitive, his brow furrowed slightly. Don't rush. Take your time. The mountains are vast, and capturing a person who has hidden away is indeed quite challenging. Upon hearing about the acquaintance with the hunters in the mountains, Director Hao's eyes lit up. Oh? The old hunters are like living maps. Having their assistance will yield great results. Shaolin, continue to engage with them and cultivate good relations, but be mindful of boundaries. Do not overstep. Rest assured, Director, I will exercise discretion. At this juncture, Lin Fan felt a spark of inspiration and casually remarked, Director, the hunters frequently venture into the mountains to hunt and possess a surplus of meat. Should our farm consider acquiring some, perhaps in exchange for grain? Certainly. We have surplus grain allocated beyond our plans. The farm has significant autonomy. Both purchases and exchanges are permissible. With so many of us here, having access to meat would enhance our meals and boost morale. I recall the last time you hunted a few wild boars. It provided everyone with a hearty meal, lifting spirits considerably. Your suggestion is feasible. Here's what we'll do. You take the lead in negotiating with the hunters, offering 80% of the market price, whether in grain or cash. On our end, liaise with Director Wu from logistics. However, ensure that the transactions are transparent and that the accounts are clear. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy, and he quickly replied, Director, you can count on me. I will ensure this matter is handled properly and will not betray your trust. Also, prepare yourself, Shaolin. As an educated intellectual, in a few days, there will be a symposium for advanced youth workers in the city. You will represent our farm and should prepare a speech detailing the actual work conditions in the mountains and your reflections. It is essential for our voice from the grassroots to be heard, and to encourage fellow comrades not to think of fleeing just because of a little hardship and to remember their original intentions. Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and solemnly nodded. Director, I will prepare thoroughly and report the true state of affairs in the mountains, avoiding slogans and grandstanding, focusing solely on the truth. Director Hao smiled with satisfaction, patting his shoulder. That's the spirit. You young people are educated and enthusiastic, but you must also remain grounded and committed. Now you may go. Unexpectedly, after returning to report to the director, Lin Fan found a resolution to the dilemma that had troubled him through the night. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way to the warehouse, where the old storekeeper was basking in the sun at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, he slowly stood up. Shaolin, is there something you need? Uncle Liu, I'm here to collect some supplies. The old storekeeper, surnamed Liu, though missing a leg, bore a first-class merit badge. Lin Fan handed him a pack of red peonies. It is worth noting that Lin Fan's generosity was not misplaced. While the director received only one, the storekeeper was given an entire pack. This was because access to the director's office was a rarity, whereas this was a more familiar and ongoing relationship. Uncle Liu accepted the cigarettes, squinting with a grin. Hey, this is good tobacco. Not that Lin Fan cared for such things, as he did not smoke. By the way, Uncle Liu, do you have any extra bedding? I need to prepare for the cold winter. It's too chilly in the mountains, so I'd like to request some additional beddings. Uncle Liu took a puff of his cigarette and squinted. Of course, we have that, but it's limited to each person. If you need more for the mountains, take this request slip and get it approved by Director Wu, then you can collect it. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Uncle Liu. I'll remember that. Safety is certainly paramount. He accepted the request slip, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then turned to leave. The autumn sun cast a slanted light as the mountain winds began to rise, prompting him to tighten his collar as he briskly headed towards Director Wu's office. Director Wu was bent over his desk, writing something. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up with a smile. Shaolin, is that you? Director, Hao has already given me a heads up. Director Wu, here, the request slip for the bedding. The warehouse asked me to get your approval. Lin Fan smiled as he handed over the slip, discreetly slipping a pack of red peonies underneath. You cheeky lad, where did you learn such things? Director Wu feigned anger, casting a mock glare, but ultimately accepted the cigarettes, signing the slip. It's good that you're thoughtful, but do not misplace your energies. Focus them on work. Lin Fan quickly nodded. You're absolutely right, Director Wu. I will ensure all my efforts are dedicated to work. I plan to gather the meat from the hunters today. It should arrive by this afternoon. Good, but be sure to inspect the meat thoroughly. We cannot afford any mistakes. Rest assured, Director, I estimate there will be quite a bit of meat. The hunter mentioned he had taken down several wild boars and even wolves, so I anticipate around 2,000 gene. 2,000 gene? Director Wu exclaimed in surprise. What? Director Wu, is it necessary for the farm to procure such a large quantity? If so, I shall inform the hunters to only collect a portion. Not at all. The farm is home to nearly 10,000 individuals, with each person receiving 2 tails of meat. Just imagine how much that amounts to. I was merely astonished by the hunter's remarkable prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Director Wu raised his head and said, "In that case, have the meat transported here. We will organize a team to divide and cure it overnight. It cannot all be consumed in one sitting. One must learn to live wisely. So, Director Wu, should we exchange grain or provide cash? Let us trade with grain, of course. According to the established guidelines, 1 pound of meat is exchanged for 3 pounds of rice. I must tell you, our farm has had a bountiful harvest of rice this year. It's splendid. Just a small amount of cash will suffice. Please clarify this with the hunters to avoid any misunderstandings later." "Understood, Director Wu. I will ensure they are informed clearly," Lin Fan replied, his heart brimming with joy, as the meat was stored in his own space, merely transacted under the guise of the hunters. Upon exiting Director Wu's office, Lin Fan swiftly traversed the courtyard and borrowed a horse-drawn cart from the warehouse. One must complete the act in its entirety. The cart creaked as its wheels rolled over the gravel path, raising a cloud of fine dust. With a cheerful tune, Lin Fan drove the cart to the nearby mountain village. "Brother Luo, Sister Xiajuan, are you home?" Lin Fan called out, stopping at the entrance of Luo Dashan's yard. Luo Dashan emerged from the house, holding a partially shucked ear of corn. "Ah, Lin Fan, what a rare visitor. What brings you here?" Luo Dashan greeted him with a broad smile, rushing forward. "Ha, didn't I promise to bring some liquor? Look, I've delivered it." Lin Fan gestured towards a cart, which was laden with several bags of hides awaiting tanning. Luo Dashan appeared somewhat skeptical. "How much liquor did you bring that necessitates a cart?" He hurriedly approached and opened his sack, exclaiming, "What on earth? This isn't liquor, it's all hides. Brother Lin, are you trying to work my wife to death?" Lin Fan chuckled heartily, patting Luo Dashan on the shoulder. "Oh, come now, Brother Luo, here is the liquor." He produced 2 bottles of urquiadu from the corner of the cart and handed them to Luo Dashan. Sister Shijin, noticing the 2 were lingering outside, shouted, "Luo Dashan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and invite Brother Lin inside." Xiajuan teased as she leaned out from the house. Realizing his oversight, Luo Dashan rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a forgetful fellow I am. Brother Lin, please come in. Let us enjoy a drink together." Inside, the Kong was warm, and Xiajuan served a plate of pickles and a bowl of stewed potatoes, pouring the steaming urquiado into rustic ceramic bowls. Lin Fan, feeling at ease, sat across from Luo Dashan and they drank heartily. After a few cups, their conversation flowed freely. "Where did you acquire such an abundance of hides? Brother Luo, come. Let us drink." Lin Fan smiled, taking a sip of his liquor, while his gaze held a deeper intent. "Sister, I must trouble you with these hides. Please ensure they are tanned meticulously, especially the large wolf pelts. I wish to craft a set of leather garments. It gets quite cold in the mountains, and we city dwellers have not endured such hardships. Particularly with my watch over the mountain, winter will be arduous." Upon hearing this, Sister Xiajuan set down her chopsticks and scrutinized Lin Fan. "You city boys seem more resilient than others. You're quite astute. These wolf pelts are thick and excellent for blocking the wind. I'll apply extra oil and let them frost 3 times. The garments will protect your waist and legs without being cumbersome. They'll last 5 years without wear." She paused, her gaze falling on the frayed fabric at Lin Fan's sleeve and the exposed toes of his liberation shoes. "You mustn't always swallow your bitterness. Life is yours to live, not just to endure." Lin Fan glanced at his sleeve and then at his shoes, swallowing hard but remaining silent. He finished the liquor in his bowl. Her words were profoundly comforting. Despite having lived 2 lives, he felt a twinge of emotion. "Yingzi, Xiaohu, come greet your uncle." Lin Fan pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket, presenting them in his palm. The 2 children shyly hid behind their mother. Having watched Lin Fan since his arrival, remembering him as the kind Uncle Lin who had previously given them sweets. Now, upon seeing the candy again, they peeked out from behind their mother. Lin Fan smiled and offered the candies. "Here, take them. These are for you." The children timidly stepped forward to accept the sweets, whispering a soft, "Thank you, Uncle." Luo Dashan watched the children, chuckling. These 2 are just timid. They get scared around strangers. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. All children are like that. I was shy as well. They shared a few more cups of liquor, after which Luo Dashan shifted the topic back to the hides. By the way, Brother Lin, I see you have a bear pelt as well. Did you hunt that? Haha, come let us drink. You a city lad. Dare to take on a black bear? Do you realize that even seasoned hunters take pride in hunting tigers and bears? Only those who have hunted tigers and bears can truly call themselves marksmen. How old are you this year? Brother Luo, why bring this up? Cool me. Let us drink. I took a look at that wolf pelt. It's shiny and smooth, and the edges are neat. You skinned it yourself, didn't you? There are about 30 of them. Yes, come, let us drink. Luo Dashan slammed his palm on the table. What a lad. Full of spirit. Keeping quiet about it. That's the makings of someone who can achieve great things. You look like you've endured quite a bit of hardship. Haven't you? In my lifetime, having traversed these mountains, I've encountered many people, and those with your level of composure are rare indeed. Brother Luo, what if I were to say these were all collected by me? Never mind, let us drink. Once these hides are tanned, what are your plans for them? With your sister-in-law's skills, the tanned hides will surely be excellent. I was thinking, I'll keep some for myself to make leather garments, and the rest I'll see if I can exchange for some money in the capital. Sister Xiaojuan smiled. No worries, I will ensure they're tanned properly. Afterward, I can help you take your measurements. During the winter, when I have nothing to do, I'll make them for you. Thank you so much. I'll bring some fabric over another day. The materials required are quite a lot. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Fan noticed the sky was growing dark and decided to take his leave. Luo Dashan and Sister Xiaojuan accompanied him to the courtyard gate, reminding him to be careful on his way back. As Lin Fan drove the horse cart, humming a tune, he found a secluded spot along the way and retrieved the meat from his space, piling it onto the cart. He calculated that selling the meat would allow for an improvement in the farm's meals, and he would also acquire a substantial amount of grain and money, bringing him a sense of security. Chapter 36. Selling meat. When Lin Fan returned to the farm with the cart full of meat, the sky was already nearing dusk. Inside the farm, Director Wu awaited him alongside several logistics personnel. Upon seeing Lin Fan's return, Director Wu hurried forward. Little Lin, we've been eagerly anticipating your return. Quickly, unload the meat so we can start processing it. Lin Fan, along with the others, began unloading the meat from the cart. The mountainous pile of meat evoking gasps of astonishment from everyone. Director Wu organized a team to inspect the meat, ensuring its quality before commencing with weighing, dividing, and curing. In no time, the warehouse bustled with activity, each person assigned specific duties. Some were cutting, others were curing, and some were transporting. Lin Fan also remained busy, working alongside everyone while engaging in conversation. Director Wu, how do you find the quality of this meat? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Director Wu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, very fresh, all excellent meat. The hunters are quite skilled. As everyone busied themselves, Director Hao arrived at the warehouse. Observing the industrious scene, a look of contentment graced his face. Everyone has worked hard. Oh, is this bear meat? It looks quite fatty. And what is this lean piece? That's wolf meat. Lin Fan interjected. Oh, this is wild boar meat. I recognize it. The wild boar is quite substantial, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds. I presume? Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Approximately. Everyone rallied their efforts, determined to process the meat by tonight. Shaolin, you've done remarkably well, handling this so adeptly. Director Hao praised as he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. With a smile, Lin Fan replied, Director, this is truly a collective achievement. I merely took the lead. They toiled until midnight, and at last, the meat was processed. The neatly stacked cured meat exuded an enticing aroma. Although everyone was utterly exhausted, their faces radiated with satisfaction. Director Wu turned to Lin Fan, stating, Shaolin, tomorrow you should settle accounts with the hunters and provide them with the grain and cash. Lin Fan nodded, understood. Director Wu, I will go first thing in the morning. Let us not head back to the mountains tonight. Let us make do in the dormitory. Upon returning to the cellar, Lin Fan discovered that his bed had already been claimed by a newly arrived youth, which left him somewhat bemused. Staring at the occupied bed, he scratched his head, pondering what to do. At that moment, his dorm mate, Zhang Weidong, approached him. Lin Fan, the new youth has nowhere to stay, so the class leader has arranged for him to sleep here. How about you squeeze in with me tonight? Though Lin Fan felt a twinge of reluctance, he smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. This place has long ceased to be mine. I consider this a temporary lodging, so I'll share with you. The two of them squeezed onto a single bed. Although it was a bit cramped, Lin Fan didn't mind too much. However, once lying down, sleep eluded Lin Fan as his mind wandered to the upcoming city meeting for outstanding young workers, for which he needed to draft a speech. The thought weighed heavily on him. Before he knew it, dawn began to break. Lin Fan rose early, and truth be told, Sharing a bed had not afforded him restful sleep. After a quick wash, he joined the others for breakfast in the cafeteria. "Ah, little friend, you haven't tea left yet? Where did you sleep last night?" It was Su Yao again. "I had nowhere to sleep last night. I had intended to share with you, but felt awkward with other women present, so I didn't tea," Lin Fan retorted. "Oh, what a pity. If you were coming, I would have sent them packing." "It's no big deal for us to share a bed," Su Yao laughed, her face devoid of any shyness. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then couldn't help but laugh. "You're bold. I concede." "Ha ha." Su Yao giggled even more, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The cafeteria was filled with warmth. The corn porridge steamed invitingly, and a few side dishes were laid out on the table. Everyone sat in a circle, chatting and laughing, their fatigue from the previous night dissipating. "By the way, Comrade Su Yao, you have a way with words. Could you help me write a draft later?" "A draft? What kind of draft?" Lin Fan explained. "The city is holding a symposium for outstanding young workers, and I've been selected to speak, so I need to prepare a report." He sighed. "I truly struggle with this. I spent the whole night scratching my head and could barely write a few decent lines." "You're always preoccupied with hunting and farming. It's no wonder you can't summon any eloquence," Su Yao teased, casually taking a bite of the cornbread. "But since you asked, I can help you organize your thoughts. First, tell me what you've accomplished, and don't just fluff it up." Her eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. "For instance, where did you sleep last night? Should we include that?" "Absolutely. Let us write about a girl named Su Yao, who exemplified selflessness and revolutionary spirit by allowing me to share a bed in the cellar," Lin Fan replied, feigning seriousness but unable to hide the amusement in his eyes. "You mentioned that a man and a woman working together is less tiring. Your speech should reflect that to resonate with the leaders." At this, Su Yao raised her hand as if to strike him, gently tapping her chopsticks against his forehead. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll give you a proper beating." Lin Fan laughed as he dodged, lifting his bowl of porridge and taking a sip, the warmth flowing down his throat, enveloping him in comfort. Su Yao glanced at him sideways, unable to suppress a smile. "Let us be serious. The material must emphasize rooting in rural areas and diligent labor. Never mind. After we finish eating, come over to my place and we'll build a framework together." Lin Fan nodded, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "Later, I have matters to attend to." He remembered he still had to settle the accounts for the grain and cash. After breakfast, Lin Fan headed straight to Director Wu's office. As he pushed the door open, Director Wu was engrossed in documents. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up. "Lin Fan, you've arrived at just the right time. I was looking for you." Director Wu set down his pen and retrieved a brown paper envelope from his drawer, sliding it across the desk. "The accounts for the meat have been settled. 5,000 jin of rice. This year, as fresh harvest, splendid quality. Plus 500 yuan in cash. There are a few tickets as well. I want to list them all. You can check for yourself." Lin Fan accepted the envelope, his fingers trembling slightly. 5,000 jin of rice and 500 yuan was a significant amount in these times. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the envelope in his hands. This was his first fortune since his rebirth. Lin Fan suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, feigning calm as he tucked the envelope into his coat, his fingertips still radiating warmth. Director Wu squinted at him. "You're quite lucky. You've handled this well, and the higher-ups commend your ingenuity. This is all due to the trust of the organization, coupled with the support of the masses," Lin Fan replied with a smile, smoothly deflecting the praise. "Ha ha, at your young age, who taught you to be so glib?" Director Wu chuckled, waving his hand. "Go fetch the grain. The tickets are inside the envelope." Grateful, Lin Fan left the office, clutching the envelope, and hurried towards the warehouse. Inside, the staff were busily organizing supplies. Lin Fan approached and presented the ticket from the envelope. Once verified, they began to assemble a team to load the rice onto the cart. Bags of rice were hoisted onto the cart, forming small mountains. Lin Fan gazed at the rice, his heart swelling with joy. Converting the meat into bright rice was a wise trade. It was still food at its core, but rice was far more marketable. For instance, 2,000 jin of meat might not sell in Wei in town, but 5,000 jin of rice would sell easily. Chapter 37. Drafting the speech. This cart could carry a maximum of 2 to 3,000 jin, necessitating 2 trips. After finishing the first load of rice, Lin Fan found a secluded spot to store it in his space. After completing the second trip, he drove the cart away from the warehouse. The sunlight bathed him warmly as he hummed a little tune, feeling particularly uplifted. He guided the cart to another hidden place to store the rice before heading into town for a stroll. He recalled that Sister Xiaojun had offered to make him a leather jacket. Although he had enough leather, he still needed quite a bit of fabric for the lining and other components. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he wasn't well versed in such matters. So he turned into the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase some durable cotton fabric and sewing supplies. Upon entering the cooperative, Lin Fan examined the shelves filled with coarse cloth and fine cotton, selecting 3 pieces of sturdy indigo fabric that would withstand wear. He also picked the thickest sewing needles and several spools of wax thread, along with half a jean of cotton for the lining. He made sure to gather everything related to clothing, ensuring that Sister Shijun wouldn't have to work hard without proper supplies. He decided to buy a case of canned fruit as well, since old Luo had grievances about him making his wife work too hard. Regardless of the truth, it was important to show some appreciation. He also ordered 10 jean of local sorghum wine, recalling that old Luo hadn't had a good drink last time, and added 2 packs of Dekiman cigarettes, placing everything into his space. After settling the bill, the day was still young, and he could make it to old Luo's house in time for lunch. As Lin Fan drove the cart, he arrived at Luo Dasan's courtyard just before noon. Before he could dismount, Yingzi and Zaya rushed out from the house, excitedly calling Uncle Lin Fan. Uncle Lin Fan. The siblings bounced joyfully in the courtyard. Luo Dasan emerged from the house, a smile adorning his face as he remarked, "I say, do you consider this place your own home? You've been here 8 times in 2 days. Just step aside." Lin Fan deliberately ignored him, stating, "I'm looking for Sister Shijun." "Hey, you rascal. Shaolin is here. Come in and sit." Sister Shijun emerged from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron as she was busy making pancakes. "Your timing is impeccable. I was just planning to whip up a few more dishes for lunch." Lin Fan began unloading items from the cart, carrying a box of canned fruits, placing sorghum liquor and cigarettes on the table, followed by a bag of rice, and then some fabrics and sewing supplies. Sister Shijun hurried over, exclaiming, "You're too kind, child. You're like a brother to us. There's no need to bring gifts." Luo Dasan opened the pack of Dekiman cigarettes, took one out, lit it, and inhaled deeply. "Ah, now this is more like it. This is fine tobacco, Brother Lin. You've truly outdone yourself." He then glanced at the 10 jean of sorghum liquor, saying, "All right then, let us enjoy a few good drinks this afternoon." "Luo Dasan, look at Brother Lin, bringing all these things. Don't you have anything to say?" Sister Shijun surveyed the pile of goods, which would take an ordinary family half a year to accumulate. "Let's have a feast. We'll serve up some hearty dishes, kill a chicken, and stew a bowl of those canned fruits for the children to savor. Freshly picked chives stir-fried with eggs. If one meal isn't enough, we'll have 2. Luo Dasan gazed at the abundance laid out and felt it was indeed excessive. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. "Brother Luo, sister, we're family here. You've helped me immensely, so this is nothing. Last time, I felt you didn't drink your fill, so this time we must indulge." In these times, killing a chicken was a significant affair. A family was only allowed to keep 5 chickens, and the eggs would need to be traded at the supply and marketing cooperative for salt and matches. Yet, without hesitation, Luo Dasan turned and headed for the chicken coop, bringing out a Luahua chicken. No. Lin Fan quickly stopped him. "Brother Luo, that's not necessary." He firmly grasped Luo Dasan's arm, his tone resolute. As they were engaged in this playful tug-of-war, Yingzi and Xiao, who burst in from outside, calling out in unison, "Uncle Lin." Lin Fan smiled and pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket, saying, "Here, for you." The 2 children happily accepted the sweets and scampered off, having learned that Uncle Lin's visits always brought treats. Sister Shijun shook her head with a smile. "Those 2 kids are just waiting for your arrival." She then turned to Lin Fan. "Brother Lin, please have a seat. I'll go prepare the meal in the kitchen. Make sure to eat well this afternoon." In the blink of an eye, the chicken was dispatched. Luo Dasan pulled Lin Fan to sit at the com, and they were deep in conversation while Sister Shijun busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, the table was filled with dishes: stewed chicken with mushrooms, scrambled eggs, cold wild vegetables, stir-fried cured meat, and a large plate of mushrooms stewed with vermicelli. "Come, Brother Lin, try your sister-in-law's cooking," Sister Shijun warmly invited. Lin Fan picked up a bite of the mushrooms and vermicelli, savoring it. Sister, your culinary skills have truly improved. This is exquisite." Luo Dasan chimed in, "Indeed. Your sister-in-law's cooking prowess is renowned throughout our region." As they dined and chatted, Luo Dasan brought up the topic of the hides. "Brother Lin, your hides will be tanned by sister in the coming days. I assure you they will be well taken care of." Lin Fan smiled. "I appreciate it, sister. I'm looking forward to wearing that leather coat soon, as the winters in the mountains are quite harsh." Sister Shijun nodded. "Rest assured, I've already taken your measurements. Once the tanning is complete, I will begin crafting it." The meal was lively, and everyone ate to their heart's content. After dining, Lin Fan assisted Sister Shijun in clearing the dishes and then chatted with Luo Dasan for a while longer. Noticing the time, he decided it was time to take his leave. "Brother Luo, sister, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to collect the leather coat once it's completed." Lin Fan said. Luo Dashan and sister Shijun accompanied Lin Fan to the door. Brother Lin, do visit whenever you have the time. No need to be polite. Lin Fan drove away from Luo Dashan's home, reflecting on the bountiful visit, now looking forward to participating in the upcoming Advanced Worker Seminar for young intellectuals in the city. And he needed to prepare his speech diligently. With a flick of the reins, Lin Fan guided the cart back to the farm, first returning the cart and then making his way to Su Yun's dormitory. Upon reaching the door, Lin Fan knocked. Come in. Su Yun's voice called from within. Lin Fan pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a basement room housing 4 young female intellectuals, all of whom he knew, including Tian Tian. Su Yun was seated at the table, papers spread before her along with a pen. You're here. Quickly, have a seat. Where'd you been all morning? I've been looking for you. You smell of alcohol. Have you been drinking? Tian Tian wrinkled her nose, unable to suppress a giggle. Lin Fan sat across from Su Yun and replied, I mentioned I had some matters to attend to. Here, let me treat everyone to some candy, he said, pulling a large handful of sweets from his pocket and distributing them to the group. Tian Tian smiled as she accepted the candy. Lin Fan, you still remember to bring us sweets. Su Yun looked at him, amusement twinkling in her eyes. It's good to see you still have a conscience. Your work report needs to be practical. I don't know the situation in the mountains, so I've outlined a framework for you to fill in with details. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, finding Su Yun's suggestions quite insightful. The two began collaborating on the framework of the report, meticulously refining the content. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Let us eat first, and we can continue writing afterward, Su Yun said, setting down her pen and rising. The group headed to the dining hall, collected their meals, and found a spot to sit. During dinner, they continued discussing the report. After finishing their meal, they returned to the dormitory to polish the report further. After an afternoon of hard work, the report was finally completed. Lin Fan looked at the finished document, filled with gratitude. Su Yun, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I truly wouldn't know what to do, he said sincerely. Want to thank me? It can't just be with words. Su Yun replied with a smile. All right, what do you want me to do? Lin Fan asked boldly, realizing he could not escape the situation. Treating us to a meal is a given, but for now. Su Yun winked, her smile widening. I've heard there are quite a few wild rabbits in the wasteland to the west of the farm. If you can bring one back, we'll cook it ourselves. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. That is hardly a challenge. I'll go tomorrow. Tian Tian clapped her hands in excitement. If there's meat, I want to join. Me too. Me too. Zhang Xiaolan and Yi Xiaofeng chimed in. Lin Fan smiled and nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that hunting rabbits was no big deal. He carefully stored the report, preparing to review it thoroughly later. Well, I guess I'll be spending another night at the farm. Life is indeed busy. Upon reaching the basement, Chen Weidong was sitting on his bed reading. Seeing Lin Fan return, he put down his book and inquired, You've been busy all day. What have you been up to? I had to ask Su Yun to help with the report this morning. I just finished it. I need to memorize it well. And she has asked me to catch rabbits for them tomorrow, since the girls are craving rabbit meat. Chen Weidong chuckled upon hearing this. You certainly have one thing after another to deal with. But do you have confidence in catching rabbits? Lin Fan confidently declared, I have visited that barren land. I have a rough estimate of the rabbit's range, and capturing one will be a trivial matter. Reclining on his bed, he extracted his notes, attempting to memorize them. However, the act of rote learning had a remarkable hypnotic effect, and before long, he succumbed to slumber, having barely completed a sentence. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin Fan rose from his bed. After a brief wash, he slung a semi-automatic rifle over his shoulder, grabbed a burlap sack, and prepared to venture to the desolate land west of the farm. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Su Yun, Tian Tian, Zhang Xiaolan, and Yi Xiaofeng. Each of them was brimming with energy, evidently eager for the rabbit hunting expedition. The farm had quieted down. Winter was approaching. The harvest had been gathered and stored. And with the farming tasks drawing to a close, everyone had leisure time to engage in additional activities. Su Yun, wrapped in a plaid scarf, beamed today. We're collectively taking a day off to accompany you on your rabbit hunt. Lin Fan was taken aback. You all are coming? ISNT that a bit excessive? That's what we call logistical support. Tian Tian mischievously winked. Su Yun chuckled. Fear not, brave Lin. We are here to cheer you on. Lin Fan smiled in response. With you all by my side, I am certain of a bountiful return. As the group strode towards the barren land, the morning light enveloped them. The frost lingered. The wild grass lay withered, and the wind swept across the open fields, carrying a chilling air of desolation. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the atmosphere, providing a rare moment of relaxation, and the mood was harmonious. Upon reaching the desolate area, which lay far from the farm's main section, Lin Fan instructed everyone to find a safe spot to wait while he cautiously approached the rabbit's frequent haunts. He moved lightly, his eyes keenly attuned to the surrounding movements. Observing the environment, he realized it was a veritable paradise for rabbits. With little effort, he spotted numerous rabbits and their nests, a truly splendid location. Before long, a plump wild rabbit entered his line of sight. Lin Fan swiftly raised his rifle, aimed, and gently squeezed the trigger. With a resounding crack, the rabbit collapsed. Filled with excitement, he rushed over to retrieve the rabbit and placed it in the burlap sack. At that moment, Su Yao and the others, witnessing Lin Fan's success from afar, erupted into cheers. Lin Fan waved back, signaling his intention to continue the hunt. He resumed his search in the desolate area, soon discovering several more wild rabbits. Thanks to his precise marksmanship, he managed to hit several consecutively. As time passed, the sack grew heavier with the weight of the rabbits. Estimating he had enough for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal, he made his way back to where Su Yao and the others waited. When he appeared before them, carrying the burlap sack brimming with rabbits, the girls excitedly gathered around. "Wow, Lin Fan, you are amazing. This many rabbits will last us for several meals," Tian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Su Yao chimed in with a smile. "I never imagined you were so adept at rabbit hunting. It seems today's outing was well worth it." Lin Fan chuckled. "Of course, I am quite familiar with this area, so hunting rabbits is indeed a simple task." Gently placing the sack down, he wore a bashful smile. "I'll take care of the preparation at noon and ensure you all savor delicious wild rabbit meat." Su Yao winked. "It's settled then. But don't think we won till you lend a hand. Let us go. Comrades, let's explore the beauty of the northern wilderness." The four girls, interlocking arms, dashed off in an instant, leaving Lin Fan momentarily bewildered. "I wasn't finished talking yet. It would have been nice if you had helped gather some firewood." With a resigned smile, he shook his head, watching them fade into the distance. He then hoisted the burlap sack back onto his shoulder, sought a sheltered spot, and began to clean the rabbits. With deftness, he skinned and gutted the rabbits, then retrieved his entrenching tool to dig a makeshift fire pit, constructing a frame with the gathered dry twigs. Indeed, Lin Fan intended to prepare a roasted rabbit today. He skewered the cleaned rabbits on branches, placing them over the makeshift fire pit. Carefully adjusting the position of the twigs and the intensity of the flames, he ensured an even roast. Soon, the surface of the rabbits began to turn golden, fat dripping onto the fire with a sizzling sound, filling the air with an enticing aroma of meat. As Lin Fan turned the rabbits, he reminisced about his past experiences in the mountains. Those days of intimate communion with nature had taught him numerous survival skills and instilled in him a profound reverence and love for this land. Lost in his memories, he was suddenly brought back to the present by the joyful laughter of the girls returning from their excursion. Su Yao, Tian, Zhang Xiaolan, and Yi Xiao Feng bounced back, their hands filled with wildflowers and berries. "Wow, it smells incredible." Tian was the first to catch a whiff of the roasting rabbit. Rushing to Lin Fan's side, her eyes fixed longingly on the meat. Patience, it needs to roast a little longer," Lin Fan replied with a smile, poking the rabbit with a stick to check its doneness. "Lin Fan, look at all the wildflowers and berries we gathered," Su Yao exclaimed, holding up her bounty with excitement. "How lovely! These wildflowers will adorn our table, and the berries can serve as a delightful dessert," Lin Fan praised. "Are these edible?" Tian asked, picking up a blueberry. "Yes, that is called a blueberry, a common wild fruit in the mountains. It is sweet and tangy, rich in nutrients. I used to eat them often as a child. However, be sure to choose the ripe ones. Unripe ones can be quite astringent," Lin Fan explained. He took the blueberry from Tian, brushed off any dust, and after tasting it, nodded in affirmation. "This one is ripe. Feel free to eat it." Tian promptly grabbed a handful and stuffed them in her mouth, her eyes squinting with delight. "It's delicious. This is my first time trying it. I've never seen them before. I must say, don't you wash them before eating?" Lin Fan observed, amused, as he watched them pop the berries into their mouths straight from a bush. "I saw you eating them directly, so I thought I'd do the same," Tian replied, momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan chuckled. "Go wash them. There's a small stream over there with crystal clear water." The four girls laughed and scampered toward the stream, scooping water to wash the berries in their hands. The stream's water was clear and refreshing, reflecting the girls' silhouettes as they bent to wash the fruits. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light, akin to dancing musical notes. Lin Fan continued to tend to the roasting rabbit, the aroma growing ever more enticing, drawing the attention of a few distant sparrows perched on the branches. He lightly sprinkled a layer of salt and added the spices he carried, the flames illuminating his composed and focused demeanor. Su Yao approached, cradling the washed wildflowers, placing them beside the makeshift fire pit and setting the berries on a nearby stone. She plopped down beside Lin Fan, watching the rabbits roast with eager anticipation. At last, the rabbits were ready. Lin Fan lifted the perfectly roasted rabbit from the grill, placing it on a clean stone. He cut a small piece and handed it to Su Yao, saying, "Here, try the rabbit I roasted." Chapter 39. Joy turned to sorrow. Su Yao accepted the piece of rabbit, savoring the tender meat, its aroma delightful. "This is exquisite. Lin Fan, your culinary skills are remarkable," she praised between bites. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the stream, followed by splashes. Yi Xiaofeng stood frozen in shock, while Zhang Xiaolan quickly shouted toward Lin Fan, "Lin Fan!" Tian fell into the water. Without hesitation, Lin Fan leapt to his feet, taking 2 strides to reach the stream. There he saw Tian floundering in the water, though the current was not swift. The water was deep enough to reach her chest. Without a moment's pause, Lin Fan plunged into the stream, the cold water instantly soaking his clothes. "Damn it!" Lin Fan cursed inwardly. The water wasn't deep, barely reaching his chest, but Tian was panicking, thrashing about unnecessarily. If she remained still, she could easily stand up. Lin Fan swiftly approached her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder to stabilize her. "Don't be afraid. The water isn't deep. I'm right here." His voice was steady and strong, cutting through the chaos like a beacon of light. Tian felt a surge of support and gradually ceased her struggles. Trembling as she leaned against him, Lin Fan steadied her with one hand and slowly made his way toward the shore, stepping on the stones beneath the stream, where the water gently nudged him, and fallen leaves drifted away like time disturbed, slowly returning to tranquility. Once ashore, Lin Fan gently helped Tian to sit down, draping his jacket over her shoulders. A crowd gathered around, expressing their concern. Tian's complexion was pale, her lips quivered, yet she managed to force a faint smile. I'm fine, just too frightening, I'm cold." The last part was the sound of her teeth chattering, her words incomplete. Lin Fan crouched down. "We must return quickly. Your clothes are soaked, and you'll freeze." The October mountain breeze already carried a chill, although it was midday. Prolonged exposure could still be perilous due to loss of body heat. "No." To his surprise, it was Tian who first objected. "I can't go back like this. I'd be utterly humiliated. I just need to dry my wet clothes for a moment, and I'll be fine." Her voice trembled, yet she stubbornly hugged her arms, a flush of shame and anger rising to her cheeks. "This won't do," Lin Fan thought, realizing that this young woman had no experience in outdoor survival and was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. He glanced at his own drenched clothing. Even his robust physique could not withstand prolonged contact with wet garments, let alone Tian. Suddenly, with a sob, Tian began to cry, sitting on the stone, her tears mingling with the stream water dripping from her hair ends. Lin Fan observed her tightly clenched lips and ashen cheeks, suddenly comprehending her embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he concluded that even if they turned back immediately, it would still take an hour to reach the farm, a duration too long for her to endure without succumbing to the cold. Feeling the dampness of his clothes clinging to his skin, the chill seeping into his bones, he knew he could not last long either. He quickly scanned his surroundings, then stood up and walked briskly to a nearby thicket to gather dry twigs and leaves. "Zhang Zilan, help me gather some firewood." As he efficiently piled up the kindling, he wrung out his wet clothes. They had to come off to prevent further loss of body heat, which could lead to far graver consequences. Tian bit her lip in silence, and Lin Fan softened his tone. "Just turn away to dry off. I promise not to look." "You're insufferable. What are you thinking? How could I possibly strip in front of you all?" she stammered, her voice dwindling as her head dropped. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. "This won't work. Wet clothes can't dry quickly when clinging to your body. Lin Fan, when we were fruit picking, we spotted a cave over there. Could we use that cave?" Su Yao pointed toward a slope not far away. "Of course we can. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let us hurry over." Lin Fan immediately rose to assist Tian and walked briskly towards the cave, with the others following suit, Su Yao and Zhang Zilan leading the way. The cave entrance was concealed but spacious and dry inside, the ground covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, evidently long abandoned. Lin Fan instructed everyone to quickly gather firewood and ignite a fire, which soon flickered to life, spreading warmth throughout the space. "You all let Tian dry off in the cave. She must take off her clothes, or we'll have serious problems. I'll dry off outside. If I don't, I'll freeze too." Lin Fan rubbed his hands against his cheeks, his teeth chattering slightly. With the delay, Lin Fan's body temperature began to drop, his fingertips tingling. He could no longer afford to hesitate and rush to the fire outside, hastily stripping off his drenched outer clothing, propping it against the fire to dry. He looked around to ensure no one was watching, then quickly undid his wet undergarments, wrung them out by the firelight, and quietly retrieved a cotton coat from his space to wrap around himself. As time ticked by, he wondered how Tian was faring inside the cave, outdoors. Without proper clothing, he felt an undeniable chill. Fortunately, his cotton coat was from the previous morning's provisions. Gradually, his hair dried, and his clothes ceased to emit steam. Lin Fan reached out to feel his garments. They were half dry now. Noticing the rabbit meat on the fire, he had yet to eat, so he grabbed a piece, heedless of the heat, and took a hearty bite. Delicious, he exclaimed. Perhaps due to hunger, the meat tasted especially sweet, and he failed to notice someone standing behind him. Ah, Lin Fan, you're eating all by yourself. Su Yun's voice startled him, nearly causing him to choke. He turned around to see her beaming at him, and he coughed twice, mumbling, I didn't want to waste the fire. If it cooks too long, it'll burn. By the way, how's Tian? She's fine now. Su Yun waved her hand with a smile. Her clothes are mostly dry, and her color has returned. She's just still a bit shaky. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and handed her another rabbit from the fire. Then take this inside. Let us eat together. It's golden and crispy, just right. Su Yun accepted the rabbit, a gleam of mischief in her eyes as she leaned in closer to Lin Fan, whispering teasingly, Little brat, I saw you in your birthday suit, and then burst into laughter as she darted away. Lin Fan's face turned crimson, instinctively covering the gaps in his clothing, stammering, What nonsense are you talking about? But Su Yun was already far off, leaving only her laughter echoing in the mountain breeze. He glanced down at the snug cotton coat he wore, recalling how haphazardly he had dressed in his moment of panic, and couldn't he help but chuckle ruefully. After drying his clothes thoroughly, Lin Fan finally put them back on and stored the cotton coat away, striving to leave no trace of his earlier embarrassment. Only Su Yun had seen the coat. When the time came, he would simply say he had stashed it in a burlap sack. Fortunate that he had brought one along that morning. Next, Lin Fan proceeded to gut the remaining rabbits, carefully removing their thin pelts, which could be preserved to make several pairs of gloves. He meticulously laid the rabbit skins flat and secured them with branches in a shaded area to dry, then rose to head back to the cave. Su Yun, Tian, are you ready? I'm coming in, he called from a distance. Come in. Su Yun's voice chimed from within the cave, laced with mirth. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his embarrassment, and pushed aside the hanging vines at the cave entrance to step inside. By the firelight, he saw Tian had dressed, though her complexion still bore a hint of pallor. Are you really okay, Tian? If you feel unwell, you must tell me, Lin Fan inquired with concern. Tian nodded, forcing a smile. I'm fine now, let us hurry back. This roasted rabbit is truly delicious. All right, let us head back. The group gathered their belongings, carrying a burlap sack filled with wild rabbits, flowers, and fruits, embarking on the journey back to the farm. Along the way, a somber silence enveloped them, the earlier incident casting a shadow over the mood. Lin Fan frequently glanced back at Tian, relieved to see her complexion regaining some color. Hey, why are you still keeping that rabbit pelt? Su Yun broke the silence, pointing at the skin slung over Lin Fan's back, her eyebrows raised. This is a valuable item. I'll keep it for gloves. It's cold in the mountains. It'll be useful. What? You can make gloves out of this? Tian finally perked up, joining in the discussion. Don't underestimate this rabbit skin. When processed, it's soft and warm, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Then you must make me a pair too. Otherwise, my hands will freeze in the winter. Su Yun winked, her tone playfully expectant. I want one too. The other three women chimed in eagerly, raising their hands in unison. Then I'll take charge of processing the rabbit skins. But the sewing part is up to you. I can't handle that. Lin Fan chuckled, scratching his head, eliciting a chorus of light laughter from the group. That's no problem. We can handle it. You just need to prepare the skins. Su Yun patted her chest confidently, embodying the role of a leader. Lin Fan nodded slightly, as he intended to practice the tanning techniques taught by Luo Dasan. It would be a pity to ruin the large piece of leather. But this smaller hide, with its lower cost of trial and error, was perfect for honing his skills. Upon returning to the farm, Lin Fan first visited the canteen to borrow a few pieces of ginger and a small amount of brown sugar, while Su Yun and the others returned to their dormitory to change clothes. Once everything was in order, Lin Fan arrived at Su Yun's dormitory to check on Tian's condition. Tian had already changed into clean clothes and was sitting on the bed, her face still a bit pale. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, she managed a faint smile, saying, Lin Fan, thank you for saving me. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank? We are all comrades. It's only natural to help each other. How are you feeling now? Tian replied, much better, but I'm still a bit cold. Su Yun, boil some water. I borrowed some ginger and brown sugar, Lin Fan instructed. Su Yao nodded in agreement and got up to fetch the kettle from the dormitory, where they had a kerosene stove, a common fixture of this era, though rarely seen in later times. Lin Fan sliced the ginger and put it in a boil, adding the brown sugar and stirring it well. After a while, he strained out the ginger slices, poured a bowl, and handed it to Tian Tian. Drink it while it's hot. It will warm you up. Tian Tian accepted the bowl, cradling it with both hands as steam wafted upwards. You should have a bowl too. Don't forget you also. Su Yao began, but trailed off, offering her aluminum lunchbox to Lin Fan. He took the box, took a sip, and felt the warm ginger sugar water slide down his throat. It had a bit of a spicy kick, just as ginger water should, but the warmth spread from his stomach, dispelling the chill. I'll leave the rabbit meat with you. You have a stove here, so you can cook it, with just a few rabbits. It won't be enough to satisfy the cooks in the canteen, and there would be disagreements over who gets to eat, Lin Fan declared, tilting back his head to finish the ginger sugar water before returning the bowl to Su Yao. That sounds wonderful. Oh, do we have any wine? Let us feast on meat and drink heartily, exclaimed Yi Xiaofeng. The others were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It would be a pity if you didn't go up the mountain and become a bandit, Zhang Xilan quipped. Lin Fan, your skill in roasting rabbit meat is truly impressive. Today's was delicious. Su Yao praised, still reminiscing about the rabbit meat from lunch. A smile broke across Tian Tian's face. Yes, it was delightful. So delicious. Although today was a bit unexpected, being able to eat such exquisite wild rabbit meat made it worthwhile. Indeed, I've had the best rabbit meat today, Zhang Xilan chimed in. After saying this, the two began to playfully tussle, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Observing everyone regaining their cheer, Lin Fan stood up and declared, I must take my leave. I've been away for a few days and can't be absent for too long. By the way, I need to take this hide back to process. Once it's tanned, I'll bring it back to you. Seeing the dusk settling outside, he realized it was inappropriate to linger in the women's dormitory. All right, are you heading back to the mountain today? Su Yao asked as she accompanied him to the door. Yes, I'm going into the mountains, Lin Fan replied without looking back. He hurried back to the base, the sun having fully set by the time he arrived. It was now time to light the lamps. And three comrades stared intently at Lin Fan. What is going on? Why are you all staring at me? He asked. Where are the blankets? They chorused in unison. Oh no, I completely forgot, Lin Fan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I say, Captain, could you be any more unreliable? They all gazed at him with exasperation. Lin Fan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. All right, tomorrow, Yuan Shifeng and Li Qingai, you two will make a trip to the farm to retrieve the blankets. I've already taken care of the paperwork. Just take this note with you. He pulled out a crumpled approval slip from his pocket and handed it to the two. Yuan Shifeng took the note and examined it closely, muttering, Captain, that is quite a distance. We'll have to set off early tomorrow. Li Qingai nodded in agreement, indeed. Otherwise, it would be a 20-mile round trip, and we might not return before nightfall. The cart can't navigate the mountain path. We'll have to borrow a couple of shoulder poles to carry it back. Captain, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Well, during my last trip to the farm, I reported our work to Director Hao, who was quite pleased with our comrade's performance. He even specifically asked me to represent our farm at the upcoming Forum for Outstanding Youth Workers in the city. So, I've been busy preparing the speech, and, well, I genuinely forgot about the blankets. What? We're going to be in the spotlight. Is the speech ready? It is. Let me read it to you. Lin Fan cleared his throat and began to recite the speech. After finishing, he looked expectantly at everyone and asked, So, how was it? Is it all right? Yuan Shifeng gave a thumbs up, saying, It's well written, Captain. It truly expresses our sentiments. Li Qingai nodded in agreement. Yes, it's very moving. It will surely resonate at the forum. Wang Bin added with a smile, You really are impressive, Captain. This speech is spot on. This isn't solely my work. Su Yao is quite talented with her pen. She helped me a lot with it. Su Yao, the beauty. Li Qingai interjected. Lin Fan looked at him quizzically. You know her? Of course. She is a key member of the farm's artistic promotion team. During the performance of Red Detachment of Women, which young man didn't crane his neck to watch, she dances beautifully and writes well. She has even received recognition from the city. Yuan Shifeng nodded in agreement. Still part of the artistic promotion team? How come I didn't know? Isn't she new here? Lin Fan asked, puzzled as he looked at Wang Bin. I don't know either. I arrived on the same day as you. I heard that when she reported in, she happened to join the promotion team's rehearsal and was pulled in to help. Eventually, she stayed on to write scripts, compile small plays, and guide performances. She should be part of my batch. Yuan Shifeng mused. When did you arrive? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. We arrived 3 months before you. What is the matter? Then why did Su Yao leave the artistic team to come down to our class to work in the fields? The exact reason is unclear. I heard she voluntarily applied to be transferred, wanted to gain experience at the grassroots level. However, There are whispers that she may have offended someone, Li Guy replied, turning his head while fiddling with the cooking pot. Lin Fan's brow tightened at this, the firelight flickering across his face. Talented artistic youth are already scarce, and someone like her is even rarer. She would be treasured wherever she goes. There must be a story behind her decision to apply to work in the fields. Things are rarely as simple as they appear. Chapter 41. Borrowing a cart as the weather grew colder. The next morning, Yuan Shifeng and Li Chenggai set off back to the farm to retrieve the blankets, while Lin Fan, armed with his rifle, embarked on his patrol of the mountains, leaving Wang Bin to guard the base. Each time Lin Fan and his team patrolled the mountains, they varied their routes. Their area of responsibility was vast, and they needed to cover every direction. Any lapse could potentially lead to issues. As Lin Fan walked along the ridge for a while, he suddenly heard rustling sounds in the distance. He immediately crouched low, gripping his rifle tightly as he stealthily approached, only to discover a group of roe deer foraging in a brush not far away. Holding his breath, he continued forward, his steps light as a whisper, watching the oblivious deer munching on withered grass roots, their ears occasionally twitching as if listening to the whispers of the wind. A smile crept on Lin Fan's lips as he thought how bold these creatures were. Lowering his rifle, he chose not to disturb them, quietly circling around. Perhaps it was his sense of righteousness that moved the mountain god. On his return journey that afternoon, amidst a grove of red pines, he unexpectedly encountered a herd of wild boars. The group was substantial, with a large boar diligently rooting in the earth, its tusks turning up the dark soil, while a sow remained close by, and a few little golden-haired piglets staggered behind their mother, foraging for grass roots and pine cones buried beneath the soil. Lin Fan held his breath, crouching behind a dead tree, and counted discreetly. There were approximately 17 or 18 in total. How to proceed? Observing the terrain, Lin Fan swiftly assessed the wind direction and the escape route for the wild boars. Once again, he resorted to digging a trap, a well-honed strategy that required no further contemplation. He quietly retreated, avoiding the keen noses of the boars, and utilized his spatial powers to excavate a long pit at the edge of the red pine forest, cleverly covering it with dry branches and leaves, then sprinkling a thin layer of soil to obscure any traces. After completing this task, he stealthily moved to a downwind position, climbed a sturdy red pine, and concealed himself against its trunk, raising his rifle to aim. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted instantly, reverberating through the mountains, sending dry leaves and soil into the air. The herd of wild boars erupted into chaos, with one large sow collapsing under the noise, while the remaining boars squealed and scattered in all directions. Yet, the big boar quickly regrouped the herd, making for the exit of the red pine forest, and Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. That was precisely the direction of his trap. As the wild boars fled, they swiftly approached the edge of the pit. The large boar was the fastest, leading the charge, while Lin Fan's shots continued to ring out behind them, hastening their escape. The pigs accelerated, barely glancing at their feet, and one by one, they tumbled into the trap with resounding thuds, their sharp cries piercing the air. A couple of smaller boars managed to halt just in time, but Lin Fan, perched in the tree, felled them with a single shot, while the others within the trap thrashed and wailed, dirt and leaves cascading down. Lin Fan leaped down from the tree, treading on the firm pine needles as he approached the trap. He observed the large boar desperately digging at the earth with its tusks, only to sink deeper, resembling a cornered beast in a struggle for survival. Haha! Lin Fan chuckled at the sight of the writhing boar. This was yet another bountiful hunt. The remaining tasks were straightforward, for this was not his first experience. He spent nearly 2 hours meticulously attending to the boars, storing them in his spatial realm, discarding the refuse into the trap, and covering it up to erase all evidence. By the time he returned to the camp, night had quietly settled in, and Lin Fan bore a young boar upon his shoulder. Old Yuan and Old Li had already retrieved the bedding, and upon seeing Lin Fan return with meat, the faces of the others lit up with delight. Captain, you truly are remarkable, managing to bring back wild boars every time. It was merely luck. I happened upon them by chance, Lin Fan replied with a smile, placing the young boar on the ground. Tonight, we shall feast on fresh wild boar meat. Old Yuan chimed in eagerly. Indeed, in these deep mountains, others would have starved. We are fortunate to have you. Leave it to me. Wang Bin rolled up his sleeves. I will cut the meat into small pieces. We can't finish it all in a day or two. The previous meat hasn't been consumed yet. It's all been smoked and is hanging on the wall of the cabin. Lin Fan patted Wang Bin on the shoulder, smiling. Captain, the field manager asked us to bring you a message. The meeting for advanced work comrades has been scheduled, and you're to go to the city in 5 days. Make sure to prepare well, Li Guy said as he stirred the food in the pot. All right, I will head down a couple of days, Lin Fan replied. Sitting at the threshold, gazing at the darkening mountain ridge, the dusk sweeping over the treetops like a tide. Time flies swiftly. On that day, Lin Fan descended the mountain, following the winding path back to the station, and knocked on the door of the field manager's office. Come in, came the voice of Manager Hao from within. Lin Fan pushed the door open, finding the manager bent over his desk, writing something. He stood at the entrance and softly announced, Manager, I have arrived. Manager Hao looked up, adjusting his glasses, a smile spreading across his face. Lin, you come at just the right moment. Is the manuscript for the meeting prepared? Yes, I came today to report on that. Allow me to read it to you, Lin Fan said, retrieving a neatly folded sheet of paper from his pocket and began reading in a steady, impassioned voice. The office was enveloped in silence as Lin Fan's resonant tones filled the air, his words ringing with conviction. Manager Hao nodded frequently, jotting down notes from time to time. Well written. Did you compose this yourself? It possesses both thoughtfulness and practicality, perfectly aligning with the directives from above. He closed his notebook, his gaze filled with approval. This manuscript requires no major revisions, just a bit of trimming. Be sure to practice it several times. Many leaders from the city will attend, and we must not lose face. My skills are lacking. It was mainly comrade Su Yao who assisted me in organizing it. Lin Fan replied earnestly, casually mentioning Su Yao's contributions. Manager Hao paused at the mention, then chuckled. Su Yao? That young lady from the political work group? I've heard she has a good command of language. It's wonderful that you young people can help one another. She is no longer in the political work group. She is now in old Zhao's team, Lin Fan added deliberately. Manager Hao's pen halted midair as he looked up at Lin Fan. No longer in the political work group? When did that happen? It was during my early days at the farm. She was reassigned to support frontline production. Oh, I see. Manager Hao said, you may go now. You leave tomorrow, and for the meeting the day after, you need to arrive at the city tonight to settle in. The journey is arduous. You'll walk a stretch, then take the logging train, and still have to walk a bit further. Quite a hassle. He waved his hand dismissively. Hey, manager, could I? What is it? Speak up. Manager Hao shot him a glare. Could I have Su Yao accompany me to the city? What would she go for? There won't be any seats for her. What would she think? No, that's not feasible. All right. Manager, then can I take your car? I don't want to go through all that trouble on the way. You rascal, clever as a fox. Is that your true intention? What else with the talk of Su Yao? I could drive, don't worry. If you don't believe me, I'll take a spin for you. Manager Hao waved his hand. Enough, enough. Stop showing off. Here are the keys, he said, retrieving them from his drawer and tossing them over. Be careful not to drive it into a ditch. This is the farm's vehicle. Lin Fan caught the keys, grinning with ease. Don't worry, manager. Driving is just a matter of skill. I'm off. Watching Lin Fan briskly exit the office, Manager Hao shook his head lightly, a smile tugging at his lips as he murmured, what a little sly one. He then stood up and called out to the office next door, Director, come here for a moment. A young man in a neatly fitted Zhongshan suit quickly rose and replied, coming, manager. Following Manager Hao into the office, he closed the door behind him. Has there been any personnel changes in your political work group recently? He inquired. Director, he hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice. Yes, 3 months ago, Su Yao was reassigned to the labor team to strengthen grassroots ideological development. Manager Hao furrowed his brow. Who approved that? Signed by Deputy Manager Wang. All the paperwork is in order, Director, he paused. However, I heard she also submitted a request herself. Manager Hao fell silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the desk, then suddenly remarked. It's a good thing for young people to be willing to immerse themselves, but we must not let talent go unnoticed. He looked up at Director. You may go now, I understand. Unfamiliar face, are you new here? Someone murmured softly. The creaking of the jeep signaled its arrival outside Su Yao's cellar. Lin Fan lowered the car window, resting his arm casually on the ledge, silently leaning against the door. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched Su Yao emerge from the cellar, carrying a thermos. Su Yao glanced at the jeep, and, as she prepared to walk past, suddenly recognized Lin Fan. She halted in surprise, exclaiming, Oh, Lin Fan? Lin Fan chuckled, Indeed, as I hop in. Su Yao hesitated, puzzled by his intentions, and furrowed her brows. Isn't this the director's vehicle? What are you doing in it? Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. I borrowed it from the director since we have a meeting in the city tomorrow. Su Yao smirked skeptically. Borrowed? The director's official car can just be borrowed like that? Get in. Lin Fan reached over to open the passenger door. Confused, Su Yao climbed into the car. What's going on? Is there something urgent? Not really. I just wanted to ask if there's anything I should be mindful of when I go to the city, Lin Fan replied, his gaze drifting to the shadows of figures occasionally flitting past the office building's windows, a grin gracing his lips. There's nothing to worry about. Just perform as you usually do. I've reviewed the manuscript several times. It's coherent and precise. Just be yourself, she reassured him. Got it. But are there any particular individuals I should be cautious of? Lin Fan knew how to inquire. Some matters were best left unmentioned, and it was unwise for outsiders to unearth old wounds. After a brief contemplation, Su Yao replied in a low voice, Director Chun from the city. Don't engage with him too closely. He may seem cordial on the surface, but, well, just be wary. Director Chun? What's his full name? And which department is he from? Chun Mingdong. He oversees political work and public relations. Lin Fan understood immediately why Su Yao never spoke of this matter. It was a deliberate descent to the grassroots. All right, I appreciate the heads up. I'm heading to the city tomorrow, but I want to bid you farewell today and express my gratitude in person. Without your assistance in refining the manuscript, I wouldn't feel as prepared for the report. Su Yao waved her hand dismissively. What are you thanking me for? The manuscript was your work, and the thoughts were your own. With that, she exited the vehicle. Lin Fan smiled, opting not to elaborate further as he gently turned the steering wheel, the Jeep gradually moving forward. Haida Guo stood behind the office window, observing the two young intellectuals exchange with a clear mind, shaking his head in mild reproach, cunning. The farm was not particularly close to the city. Lin Fan glanced at the sky, deciding not to wait for the morrow and prepared to leave today. After all, driving his own vehicle granted him the freedom to arrange his schedule. He pressed the accelerator, and the Jeep stirred up clouds of dust on the dirt road. As darkness fell, the outline of the city gradually emerged ahead. Lin Fan parked at the designated guest house for the meeting. After securing his vehicle, he grabbed his modest luggage and entered the lobby, noticing two female staff members seated behind the registration counter. He approached them. Hello, comrades. Here's my introduction letter. Could you please assist me with the registration? One of the women took the letter, scrutinizing it before a professional smile graced her face. You must be here for the Symposium of Advanced Young Intellectuals, correct? Please fill out this form. The form requested basic information: name, age, organization, class background, purpose of the trip, and expected duration of stay. Once Lin Fan completed the form, the attendant reviewed it and smiled. Lin Fan, you're only 17 and already an advanced worker? Impressive. This way, please, I'll arrange your accommodation. She adeptly checked Lin Fan's details in the registration book and retrieved a key from a drawer. You'll be in room 302 on the 3rd floor. The stairs are over there. Lin Fan thanked her, dragging his luggage toward the staircase. Upon entering the room, he tossed his belongings onto the bed and began surveying the space. The room was modest yet impeccably tidy, furnished with 3 beds, a desk, a chair, and a simple wardrobe. Lin Fan opened the window, inviting fresh air inside while taking the view outside. Beyond the window lay a bustling street, alive with pedestrians and vehicles, a stark contrast to the farm's tranquility. He closed the window, seated himself at the desk, and retrieved the manuscript for the symposium, preparing to familiarize himself with it once more. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled. He had yet to eat dinner. Regardless of circumstances, he knew he couldn't neglect his appetite. Lin Fan stuffed the manuscript into his bag, locked the door, and descended to find a meal. Comrade, is there still food available? It's too late now. I doubt there is any left. The meals for your stay commence tomorrow. However, if you have a ticket, you might check at the window to see if there are any leftovers. Oh, that's all right. I must have missed the meal times. I'll find something to eat outside. Is the state-run restaurant far? Not far. Just exit, turn right, and walk straight for about 200 meters, the attendant gestured. Lin Fan thanked her and exited the guest house. The city streets were brightly lit at night, with a steady stream of pedestrians. Lin Fan drove the Jeep in the direction indicated by the attendant and soon spotted the sign for the state-run restaurant. Inside, the establishment was not crowded. With only a few tables occupied, Lin Fan entered, found an empty seat, and called out, Comrade, I'd like a meal, please. The server approached, looking at Lin Fan, seemingly noting his youth. Who are you, a child? Meals require payment and tickets. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. No worries, comrade. Do I look like someone who would scam for a free meal? I'll have stir-fried meat slices and a tofu and cabbage stew. Just simple home-style dishes for one, he said, pulling out his ration tickets and cash to hand to the server. The server accepted the tickets and money, giving Lin Fan a scrutinizing glance before turning to head to the kitchen. While waiting for his meal, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to a nearby table. Though the diners were unremarkable, what captivated him was the bottle of liquor on their table. 3 individuals were seated, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the middle-aged men, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, animatedly spoke, while a younger man nodded in agreement, and the woman sat quietly, occasionally smiling. Lin Fan overheard the middle-aged man declare, "This symposium for advanced young intellectuals is an excellent opportunity for us to showcase our achievements. We must make a strong impression." The younger man eagerly concurred, his his flattery evident. Indeed, Director Chun is absolutely right. That is why I brought our farm's most outstanding comrade, Zhao Ruyan, to participate in this reporting exchange. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Could this be Director Chun that Su Yao mentioned? He scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting his meticulously combed hair and a demeanor that exuded confidence mixed with arrogance. Lin Fan remained discreet, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. At that moment, the man referred to as Director Chun raised his glass. Xiao Lu is commendable, and Comrade Rian is also exceptional. Let us toast. The other two quickly lifted their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks. The woman, who wore light makeup and was quite attractive, caught Lin Fan's attention. Yet he found it curious that after finishing a drink, the young man, Xiao Lu, abruptly stood to leave. Director, I just remembered that our director asked me to handle a matter. Comrade Ruyan, about your manuscript. Could you have Director Chun review it? His expertise surpasses ours. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Director Chun chuckled, exuding an air of certainty. What could be inside? Let's take a look. What a charade. Zhao Ruyan casually opened the box and exclaimed, Oh, my watch. How exquisite. A smile graced Zhao Ruyan's face, her demeanor oscillating between coyness and invitation, which only heightened Director Chen's impatience. However, in a state-run restaurant, neither dared to overindulge, hastily concluding their meal. Comrade Ruyan, let us go. I'll help you review the manuscript. Director Mingdong, are you interested in merely reviewing the manuscript, or do you wish to amend it? Zhao Ruyan shot Director Chun an amused glance, her bashfulness evident. Well, let us look first, then amend. Indeed, it was Chun Mingdong. Lin Fan listened intently as the two departed the restaurant one after the other. Once their performance concluded, Lin Fan's meal arrived. Gazing at the steaming dishes before him, his appetite surged, and he began to feast heartily. The flavors were quite pleasant. Though they paled in comparison to modern cuisine, they were still commendable for this era. Comrade. Lin Fan waved, and the waiter approached. Young comrade, what can I do for you? Do you have any liquor? Is there any mutai? Yes, but may I ask, how old are you? You wish to drink? Oh, not for myself. I'm bringing it for a leader. Is your director available? I need to discuss a matter. The waiter hesitated, prompting Lin Fan to add, I have something rare that your director would surely appreciate. What rare item? Pray tell. That I cannot divulge. Only your director can make such decisions. The waiter, albeit dubious, turned to fetch their director. Before long, the waiter returned, escorting a stout middle-aged man who bore a stern expression. You mentioned that a young comrade sought me? This was conveyed by the waiter, who also cast a glance at Lin Fan's meal, his expression impassive. The waiter nodded and addressed Lin Fan. Comrade, this is our Director Wang. You may now disclose the rare item. Certainly. Lin Fan smiled, retrieving a dark object from his canvas bag and placing it before Director Wang. What is this? Director Wang waved his hand, instructing the waiter, Xiao Li, you may continue with your duties. The waiter left, visibly relieved, while Director Wang took a seat opposite Lin Fan and examined the object. Hey, this is quite a remarkable item, young man. Are you looking to sell it? Director Wang, I'm not here to sell. I don't engage in speculation. I merely wish to exchange it for some mutai. Director Wang's eyes sparkled with interest. You wish to trade this for mutai? How novel. But do you possess only one? Lin Fan, feeling assured, smiled and replied, Director Wang, I have 4, all intact. This is indeed the paw of the bear. Splendid. Young man, how do you propose to make the exchange? Currently, mutai is priced at 4 yuan a bottle at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Exorbitant indeed. This bear paw, however, is priceless and rare. For all 4, I seek a case, 24 bottles. Back in this era, they still use wooden crates for packaging. Goodness, that seems rather steep. 24 bottles would nearly amount to 100 yuan. Director Wang, you are the proprietor of this establishment, accustomed to welcoming and bidding farewell to many leaders. Lin Fan's implication was clear, and Director Wang understood without need for further elaboration. Hey, young man, you possess keen insight despite your youth. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Follow me to my office. This is not a suitable venue for discussion. As they passed the counter, Lin Fan discreetly nodded to the earlier waiter, who looked on in astonishment, pondering the young man's background. To be honest, she and T recognized the dark object at first glance. Upon entering the office, Director Wang closed the door. Young man, please take a seat. Lin Fan settled at the desk, carefully laying out the bear paws from his canvas bag in an orderly fashion. Director Wang prepared tea and offered Lin Fan a cup, while he examined the bear paws one by one. After a moment, Director Wang rubbed his hands together and smiled. Young man, I shan't speak further. These 4 bear paws have indeed resolved a significant dilemma for me. With that, he retreated to the back room, where a small storage area for tobacco and liquor was located. Shortly, he emerged carrying a case of liquor. Here you go. An entire case, young man. I am Lin Fan. Director Wong, we have plenty of time ahead. Just call me Shaolin. Excellent. Little brother Lin. Should you come across any fine goods in the future, do remember your elder brother. Certainly, Director Wong. If I may inquire, is there a mark in the city? You know, a private one. Lin Fan sought to ascertain the location of the black market. Indeed, there is, Brother Lin. You have more goods, I presume? Didn't you just say you'd think of your elder brother? Director Wong, you misunderstand. I assure you, I will provide you with the best items. But the ordinary ones you would not want. I simply need a venue to dispose of them. Ah, then that is easily arranged. Head south. Behind the broadcasting station, where an old lumber mill has vacated. It's right there. Noted. Thank you, Director Wong. Lin Fan carried the case of liquor out of the restaurant and placed it in the jeep. The night streets were tranquil, devoid of pedestrians. Lin Fan stealthily concealed the liquor within his space. This venture had proven fruitful, not only securing Mutai, but also establishing a connection with Director Wong. As Lin Fan drove to the guest house, he spotted Chun Mingdong exiting the establishment. However, Lin Fan remained unnoticed within his vehicle, disinterested in the trivial affairs of others. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that Su Yun must have suffered at this man's hands, prompting him to turn the vehicle around and discreetly follow. Chun Mingdong, oblivious to his status, rode a bicycle, lacking any semblance of grandeur. Lin Fan leisurely trailed behind in his jeep, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. He observed Chun Mingdong meandering through the streets, seemingly unaware of Lin Fan's presence, humming a tune as he rode contentedly. After navigating several corners and passing the broadcasting station, Chun Mingdong secured his bicycle and entered a dilapidated factory compound. Lin Fan parked at a distance, cautiously approaching the crumbling structure. The environment suggested this was not his residence. What was he up to? Lin Fan intended to uncover the clandestine dealings of Director Chun, donning a hat and raising the collar of his cotton coat to shield his face. As he drew near, an unsettling familiarity enveloped him. This was the black market. In an instant, Lin Fan comprehended the situation, recalling the earlier conversation with Director Wong. It was precisely the same. What business did Chun Mingdong have at the black market so late at night? Concealed in the shadows, Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon Chun Mingdong's figure. Upon entering the factory, Chun Mingdong conversed furtively with several shady individuals before being led into a dimly lit room. Lin Fan then revealed himself, gradually advancing into the black market. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with energy. The dim lights cast a mysterious, tense ambience. Lin Fan feigned nonchalance while surveying his surroundings. Various stalls brimmed with an assortment of goods, used clothing, small appliances, and even peculiar trinkets, most of which were sold surreptitiously. Vendors eyed every passerby with suspicion, some engaged in hushed bargaining at their stalls. Lin Fan navigated through the throng, stealthily approaching the room Chun Mingdong had entered. To avoid arousing suspicion, he squatted in the doorway, opening his canvas bag to display several small items on the ground, pretending to sell wares. He noted that the items were still remnants of his father's old toolkit. Faint voices emerged from within the room as Lin Fan crouched on the ground, straining to discern the conversation. Director Chun, how is the shipment this time? Inquired a raspy voice. Rest assured, it's all top-quality goods, guaranteed to fetch a handsome price. Chun Mingdong replied with an air of pride. Another voice chimed in, questioning the pricing. I've already negotiated the prices. We stand a profit, so fear not, Chun Mingdong assured, patting his chest confidently. A jolt of realization struck Lin Fan. It appeared that Chun Mingdong was involved in illicit dealings. He continued to listen intently, hoping to glean more valuable information. At that moment, someone asked, Director Chun, the situation has been tense lately. When will the goods arrive? Chun Mingdong scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear? Just ensure nothing goes awry on your end. The goods have already arrived. As for the payment, the remainder of his words was lost to Lin Fan as he was interrupted by a sharp command. Have you made the payment? Set it down here. A figure clad in blue work attire approached Lin Fan, demanding, Hey, how do I exchange this? Everyone here says to trade. Trade for some antiques. Came a reply. Antiques. The individual stood up and left, muttering, Is this guy a fool or what? Lin Fan had no time to engage. Swiftly gathering his belongings and stuffing them into his canvas bag. The streets were sparsely populated at night, and he made a concerted effort to maintain a safe distance from Chun Mingdong to avoid detection. Chun Mingdong pedaled at a leisurely pace, frequently glancing around as if to ascertain whether he was being followed. Lin Fan concealed himself in the shadows, cautiously tailing him. After traversing several streets, Chun Mingdong finally halted before a rather unassuming and slightly dilapidated courtyard. Lin Fan paused at a street corner not far away, aware that he could not follow too closely without risking exposure. He scrutinized the courtyard, noting the address, 10 Chuntian Road. The low walls were surrounded by a few trees, creating a somewhat eerie ambience under the veil of night. Chun Mingdong produced a key and unlocked the gate. Lin Fan quickly ducked behind the wall, watching as Chun Mingdong entered. He craned his neck to glance outside, ensuring there was no unusual activity before gently closing the gate behind him. After a brief wait, convinced that Chun Mingdong would not re-emerge, Lin Fan contemplated his next course of action. He understood that barging into the courtyard would be too perilous, yet he was reluctant to forego this opportunity to pursue the lead. Circling the courtyard, he discovered a back door. He pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. It was an antiquated latch-style door. Lin Fan retrieved his military dagger and deftly maneuvered it to disengage the latch, allowing the door to swing open. Stepping inside, he quietly closed the door behind him. Observing the house, he noticed a small window on one side, half open, through which a dim light flickered. He cautiously approached the window, leaning in to listen without making a sound. Inside, Chun Mingdong reclined on a heated bed, humming a tune. A plate of peanuts and another of marinated beef laid out on the table nearby. The handbag lay carelessly discarded beside him. Chun Mingdong continued to hum, taking sips of liquor while glancing at his watch intermittently. The room was a chaotic mess, filled with an assortment of items, many still in unopened boxes, while others were loose. Could this be a warehouse for the black market? Lin Fan struggled to ascertain the true nature of Chun Mingdong's dealings. The stove was cold, and Chun Mingdong occasionally stood up to stomp his feet, perhaps driven by a sudden urge. He turned and exited to the restroom, prompting Lin Fan to fixate on his movements. An opportunity presented itself. Though hidden inside, Lin Fan could extend his hand through the open window. With perfect timing, he seized the handbag. Crouching down, he rummaged through its contents. Money. It was filled with cash. Time was of the essence. Lin Fan quickly transferred bundles of cash into his space, contemplating his next move. He also grabbed a few tools, a hammer and wrench, wrapped them in old newspaper, and stuffed them into the handbag. As for the source of the newspaper, he couldn't quite remember. It was perhaps left over from a previous restroom visit. Thus, while Chun Mingdong was away, the handbag was returned to its place on the bed. When Chun Mingdong came back, he didn't recline again, but instead checked his watch, picked up the handbag, extinguished the lamp, and exited the premises. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure before slipping into the house. From the outside, the interior had appeared unclear. But now that he was inside, Lin Fan was taken aback. The house contained 3 rooms, each brimming with merchandise, all of which were in high demand. There were entire boxes of cigarettes, 5 boxes each of Dakiaman and Hung Yuden, with each box containing 20 packs. Bottled Urquatu and sorghum liquor numbered 10 cases each, with 12 bottles per case. Additionally, there were dozens of fabric rolls in various colors and textures. In another corner, several tall cardboard boxes caught Lin Fan's attention. Upon inspecting the packaging, he was elated to discover 10 brand new sewing machines and 10 radios, all unopened. In the far room were 10 brand new bicycles. Most excitingly, he stumbled upon 2 small boxes filled with Shanghai brand watches, 20 per box. Though one box was opened and missing 2 pieces, a box of women's watches that reminded Lin Fan of the one Zhao Ruyan had received that evening. There were also 2.5 boxes of green military overcoats, each containing 10 pieces, one box partially opened, likely due to the cold weather. Furthermore, there was a substantial half box of ammunition, estimated to contain around 1,000 rounds, 762 by 54 millimeters, a highly sought-after caliber in this mountainous region where firearms were prevalent. This type of bullet was intended for the Mosin-Nagant, the kind often referred to as water beads, common among the affluent hunters in the area. In this era of scarcity, every item in the room was a coveted treasure. Lin Fan realized that Chun Mingdong's black market operation was far more extensive than he had initially surmised. There was no time to waste. With a swift motion, he summoned his spatial power, collecting all the goods into his space, leaving only a cloud of dust and an empty house behind, before making a hasty exit. Meanwhile, Chun Mingdong, with the bag in hand, departed the small courtyard. For today was the day they had arranged for payment. He rode his bicycle, feeling exceptionally elated, contemplating how this transaction would yield a substantial profit. Upon reaching the designated location, a quaint courtyard marked with the inscription 35 Heping Road, their rendezvous point, he secured his bicycle and knocked on the gate. Tap, 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 one long knock followed by 2 short ones. Before long, the gate swung open, and a figure ushered Chun Mingdong inside. After a brief survey of the surroundings, ensuring all was in order, the figure retreated, closing the gate behind him. Chun Mingdong stepped into a dimly lit small room where someone was already waiting. Director Chun, please have a seat. Have you received the goods? What is your impression? inquired a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Chun Mingdong confidently patted his briefcase and replied, Master Hu, there are no issues with the goods. The quantity and quality are both satisfactory. Here is the payment. Please count it. The man lifted his chin, signaling his subordinates to gather around. They opened the briefcase, only to be taken aback. Director Chun, what is the meaning of this? A burly man fumed, seizing Chun Mingdong by the collar and pointing at the briefcase, his expression darkening. Chun Mingdong was equally bewildered, his eyes wide with shock. What should have been bundles of cash was instead a few hammers and wrenches wrapped in old newspapers. This cannot be. It was definitely money inside. I checked before leaving. Master, who was not inclined to believe him. His men had already pounced, delivering a brutal beating to Chun Mingdong. Master Hu, it's a misunderstanding. If I truly intended to default, why would I come alone? There must be some mistake. I'll investigate this. Rest assured, you will not lose a single cent. If the money is lost, I could go back to retrieve it. Stop. Master Hu barked, rising to approach Chun Mingdong, adjusting his clothing. What are you doing? Director Chun is our guest. He deserves to be treated with respect. Did you not hear him say that the money would not be short? Why the panic? Turning back to Chun Mingdong, he continued, I sincerely apologize, Director Chun. These ruffians do not understand decorum. Please do not hold it against them. I will deal with them later. Now let us discuss the matter of payment. When can you settle this? I'll go fetch the money immediately, but it's quite a substantial sum. Please grant me some time. Perhaps a month. It is impossible to withdraw such a large amount from the black market all at once. You have a maximum of 3 days. I have my superiors to answer to. Otherwise, we will all be in dire straits. Master Hu, fine, 3 days it is. I will arrange the funds right away. With a bruised face, Chun Mingdong cycled back to the small courtyard, only to be dumbstruck upon opening the door. The room, once brimming with coveted goods, was now entirely empty, leaving behind nothing but a desolate space and a layer of dust. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing under him. What on earth was happening? Who could have done this? Chun Mingdong shouted frantically, rummaging through the room in hopes of uncovering a clue. After searching for a while, he found nothing aside from the briefcase containing the hammers and wrenches. He spun around the room like a headless fly, eventually sinking to the floor, cradling his head in despair, unsure of what to do next. The loss was insurmountable. Not only had he failed to make a profit, but he had also squandered his savings, and the sellers would surely not let this go easily. The days ahead promised to be anything but peaceful for him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had returned safely to his lodgings. He lay on his bed, counting the money, 10 bundles, totaling 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, it was indeed a considerable sum. Little did he expect to become a person of wealth overnight. Having stayed up late the previous night, Lin Fan rose late. Well into the day, he proceeded to wash up. In this era-esque goose houses, the rooms lacked private bathrooms, with facilities located at the end of the hallway, featuring a communal boiler room and toilets. Lin Fan hummed a cheerful tune, carrying a basin, with a towel draped over his shoulder, sauntering toward the faucet. To his surprise, Zhao Rian was also washing up, applying makeup in front of the mirror. Lin Fan recognized her. Though she did not know him, he opted not to greet her, turning on the faucet to wash his face. Zhao Rian glanced at him and remarked, Which family-esque child are you? Coming to a guest house to sponge hot water? Her assumption was understandable. Lin Fan appeared quite youthful, still lacking facial hair. Lin Fan, amused, decided to tease her guests. He continued washing without missing a beat. Zhao Rian, noticing his nonchalance, grew irritated and raised her voice. I'm talking to you. What a rude little brat. Lin Fan maintained his smile, replying leisurely, don't be so angry. It's not good for your skin. Zhao Rian, flushed with anger, glared at him and said, You cheeky child. Do you think I'm old? After washing his face, Lin Fan picked up the towel and in all seriousness replied, Yes, older than me. Zhao Rian was incensed. Hands on her hips, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her eyes wide with fury as she exclaimed, You insolent child. I see you're doing this on purpose. I merely asked you a question. Why are you so thoughtless? Finding her anger amusing, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, don't let it get to you. I was just joking. Zhao Rian huffed. Who was joking with you? Hurry up and leave. Stop bothering me. Lin Fan, unfazed, leisurely gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he couldn't resist one last quip. Annie, cool down. A smile might take years off your age. Fuming, Zhao Rian stomped her foot and shouted at his retreating figure. You remember this. Don't let me run into you again. Lin Fan had no time for her antics. He had matters to attend to, as instructed by Director Hao. After gathering his things, he drove his jeep directly to the Public Security Bureau. In the back seat, he had packed the mountain walnuts prepared by Director Hao, but it hardly seemed enough to warrant a trip. Yesterday, He had managed to collect a good haul, selecting a couple of red peonies, a box of Urquiotta liquor, a bag of rice, and a large chunk of meat. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, where a guard halted his vehicle. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" The guard, a young man with a tall and athletic build, clearly had some training. "I'm looking for Director Zhou Zingguo," Lin Fan replied, handing over a package of cigarettes. "Get out and register." The guard was not easily swayed and pushed the cigarettes back. "All right." Lin Fan leaped out of the car, took apart the pack, and handed a cigarette to the guard, who finally accepted it. "Here, fill out your name and unit." Lin Fan filled in a lengthy form before being allowed inside. After thanking the guard, he drove into the courtyard, parked aside, and ascended the stairs. Director Zhou's office was located at the far end of the second floor, and he was currently in the office. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Fan rapped on the door. "Come in," came a steady voice from within. Lin Fan opened the door to find a middle-aged man seated behind a desk. This was Director Zhou Zingguo. Director Zhou looked up at Lin Fan, his gaze warm yet authoritative. "Hello, Director Zhou. I'm here on behalf of Director Hao. My name is Lin Fan," he said politely. Director Zhou stood, approached Lin Fan, appraising him from head to toe, and smiled. "Representative from Haodigyo, from the Bai farm? Please have a seat. Did you come for something specific?" After sitting down, Lin Fan replied, "No particular business. Director Hao has been speaking highly of you, so he sent me to pay a visit and bring some mountain goods." Director Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Old Hao is too courteous. Now, apart from visiting me, is there something else you need?" "Truly nothing, Director Zhou." Director Zhou pondered for a moment, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Well, it's nearly time to leave for dinner." All right." Lin Fan feigned surprise. In truth, he had intended to dine at this hour, oblivious to the time, as it was indeed mealtime. "Come on, you've traveled quite a distance. I cannot send you away at this hour," he said. Director Zhou had already noticed. Director Zhou, I wouldn't leave even if you asked me to. Being young has its advantages. One can pretend not to understand and possess a certain audacity. Chapter 46. The Art of Diplomacy. Director Zhou descended the stairs alongside Lin Fan. The family compound was not far. As they walked ahead, Lin Fan called out, "Director Zhou, I drove here. Hop in." "Ah, you little rascal can drive?" Zhou exclaimed, pulling open the passenger door and taking a seat. Before long, they arrived at Director Zhou's home, a modest yet tidy residence with a small yard. "Shufan, we have guests. Prepare a couple more dishes," Zhou called out. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Fan alighted from the car, spotting the hostess gathering vegetables at the entrance. "Oh my, how old are you, dear?" "Sister-in-law, I'm 17. I'll turn 18 soon after the new year," he replied, unloading items from the vehicle. Noticing this, Director Zhou quickly interjected, "Wait, aren't these mountain goods? Why so many?" "They are indeed from the mountains. These walnuts, rice, and wild boar meat are all from there. And the cigarettes and liquor, are they also from the mountains?" Lin Fan chose not to respond. "What else with all these items, dear child? Old Zhou, is this permissible?" Zhou smacked his lips and said, "Shaolin, what is the situation with Haodigyo? You must clarify, otherwise I cannot accept these." Director Zhou spoke rather sternly. "There is no issue. I'm not asking you to do anything, truly. These are merely foodstuffs, of little value. We can finish them in one meal." Never mind. It's hard to explain to a child. I'll ask Haodigyo later." "Please don't ask. What if he truly has something to request from you?" "Ha ha ha, you little rascal." "All right, Shufan, prepare a couple of fine dishes. Let us drink, but not too much." "Director, I want tea drink. I'm driving." "Hey, you're quite principled. Very well then, no drinking." The lunch spread was splendid, with sister-in-law as culinary skills truly remarkable. The table overflowed with dishes that were visually appealing and delectable, including braised pork, stir-fried greens, tomato and egg soup, and stewed wild boar meat brought by Lin Fan. As the food was served, Zhou's two children returned from school. The elder, a boy named Zhou Zhenggang, was 2 years younger than Lin Fan and was at that mischievous age, while the younger, a girl named Zhou Min, was the same age as Lin Wan. Everyone gathered around the table, chatting as they dined. "Come on, Shaolin, you're still growing. Eat more," sister-in-law encouraged warmly. "Thank you, sister-in-law." This remark caused all four at the table to pause and glance up. "Well, Shaolin, shouldn't you call me aunt?" sister-in-law suggested. "Exactly," Zhou Min chimed in eagerly. I consider myself of the same generation as Director Hao. I'm only 2 years younger than you. Do I need to call you uncle?" Zhou Zhenggang interjected. "Call her aunt," Zhou Zingguo declared decisively. "You young one should interact more." Lin Fan felt rather put out. This meal had indeed cost him dearly, even lowering his status. "Ha ha!" The laughter of the family echoed, leaving Lin Fan in a state of annoyance. As they continued to eat and converse, Lin Fan, mindful of driving, refrained from drinking. And since Zhou Xingguo had work in the afternoon, he too abstained. When are you heading back, Shaolin? Director Zhou casually inquired. Probably after the meeting tomorrow. I'll return the day after, Lin Fan replied. A meeting? What sort of meeting? The city is organizing a symposium for advanced young workers. Uncle Zhou, are you aware? Of course I am. You're attending. Wait, you're a young worker? Do you represent your farm? Yes. Oh my, so young and already an advanced worker. Well done, Shaolin. Director Zhou expressed admiration. Well, everyone is advanced. I'm just here to report. Uncle Zhou, no need for such surprise. Zhou Zhenggang, look. Shaolin is only 2 years older than you and already an advanced worker. Parents often prefer to use other children as examples to educate their own. And naturally, the two siblings exchanged glances and pouted. Stop. Uncle Zhou, if you want to educate your children, please don't use me as a model. I can serve as a bad example if you wish. You little rascal. Zhou Xingguo was momentarily at a loss for words. And the two siblings beneath the table discreetly gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, unbeknownst to their father. After the meal, Zhou Xingguo had to leave for work, and Lin Fan felt it inappropriate to linger further, so he rose to take his leave. Upon returning to the guest house, he discovered that the other 2 beds were now occupied. At that time, guest houses were generally like this. Unless one was a leading cadre, it was rare to have a room to oneself. The 2 occupants greeted Lin Fan with nods. Comrade, you arrived quite early. I arrived yesterday to handle some matters. After all, the meeting isn't until tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether I arrive early or late, Lin Fan said, tossing his canvas bag onto the table and reclining onto the bed. Comrade, which unit are you from? The man in the innermost bed by the window inquired. I'm from the Bai farm. How about you? Off from the farm? That is far better than us. I'm stationed in Bailing Township. My name is Chun Zixin. I'm stationed in Kahigo. My name is Li Mingwei. What's your name, comrade? The occupant of the middle bed also sat up to ask. I'm Lin Fan. We come from different corners of the country. Now that we've met, let's keep in touch, Lin Fan replied as he occupied the outermost bed. The 3 engaged in conversation, sharing their experiences from various locales. Unbeknownst to them, evening fell. The sun sank in the west. As night fell, attendees for the meeting began to arrive. Those coming to participate were all staying here. The guest house took stock of the numbers and arranged several tables for dinner, with everyone sitting together at one table. At Lin Fan's table, there were 7 people. Besides the 2 from his room, the others were strangers, leading to a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Zhao Rian arrived a bit late, and upon spotting the empty seat at Lin Fan's table, she plopped down right next to him. Initially, she paid no mind, but as she settled in, she realized the person beside her was the same young man she had encountered before. Her eyes widened in disbelief and anger. Raising her voice, she questioned, How is it you again? Are you here for the meeting as well? The surrounding individuals were drawn by her tone, casting curious glances their way. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Zhao Rian was incensed by his demeanor, nearly jumping up in frustration. I'm talking to you. Have you gone mute? The others at the table exchanged incredulous looks. This woman, though seemingly attractive, exhibited a complete lack of decorum, prompting disdainful expressions all around. Zhao Rian, fuming, took her seat, glaring at Lin Fan as she gritted her teeth. You'd best not provoke me again. Lin Fan chuckled. Dear Annie, there are plenty of seats here, yet you choose to sit next to me. Besides, I haven't provoked you. It's you who keeps bothering me. You ought to maintain your distance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rian turned crimson with rage. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. Why should I have to go? Lin Fan continued to disregard the deranged woman, yet Zhao Rian was quite animated. As soon as she sat down, she commenced engaging in conversation with those around her, regaling them with tales of her experiences and occasionally boasting about the Shanghai brand watch she had received. Did you know? This watch is not something one can casually purchase. It requires connections to acquire. I had to leverage quite a few relationships to obtain it, she declared, proudly raising her wrist to display the timepiece. Some at the table exhibited expressions of envy and lavish compliments on the watch, while others merely smiled politely, offering minimal response. Sitting beside them, Lin Fan listened to Zhao Rian's self-aggrandizement, secretly amused, for he was well aware of the watch's dubious origins. Is it truly beautiful? I find it quite ordinary, he thought, refusing to indulge her. Just then, the dishes were served, interrupting Zhao Rian, who was fuming with frustration. Yet it must be said, the food at the guest house was indeed delectable, featuring both vegetables and meat, with a commendably high standard. Chapter 47, The Symposium. Meanwhile, Chun Zixin discreetly nudged Lin Fan with his elbow, blinking and whispering, What is going on? Do you two know each other? Is there some history? I don't know her. For some reason, She seems to have taken a dislike to me. Lin Fan firmly denied. Next to Zhao Ruyan sat a well-groomed young man, who was rather infatuated with her. He wore a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with eagerness to please, and with each new dish, he hurriedly offered to serve her. Here, this is delicious, do give a try. As a plate of stir-fried pig liver was just served, the young man stood up, pulling the dish in front of Zhao Ruyan, much to Chen Zixin's chagrin, who had just reached for his chopsticks. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruyan added, "Oh, thank you, but I can't eat too much tonight. We in the arts must maintain our figures." "Ah, Comrade Ruyan, always thinking of work. No wonder you can attend the meeting. You truly are outstanding," the young man praised, causing Zhao Ruyan to beam with delight, her chest puffing out with pride as she reveled in the attention. Lin Fan could no longer stomach the display of sycophancy from the two. "That's Zixin, comrade. I feel utterly nauseated. I want to vomit." Chen Zixin immediately grasped the sentiment, echoing, "Indeed, it is revolting. I too feel like retching. Gulme, gulme. This pig liver has just been stir-fried. Do try it." Lin Fan rose, took the plate of liver, and deftly maneuvered half into Chen Zixin's bowl while placing the remaining portion into his own, then set the empty plate before the young man, saying, "Zixin, let us eat elsewhere. If we linger any longer, I fear I shall be sick, and it would be a shame to waste such delicious food." With that, he lifted his bowl and departed, with Chen Zixin following closely behind. The two settled on the steps of the corridor outside, indulging in their meal with gusto. "Hey, you two comrades, why are you eating out here?" A commanding voice rang out from behind them. Lin Fan turned to see three individuals standing in the corridor. The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke without hesitation. "Oh, it's nothing. We're just accustomed to working outside. The food tastes better here," Lin Fan replied, shoving a large bite into his mouth. "Ha ha, well said, young comrades. You see, this is the most authentic sentiment," the man responded, addressing the two others behind him, who nodded in agreement. "Excuse me, may I ask, are you here to attend the symposium for advanced workers among the educated youth?" "Indeed." Chen Zixin stood to answer, while Lin Fan remained seated. "Good, good, good," the man exclaimed thrice before turning to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, one of the accompanying individuals queried, "Director Feng, the original plan was to visit the dining hall and say a few words. Are we returning now?" "Yes, let us return. There is no need to speak. The comrades exhibit a high level of awareness, and I am filled with anticipation for tomorrow's symposium." The three departed in their vehicle. Early the next morning, Lin Fan awoke and donned a tidy outfit, meticulously reviewing his notes once more before heading to the venue of the symposium. The hall was gradually filling with attendees as Lin Fan entered, surveying the crowd. At the front was the podium with several rows of tables and chairs below, each adorned with nameplates indicating assigned seating. It was no wonder that Director Hao had mentioned that Su Yao had nowhere to sit. It truly was the case. Lin Fan located his designated spot at the far edge of the second row, where the seating arrangement was quite informal, unlike the podium, which was undoubtedly more deliberately organized. He specifically noted the central position, marked with the name Feng's Hiking, presumably a significant leader. To Lin Fan's surprise, he also spotted a nameplate for Chun Mingdong up there. At precisely 9 a.m., the hall filled with attendees, while the podium remained vacant. However, it was not long before someone announced the arrival of the leaders, causing a wave of excitement to ripple through the audience. Everyone rose to their feet, applauding as the leaders entered. A number of leaders filed onto the podium, taking their respective seats. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the individual from the previous day was among them, seated in the central position marked by Feng's Hiking's nameplate, smiling and waving to the audience. However, the position for Chun Mingdong remained conspicuously empty, with no explanation provided nor the nameplate removed. Once the leaders were seated, the meeting's host stood to briefly outline the purpose and agenda of the symposium. He then announced, "Today, we are fortunate to have invited several advanced workers among the educated youth, each of whom has made remarkable contributions in their respective roles. Let's warmly welcome the first representative to the stage to share their insights." A round of applause erupted as the first representative stood and approached the podium. He was a young man from a mountainous area who recounted how he had overcome obstacles to lead the villagers in agricultural development, sharing tales of hard work and perseverance. His passionate and compelling speech garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience. Following this, Lin Fan and the other representatives sequentially took to the stage, sharing snippets of their experiences during their time as educated youth, filled with laughter, tears, and lessons learned. The morning was primarily dedicated to these speeches, which took considerable time to complete. By noon, the leaders convened for a meal at the guest house, where the atmosphere was notably subdued in their presence, bringing a momentary respite from the antics of the young man and Zhao Ruyan. The afternoon was designated for free exchange, concluding with an award presentation. Marking the successful closure of the symposium, Lin Fan observed that the morning had proceeded smoothly and anticipated that the afternoon would be uneventful, allowing him to meander until he could return. The attending educated youth formed small groups, sitting together and engaging in spirited discussions. Lin Fan, Chun Zixin, and Li Mingwei gathered in one group, sharing their insights and experiences from rural work and life. Some spoke of challenges faced in the fields, while others shared how they had forged deep bonds with the villagers. The atmosphere was vibrant. However, Lin Fan's tales diverged from the rest, focusing on wilderness survival, akin to storytelling, captivating his small group, who failed to notice the crowd gathering behind them. As Lin Fan animatedly recounted his experiences, he noticed the surrounding area growing increasingly quiet. Upon glancing back, he was astonished to find that the entire audience was listening intently to his narrative. What was happening? Had he erred? Surely not. But a twinge of anxiety crept into his mind. Look at what you're saying. And you call yourself an advanced worker? With such thoughts, can you truly be considered exemplary? Zhao Ruyan was the first to challenge him. However, Director Feng remained silent, offering no comment, which deterred others from taking sides. Unexpectedly, the young man interjected, "Indeed, what you are espousing is nothing short of hedonism. Eating meat at every meal, wild boar stew today, and roasted hare tomorrow. What about the chili powder? The cumin? What sort of nonsense is this?" Director Feng remained silent, listening with great interest to everyone's speeches. It seemed as though Zhao Ruyan had received encouragement, and she continued, "My work in the cultural propaganda team is truly meaningful. Our performances have educated and inspired countless villagers." The young man beside her nodded vigorously in agreement. Comrade Ruyan is absolutely right. Her work holds significant influence. Lin Fan, initially reluctant to confront her directly, felt provoked by her persistent targeting and responded with rising irritation. "Comrade Zhao Ruyan, you are indeed correct. The work of your cultural propaganda team is exceptionally meaningful. On behalf of all members of the 3rd team of the Bai Farms Protective Unit, I would like to extend an invitation for you to conduct cultural propaganda at our base. Please prepare several programs for us, as we are in urgent need of education and inspiration." Chapter 48. The level of leadership. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruyan's face flushed crimson. She glared at Lin Fan and retorted, "You are deliberately making things difficult for me. Our propaganda team schedule is prearranged. We cannot simply visit your farm." "Comrade Zhao," Lin Fan countered calmly, "didn't you just say that your performances educate and inspire villagers? We too are in desperate need of such education and inspiration. However, if you are reluctant to come, I can understand. Conditions in our area are quite harsh. Although I spoke earlier about leisure and enjoyment, the reality is that life is challenging there, and being close to the border makes it unsafe. I can comprehend your hesitation." Lin Fan's measured response served as a strategic retreat. Zhao Ruyan was momentarily speechless, and the young man quickly intervened to diffuse the tension. "Comrade Lin, please don't be so aggressive. Comrade Ruyan and her team are indeed busy. It is normal if they cannot arrange a visit. I suspect it is not merely a matter of scheduling, but rather a fear of hardship and exhaustion," Lin Fan scoffed. "If Comrade Zhao is so confident in the significance of her work, why is she hesitant to perform at the farm?" Curious and expectant gazes fell upon Zhao Ruyan from those around her, eager to see how she would respond. Her face burned with embarrassment, and through gritted teeth, she declared, "I will go. I am not afraid of hardship or fatigue." "Excellent. Comrade Zhao Ruyan's resolve is truly commendable. We shall finalize the arrangements after this discussion, and we eagerly await your visit," Lin Fan replied with a smile. At this moment, Director Feng finally spoke up. "This is indeed a splendid opportunity for exchange. We come from various places and occupy different roles. It is essential that we learn from one another and engage in dialogue. Additionally, I must point out that Comrade Lin Fan's discourse on wilderness survival is not only captivating, but also showcases the unique lives and wisdom of the educated youth in arduous conditions. Have we not contemplated what kind of spirit this embodies?" Hearing Director Feng's words, everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, someone quietly suggested, "Is this not a spirit of optimism and resilience in the face of adversity?" Director Feng nodded, smiling. "Precisely. In challenging circumstances, the educated youth do not lament their fate. Instead, they employ their wisdom to live and work with optimism and vigor. This spirit is worthy of emulation by each of us." Although Zhao Ruyan felt a lingering sense of indignation, she no longer dared to exhibit the same arrogance as before. Bowing her head, she muttered softly, "It's not that impressive to hunt wild boars and hares." Lin Fan glanced at her, offering only a subtle smile. With Director Feng's endorsement, others began to voice their opinions. and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The small conflict between Lin Fan and Zhao Rian inadvertently became a highlight of the open exchange, enriching the overall ambience of the symposium. Subsequently, someone proposed organizing more exchange activities to allow the educated youth from different regions to learn from one another and progress collectively. Director Feng wholeheartedly agreed. This is a splendid idea. We could devise a detailed plan after the meeting and regularly organize exchange activities. This will not only enhance friendships, but also improve everyone's work capabilities and overall qualities. As time passed unnoticed, the sky gradually darkened, signaling the nearing conclusion of the symposium. Director Feng stood to summarize the day's discussions, expressing several hopes and expectations for the educated youth. You are the future and hope of our nation, entrusted with a significant historical mission. I hope you will cherish this rural experience, strive to learn, and continuously enhance your abilities and qualities. Furthermore, you should actively concern yourselves with the nation's development and societal progress, contributing your strength towards the prosperity and strength of our country. Finally, awards were distributed, with each attendee receiving a plaque recognizing them as advanced workers among the educated youth, followed by mementos such as enameled mugs, pins, and towels inscribed in red. The meeting host then declared the symposium successfully adjourned, prompting everyone to rise and applaud in gratitude. As they exited the venue, attendees began to return to their rooms, mingling in groups, having grown familiar with one another over the day. Lin Fan, your speech today was truly magnificent. It captivated everyone, Chen Hickson praised, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, Lin Fan, your tales of wilderness survival were enthralling. I have never heard such captivating stories before. Li Mingwei chimed in. Lin Fan smiled, but remained silent. Only he understood that he had intended to share a story, but the leadership had elevated the discussion. As the group conversed, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they discovered Zhao Ruyan and the young man. Zhao Ruyan stepped in front of Lin Fan, hesitated for a moment, then said, Lin Fan, I was in the wrong today. I should not have targeted you. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled, saying, It is quite all right. I did not take it to heart. We are all educated youth. We should support and help one another. Zhao Rian nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, you are right. I will definitely visit your farm for cultural propaganda when the opportunity arises. Lin Fan replied, Wonderful. All the members of our farm will warmly welcome you. I will ensure you receive a proper reception. As they passed each other, Zhao Rian unexpectedly turned back to call out to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, regarding your invitation on behalf of your entire protective unit team, how many members are there in your team? Without looking back, Lin Fan raised 4 fingers and called out loudly, 4. Lin Fan, you can go to hell, came Zhao Rian's frustrated shout from afar. Chen Zixin and Li Mingwei exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, giving Lin Fan a thumbs up. In Director Zhou Xingguo's office, he was on a phone call. That young Lin you arranged came by yesterday and shared a meal with me. What? That little rascal. I didn't send him to mooch off you. He seems quite clever. He wouldn't do something so absurd. What happened? Came the voice of Hao Deguo from the other end. I mean, you brought a whole bunch of stuff and chose right at lunchtime when I was about to leave. Should I just kick him out? There wasn't much, just a bag of mountain walnuts. What could I possibly have in this poor mountain hollow? Let me ask you, is there something he needs my assistance with? No, he just mentioned wanting to eat mountain walnuts. Ah, I see. He expressed a desire for mountain walnuts. That said, this little fellow is rather amusing. By the way, he now has to call me uncle. You can't treat him as an equal anymore. What on earth? When did I treat him as an equal? What nonsense has this little brat been saying? Ah, it's no big deal. All right, I'm hanging up. As Zhou Xingguo ended the call, he couldn't help but chuckle, while on the other end, Hao Deguo was left bewildered. Chapter 49. Stance upon returning to their room. Lin Fan and his companions discovered that the guest house had not arranged dinner. If they wished to eat, they would need to pay for it themselves or venture outside. How are we supposed to handle dinner? Chen Zixin inquired as he set his belongings on the table and turned to ask. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, Let's dine outside. The state-run restaurant is not far from here. Li Mingwei nodded in agreement, saying, That sounds good. It's a perfect opportunity to explore the city. This is my first visit, after all. In this era, private restaurants were non-existent, making dining out rather inconvenient. Many sent-down youth brought their own rations, and if they couldn't afford to eat out, they resorted to consuming their provisions at the guest house. As the three were deliberating, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Fan, closest to the entrance, rose to open it, only to scowl upon seeing who stood there. What do you want now? He asked. Indeed, it was Zhao Ruyan, though her usual sycophant was conspicuously absent. Comrade Shaolin, must you speak so brusquely? Very well, I shall overlook it. How do you plan to have dinner? Lin Fan retorted. Where's your little lackey? The guest house has food. You can eat there without bothering us. Zhao Rian shot back, Comrade Shaolin. I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? True, you did apologize, but my anger has yet to dissipate. Please keep your distance, Lin Fan replied curtly. I'm not here to engage with you, she huffed. Comrades Chun Zixin and Li Mingwei, what are your dinner arrangements? With that, she pushed past Lin Fan, who was blocking the doorway. Caught off guard by Zhao Rian's sudden inquiry, Chun Zixin and Li Mingwei exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief pause, Chun Zixin stated, we were planning to eat at the state-run restaurant and take a stroll. Zhao Rian's eyes brightened. Perfect. I haven't had dinner yet either. Why don't we go together? Lin Fan frowned, irritated. We did not invite you. You ought to eat alone. Zhao Rian pouted. Oh, come now, we're all sent-down youth. Sharing a meal will foster camaraderie. Besides, dining alone is rather dreary. Li Mingwei glanced from Lin Fan to Zhao Rian, attempting to mediate. Why not go together? It'll be more lively with more people. Not going. Lin Fan and Chun Zixin replied in unison. Lin Fan mentally categorized the two. Chun Zixin's stance was resolute, while Li Mingwei seemed somewhat lacking in resolve. The atmosphere turned awkward, leaving Li Mingwei suspended in indecision. Zhao Rian, however, pressed on. If they choose not to go, then the two of us shall. I know where the state-run restaurant is. I was there a few days ago. Come on, Comrade Li Mingwei. She realized too late she nearly let slip too much and quickly halted her words. Li Mingwei hesitated, glancing between Lin Fan and Chun Zixin, then at Zhao Rian. Noticing his reluctance, Zhao Rian tugged at his arm, playfully coaxing, come on, come on. Why are you dawdling like a big man? Feeling a bit flustered, Li Mingwei considered that since they were all sent-down youth, dining together wouldn't be a significant issue, and eventually nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Mingwei being let out, Lin Fan turned to Chun Zixin and remarked, some people truly lack principles. With that, he reclined on his bed, perusing medals and memorabilia. As Zhao Rian and Li Mingwei descended the stairs, they spotted a figure lurking at the entrance of the guest house, casting a hostile glance their way. Zhao Rian quickly sidestepped, creating distance between herself and Li Mingwei. He too sensed the tension. The stranger was evidently there for Zhao Rian. Indeed, it was Chun Mingdong, who upon entering, noticed Zhao Rian exiting with a male youth and felt a chill run down his spine. However, in a public setting, he couldn't act out and simply turned to leave the guest house. If Li Mingwei were still oblivious, he would truly be dense. As expected, Zhao Rian turned to him and said, Comrade Li Mingwei, I suddenly feel unwell. I need to visit the clinic. You go on without me. With that, she dismissed him and walked away. You. Li Mingwei shook his head in disbelief, feeling at a loss, realizing he was caught between two conflicting sentiments. Sighing, he turned back towards the room. As he stepped inside, Chun Zixin looked up, a smirk forming. Oh, you return with a lovely companion, and yet you come back empty-handed? How utterly sardonic. Zhao Rian suddenly felt unwell and decided not to go. I mean, it's just dinner. We're all sent-down youth. Does it require such drama? Li Mingwei vented, seeking an outlet for his frustration. What happened? Lin Fan inquired, raising an eyebrow. That's the situation. So, are you all still planning to eat? Li Mingwei evaded the question. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, clearly understanding that Zhao Rian had intentionally dismissed Li Mingwei. The root cause became apparent as he recalled the empty seat at the podium. This was where it stemmed from. Not going. You all go ahead, Lin Fan declared. If you're not going, then I shan't either. Chun Zixin followed suit. Fine, if you're not going, then I shall go alone. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What is his problem? Chun Zixin spat, clearly irritated. He stirs trouble, and then takes it out on us. What nonsense. Let us ignore him. We can manage with what we have at the guest house, Lin Fan suggested, rising to retrieve a bottle of urquioadu from his canvas bag. Look, a pleasant surprise. Oh my, you truly hit it well. Let us go, we must find some good dishes. You provide the liquor, and I'll cover the cost of the food. That sounds splendid. Let us go. The two linked arms and headed straight for the guest house dining hall. Meanwhile, Chun Mingdong exited the guest house, pushing his bicycle and slowing his pace as he felt a presence behind him. Zhao Rian hurried after him, calling out, Director Mingdong, wait for me. The man ahead ignored her, continuing on his way. Director Mingdong, you didn't attend the meeting today. I thought you wouldn't come. Oh, what happened to your face? Zhao Rian finally caught up, only to notice his visage marred with bruises. Asking that question was ill-timed, for Chun Mingdong surely preferred to keep the circumstances to himself. He darkened his expression and replied curtly, Who was that person? Zhao Rian, feeling a twinge of guilt, smiled apologetically. Director Mingdong, please don't be angry. That was just a fellow youth who attended the meeting. Chun Mingdong halted, fixing her with a cold stare. Zhao Rian, you had better clarify your relationship with that young man. Zhao Rian quickly waved her hands, There's nothing between us. We are merely colleagues attending the seminar together. His name is Li Mingwei. I thought you wouldn't come today, so I invited him to dinner. Chen Mingdong scoffed. It better remain that way. Zhao Ruyan, remember who has supported you today. I can lift you up, but I can just as easily bring you down. Zhao Ruyan nodded obediently. I understand, Director Mingdong. I will be more cautious in the future. By the way, what happened to your face? Chen Mingdong's expression darkened as he responded. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Understood. Chapter 50. Sold out Chen Mingdong led Zhao Ruyan into the state-run restaurant. The establishment was bustling, filled with the enticing aroma of food. They found a secluded corner to sit, with Zhao Ruyan demurely taking her place across from him. A server approached, presenting the menu. Chen Mingdong casually ordered a few dishes and requested a bottle of wine. As they awaited their meal, the atmosphere grew a tad oppressive. Chen Mingdong remained sullen and taciturn, while Zhao Ruyan stole glances at him, hesitating to speak. At last, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Chen Mingdong poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Sensing the displeasure on the leader's face, Zhao Ruyan felt compelled to lighten the mood, a task she was well accustomed to. She recounted amusing anecdotes from the symposium, observing the leader's expression gradually soften, even receiving a helping of food from him, which filled her with secret satisfaction. However, when the conversation turned to Lin Fan from the August 1st farm, Chen Mingdong became animated. August 1st farm, do you remember? Su Yao? Chen Mingdong set down his glass and inquired. Of course. That was during the last joint performance when we danced to the Red Detachment of Women. What's this? Are you still thinking about it? What nonsense. You're more than enough for me. I have no interest in anyone else. Who would believe that? Just look at how your eyes light up when you mention Su Yao. What's the matter? Do you want to devour her? Absolutely not. But I must admit, her legs are stunning, long and straight. Still denying it? You're almost drooling. Want to stray, are we? I can help you with that. All right, think of a way for me. Get lost, you scoundrel. Eating from one bowl while eyeing another. Don't worry, my feelings for you are genuine. Others are merely for amusement. Have you forgotten? I still need to help you arrange for the publicity officer. As they exchanged banter, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from a nearby table. Zhao Ruyan looked up and exclaimed, Li Mingwei has arrived. Chen Mingdong followed her gaze and frowned. Why is it him again? Zhao Ruyan, feeling anxious, urged Director Mingdong, let us ignore him and finish our meal quickly. As Li Mingwei settled down, he spotted Zhao Ruyan and Chen Mingdong. He found himself in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying seemed ideal. Finally, he resigned himself, thinking, you're eating, so am I. This state-run restaurant isn't anyone's sole property. Reflecting further, he realized that Lin Fan and the others must have known better than to come. Why was he the only fool? Perhaps it was a lesson learned. He figured he might as well relax and enjoy a meal. The atmosphere grew awkward as both tables of guests failed to savor their meals. Upon their departure, a waitress came to clear the table, murmuring, was the food not to your liking today? Why is there so much left uneaten? Where to? Zhao Ruyan queried as she sat on the bicycle's rear seat. Aren't you heading back to the guest house? How annoying. You're just pretending to be clueless. Haha, then let's change locations. Director Mingdong, you mentioned you'd propose me as the publicity officer after the meeting ended, so you must keep your word. I've given you everything. Rest assured, I shall coordinate it in a couple of days. Chen Mingdong pedaled with Zhao Ruyan to 10 Chun Tian Road, which was indeed his secret stash. However, upon arrival, they found it completely ransacked by Lin Fan. As they entered the dimly lit room, Zhao Ruyan remarked, it's so dark in here. Hurry and turn on the lights. Haha, why turn on the lights? Come here, my little treasure. How annoying. I can't see anything. Then let us feel our way around. Just as they were playfully engaged, a sudden flicker of light illuminated the room. Who was there? Chen Mingdong jumped in fright. Moments later, a kerosene lamp was lit, revealing several individuals in the room. Zhao Ruyan gasped at the sight of the older men, her fear causing her to scream. Shut up. Don't make a sound. Chen Mingdong snapped. There sat Master Hu on a Kong, pulling out a cigarette, flanked by two intimidating men. He took a drag from his cigarette, and a lackey stepped forward to light it for him. Master Hu, what brings you here today? Did we agree on 3 days? Director Chen, looks like you're living quite well. This girl is quite a catch. Chen Mingdong felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a facade of calmness. Master Hu, you jest. This girl is merely an ordinary young woman. She has nothing to do with me. I'm actually quite troubled about your matter. Please grant me an extension, and I will gather the funds. Master Hu exhaled a smoke ring leisurely and replied, Director Chun, it's not that I don't want to give you face. The deadline is fast approaching, and I have my own difficulties. If you truly can't come up with the money, you'll need to offer something else as collateral. Chen Mingdong's heart raced at the implication. Master Hu, I truly have no other valuable items left. How about I offer you my bicycle as collateral, and I'll find a way for the remaining funds? Master Hu scoffed. A broken bicycle? You think you can bribe me with that? Chen Mingdong's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Master Hu, I have a golden goose in this city. We've been collaborating for quite some time. If you don't trust me, then I'm at a loss. Master Hu laughed heartily. Director Chun, at a loss. No, you're full of tricks. Look, this girl has been delivered right to you. With a wave of his hand, the two men closed in on Chun Mingdong and Zhao Ruyan. Chun Mingdong felt his legs weaken in fear, while Zhao Ruyan began to sob uncontrollably. Director Mingdong, save me. Summoning his courage, Chun Mingdong said, Master Hu, please don't act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. I'll think of another way. Master Hu stared at him coldly. Haven't I given you enough chances? How much have you managed to gather? And how will the interest be calculated? According to the rules, it's 9 out of 13 returns. Do you treat my money as nothing? Master Hu, we never discussed interest. This was a transaction, not a loan. Give me 2 more days, and I'll definitely gather the funds. Director Chun, are you trying to reason with me? This girl is quite appealing. Let us consider this as a down payment on the interest, shall we? Master Hu stepped forward, gripping Zhao Ruyan's chin, greed glinting in his eyes. Zhao Ruyan turned pale with fear, trembling and crying. Master Hu, please don't. Before she could finish her plea, Master Hu struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Look at this girl's tear-streaked face. I'm quite intrigued. Let me ask you this. If you let us have our fun, I'll waive the interest. What do you say? Ha ha. His henchman laughed menacingly. No. Director Mingdong, save me. Please. Chun Mingdong felt a pang of regret, thinking it a shame to let someone else take advantage of her after only having her for a couple of times. Yet, with no better options, he resolved to leave. He stood up, turned, and exited the room, even closing the door behind him. Inside, the sound of Hu and his men's lewd laughter mingled with Zhao Ruyan's piercing cries. Chapter 51. Aftermath. The cries continued well into the night. Eventually, Master Hu and his men emerged, strutting over to Chen Mingdong with smug expressions. Director Chun, you've done well. This girl can certainly deliver. Given her, we'll continue our business. Ensure you gather the funds quickly. I'll come for them tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. Master Hu, rest assured regarding the funds. However, I have another matter. My goods have also been lost. Please send over some more stock. But the payment will need to be delayed a few days. Agreed. Business is business. Harmony brings wealth. Now we'll take our leave. You handle the aftermath. He gestured towards a room. Chun Mingdong nodded, watching as the menacing figures departed. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped inside. The scene was chaotic. Zhao Ruyan was huddled in a corner, her hair disheveled, clothing askew, her eyes vacant, streaked with tears. Upon seeing Chun Mingdong enter, she trembled even more violently, weakly pleading, "Don't come any closer." Chun Mingdong felt a deep sense of helplessness. He dared not meet Zhao Ruyan's gaze, turning instead to tidy the room, attempting to conceal the remnants of what had transpired here. He picked up the scattered clothes from the floor and cast them aside, making an effort to restore the disheveled bed to order. Yet, regardless of his exertions, the nauseating atmosphere that pervaded the room and the haunting visage of Zhao Ruyan left him in a state of profound torment and agitation. Zhao Ruyan, please dress yourself, Chen Mingdong urged. Zhao Ruyan offered no reply, remaining seated in a daze as if her very soul had departed her body. With a resigned sigh, Chun Mingdong exited the room, procuring a bucket of water to cleanse Zhao Ruyan. Upon re-entering, she suddenly shrieked, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" She flailed her arms wildly, overturning the bucket and drenching Chun Mingdong. Startled by her frantic gestures, the bucket slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. "Zhao Ruyan, calm down. I'm here to help you," Chen Mingdong exclaimed. However, Zhao Ruyan was beyond reason, continuing her screams, her voice jarring against the stillness of the night. He understood that the trauma she had endured was overwhelming, rendering her recovery an arduous process. Thus, he settled at a distance in the opposite corner of the bed, softly assuring her this incident was unforeseen. No one anticipated such a turn of events. "I will keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, no one will find out. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to take on the role of publicity officer tomorrow. Little Zhao, contemplate this well. What has happened is in the past, and we must look forward." At last, Zhao Ruyan burst into tears. Chun Mingdong felt a sense of relief. Her tears indicated that the worst was nearing resolution. "You want you to go back. Sobi. All right, let's get you back," he replied. Consequently, in the dead of night, Chun Mingdong escorted Zhao Ruyan back to the guest house. Fortunately, the 2 other beds in the room were unoccupied, as their occupants had returned home that very night. Zhao Rian prepared hot water and secluded herself in the room, washing repeatedly while weeping. The following morning, Lin Fan and his companions packed their belongings, preparing to return to the farm. At the guest house entrance, they encountered several other educated youth, exchanging greetings and pleasantries. Lin Fan, are you taking the train back to the logging site? Shun's Hickson inquired. I drove here. I won't be taking the train, Lin Fan replied, slinging a canvas bag over his shoulder and striding towards the nearby jeep. Oh, that's impressive. You've got a vehicle now? What you on about? This is borrowed from our site manager. You all take the train. We're not headed in the same direction, so farewell. Lin Fan opened the vehicle door, tossing the canvas bag inside. Do right when you have the time. Goodbye. The educated youth departed one by one, just as Lin Fan prepared to start the engine. The passenger door was abruptly flung open, revealing Zhao Rian's pale face. Comrade Lin Fan, could you possibly give me a ride back to the farm? I truly have no other options. She forced a smile, her eyes pleading. No, he replied curtly. Comrade Lin Fan, please, we're all educated youth. Let's help one another. If I can't find a way back to the farm, I don't know how long I'll be stuck in this city. Zhao Rian continued to plead, her hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. Lin Fan frowned, his tone resolute. I said no. It's just me. I won't take up much space. But Sobi. Zhao Rian burst into tears once more. Why are you crying now? Lin Fan frowned. I said everyone is taking the train back to the logging site. Are you special? I'm not feeling well. Can't you walk? Sobi. What's wrong? If you're unwell, go to the hospital. No, I can't. We have work at the farm, and there's no time. All right then. Which direction are you headed? Is it on my way? Upon hearing Lin Fan's concession, Zhao Rian lifted her leg, but let out a sharp yelp. What happened? It's nothing. Just a bit of pain. I bumped it. I warned you to be careful. You're not a child. Zhao Rian gritted her teeth and climbed into the passenger seat, then continued, Comrade Lin Fan, you really aren't paying attention. I've already mentioned that I'm from Qinghe Farm, which is in the same direction as yours. You'll have to pass by my place. Buckle up. Lin Fan started the engine and drove slowly away from the guest house. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy with silence. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Rian's tears streamed down her face, initially unnoticed by Lin Fan. But as he continued to glance at her, he realized something was amiss. Finally, he asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Others will think I did something to you. Sobi. It's nothing. Please don't ask. Fine, I won't ask, Lin Fan said, dismissing the matter from his mind. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of Qinghe Farm. Lin Fan dropped Zhao Rian off, casting a fleeting glance her way without uttering a word before driving off in a cloud of dust. Upon reaching Beiai Farm, the sun was still high. Lin Fan deftly turned the steering wheel towards Kaoshan Village, where lunchtime had already passed. He decided to stop by old Luo's house for a meal. The jeep screeched to a halt outside Luo Dashan's small courtyard. In this remote village, vehicles were a rarity, and the children, intrigued, chased after the jeep, causing quite a commotion. Luo Dashan poked his head out of the house and spotted Lin Fan alighting from the vehicle. What brings you back again? He chuckled heartily. Yingzi and Xiao, who were equally delighted. Uncle Lin is here. Uncle Lin is here, they exclaimed, racing out to greet him and examining the jeep with wide eyes. Here, have some candy. Lin Fan pulled out a handful of sweets from his pocket. These were the last few pieces, indicating he would soon need to restock. Little Lin is here. Come inside. Sister Xiajun also emerged from the house, her face beaming with smiles. Sister, I haven't eaten yet. Let me have a bite. Oh, come on, don't be so rude. Do you think this is your home? You can come anytime and expect a meal? Luo Dashan joked with a wide grin. Don't make a fuss. Come help carry this inside. What is it? Lin Fan had placed a sewing machine in the back of the jeep. Sister Xiajun needed it for making clothes, and this would be a great convenience. I can't figure it out. I keep asking questions, he remarked, slightly exasperated. Luo Dashan chuckled sheepishly. Well, I can't read. Not being able to read is for the best. I'll sell you off someday if you keep lazing around. Move it. Chapter 52. Back again. Luo Dashan was quite astute when hunting, but he never found favor with Lin Fan. This packaging contained parts that needed to be assembled, making it impossible to discern its shape from the outside. Wow, this is pretty heavy. Luo Dashan grunted as he hefted into the house. Lin Fan followed behind, carrying his canvas bag and stepping inside, removing his shoes before stepping onto the Kong. Little Lin, wait a moment. I'll prepare a couple of dishes for you to enjoy with old Luo. All right, thank you, sister. He pushed the canvas bag in front of Luo Dashan. This is for you. What is this? Luo Dashan glanced at Lin Fan and reached into the canvas bag. Oh, Sister Xiajun, let us add a dish. Luo Dashan began pulling out 2 bottles of Urquado and a large box of cigarettes. But what delighted him most were the 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling 100 rounds. I've really been in need of bullets lately. What is the occasion that has you grinning so widely? Sister Xiajun, entering to fetch rice, inquired upon seeing Luo Dasan's beaming face. Hee. Little Lin brought me some good stuff. Let us add a dish. Got it. Sister Xiajun took the rice and returned to the kitchen. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. These days have been rather lean, and I couldn't even venture into the mountains. But now this is splendid. Alas, I must admit, I feel quite shameless coming here daily to mooch off your hospitality. I shall refrain from visiting in the future. No, dear brother Lin. Please don't say that. You are like a brother to me. They both chuckled heartily. But you haven't mentioned what that item is? After the laughter subsided, Luo Dasan pointed to the box that had just been moved in. Come now, let us get to work. This needs to be assembled ourselves. With that, Lin Fan got to work. Inside, there were blueprints and installation steps, and the two of them toiled away for half an hour. Oh, ISNT, this is sewing machine? Luo Dasan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is a sewing machine, a gift for Sister Xiajun, Lin Fan replied calmly, which set Luo Dasan abuzz with excitement. Just then, Sister Xiajun finished preparing the meal and entered the room, only to be greeted by the sight of the brand new sewing machine. Oh dear, where did this come from? She asked, flustered as she hurriedly arranged the dishes. Brother Lin sent it for you, Luo Dasan interjected. But this is far too expensive. I cannot accept it. Sister Xiajun was torn between joy and discomfort, repeatedly waving her hands, her eyes filled with gratitude and unease. Lin Fan smiled and said, Sister, please accept it. It will surely come in handy for making clothes. Luo Dasan chimed in, Exactly, Xiajun, you must refuse Brother Lin's kind intentions. Sister Xiajun rubbed her hands together, saying, Brother Lin, you are too considerate. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Fan scratched his head and said with a grin, Sister, there is no need for formality between us, just as long as certain individuals don't chase me away when I come for meals. He dares not. I'll give him peace of my mind. Sister Xiajun shot Luo Dasan a glare, and once again, laughter erupted. Everyone gathered around the Kong and began to enjoy the meal with great merriment. Luo Dasan opened a bottle of urquioado and poured a cup for Lin Fan and himself, saying, Brother Lin, let us raise a glass to thank you for bringing so many wonderful things. Lin Fan lifted his glass, clinked it with Luo Dasan's, and drank it down in one go. Brother Lin, where did you acquire all these? Oh, I just returned from a meeting in the city and brought them back as a little something. You attended a meeting in the city? What kind of meeting? At the dining table, as everyone savored the dishes, they engaged in lively conversation. Lin Fan shared his experiences from the city, and both Luo Dasan and Sister Xiajun listened with great interest. The meal was filled with joy, and by the time 2 bottles of urquioado were nearly finished, the sun had set beyond the mountains. Lin Fan glanced at the sky and said, Brother Luo, Sister, I ought to take my leave now. I will visit again when I have the opportunity. Luo Dasan stood up, saying, That is fine. It's getting dark, and the roads aren't safe. Do come by often. After bidding farewell to Luo Dasan and his family, Lin Fan hopped into the jeep, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the small courtyard. The children waved from behind, calling out, Uncle Lin, come again next time. Lin Fan looked at them through the rearview mirror, a warm smile gracing his face. Upon returning to the farm, everyone had finished work. As night fell, he decided to visit Director Hao's house first, bringing along 2 red peonies and a case of urquioado, placing them in the back. And let us not forget a radio. The jeep cruised along the farm roads and soon arrived at Director Hao's residence. Lin Fan parked the car and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice from inside. Director, it's me, Lin Fan, he replied loudly. The door swung open, and upon seeing Lin Fan, Director Hao's face broke into a smile. Lin, come in. What brings you here so late? Nothing much, just a report in, he said, busily moving items inside. Upon entering, he noticed Director Hao's wife surrounded by their son and daughter, checking their homework. Seeing Lin Fan, she also stood up. Good evening, Auntie. Lin Fan greeted her warmly. Hello. You must be little Lin. I heard about you just yesterday. Have you eaten yet? It was a typical conversational exchange. What have you brought? She asked, noticing the radio. Yes, let me make some room. It's rather heavy. Auntie, I've already eaten. And what is this? Is it liquor? Indeed, urquioado. Something you might find useful, Lin Fan replied, placing the entire case on the floor. Director Hao gazed at the items on the table, somewhat surprised. Oh dear, little Lin, you're being too generous. You shouldn't have brought anything. Director, I just made a trip to the city and brought back a few small items. Please don't be so formal, Lin Fan smiled. Well then, I want to be polite. How was your meeting in the city? Did you gain any insights? Director Hao pulled Lin Fan to sit on the sofa and inquired. Director, I'll report to you in the office tomorrow. It's after hours now, so I want to discuss work, Lin Fan said as he prepared to leave. Hey, you sly one. After leaving director Hao's house, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator and made his way to the underground quarters. It was quite late, and it was evident that he would have to spend the night at the office. With no place to sleep, he thought he might as well make do in the car. After all, he had plenty of military coats. If it got cold, he could simply layer them on. Just as he contemplated this, there was a knock on the window. The night was dark, and when Lin Fan looked up, he saw Su Yao. Wrapping himself in his military coat, he jumped out of the car. "What's up, beautiful Miss Su? Hey, when did you get back? I saw you fiddling around in the car for ages without getting out. What are you doing?" "Oh, I was planning to sleep in the car tonight. I have matters to attend to tomorrow." "Ha, that is quite a thought. Aren't you worried it will be cold?" "Cold indeed. What? Are you going to keep me warm?" "Get lost. We're currently cooking rabbit meat in the underground quarters. Would you like to join us? Or are you still sore about last time? It's rather late, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to visit your quarters." "Oh, come on. We have no objections, so why should you? Let us go and enjoy a warm meal." Chapter 53. The report. Lin Fan followed Su Yao into the underground quarters, where 4 young female intellectuals were simmering rabbit meat on a kerosene stove. "Lin Fan, come and taste this. We've got some special ingredients from the cafeteria today," Tian said, with a genuinely sweet smile. "Have you all tried it? You're not planning to use me as your taste tester, are you?" Lin Fan joked, casually placing a bottle of liquor on the table. "Oh, you even brought alcohol?" Yi Xiaofeng exclaimed, grabbing the bottle. "What kind of liquor is this? Didn't you say last time that you wanted to drink heartily? I just happened to bring a bottle along." "That is fantastic. Let us pour some." Zhang Xilan was busy tending to the pot, tasting a piece, and nodding. It's ready. Let us dig in." Su Yao helped Lin Fan set the table, and everyone gathered in the underground quarters. The steam rising from the aromatic rabbit meat. Lin Fan and the young intellectuals feasted heartily, and Tian served Lin Fan a piece of rabbit meat, smiling. "Lin Fan, this rabbit meat is delicious. You should have more." As he ate, Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. The flavor is indeed exquisite. Your culinary skills are improving." They enjoyed the rabbit meat while drinking and chatting. Su Yao looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "Lin Fan, was your trip to the city for the meeting successful?" "Quite successful. It was just a discussion session. What could go wrong?" "Here, have some meat," he said, placing a piece in Su Yao's bowl. "Now let us drink." Yi Xiaofeng raised her enamel mug, and the crowd clinked their cups together. "I must say, this wine is quite delightful." "What kind of wine is this?" Tian asked, smacking her lips. "Let me take a look," Yi Xiaofeng said, being the closest. She picked it up and squinted at the label. "Mao, what kind of wine is this? I've never heard of it. This wine is quite famous." "How could you not have heard of it?" Su Yao chuckled. "Famous? Really?" Yi Xiaofeng glanced at Lin Fan. "What does it matter if it's famous or not? It's just wine. Drink it and be done with it." Before they knew it, a bottle of muzzy wine was nearly finished, and everyone had eaten their fill. Zhang Xilan stood up, tidying the dishes on the table. "All right, everyone else had enough to eat and drink. I'll take care of this." Lin Fan also got to his feet, saying, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. I have work tomorrow." Stepping out of the underground room, he found the night was already deep and quiet, feeling the soft flakes of snow gently landing on his face. He extended his hand and realized it was snowing. Wrapping himself tighter in his military coat, he walked towards the jeep. Once back in the vehicle, Lin Fan retrieved 10 military coats from his storage space, layering 5 for cushioning and covering himself with the other 5 before lying back, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. A smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, in Director Hao Diguo's office, Lin Fan reported on the meeting in the city, including the discussions held and the people he encountered. Director Hao listened intently, nodding occasionally and sharing his own insights. "Director, I found this symposium very meaningful. I learned a great deal. Plus, I met some fellow educated youth from other farms, allowing for future exchanges of knowledge," Lin Fan expressed. "Indeed, it's beneficial to engage with educated youth from other farms. Shaolin, you've been doing well in Team 3. The farm has taken notice. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me." Director Hao encouraged, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Thank you for your concern, Director. I will continue to strive forward. By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Lin Fan hesitated before speaking. "What is it?" "Go ahead," Director Hao prompted. Looking at Lin Fan, "Director, I believe the farm should organize more cultural and artistic promotional activities to enrich everyone's leisure time and elevate their ideological awareness. What do you think?" Lin Fan articulated his thoughts. Director Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "Shaolin, your idea is excellent. As we approach the winter season, there will be more idle time, so it is indeed a good opportunity to pursue this. Then I will head back to the mountain today. Here is your car key." Lin Fan gently placed the jeep key on the table and turned to leave. "Wait." Director Hao unexpectedly called him back. "Are you very close with Su Yao?" Are you two in a romantic relationship? No. Where did you hear that, director? Lin Fan exclaimed. Oh, never mind then. I was considering that since Su Yao has commendable artistic skills, perhaps she could be reassigned to assist the political work group in your favor. But if that is not the case, then it's not worth pursuing. Lin Fan was taken aback. Was this something a director should say? What did he mean by my favor? Did I have such influence? He maintained his composure and replied, Director, personnel arrangements at the farm should be determined by you, without regard for anyone's influence. I'm leaving now. With that, he exited the office without looking back. Hey, this little slippery one, Director Hao chuckled in amusement, initially hoping to extract more information from Lin Fan, but he was surprisingly elusive. However, Lin Fan thought it prudent to check with Su Yao to ascertain the situation. What if she did not wish to seize this opportunity? That would indeed be a case of good intentions gone awry. Thus, he returned to Su Yun's underground room and called out, Su Yun, coming. Su Yun opened the door, spotting Lin Fan outside, and quickly gestured for him to enter. Come in. Why are you standing out there? Is anyone else inside? Lin Fan stood still. Huh? Is someone there? Then you can step outside to talk, they conversed, unaware that a pair of eyes from behind the third-floor office window were observing them curiously. Mystified, Su Yun closed the door behind her and stepped outside. Once they were in a secluded area, Lin Fan finally spoke. You were previously in the political work group. Did you enjoy that work? If given the chance to return, would you be willing? Of course I enjoyed it. However, let us not pursue that. You don't know the whole story, so I'd rather not go back. You need not worry about any pressure from above. I'll handle any undesirable elements and situations. It's entirely up to you whether you want to go or not. Lin Fan, thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass. We educated youth here are merely temporary visitors. What is the point? Chun Ming Dong is nothing to worry about. I met Director Feng hiking this time. Lin Fan dropped a bombshell, despite having only met Director Feng once and not being able to leverage that connection. Really? You're serious? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, indeed. So, I'm willing to go. That's wonderful. All right, then await good news. However, one point, I cannot always be by your side, so you must exercise caution. Chun Ming Dong is far from harmless. His methods extend beyond what you can see. Understood. Rest assured. Are you showing concern for me? Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Su Yun's eyes crinkled with laughter. Enough. I'm discussing serious matters here. So stop digressing. Okay, I understand, Comrade Lin Fan. There's another person you should be wary of, a Zhao Ruyan from King He Farm. Zhao Ruyan? How do you know her? I happen to know her. What is the matter? She is involved with Chun Ming Dong. How do you know? What kind of questions are you asking? Do you expect me to elaborate on every detail? That one TB necessary. All right then. You're concerned she might scheme against me. I understand, and will keep that in mind. Rest assured, Comrade Lin Fan. Chapter 54. The Elk Fight. After finishing the farm-related tasks, Lin Fan was heading back to the mountain today. Before leaving, he went to the warehouse, where Uncle Lu sat inside with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his feet propped up on a brazier. Uncle Lu, Shaolin, didn't you go to the city for a meeting? When did you return? Uncle Lu reached for his cane, preparing to stand. Uncle Lu, please sit. I returned last night and brought you a few things. Saying this, he placed 2 bottles of sorghum wine and a large packet of front door goods on Uncle Lu's desk. Oh, you're too kind. Why do you bring me anything? Uncle Lu, I came to check in as I'm heading back to the mountain today. The snow has begun to fall, and it will be even harder to descend later, so I thought I'd take some supplies back with me. Oh, right. What else do you need? It's cold on a mountain. You all must keep warm. Many people suffered from a cold during our fighting days. I'll take a set of oil saws and axes. They make chopping and splitting wood much easier. Also a brazier, some grains and oil, and since it's snowing, I'll need to take extra vegetables like cabbage and radishes. Fine, we just received a truckload of cabbage and radishes yesterday. That works perfectly. I'll write you a list. You can go collect them. Lin Fan filled out the requisition form with Uncle Lu and then went to the warehouse to select the necessary items. With the quantity being considerable, he borrowed a carrying pole from the warehouse, loading tools like the oil saw, axe, and brazier, along with several bags of grains and a large pile of cabbage and radishes, and set off towards the mountain. Once in a secluded area, Lin Fan stored the items in his space, and along the way, the snowy landscape was breathtaking, with trees along the roadside blanketed in thick snow. Resembling a fairy tale world, Lin Fan trudged through the snow, the crunching sound of his footsteps echoing in the serene surroundings. Snowflakes fluttered and danced as they descended, settling upon his hair and shoulders, soon transforming into a blanket of white. His breath crystallized in the frigid air, forming puffs of mist with each exhale, and the biting cold pierced through him with every step. Having grown accustomed to driving over the past few days, he found the sudden switch to walking quite jarring. Fatigue weighed upon him, and his pace was sluggish. He contemplated acquiring a sled, though the mountains provided no place to keep a horse, and in such bitter cold, it would be unwise to leave livestock outdoors. Thus, Lin Fan trudged onward, grumbling all the while. The initial stretch of the ascent still lay within the bounds of the timberland, where, despite being a dirt path, it remained relatively wide and even. It was only in the latter half that he truly entered the wilderness. The fields were desolate, devoid of life, stretching out in an expanse of white, with not a soul in sight. Such weather was best suited for cats curled up by a fire. At long last, after several hours of arduous trekking, Lin Fan arrived at the small cabin nestled in the mountains. His companions greeted him joyfully, gathering around as he stepped inside. "Lin Fan, you've finally returned. We were terribly worried about you," Wang Bin exclaimed, taking the burden from Lin Fan's shoulders. "Come in and warm yourself. It's freezing out there." Li Chengai began helping Wang Bin sort through the contents of the load. "These supplies are like a lifeline in the snow. We were nearly out of food," Yuan Shifeng remarked, inspecting the fire pit. "Captain, shall we light this stove now?" "Go ahead, but let us do it outside. We don't have any charcoal." "And wood smoke is too dense," Lin Fan replied. "Right, we should probably make some charcoal ourselves." "Certainly. Making charcoal isn't too complicated," Lin Fan concurred, reaching to feel the rabbit pelt he had left in the corner. "This hide is nearly ready." "Captain, what do you plan to do with that hide?" Wang Bin inquired, leaning closer. "This is rabbit fur. Su Yun and the others want to make gloves. I'll take it to them in a couple of days." "What a splendid idea. Do you have any extra hides?" Li Chengai chimed in, and upon hearing this, Wang Bin and Yuan Shifeng's eyes lit up. Clearly, they were interested too. "Ah, if you all want some, there might not be enough left. Let us give these to Su Yun and her group first. We can catch more rabbits later, as they are plentiful in the mountains. We can make some for everyone then." "Huh, Captain, you prioritize the fairer sex over your comrades. They spend all day cooped up indoors." Wang Bin, a rugged man, spoke bluntly. "Here, can you keep your mouth shut about that?" Lin Fan retorted, pulling 2 bottles of sorghum liquor from his canvas bag. "Alcohol, sorghum liquor, and bottles?" Wang Bin exclaimed, delighted. "That is splendid. The captain is right. We should embody the spirit of prioritizing others before ourselves, especially the weaker female comrades." His demeanor shifted dramatically. "Ha ha ha." Yuan Shifeng and Li Chengai could not help but burst into laughter. "Since we have liquor, let us prepare some snacks to accompany it and warm ourselves up." They all pitched in to create a sumptuous dinner. The fire in the pit blazed brightly as they gathered together to drink and eat meat. The little wooden cabin filled with warmth and merriment. The heavy snowfall persisted for 7 days before finally ceasing. Lin Fan emerged from the cabin, stretching at the doorway. Although the snow had stopped and the sun had emerged, the temperature remained low and the biting winds penetrated his collar, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Comrades, I'm heading out to patrol the mountains and make a quick trip back to the farm. You all keep an eye on the place," Lin Fan instructed, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. Before departing, he gathered the rabbit hides and stowed them in his canvas bag. "Captain, please be careful," the team members called out as he stood at the door. Lin Fan waved goodbye and vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. The snow underfoot was deep, reaching above his knees with each step demanding considerable effort. The woods were eerily silent, save for the crunch of snow beneath his feet. The clear skies following the snowfall presented an excellent opportunity for hunting. Animal tracks were vividly imprinted in the snow, and a skilled tracker would find the hunt almost effortless. While Lin Fan was not particularly adept at this craft, he still managed a commendable haul, outpacing even seasoned hunters. As he trudged through the snowy landscape, a sudden cacophony reached his ears. Looking up, he was astonished to witness 2 moose locked in combat. Their massive forms collided, antlers intertwining as they pushed against each other with great force, their hooves churning the snow into clouds of powder. Captivated by the spectacle, Lin Fan halted to observe in silence. The moose appeared to be fueled by a fierce determination to vanquish one another. They alternated between charging and retreating, one bull taking advantage of an opening, thrusting its antlers with vigor, while the other stubbornly held its ground. Lin Fan knew that when moose became enraged, they could be perilously dangerous. These 2 were battling fiercely for territory or mates, and a careless misstep could lead to disaster. He cautiously stepped back, seeking refuge behind a nearby tree to continue watching the fierce struggle. As time passed, both moose began to show signs of fatigue, their breaths coming in sharp gasps, steam rising from their bodies. Yet, neither showed any inclination to yield, continuing their desperate struggle. Suddenly, one moose stumbled, nearly losing its footing. The other seized the opportunity to intensify its assault, slamming its antlers into the opponent's side. The struck moose, in pain, staggered backward several steps before turning to flee. Victorious, the remaining moose stood tall, head raised, letting out a long, triumphant bellow as if to declare its conquest. Lin Fan observed the retreating figure, blood staining the snow beneath it, and surmised that its life was ebbing away. Quietly, he followed, soon discovering the defeated moose lying in the snow, convulsing. To the victor belonged the spoils, Lin Fan mused, shaking his head. The wound was severe, evidently inflicted by the other moose's antlers, having pierced its innards. Seeing it in such distress, he decided to lend a hand. Extending his arm, he drew the moose into his spatial pocket. Once safely contained, he extracted it, bled it out, opened it up, and skinned it. Rumored to be a valuable resource, the blood was too precious to waste. Lin Fan rummaged through his space until he found a bucket, into which he poured the blood before storing it away. Time stood still within his pocket, allowing him to keep it indefinitely. The antlers, too, were quite striking, and he stored them as well. The moose was massive, a bull weighing an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. After nearly an hour, he finished processing the creature and turned to leave. As he walked, Lin Fan reflected on the earlier spectacle of the moose fighting. Such was the allure of nature, brimming with competition and challenge. As he continued, Lin Fan felt an increasing chill, particularly in his feet. Stopping to inspect, he discovered, to his dismay, that his boots had become soaked through with snow melt, and his trousers were damp halfway up his legs. This could not continue. He risked freezing his feet. He resolved to return promptly. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed through the air. Was someone nearby? Following the sound, he spotted a figure in the distance, a hunter with a rifle, scanning the area warily. Approximately 2 miles away, Lin Fan approached cautiously, keenly observing his surroundings. "Hey, Lin Fan," the hunter called out as he drew closer, and upon recognizing each other, their faces broke into smiles. "Shaolin, what brings you out on such a frigid day?" "I'm on patrol. What have you shot?" "Just this," Luo Dasan replied. Gesturing with his hand, Lin Fan followed his gaze and spotted a wild boar lying lifeless in the snow. "Is that all?" Lin Fan was somewhat incredulous. Wild boars typically traveled in packs, and it was inconceivable that only one would remain after Luo Dasan's prowess. "There are 2 more over there. Once the gun goes off, the wild boars will flee. Do you think they're foolish enough to stand there for you to shoot? Let us hurry and pack up to head back. My shoes are completely soaked. You, my dear child, are ill-equipped for the snow. Come back with me. It just so happens that it has been snowing these past few days, and your sister-in-law has prepared some clothes for you." "Ah, that is splendid. I was just worrying about it. Let us get to work." Luo Dasan, an experienced hunter, adeptly handled the wild boars while Lin Fan assisted him. The knife danced skillfully in Luo Dasan's hands as he bled, gutted, and processed the entrails of the beasts. In no time, the 3 wild boars were expertly prepared. Luo Dasan retrieved several thick ropes from his backpack and skillfully bound the boars before Lin Fan helped him lift them onto a nearby sled. Together, they trudged through the snow, pulling the sled with every arduous step as they made their way to Luo Dasan's home. Along the journey, Luo Dasan regaled Lin Fan with tales of his hunting experiences in the wilderness, and Lin Fan listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing questions that Luo Dasan patiently answered. At last, they arrived at Luo Dasan's modest courtyard, where the roof was blanketed with a thick layer of snow and tendrils of smoke wafted from the chimney, creating a cozy ambience. Hearing the commotion, Sister Xia emerged from the house. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she warmly beckoned. "Ah, little Lin has arrived. Come in and warm yourself. It's cold outside." As Lin Fan entered the house, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The Kong was radiating heat, and he swiftly removed his nearly soaked cotton shoes to warm himself on the bed. Yingzi and Xiao, who climbed up, flanking Lin Fan, each clutching a walnut and a steamed bun, offering them to him. "Uncle Lin, please eat." "Ha. Yes, let us eat together, but there's no candy today. I've been busy with work, and haven't had time to buy any." "That is all right, Uncle Lin," replied the little ones. "Mother says too much candy is bad for our teeth. We won't eat it anymore. A little is fine." As the 2 little ones engaged Lin Fan in conversation, Sister Xia emerged from the cupboard with a large bundle of pristine leather garments, presenting them to Lin Fan. "Little Lin, these are the leather clothes I made for you. Try them on and see if they fit." Lin Fan accepted the leather attire and examined it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The leather was soft and lustrous, the stitching dense and even, and the interior lined with cotton, a precious commodity in these times. The collar and cuffs were adorned with a ring of fluffy fox fur, both warm and aesthetically pleasing, comprising several layers: an inner leather vest, a middle leather jacket, an outer leather coat, a leather hat for his head, leather gloves for his hands, leather pants for his legs, leather boots on his feet, and a leather belt at his waist, with a special sheath at the outer thigh for a short gun or dagger. Such a brilliant design. Remarkably, there were 2 complete sets of this gear. Upon donning the leather outfit, Lin Fan felt an immediate surge of warmth. "Thank you so much, sister. This leather attire is truly remarkable. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. What is there to thank? I thought of you suffering in the mountains and with a sewing machine. It's much faster than hand sewing. I had plenty of leather left from what you brought over, so I made you 2 sets. You must take good care of yourself up there, Sister Xiajun said with a smile. Luo Dashan chimed in, Little Lin, with this leather outfit. You want to fear the cold and the snow. It will also make hunting and patrolling the mountains much easier. And this. Sister Xiajun emerged with a large item. I use your bear skin to make you a sleeping bag. Without a Kong in the mountains, you 1T freeze while sleeping in this. Lin Fan took it with delight. Sister, you are truly thoughtful. This is wonderful. His heart swelled with gratitude as he surveyed the abundance of items. He crawled into the sleeping bag to test it, feeling as though the cold had been entirely banished. Sister, I cannot thank you enough. I absolutely adore this leather outfit and sleeping bag. That's what matters. Your sister-in-law has been quite busy these past few days, Luo Dashan said with a chuckle. Sister, your craftsmanship is so exquisite. You could sell these garments for a profit. They are far more beautiful than those from the supply store. Such words could lead to trouble. Sister Xiajun shot Lin Fan a pointed look. Haha, indeed. I must have misspoken. Lin Fan quickly amended. We 1T sell them. Such fine items are for our own use. Others wouldn't even be able to purchase them. Haha, you do have a sweet tongue. Now, you 2 keep chatting while I prepare some fresh meat to accompany your drinks, Sister Xiajun said. All right, sister, I would love to have pig liver. You're ordering dishes now? Do you think this is a restaurant? Luo Dashan pretended to swat at him. No worries, I'll get right to it. You 2 warm yourselves and dry off those wet clothes. You've had a rough time. Brother Luo, look at this. Lin Fan rummaged through his versatile canvas bag and produced 2 bottles of sorghum liquor. Hey, how did he know you carried liquor with you? Luo Dashan exclaimed, snatching the bottles away. It's cold outside. A few sips can fend off the chill. Chapter 56. Su Yin's work. Lin Fan and Luo Dashan lounged on the Kong, engaged in idle chatter, which unexpectedly veered into the topic of catching rabbits. There are plenty of rabbits in these mountains. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. With the recent snowfall, if we locate their dens and use smoke, we could catch quite a few. Luo Dashan shared his hunting wisdom. Lin Fan felt a spark of inspiration. Hey, Brother Luo. I know of a place with an abundance of rabbit holes. Should we go for a big catch? Oh, where? I went hunting there last time. Just west of our farm, in those grassy areas. I used my gun and quickly bagged 10 or so. But I noticed it was all rabbit holes. Ah, that is splendid. Let us plan to go tomorrow. All right, let us do it. Ha ha ha. What is all the laughter about? Sister Xiajun, bustling about the Kong table with dishes, inquired upon seeing the 2 men so amused. Little Lin says he found a rabbit den. And we're going to catch some tomorrow, Luo Dashan replied, setting down his chopsticks. Just a few rabbits, and you're this happy? Is it really worth it? Hey, you don't understand the joys of man. It's not just about the rabbits, it's about the thrill. Time to eat, time to eat. Sister Xiajun rolled her eyes at Luo Dashan. Sister, come sit with us and eat. Lin Fan made room for her. They all gathered to share a meal. And it was rare for Sister Xiajun to partake in some drinks, as northern women typically abstained. Yet Lin Fan found it hard to keep up. After the meal, Lin Fan pulled 2 more pieces of leather from his bag, asking Sister Xiajun for assistance in tanning them, and prepared to take the previous hides back to the farm. Is this moose? Luo Dashan leaned closer to inspect. Yes, indeed. I say, you're quite fortunate. You always bring back such fine items. These are becoming increasingly rare. Don't hunt them anymore. I understand, Brother Luo. This time, it was 2 fighting each other, and one was on the verge of death, which is why I took it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sister Xiajun, while tidying the hides, remarked, Little Lin, this leather is truly exceptional. Once tanned, it will be even softer. Rest assured, I will ensure it's done well. Thank you, sister. Brother Luo, let us meet at the west side of the farm tomorrow morning and head over directly. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. I need to prepare some supplies. Be careful on your way back. The roads are slippery in this snowy weather. Rest assured with the gear made by sister. I won't have any issues rolling around in the snow. Lin Fan waved goodbye as he departed from Luo Dashan's small courtyard, making his way towards the farm. Clad in a brand new leather outfit, adorned with a leather hat and gloves, and with a firearm slung across his back, he exuded an air of vigor and charm. Upon arriving at the farm, the accumulated snow had been cleared, and as he walked along, he attracted numerous admiring glances. His attire certainly drew a significant amount of envy and attention. The snow at the entrance of Su Yun's underground dwelling had been shoveled away. Otherwise, it would have been buried up to the knees, obstructing entry and exit. The roof was also laden with a thick layer of snow. He knocked on the door, and Su Yun quickly answered. Lin Fan, what brings you here? Su Yun inquired with surprise. I brought you some rabbit skins and thought I would check on you. Lin Fan replied. retrieving the rabbit pelt from his canvas bag. How delightful. Come in, Su Yao exclaimed, accepting the rabbit's skins and inviting Lin Fan inside, where several other women gathered around. Oh, at last we can make gloves. Lin Fan, you look truly handsome in that outfit, Tian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Lin Fan, where did you purchase that splendid garment? It is exquisite. Is it leather? Su Yao inquired, reaching out to touch it, exploring its texture both inside and out. Hey, Comrade Su Yao, please maintain decorum. This is quite inappropriate, Lin Fan chuckled, evading her curious hands. Haha, is the little one shy? I merely wish to admire the fabric. What is the fuss about? Su Yao teased, playfully reprimanding him. Lin Fan laughed. This was custom-made. You can't find anything like it in stores. By the way, I brought you some other items as well. He then produced 2 bottles of sorghum liquor and some wild boar meat from his bag. These were hunted by local hunters. I thought you might like to sample them. Given the cold weather, these 2 bottles of liquor will help ward off the chill. The women erupted in cheers upon seeing the alcohol and meat. Lin Fan, you are truly a timely savior. A drink on this frigid day is just what we need, Su Yao said, gratefully accepting the items and ushering the other women to help carry them into the underground dwelling. Lin Fan followed them inside, although the place was modest. The women had kept it clean and tidy. Lin Fan, come warm yourself by the bed, Tian urged, pulling him toward the sleeping area. Feeling a touch of embarrassment since it was a space designated for the women, he scratched his head and said, No, I should be leaving soon. You'll need that fur for making gloves, so take a look. Oh, there is no need to be shy. This is my sleeping area, and I don't mind your presence, Tian insisted, firmly grasping Lin Fan's arm. Today, she was unusually bold, shedding her usual bashfulness. Su Yao glanced at Tian, a slight smile curling her lips as she chimed in. Lin Fan, just sit on the bed without hesitation. What is the fuss? Really now? Reluctantly, Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, but did not remove his shoes, watching as the women enthusiastically discussed the rabbit skins for gloves. The room filled with their lively chatter. Lin Fan, are you returning to the mountain today? It's getting late, and with the heavy snowfall, you must stay, right? Tian asked, approaching him as no one else was speaking to him. I'm not heading back today. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Then where will you stay tonight? Tian asked bluntly. Why not let Lin Fan stay with you? He has nowhere else to go, Su Yao suggested, reveling in the unfolding drama. You're insufferable, Su Yao. Staying with you might be preferable. We can just pretend not to notice anything. Tian quipped, and the group began to playfully tussle, causing Lin Fan to smile as he contemplated where he might spend the night. Perhaps he could squeeze in with Chen Weidong after all. Lin Fan, what do you plan for tomorrow? Su Yao's question interrupted his thoughts. I'm going to catch some rabbits. What? Again? Tian squealed, the first to voice her excitement. You still want to go after last time's mishap? Lin Fan teased, chuckling. That was an accident. Besides, I didn't enjoy myself fully because of that, so this time, I'll be more cautious and one tea spoil the fun. Tian replied, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, we've been cooped up in this underground dwelling for too long. We're practically growing mold. Lin Fan, take us out for a little adventure, Yi Xiaofeng chimed in. Not happening. Please take us with you, Su Yao pleaded, her tone contrasting sharply with her usual assertiveness. Yes, we all want to go, Zhang Xiaolan added eagerly. This time, there are outsiders present. It's not just me. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to join, Lin Fan explained. Outsiders? Are they men or women? Tian, now closest to Lin Fan, rolled over to gaze up at him. Lin Fan lounged against the edge of the bed while Tian lay down, her head nearly resting on his lap, creating an undeniably intimate atmosphere between them. Men, what are you thinking? Hunters, experienced hunters, Lin Fan replied, amused. Oh, what does it matter if they're men? We'll just focus on having fun while you handle the rabbit hunting, all right? She said, playfully shaking his arm and inching closer, her head almost resting on his thigh. All right, I yield to you, Lin Fan exclaimed, standing up abruptly, perplexed by Tian's unusual boldness today. Su Yao's eyes darted between Lin Fan and Tian, and suddenly, understanding seemed to dawn upon her, though her expression shifted swiftly. By the way, Su Yao, how are things progressing with your situation? Lin Fan prompted, eager to change the topic. The director and Song have spoken with me. I'll soon be joining the political work group. Additionally, we need to prepare for a program, as the director mentioned, that the leadership from the city was very pleased with your previous meeting. It seems there will be developments from the political work group as a result of your discussions, Su Yao explained. That is wonderful. Well then, I shall take my leave, Lin Fan said as he exited the underground dwelling. Chapter 57. The old class leader enjoys venison. As Lin Fan stepped out of the underground dwelling, contemplating where to spend the night, he suddenly heard someone calling out. Lin Fan, is that you? Turning around, he was greeted by none other than his old class leader, Zhao's hyping. Class leader, it's me. Where you up to? Lin Fan asked. Fetching some hot water. Zhao's hyping replied, raising the thermos in his hand. Come, let's go sit at my place. Considering he had nowhere to sleep, Lin Fan thought this was fortuitous and inquired, Old class leader, do you have a spare space for me to stay? Zhao's hyping beamed and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. My bed is quite spacious. You can squeeze in with me. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. That would be wonderful. Old class leader, I won't be polite about it. As they chatted, they made their way to Zhao's hyping's dormitory. Since Zhao's hyping was a single man who had transferred from another post, he was allotted a single dorm room, which was quite decent. Upon entering, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to find the room equipped with electric lights. Noticing Lin Fan's astonishment, Zhao's hyping chuckled. This is electric lighting. Isn't it fascinating? Just pull the switch and it illuminates. I know, I was just curious. When did our farm get electricity? Lin Fan asked. It was just installed not long ago. You've been up in the mountains, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. Do they have electric lights in the underground dwellings? Not yet. It's too much to manage as they conversed. Zhao's hyping set the thermos down against the wall. Lin Fan, ever resourceful, pulled out 2 bottles of sorghum liquor and a large piece of cured meat from his versatile canvas bag. Old class leader, I brought these for you for my trip to the city for the meeting. Ah, how considerate of you. You brought liquor. Have you eaten? Shall we drink a bit tonight? I've already eaten, but sure, let us have a drink. It's cold, and everyone is staying indoors. Drinking has become our best pastime, Lin Fan replied. All right, let me call on some friends. Zhao's hyping said, turning to go out and knock on the door of the neighboring room. Before long, he returned with 2 companions, both huffing and stamping their feet against the cold. The dormitory was a row of connected units, each one close to the next, with a simple layout that included a communal toilet at the back and a basic kitchen area at the front. Come, let me introduce you to my little brother. Lin Fan, you've all heard of him, right? He is here representing the farm at the City's conference for outstanding youth workers. He just brought back 2 bottles of liquor. Let's have a good time together. Oh, Lin, to be so young and already an exemplary worker. Impressive. I'm Zhang Chao, a comrade of Lao Zhao. I'm Chui Guangxiu, also a comrade. We transitioned to this place together. Hey Lin, your outfit looks splendid, very stylish indeed. Haha, good looks have little to do with clothing, brother Chui. Come, take a seat. Squad leader, do you have any food here? We can't just drink. Alas, I really don't have much. Lao Chui, Lao Zhang, do you have any snacks to go with the drinks? I say, Lao Zhao, you invite us for drinks, yet expect us to bring the snacks? Well, considering you fine gentlemen are all single, I wouldn't expect much from you. Lin Fan rummaged through his versatile canvas bag and produced a piece of meat, fresh from a deer he had just acquired yesterday. He declared, let us taste this. Venison is more tender than beef and has a superior flavor. He then pulled out various jars, salt, chili powder, cumin, and laid them out on the table. The single gentleman watched in awe as Lin Fan demonstrated his culinary skills, each one astounded. I must say, Lin, you truly know how to enjoy life. What are you all standing around for? Bring the stove to the center, find a frying pan, and is there a cutting board? Under Lin Fan's guidance, the group of men spun around like tops. The old squad leader retrieved a frying pan. Zhang Chao dashed back for a cutting board, and Lao Chui went to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan skillfully sliced the venison into thin pieces on the cutting board, soon amassing a considerable pile. He poured a bit of oil into the frying pan, tilting it slightly to ensure the oil coated the bottom, and then delicately placed the meat inside. As the meat hit the pan, it sizzled enticingly. Cut thinly, it cooked quickly. He then sprinkled salt, chili powder, and cumin over it. Before long, a delicious batch was ready. Come, hurry, and taste it before it overcooks. The others had already been salivating, and upon hearing this, they eagerly grabbed pieces to savor. Slow down. Be careful. It's hot like starving ghosts. Delicious. What kind of meat is this? One exclaimed. Just don't go telling anyone outside. It's venison? Venison. The group gasped, declaring that it was their first time tasting venison in their lives, and it was indeed exquisite. Don T. Hoggett, leave a piece for me. Zhang, you're too quick, came the voice of squad leader Zhao. Lin, keep grilling. This is too good, shouted Lao Chui. Let us drink up, grilling while eating. The feast was a joyous occasion, as everyone indulged in the succulent venison while sipping on sorghum liquor, and the conversation flowed freely. They reminisced about their glorious days in the army and shared experiences from their time at the farm, laughter echoing throughout the small dormitory. Listening to the squad leader's tales of the past, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. As the drinks circulated, rosy hues appeared on their faces, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The squad leader patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, saying, Lin, your culinary skills are impressive. This venison is absolutely delightful. We are indeed fortunate to have you. Shui Guangxu chimed in. Yes, yes. Lin, you must come to our place often. We'll count on you for better meals. Lin Fan smiled and replied, no problem. As long as everyone wants to eat, I can come anytime to showcase my skills. Before they knew it, night had deepened, and the 2 bottles of liquor were empty. Outside, snow began to fall once more. The squad leader glanced at the time and said, It's getting late. Everyone has had enough to drink. Let us get some rest. We have work to do tomorrow. Reluctantly, the group dispersed, and Lin Fan settled down on the squad leader's warm bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the squad leader. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that the squad leader had already returned from the canteen with breakfast. Lin Fan quickly got up, washed up, and had a bite to eat before bidding farewell to the squad leader. He had made plans with Lao Luo to go rabbit hunting, and there would also be a group of female comrades. Are you all awake? If not, then don't come. I'm leaving. Lin Fan shouted from just outside the basement door, genuinely hoping to avoid bringing them along, fearing some unexpected chaos. We up, we're coming. We've been waiting for you, came the chattering voices from inside. Lin Fan shook his head. It seemed he couldn't shake off this group of female comrades. Soon, several appeared before him, each donning a pair of leather gloves. Lin Fan. Look, Tian proudly extended her hands towards him. I made these. Aren't they beautiful? Yes, they're lovely. Let's go. Lin Fan set off with his entourage of beauties, drawing the attention of many along the way, as familiar faces asked, What are you all up to? Who is this handsome guy? You must be Lin Fan. The exemplary worker. Why is there only one boy among the 4 beauties? The gender ratio is off. Lin Fan felt quite embarrassed. Suddenly the center of attention at the farm while the girls were unfazed, bubbling with excitement. Lin Fan, slow down. We can't keep up. Tian called from behind. Exactly. You're walking ahead without a thought for the ladies. Su Yao added. Look at how exhausted Tian is. Finally. Once they exited the farm's main area and the road was clear, Lin Fan paused to wait for them. Chapter 58. The farm director's favorite. I must say, you all are quite the commotion. Just stepping out once, and everyone knows about it. If the leadership finds out, they reprimand me. What's there to reprimand? Now at Bai Farm, who would dare criticize you? They all say you're the farm director's favorite. Who said that? When did I become the director's favorite? Oh, come on. You've already been seen driving the director's car, and you've even been praised as an exemplary worker by him. What more do you want? I don't quite see it that way. I think it's because of you 4 beauties' notoriety that I've become the target of envy. Laughter erupted among them as they continued until they reached the grassy spot where they had previously hunted rabbits. Lao Dashi was already there, and Lin Fan waved from a distance. Brother Luo, over here. Lao Dashi, carrying his hunting rifle, strode over with 2 hunting dogs trailing behind him. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he grinned broadly. Brother Lin Fan, you finally made it. I was worried you wouldn't show up today. Lin Fan clapped Lao Dashi on the shoulder. Brother Luo, a promise is a promise. How can I not come? Besides, I've been thinking about the rabbits here. At that moment, several female comrades gathered around, curiously eyeing Lao Dashi and his dogs. Just as Tian reached out to pet one of the dogs, Lin Fan swiftly caught her hand, holding it firmly. Don't touch it. It doesn't know you yet and might bite, he quickly warned. Lao Dashi, who hadn't initially noticed, turned back and realized what was happening. Brother Lin, why are there so many people? He asked, glancing at the girls and then back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly introduced them. Oh, this is Tian, and here are Su Yun, Yi Xiaofeng, and Zhang Xilan. They insisted on joining us for some fun. Lao Dashi laughed heartily. Welcome. The more, the merrier. But remember, hunting rabbits is not a game. We need to be cautious. Su Yun waved her hand dismissively. Brother Luo, don't worry. We won't cause any trouble. We'll just watch from the side. Lao Dashi nodded. All right then, let us get ready to begin. Brother Lin, this truly is a splendid place. I just took a stroll around, and you were absolutely right. This area is teeming with rabbits. I reckon today will be quite a windfall. So, how shall we proceed? Rather than using guns today, let's employ the dogs and sacks to catch them. We can prop the sacks at the burrow entrances, block off the other holes, and leave one open to let in the smoke. If they can get into the sacks, that would be ideal. The dogs will chase any that flee. All right, let us get to work. With Lin Fan's command, everyone began to bustle about. Luo Dashan directed 2 hunting dogs to sniff around, searching for the telltale signs of rabbit holes. The female companions also sprang into action, following Luo Dashan's instructions to spread open the several sacks they had brought and place them at various burrow entrances. Lin Fan took charge of igniting the smoke materials, which consisted of dry grass and leaves. Once lit, thick smoke billowed forth, pouring into the burrows. Before long, rustling sounds emanated from within, clearly indicating that the rabbits, overwhelmed by the smoke, were beginning to scatter. Look, a rabbit has dived into the sack, Tian exclaimed with excitement. A rabbit, in a panic, had plunged headfirst into the sack, which Luo Dashan quickly tightened and lifted. Ha, we've caught one. Luo Dashan chuckled with pride, placing the rabbit into the cage they had brought. The female companions, witnessing this, became even more invigorated, gathering around the burrow entrance, eagerly anticipating more rabbits to fall into their trap. Lin Fan occasionally added more smoke materials to ensure the smoke continued to billow. As time passed, more and more rabbits were driven out of their burrows. Some found their way into the sacks, while others were pursued by the hunting dogs. The two dogs worked in perfect harmony, one blocking the escape routes while the other chased after the rabbits, and soon they had captured several more. Wow, today's haul is truly remarkable, Su Yao remarked, gazing at the lively rabbits in the cage with enthusiasm. Indeed, all thanks to Brother Luo's expertise and the assistance of the dogs, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Luo Dashan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's merely the result of everyone's collective efforts. However, catching rabbits does require a degree of skill. One cannot simply charge in recklessly. As everyone busied themselves, they listened attentively to Luo Dashan's explanations on the techniques for capturing rabbits. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen high in the sky, warming them pleasantly. Lin Fan, we must have roasted rabbit meat. Tian's voice called out from a distance. Shaolin, take them to start a fire for cooking, Luo Dashan instructed Lin Fan. Glancing at the sky, Lin Fan surveyed the rabbits in the cage. They had managed to catch quite a few, perhaps 30, but there were still many more in the vast expanse of grass. All right, I'll prepare the meal. We'll continue this afternoon. Lin Fan led a few of the female companions to a sheltered spot to start the fire for roasting the rabbit meat. He skillfully processed the rabbits, skinning them and removing their innards, then skewering them on branches. The female companions assisted by gathering firewood and tending the flames. Lin Fan, where did you learn such skills? You seem quite the expert, Tian inquired curiously as she fanned the fire. It's a natural talent. Who doesn't know how to eat? Lin Fan replied with a chuckle, continuing his work, handing a skewer of rabbit to Tian to place over the fire. Be sure to turn it often, or it will burn. Sprinkle the seasoning once it changes color. By noon, they were ready for a rabbit feast, having roasted 6 rabbits, one for each person, which were placed over the fire, with 4 female companions responsible for turning them and sprinkling seasonings as Lin Fan relaxed. Before long, the aroma of roasted rabbit wafted through the air, causing the female companions to salivate. It smells so good, Lin Fan. This roasted rabbit meat is absolutely divine. Su Yao exclaimed in admiration. Of course, it's a secret recipe, Lin Fan replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. Be sure to eat plenty. We have more work ahead this afternoon. Just then, Luo Dashan approached, carrying several freshly caught rabbits. Brother Lin, it smells fantastic. Brother Luo, you must try my cooking, Lin Fan warmly invited, offering him a skewer of roasted rabbit. Luo Dashan took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. Brother Lin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You all enjoy. I need to feed the dogs. With that, he called to Ergo, who promptly ran over, circling around Luo Dashan. Luo Dashan swiftly processed one rabbit, splitting it in half, first feeding the lead dog, then the slightly smaller one, before returning to join the others. The group sat together, enjoying the roasted rabbit while engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere harmonious and cheerful. The gloves you are wearing are made from rabbit fur, aren't they? Did Lin Fan make them? Yes, indeed. They're warm and comfortable. The female companions chimed in eagerly. Haha, that is splendid, Luo Dashan remarked, casting a glance at Lin Fan, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After the meal, Lin Fan stood up and clapped his hands. All right, everyone has had their fill. This afternoon, we shall continue our rabbit-catching endeavors, aiming to clear this patch of grass of all its rabbits, lest they wreak havoc on the crops next year. Thus, the group plunged back into their rabbit-catching activities. Armed with the morning's experience, the afternoon's efforts proved even more fruitful. Luo Dashan directed the hunting dogs while the female companions managed the sacks and blocked the burrow entrances, with Lin Fan continuing to oversee the smoke. Before long, the cage was filled to the brim with rabbits. Wow, what a bountiful harvest today, Yi Xiaofeng exclaimed, jumping with glee at the sight of the full cage. Indeed, this is all thanks to everyone's hard work, Lin Fan responded with a smile, estimating we must have 50 or 60 by now. Luo Dashan approached, counted the rabbits in the cage, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it seems we have around 60. Today's catch is indeed significant. The group gathered together, sipping water and chatting merrily. Tian looked at the rabbits in the cage and said with a smile, Lin Fan, we must celebrate our success when we return. Su Yao echoed. Yes, Lin Fan, your roasted rabbit skills are so impressive. Please prepare another feast for us when we get back. Lin Fan responded with a smile. No problem. I'll whip up a sumptuous rabbit feast for everyone. Luo Dashan, eyeing the plentiful rabbits, interjected, Brother Lin, what shall we do with all these rabbits? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Brother Luo, let us keep a few for these ladies. You can take the rest back. Luo Dashan waved his hand dismissively. Brother Lin, that one tea do, we all caught these together. It wouldn't be right for me to take them all. I'll keep a few, and the rest you can take. Then let us split them evenly, Lin Fan suggested, not wanting to be difficult, knowing the female companions would benefit from the food. All right, that sounds fair, Luo Dashan agreed, and everyone began to tidy up the area, the female companions extinguishing any remaining fires and smoke. Lin Fan and Luo Dashan began to process the rabbits on the spot. The task of skinning and gutting dozens of rabbits took some time, and noticing the female companions had moved a distance away, Luo Dashan suddenly asked, Shaolin, is there someone special among them? Huh? No, I'm not even dating yet. Why do you ask? You rascal, I can see right through you. Huh? See what? I really haven't dated anyone. I just turned 17, that one. Luo Dashan pointed discreetly with his chin. Which one? Lin Fan turned to see Tian, covering the smoke with snow. Tian, I say, Brother Luo. You were just trying to make conversation. There's nothing between us. Hey, I'm a seasoned veteran. I wouldn't mistake it. That girl has feelings for you. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly, thinking that Brother Luo indeed had sharp eyes, but he and Tian were merely acquaintances, having come out to catch rabbits and chat. Brother Luo, please don't make wild assumptions. Tian and I are just ordinary friends. Luo Dashan laughed heartily, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. All right. Just consider it me rambling. However, you must act swiftly, my friend. Should such a fine young lady be whisked away by another, you may find yourself filled with regret. Lin Fan shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead focusing intently on the rabbit in his hands. Before long, the female comrades had completed their tasks around the fire and approached him. Lin Fan, we're done here. Is there anything else we can assist with? Tian inquired with a smile. Lin Fan glanced up at her and noticed some soot smudged across her face, unable to suppress a chuckle. Tian, you have some dirt on your face. You should wash it off. Tian paused for a moment, then quickly blushed and dashed off to clean her face. Seeing this, Su Yao and the others burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became light and cheerful. When Tian returned from washing her face, everyone resumed their busy work. In no time, dozens of rabbits were meticulously processed and placed into the large baskets they had brought. All right, let us call it a day, Luo Dashan announced after glancing at the sky. It's getting late. We should head back. The group nodded in agreement, parting ways as Luo Dashan took home the sorted rabbit meat and hides along with the hunting dogs, while Lin Fan and his companions set off on the path back to the farm, their arms laden with their bountiful catch. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air as they recounted the day's adventures and amusing anecdotes. As they walked, Su Yao deliberately lagged behind, pulling Lin Fan along to slow their pace. The three ladies ahead were frolicking and chattering, oblivious to the whispered conversation between the two at the back. I say, Lin Fan, you certainly have a knack for keeping your romantic endeavors under wraps. Even I was kept in the dark. Lin Fan sighed in exasperation, offering a wry smile. Su Yao, please don't tease me. I don't have a partner. If I were to find someone, it would surely be you. How about that? Su Yao blinked, a teasing smile dancing on her lips as she regarded him. Really? Yet, I can't help but notice that Tian seems to regard you quite differently. Her eyes practically sparkle when she looks at you. Lin Fan quickly waved his hands in denial. Don't say such things. I only came to see you, and I happened to run into her. Su Yao snorted playfully. With your exceptional qualities, it's only natural that many young ladies hold you in high esteem. Lin Fan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Please, spare me the jokes. I'm still quite young and not in a hurry to seek a partner. Su Yao smiled gently. Very well, but do keep your eyes peeled for a good girl. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. Understood. Now, let us catch up to them. It's nearly dark. With that, they quickened their pace, soon rejoining Tian and the others. Lin Fan reflected on how frequently he had been visiting Su Yao and her friends lately, realizing he needed to be more mindful of that. Hey, slow down. Wait for us. Lin Fan called out, panting as he hurried to catch up. You're tired, aren't you? Shall we help carry something? Tian turned back, noticing Lin Fan's face glistening with perspiration, and even pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow, which startled him. No, it's fine. There's still work to be done up in the mountains. I need to hurry back. You all can carry the meat home. It's not far, anyway. I'll take the hides back and prepare them later. With that, he set down his basket, picked up his gun, and dashed off. Hey, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Tion called after his retreating figure, but Lin Fan did not look back. Instead, he turned to Su Yao and asked, "What has gotten into Lin Fan? We had planned to make a rabbit feast tonight. Perhaps he truly has work to attend to. We can manage without him. Come on, everyone. Let us get to it." As they entered the designated area, familiar young intellectuals gathered around them. "Oh my, what is this? It looks quite intimidating. These are the rabbits we caught today. Quite a haul." Tion exclaimed excitedly, her face radiating pride. "Wow, you all are amazing to have caught so many." A female intellectual remarked enviously. "Indeed, today has been quite a fruitful day," Su Yao added with a smile. The group pitched in, transporting the rabbits to the intellectual station. The female comrades eagerly gathered around, each lending a hand to assist with the processing, some washing, while others cut the meat. In no time, the pile of rabbits was thoroughly cleaned. "We must celebrate tonight. With this much rabbit meat, we can feast for several meals," one of the female intellectuals suggested cheerfully. "Yes, it's all thanks to Lin Fan. His skills in catching rabbits are truly remarkable," Tion chimed in. "By the way, where has Lin Fan gone? We haven't seen him," someone inquired. Chapter 60. Captured at that moment, Lin Fan was on his way back to the mountain. Once again left speechless by the arduous path ahead. How wonderful it would be to have a vehicle. This trek relied solely on one's own legs, proving to be quite exhausting. When Lin Fan finally returned to the mountain station, night had fully descended. "Ah, Captain, you're back. We thought you weren't coming." Wang Bin, lying on his bed, glanced up to see Lin Fan enter. "Ah, Captain, your outfit looks splendid, truly beautiful." Lin Fan looked down at his soiled clothes, covered in dirt and grass, and smiled wryly, shaking his head. "Beautiful? After this journey back, I've nearly turned into a mud statue." As he wrung out a towel to clean his leather jacket, it gleamed as good as new. "By the way, has anything happened here in the past couple of days?" "All is as usual. Nothing to worry about," Captain Li Qingai replied, his feet perched on the edge of the stove, warming his cotton shoes. "Have you eaten?" "We've already eaten." "Haven't you had a meal?" "I haven't tea. I'll just grab a little something." As he rummaged through a nearby basket, he tossed 2 carrots and 2 potatoes into the fire. "Captain, can you really roast these?" Li Qingai asked, astonished. "Huh, are you some young master here to experience life? You can eat them raw, let alone roast them." Lin Fan chuckled, and laughter erupted among them. After a simple meal, they retired to bed, the night passing without incident. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Fan looked up at the sky and addressed everyone. "Today, we'll stick to our usual routine. Old Wang and I will patrol the mountains, while Old Yuan and Old Li will guard the station. With the cold weather, we'll return early." "Understood, Captain." "Captain, come back soon and be safe." Not long after Lin Fan and Wang Bin set off, 2 stern-faced individuals arrived at the station. Upon entering, they declared forcefully, "Is this the 3rd Team S base? Is Lin Fan the captain here?" Li Qingai and Yuan Shifeng were caught off guard. "Yes, what is it?" The newcomers produced identification and a document, stamped with a red seal, presenting it to the 2 men. "We are from the Farm S Security Department. Which of you is Lin Fan?" "Our captain is out on patrol. I am Li Qingai, and this is Yuan Shifeng." The 2 exchanged glances. "When will he return?" "That is uncertain, but he'll definitely be back before dark." "Does Lin Fan often stay out at night?" "The captain is quite busy, sometimes." Li Qingai began, but was interrupted by Yuan Shifeng. "Comrades, may I ask what brings you here?" "We can discuss it when our captain returns," Yuan Shifeng interjected. "Comrades, we are merely here to understand the captain's usual work schedule. There is no ulterior motive." "Please, do not take offense," one of them said, visibly irritated but trying to maintain composure. "Haha, comrades, we bear no grudges, truly. Please, take a seat. The mountain path is not easy to traverse. Would you like some hot water?" The 2 men's expressions softened somewhat, and as there were no chairs in the room, they sat on the bed. "If you're in a hurry, should we go look for the captain on the mountain and bring him back?" "There is no need for that. Our inquiries are merely to ascertain the situation, just as you do. How is your daily life? Are your provisions sufficient?" "Indeed, they are adequate. We receive all necessary supplies from the farm." "Who typically collects these provisions?" "Generally, it is our team leader, though we have accompanied him on occasion." "The mountain path is rather treacherous. How are the supplies transported up here?" "They are carried up using burdens." Li Qingai pointed to a basket in the corner. "Oh, that distance is considerable. Do the suppliers return on the same day?" "It depends on the circumstances. If time allows, they return the same day. If not, they come back the next day." "Does your team leader usually return the same day or the following day?" "Sometimes he returns the same day, other times the next." The 2 members of the security department exchanged glances, a smirk playing at their lips, and continued their inquiries. "Do you recall the day your team leader returned to the post after the meeting in the city?" Excuse me, comrades. What is the purpose of your questions? Yuan Shifeng felt an unsettling tension. It's nothing. We merely wish to gather some information, and we ask for your cooperation. What if we choose not to cooperate? Yuan Shifeng rose to his feet. Haha, comrade, do not be agitated. Our intent is to ensure the well-being of your team leader. What do you mean? It's nothing significant. However, since you appear to harbor some resistance to our arrival, we shall refrain from further inquiries. Now I, representing the security department of the farm, officially notify you that Comrade Lin Fan is to report to the security department promptly to assist with an investigation. Here is the document. As he spoke, he handed over a piece of white paper stamped with a red seal. Yuan Shifeng furrowed his brow as he accepted it, while the two men turned and exited the room. This left Yuan Shifeng and Li Qingai utterly perplexed, wondering what on earth was transpiring. In their agitation, they paced the room, and finally, in the evening, Lin Fan returned. Team leader, why are you only just back? I was worried sick. Yuan Shifeng rushed forward, pouring out his concerns. What? Speak slowly, why the rush? Lin Fan replied, brushing off the snow and mud from his clothes. The farm headquarters sent someone today, claiming they need you to assist with an investigation at the security department. They also left a document, but they seem to have ulterior motives, persistently inquiring about your situation and asking when you return from the city. We were at a loss and didn't dare to say anything indiscreet. So we said we would wait for your return to ask. They left the document and departed. Lin Fan frowned. The security department? Where's the document? Let me see it. Yuan Shifeng hastily handed the document to Lin Fan, who took it and began to read in the dim light of the room. The document requested his prompt assistance with an investigation at the security department, yet it did not specify what the investigation entailed. Lin Fan set down the document and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "This situation is rather suspicious. Their sudden interest in investigating me and their questions about my return from the city certainly suggest something amiss. Team leader, what shall we do?" Li Qingai asked anxiously. Do not fret. Since they have requested my assistance, I shall visit them tomorrow to discern their intentions. Lin Fan spoke calmly. But team leader, what if they? Yuan Shifeng expressed some concern. Fear not. I have it under control. You both remain vigilant at the post, and we will discuss any developments upon my return. Lin Fan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. The following morning, Lin Fan made his way to the farm, first stopping at the cafeteria for breakfast before heading to the security department, where someone was on duty. Hello, comrade. How may I assist you? Yes, I have come regarding a matter. What matter? Speak. I heard you were looking for me, so I came. We were looking for you. What is your name? Lin Fan. Lin Fan? You are Lin Fan. Come, follow me. With that, he stood up, and Lin Fan was led into a small room devoid of anything but a single chair. What is the meaning of this? Lin Fan inquired, only to turn and find no one there, the sound of a lock clicking shut echoing outside. Just wait. He heard footsteps receding into the distance. Lin Fan, now confined, chuckled in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. He had come to assist, yet was locked away without a word. Meanwhile, chaos ensued outside, with rumors swirling. Did you hear? That Lin Fan sigh. He is the so-called exemplary one, a rogue. What? What is happening? It is said he often spends the night in the women's dormitory. As the gossip spread, it grew ever more outrageous. Did you know? That Lin Fan often stays overnight in the women's dormitory for times no less. One of them held up 4 fingers, seething. No wonder they were seen going out to have fun early that morning. How could Lin Fan have possibly arrived at the farm so early? Such scandalous behavior. It truly redefines one's perspective. He is indeed a scoundrel. Oh, how disappointing for the beautiful Su Yao. What? Tian is the most beautiful. Without a doubt. Stop arguing. Yi Xiaofeng is the most attractive. Enough of this. Zhang Xilan has the true allure. What are you all quarreling about? Is it of any use? Others have already claimed him. Chapter 61. The accusation letter in the dormitory. 4 female intellectuals barricaded the door with a table, sitting in silence around the calm. Tian's eyes were still red. Yi Xiaofeng hung her head, and Zhang Xilan hugged her knees, occasionally glancing toward the door. The young women were frightened. They had only just learned of the rumors. What kind of people are these? Spreading malicious gossip? Su Yao stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed, her chest heaving with indignation. What shall we do? I am not yet married. My reputation is ruined. Zhang Xilan whimpered. Silence. Do you not know whether your reputation is intact? Su Yao glared at her, causing her to retreat. I heard Lin Fan is currently locked up. What shall we do? Tian began to cry again. Crying? Is that all you know how to do? Can tears solve anything? Su Yao snapped back at Tian. But we are innocent, and so is Lin Fan. We should go to the farm manager and testify for Lin Fan. This was suggested by Yi Xiaofeng. though her voice grew fainter as she spoke. Testify? How can we testify? The parties involved would only make each other look foolish in front of outsiders. Why not? Why not I step forward and say that Lin Fan and I are in a relationship, that it was I who hosted him, thus preserving your innocence? Tion whispered. Are you out of your mind? It is already a false accusation. By admitting it, you would only cement Lin Fan's guilt. Are you trying to help him or harm him? Su Yun scolded her sharply. That won't do either. What shall we do now? Woe is me. Tion burst into tears again after being chastised. Su Yun sighed, pressing her forehead. I said we should brainstorm solutions, not come up with foolish ideas. Think again. In the manager's office, Hao Deguo was in a fury. Standing before him was Chun Jingwu, the director of the security department, bowing his head in trepidation. What is going on? How did such news suddenly spread? Hao Deguo slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. We don't know. We just went to the mountain yesterday to gather information, and today this happens. It is absolutely not our doing. Are you suggesting someone has sent you an accusation letter? An anonymous one? Yes, that is why we went to the mountain to investigate. Where's the letter? Bring it to me. Director Chen hurriedly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Hao Deguo took it, scrutinizing it for a long while, and remarked, What is this? There is no substantial evidence, only suspicion. Is this how you conduct your work? Director, we haven't done much, just trying to understand the situation. Please give me a day, and I will certainly clarify everything. If you say one day, hurry up and get lost. Come back. As Director Chun turned to leave, just as he reached the door, he was called back. Where's Lin Fan now? In the security department, locked up in a small black room. I'll let him go right away. Whether to release him or not, that's for you to decide. You're responsible for the case. Make your judgment based on the situation. Hao Deguo glared at Director Chun. Yes, I understand, Director. With his head hung low, Director Chen scurried out of the office and hurried back to the security department. Upon entering, someone approached him and asked, Director, what did the leader say? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Director Chen replied irritably. What else could he say? He wants us to clear this up quickly. One day, where am I supposed to clear things up in just one day? And Lin Fan? Is he still locked up? The leader said to let me decide based on the situation, but we haven't clarified the case yet. So let us keep him locked up for now to prevent any chaos from arising. My dear Director, you need to be more aware. Keeping him locked up? Do you still want to be a director? That person is a VIP. Haven't you heard? Lin Fan is a favorite of the leader. If you think this director job is dull and want to keep him locked up, go ahead. Beside him, a strategist named Zheng Dejin understood the gravity of the situation. I almost forgot about that. Dejin, what do you think we should do? We definitely cannot keep him in the small black room. At the very least, we should move him to a different location, provide him with food, drink, a place to sit and sleep, and ensure he stays warm. We must treat him well, Director. If you handle this properly, you'll gain some clout, understand? I'm already in hot water. How can I be assertive? Think about it. If you manage to clear his name and help him out, just imagine. Then the leader will see you in a new light and might promote you. ISNT that, right? That S merely superficial. The key lies in getting close to him. Zheng Dejin felt a pang of frustration. Get close to him? Yes, just a kid, a nobody. What good will it do to get close to him? Director Chen Jinyi scoffed. The strategist felt like slapping himself for following such a fool. Taking a deep breath, he continued. The real skill lies in the subtleties. This is reality, dear Director. You may not understand now, but it's fine. Just follow my lead. Dejin. Just as Director Chan was about to explode, he held back. It seemed Dejin genuinely had his best interests at heart. So he said, All right, I'll listen to you. How should we proceed? You have a lounge hidden behind your office, right? Let him go there. Just say the investigation is still ongoing. And he needs to rest a bit. He can eat, drink, and sleep as he wishes. We must maintain a good attitude and keep a low profile. Got it. Spend time in there with him, have a drink, and let the outside handle the rest. I haven't even used that room much, so... Director, don't you understand yet? Fine, no more talking. I'll do as you say. Let's get to it. Wait, I'll go with you. Zheng Dejin knew how unreliable his director was and quickly followed. Grabbing the key, they headed straight for the small black room. Lin Fan was sitting there utterly bored, pondering various thoughts but unable to arrive at any conclusions, so he decided to stop thinking altogether. Just then, there was a commotion outside, followed by a clattering sound, and then the door swung open. Lin Fan remained seated, motionless, with his eyes closed, resting. Comrade Lin Fan, our Director Chen has come to see you, Zheng Dejin said, casting a glance at Chen Jinyi. Reluctantly, Chen Jinyi spoke, Comrade Lin Fan, we apologize for the inconvenience. The conditions in this room are inadequate. Please come with me to a better place. Lin Fan still did not respond or open his eyes. Chen Jinyi felt a surge of frustration, but Zheng Dejin quickly intervened. Smiling amiably, Brother Lin, We acknowledge that we made mistakes previously. The new arrivals are just inexperienced. As soon as Director Chun learned of the situation, he rushed over. Please join us in the lounge. It's well equipped with everything you might need. You can eat, drink, or rest as you please. Let me clarify the situation with you as well. Only then did Lin Fan open his eyes, still weighing his options. No need, this place is fine. Let us discuss matters here. Zhang Dejin, far more astute than Chun Jinyi, seized the moment before Chun Jinyi could react. Cough, Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but there are people out there trying to frame you. We brought you in here for your protection. Director Chun is diligently addressing this issue. We must clarify everything quickly to restore your reputation, so we are on the same side here. Please, after you. Chapter 62. A subtle strategy, listening to the clouded explanation. Lin Fan was somewhat bewildered, but seeing the pleasant demeanor of the person, he stood up and said, "Lead the way." Over here, Zhang Dejin urged, pulling Chun Jinyi along as they proceeded. This room was well hidden, not far from the office, featuring a separate chamber that ensured privacy. When Chun Jinyi opened the door, everything inside was new. Tables, chairs, sofas, and beds were all intact and clean. Chun Jinyi gradually acclimated to the atmosphere and began, "Young Brother Lin, you may rest here for the time being with freedom of movement. However, for your safety and to enhance our investigation as efficiency, we ask for your cooperation. Dejin, go fetch some food and drinks. I'll chat with Brother Lin, and also call someone to heat the bed. Right away. Please wait a moment," Dejin replied before departing. Filled with questions, Lin Fan found the sudden shift from hostility to hospitality bewildering. Watching Zhang Dejin leave, he inquired, "So, Director Chun, may I ask what exactly is happening outside? Weren't you informed?" Chun Jinyi feigned a semblance of authority. "Those scoundrels. I'll deal with them later. The situation is as follows. A few days ago, we received an anonymous tip-off claiming that you, well what? That your conduct was improper. That you were staying overnight in the female youth dormitory, engaging in inappropriate relations." "What? Ha!" Lin Fan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Which imbecile is spreading such baseless rumors? That is utterly absurd. Yes, we know you're innocent, but we must investigate to clear your name. Especially since this scandal has spread throughout the entire farm." "Really? Is it that serious?" Lin Fan felt a jolt of concern. If he was being detained, what about the female comrades? Which woman was the one who reported this? They didn't specify which one. Currently, the rumor involves Su Yun and the other 3 female youth. Damn, is it really that outrageous that people believe this? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. A mix of astonishment, anger, and amusement flooding him. "Director, how naive do people have to be to believe such nonsense? I certainly don't believe it, Brother Lin. Rest assured, we're tracing the source of this rumor and the anonymous letter to clear your name as soon as possible. I'm not anxious. What is the situation with those female comrades?" Lin Fan was worried. If he was detained, would they also be in trouble? "They're fine. They're just hiding in the cellar, afraid to come out. It seems they've even barricaded the door with heavy objects, likely out of fear." Lin Fan felt an even deeper discomfort upon hearing those words. As a grown man, being confined was one thing, but the fact that several female intellectuals were terrified and hiding in the cellar due to baseless rumors was utterly unacceptable. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room, contemplating a strategy. "Director Chun," he stated, "the pressing matter at hand is to clarify these rumors. We must not allow them to persist, as they could cause irreparable harm to the reputations of those young women." Lin Fan halted his pacing and fixed his gaze on Chun Jinyi. Chun Jinyi nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Brother Lin is correct. However, these rumors have spread too rapidly, and we are at a loss as to how to refute them." After a moment of thought, Lin Fan proposed, "We cannot allow the rumors to continue circulating. We must respond swiftly by convening a meeting to counter them from 2 angles. First, informing everyone that this is merely a rumor, and second, urging them not to believe or disseminate it." Chun Jinyi hesitated. Wouldn't that be somewhat unwise? What if it leads to further complications? Lin Fan shot him a stern look. What kind of complications could arise? An anonymous letter is inherently a cowardly act. Our righteous approach cannot be easily challenged by the instigator. If anyone dares to step forward, we can trace them back to the source. Upon hearing this, Chun Jinyi quickly exclaimed, "Excellent idea. I will have someone handle it. No, I shall personally take charge. The workers' meeting requires the farm director's address. My rank is insufficient, so I will approach the director." With that, he turned and exited the room. Chun Jinyi hurried to the director's office, knocked on the door, and, upon hearing a response, entered. Director Hao Guo was seated at his desk, and upon seeing Chun Jinyi, frowned slightly. "How is the situation being handled?" Chun Jinyi replied promptly, "Director, Comrade Lin Fan has a suggestion that I believe is quite good. and I would like to report it to you. Director Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is the suggestion? Chun Jinmu recounted Lin Fan's idea of convening a meeting to counter the rumors, addressing both the need to inform that it is indeed a rumor and encouraging everyone not to believe or spread it. After a moment of silence, Director Hao nodded. This is a commendable suggestion. Our farm cannot be clouded by such unfounded rumors. Proceed as he advised. Arrange for everyone to be notified and hold the workers' meeting this afternoon. Chun Jinmu's heart leapt with joy. Yes, Director. I will take care of it immediately. He turned and dashed away to make the arrangements. By afternoon, the farm square was bustling with activity as employees arrived in droves, engaging in hushed conversations, speculating about the purpose of the meeting. Lin Fan was also brought out of the lounge by Chun Jinmu and Zheng Dejin, and he quickly spotted Su Yun, Tian, Yi Xiaofeng, and Zhang Xilan among the crowd. The four young women, upon seeing Lin Fan, expressed a blend of anticipation and anxiety in their eyes. Lin Fan nodded reassuringly at them, signaling that they need not worry. Soon, Director Hao Diguo ascended the podium, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. Comrades, I have gathered you here today to address a matter of concern. Recently, a rumor has circulated regarding Comrade Lin Fan and the four female intellectuals, claiming that Comrade Lin's conduct is improper and that he's been illicitly lodging in the female dormitory, engaging in inappropriate relationships. This is entirely unfounded and constitutes a malicious slander. As soon as Director Hao finished speaking, the crowd erupted in commotion, voices rising in astonishment. So it was just a rumor. I knew Comrade Lin was not that kind of person, who would stoop so low as to fabricate such lies. Director Hao raised his hand for silence and continued. Upon receiving an anonymous complaint, we consulted with the involved parties and gathered sufficient evidence to prove this is slander. We are currently tracing the source, and I urge everyone to refrain from believing or spreading rumors, as we must collectively maintain the harmony and stability of our farm. Anyone found continuing to disseminate this rumor will face severe consequences. After casting a glance at Lin Fan, Director Hao added, Comrade Lin Fan, do you have anything to say? Lin Fan nodded and approached the podium, surveying the employees before him. Comrades, I, Lin Fan, have always acted with integrity and adhered to ethical standards. I have never engaged in any behavior that violates morals or discipline. This incident is a malicious attack against me and has harmed the reputations of Su Yun and the other three female comrades. I hope you will discern truth from falsehood and not be misled by rumors. Furthermore, I trust that the farm leadership will uncover the truth and restore my name. His words were met with enthusiastic applause. Su Yun, Tian, Yi Xiaofeng, and Zhang Xilan were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as they looked at Lin Fan. Director Hao then interjected, well, the matter has been clarified. I hope everyone can focus on their work without being affected by this incident. The meeting is adjourned. As the employees began to disperse, Lin Fan prepared to return to the lounge when Su Yun and the other three approached him. Lin Fan, thank you, Su Yun said sincerely, gazing at him. Lin Fan smiled. No need for thanks. It was the right thing to do. Are you all right? Tian shook her head. We are fine. Just frightened to the point of not daring to go outside. Lin Fan reassured them. It's all over now. The rumors have been dispelled. You can focus on your work from now on. Yi Xiaofeng and Zhang Xilan nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude. At that moment, Chun Jinmu and Zheng Dejin rushed over, saying, Brother Lin, the director wants to see you in his office. Lin Fan acknowledged them with a nod. All right, I'll head there now. He glanced back at Su Yun and the others. You all go back first and don't worry. They nodded, watching as Lin Fan walked toward the director's office. After taking a few steps, he turned and said, Director Chun, please come up to the director's office in 10 minutes. What? I have to go too? Chun Jinmu looked bewildered, thinking that the director hadn't summoned him. Lin Fan, noticing his expression, sighed internally and added, Dejin, you can accompany Director Chun. Okay. Thank you, Brother Lin. Zheng Dejin exclaimed, seemingly overwhelmed. Lin Fan nodded and made his way directly to the director's office. Dejin, what does that mean? The director didn't summon us. Zheng Dejin looked skyward, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, while silently wondering if he could call Chun Do. Nevertheless, he explained, Director, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 63. Quelling the turmoil. Knock. Lin Fan rapped on the door of the director's office. Come in, came Director Hao's voice from within. Lin Fan entered, turning to close the door behind him. Director, you want to see me? Yes, take a seat. Hao Diguo replied, rising to pour a glass of water and placing it before Lin Fan. Here, have a smoke. Lin Fan produced a cigarette and lit it. You little rascal, have you taken up smoking? Hao Diguo teased, accepting a cigarette from Lin Fan and placing it between his lips. Lin Fan offered a light, and they both took a puff. Hao Deguo looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Do you have any idea who is behind this? I have no clue. I'm still quite baffled, Lin Fan admitted. Well, do you think we should let this matter rest? Or continue investigating? Hao Deguo reclined in his chair. Director, if this is aimed at me, it doesn't significantly impact me. Whether we investigate or not is inconsequential. Please continue. If it is directed at me, it would merely be an annoyance without compromising the larger picture. But what if it is aimed at you, Director? Have you considered that? Why do you think that? Do you have any evidence? No, it's not the fear of 1,000 that troubles me, but the dread of a singular misfortune. Even if they come after me, what good would it do to frame you? You are not a regular employee of the farm, and your rank is far too low to threaten me. The straw that breaks the camel's back is often the last one added. What do you mean by that? Please elaborate. You see, I was recently recognized as an outstanding individual and even attended a meeting in the city. If they successfully frame me and establish my guilt, they could subtly stir the pot, branding me as a rogue, and you, the director, would be the one to bear the embarrassment. If the higher-ups inquire, you would not escape the label of negligence. Haha, I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to grasp this. I underestimated you. Please continue. Hao Deguo lifted his cup and took a sip of water, watching Lin Fan with keen interest. What else is there to discuss? We ought to investigate, but we must be methodical, clear yet discreet, identifying our target before making any decisions. Hao Deguo placed his teacup down. Call Chen Jimyu over. Just wait. He'll be here shortly. Lin Fan raised his teacup to take a sip, remaining seated. Just as he finished speaking, a knock on the door echoed. Hao Deguo cast a curious glance at Lin Fan. Come in. Indeed, Chen Jimyu and Zheng Dejin entered upon the opening of the door. Director, you summoned me? The two stood respectfully before the desk, hands lowered. Please take a seat. I called you here to discuss the follow-up arrangements for this matter. I would like to hear your thoughts. Hao Deguo indicated towards the sofa. Lin Fan rose to pour water for the two, offering them cigarettes, and then one for the director before lighting his own. Zheng Dejin observed Lin Fan in the director's office, behaving like the host, and felt gratified that his judgment was correct. Hao Deguo's inquiry puzzled Chen Jinryu. Hadn't this issue been resolved? What more was there to discuss? He discreetly nudged Zheng Dejin with his elbow. Well, Director, our security department believes that we must identify the mastermind behind this baseless accusation and understand their motives. Otherwise, it could disrupt the harmonious atmosphere of our farm. Zheng Dejin quickly interjected. Indeed, I concur. Do you have a feasible plan? We have some preliminary ideas, but they're not yet fully developed. Allow me to outline them, and I would appreciate your guidance, Director. Please go ahead. This issue has been difficult to suppress. We cannot allow any further disturbances. Thus, we must conduct our investigations discreetly, publicly claiming that we will not pursue the matter. Of course, this false narrative will be disseminated by our security department. This way, while we maintain a defensive posture, we can quietly gather intelligence to trace the source. Lin Fan discreetly gave Zheng Dejin a thumbs up beneath the table, a gesture that stirred great excitement within Zheng Dejin, igniting a sense of camaraderie. Despite Lin Fan's youth, his thoughts were profoundly astute. Hao Deguo nodded slightly, surveying the faces of those present. This approach seems prudent, but how do you intend to carry out the undercover investigation? We cannot afford to end up empty-handed. Chen Jinu scratched his head and hastily replied, Director, we plan to start by examining the anonymous tip-off letters to see if we can glean any clues from the handwriting or paper used. Then, we can discreetly inquire around the farm to identify anyone exhibiting unusual behavior. Zheng Dejin added, moreover, our security department does have some grassroots support within the farm. Hao Deguo pondered for a moment before nodding. You both present valid points. Let us proceed with this line of thinking, but be exceedingly cautious. We must not let the word escape, lest we alert our quarry. Chen Jinryu and Zheng Dejin quickly nodded. Rest assured, Director, we will handle this well. Lin Fan chimed in, Director, I will also play my part publicly, feigning ignorance to lower the guards of those behind the scenes. Hao Deguo smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Let us resolve this matter collectively and strive to uncover the truth as soon as possible. After exiting the director's office, Chen Jinryu patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Brother Lin, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to proceed. Lin Fan smiled. Director Chen, you flatter me. We are all working for the good of the farm, and this matter concerns my own integrity, so I must do my utmost. Zheng Dejin regarded Lin Fan with earnestness. Brother Lin, your intellect is truly remarkable. We ought to learn more from you in the future. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak like that. Let us find a place to eat. We've toiled all day without a proper meal. Let us go to the cafeteria, Chen Jinryu suggested. Absolutely not. It's too crowded and chaotic for conversation. Let us just head to your small room, Lin Fan promptly disagreed. All right, Daejin, go fetch some food from the cafeteria. Forget it. What is even worth eating there? Director Chun, just wait here. Daejin, come with me. Lin Fan halted and turned to exit. Zhang Daejin followed behind. His heart warm. Where are we headed, Brother Lin? To the state-run restaurant, to grab some good dishes to take back. Oh dear, Brother Lin, that is quite extravagant. We wouldn't dare think of such things in our usual routine. Extravagance? We must nourish ourselves to work effectively. Look around the department. Gather those reliable individuals. Let me know the numbers so I can order appropriately. Brother Lin, this seems too lavish. We only have 2 or 3 sharp minds in our security department, but what? Speak freely. They were not far behind Director Chun. Brother Lin, I hope you won't laugh at me. I'm just tagging along. Oh, let us include everyone then. All right then, Brother Lin, trust me. These individuals are all capable. They will understand. As they conversed, they arrived at the state-run restaurant. It was modest, and the usual crowd was sparse. Upon entering, a server approached. Welcome, please come in. Yes, server. Could we order a few dishes to take away? Of course, what would you like? Lin Fan glanced at the chalkboard displaying the day's menu and ordered 8 dishes at once, adding a staple, totaling 5 yuan, and requested a receipt. Chapter 64. The small room. Lin Fan retrieved money from his pocket to settle the bill and turned to Zhang Daejin. Daejin, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. All right, Brother Lin, take your time. Lin Fan had no particular task, so he took a stroll outside, smoked a cigarette, and returned with a canvas bag containing several bottles of high-quality liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. Just in time, the restaurant's dishes were nearly ready, being packed into baskets. The server reminded, you'll need to leave a 2 yuan deposit. After your meal, you must return the basket and plates for a refund. Zhang Daejin felt a bit flustered. He had no money on him. 2 yuan was no small sum. Lin Fan entered just in time to witness this scene and quickly exclaimed, Come now, allow me to handle this. I mean, why didn't you mention this earlier? It's rather unfair to put our friend in such a predicament. I said, Comrade, when taking items from the restaurant, a deposit is required. If lost, who bears the cost? Honestly, I have never encountered such patrons. In the current state-run restaurants, only official employees with positions could speak so assertively. Dear comrade, how do you speak? My brother makes a valid point. You ought to have collected the deposit along with the payment from the outset. To raise it now, without prior notice, is quite perplexing. Surely, you must have simply overlooked it. Lin Fan, wishing to avoid entanglement in such trivial matters, turned and exited the door, followed hastily by Zhang Daejin. My apologies, Lin, for the inconvenience. I truly cannot produce even a single coin from my pocket. No matter, it's of no consequence. Let's not allow this to dampen our spirits. Upon returning to the security department, they observed 3 individuals with lunch boxes preparing to leave, presumably for the cafeteria. Zhang Daejin cast a glance at Lin Fan and promptly called out, Wei Cheng, Changhua, Gang Zi, come over here. The trio turned back, and upon recognizing Zhang Daejin, smiled broadly. Daejin, what have you brought? Come, let us not go to the cafeteria. Let's dine elsewhere. Where to? Are you treating us, Daejin? What nonsense. This is Lin Fan. He is treating us. I'm merely here to facilitate. As he spoke, he led everyone to a small room. Are we heading to the leader's quarters? Forget it. I'll pass. Wei Cheng turned to leave. Hold on, think this through. You and T want to miss this opportunity. It's a rare chance. Wei Cheng glanced at Lin Fan, fell silent, and followed suit. What is your surname? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Zhang Wei Cheng, replied the straightforward individual. Comrade Lin Fan, yesterday we were merely following orders. Do not take it to heart. What happened yesterday? Lin Fan was puzzled. This was their first interaction. Yesterday, well, we went up the mountain. As it turned out, it was indeed Wei Cheng and Gang Zi who had ascended the mountain yesterday. And who's a gang? Please don't hold it against us, Lin Fan. This is Su Changhua. Well, now that we're all acquainted, Lin Fan bears no grudge against you. Please open the door. I cannot manage it with my hands full. As they conversed, they arrived at the door of the small room. Upon entering, they found Chen Jimyu seated on the kong, smoking. He quickly rose upon their arrival. Where have you been for so long? I prepared some food and drink. Come. Let us set the table. Thus commenced a flurry of activity as they filled the table with an abundance of dishes. Oh my, this is quite a feast. We are in for a treat today. Chen Jinmu's words drew disdainful glances from the others. Was this truly how a department head should speak? Before they could even sit down, Lin Fan retrieved several bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes from his versatile canvas bag, causing the others' eyes to light up. Daejin, pour the drinks for the brothers, he declared as he opened the cigarette packs and tossed 2 to each person. Brother Lin Fan, you're quite generous. Su Changhua exclaimed as he eagerly opened a pack, sniffed a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Let us not be formal. Today we shall eat and drink freely, sharing both food and conversation. This matter requires our collective efforts. Nods of agreement filled the room as Zheng Dejin promptly poured drinks for everyone, muttering, "Brother Lin, this is fine liquor. We rarely have the chance to enjoy such quality." Lin Fan raised his glass. "Come, let us toast to our swift success in unearthing the true perpetrator behind the scenes." The group drank heartily. Chen Jinmi between bites asked, "Brother Lin, who do you suppose is orchestrating this behind the scenes? We haven't heard of any significant enmity you have within the farm." Lin Fan, suppressing his disdain for Chen Jinu's lack of insight, cleared his throat and replied, "I've only been here for a few days. I'm still unclear about the other party's intentions. We'll investigate first." Zhang Weiqing nodded affirmatively. "Leave it to us, Brother Lin." Who's a gang chimed in, "Indeed. This is not a difficult task, rest assured." Su Changhua swallowed his food and added, "With sufficient time, it's hardly a challenge." Chen Jinmu patted his chest. "Have you heard, Brother Lin? The personnel in our security department are not to be trifled with. You could trust us to get to the bottom of this." As they consumed their meal and sipped their drinks, they fervently discussed their investigative strategies, the atmosphere buoyant. Before long, time slipped away, and the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Lin Fan rose. "It's getting late. Let's conclude here for today. Director Chun, I can't ascend a mountain again today. May I stay in this small room for the night? But you must vouch for me that I did not spend the night in the female youth dormitory." Ha ha ha! The room erupted in laughter at his jest. Chen Jinmu left the key and departed, while Zheng Dejin hurriedly stopped the other three. "You all assist Brother Lin in tidying up the room. Clean the table and floor thoroughly. I'm off to the state-run hotel to return these items. Await my return." With that, he dashed off with his basket. By the time he returned, the room was already spotless. Zhang Weicheng was boiling water on the stove, Su Gang was adding firewood to the Kong, and Su Changhua was conversing with Lin Fan. "You returned just in time. Come, let's have some water." Zhang Weicheng brought over the thermos and poured tea for everyone. "Is there still something to discuss?" Su Gang lifted an enamel cup to his lips, blowing on it lightly. "No worries, it's still early. Let us sit and chat. What's the rush? Are you eager to return to your wife?" "Not to my wife. My thigh is more enticing than my wife. Ha ha ha. Oh, your flattery is truly nauseating. If you find me nauseating, then go. You're free to leave on what grounds." "I'm staying." Lin Fan reclined on the Kong, observing the four gathered around the table, their words dripping with loyalty. He felt a sense of clarity within. However, it was for the best. Many hands make light work, and he would require assistance in the days ahead. "Dejin, how many packs of those cigarettes are left? Please distribute them to everyone." Lin Fan gestured towards the partially finished pack on the table. "Ah, splendid. Come, eh? Don't snatch them. I've never seen such fine cigarettes." Chapter 65. The stranger in the mountains in December. The weather grew increasingly frigid and the temperature plummeted. Lin Fan had returned to the mountains for over 10 days. Life in the mountains suited him splendidly. Each day was filled with patrolling, hunting, drinking, and feasting, truly a life of abundance. Time flew, and it had been 3 months since Lin Fan had arrived in the countryside. Today was the day to descend the mountain to collect his wages. Upon waking, he noticed snowflakes drifting through the sky. Although the weather was not particularly pleasant, it failed to dampen the spirits of his companions, Wang Bin, Li Chengai, and Yuan Shifeng, who were animatedly discussing how to spend their earnings. "I'll send half home and keep the other half for myself. That should suffice." Old Wang grinned broadly. "I'll do something similar. Once I receive my money, I'll check out the supply store in town." Li Chengai adjusted his hat and tugged at his clothing. "Captain, hurry up, we're all ready." Yuan Shifeng had just tied his shoelaces and stood up. "You all go ahead. I'll guard the house. Don't get too carried away. Return early tonight. The roads can be treacherous." Lin Fan smiled. "Ah, Captain, you're not coming to collect?" "I'm not in a hurry. I'll pick it up when I descend in a couple of days. There's no need for a special trip." "Oh, wait, return that empty burden." "Got it, Captain." "We're off." Yuan Shifeng casually picked up the flat shoulder pole from the wall, balancing an empty basket on one end, and the group departed. Lin Fan watched them leave, shaking his head with a chuckle as the usually lively station fell eerily quiet. He decided against patrolling today and opted to remain at the station, for it was essential to maintain vigilance. Boiling a pot of water, Lin Fan then took a rabbit, placing on the fire pit to roast slowly. This slow roasting required patience, and Lin Fan was in no rush, occasionally rising to stroll about the surroundings, and at times retreating indoors to warm himself. Just as he was preparing the seasonings and the aroma of the rabbit meat wafted through the air, a figure appeared at the door, looking quite disheveled. "Comrade, we got lost in the mountains and saw this little wooden cabin. We came to ask for a cup of hot water. Come in and take a seat." Lin Fan raised his eyes, quickly assessing the newcomer. The man wore a cotton coat, not hunting gear, indicating he was not a hunter. He carried a nearly new Mosin Nagant rifle, and his filthy state suggested he had not changed clothes in quite some time, having likely been in the mountains for an extended period. Lin Fan promptly elevated this individual's threat level in his mind. Upon hearing Lin Fan's invitation, the man visibly relaxed, a hint of fatigue and gratitude crossing his face as he stumbled inside, resting his rifle against the wall. He rubbed his hands by the fire while his eyes scanned the interior decor. "Thank you so much, comrade. If I hadn't encountered you on this frigid day, I fear I might have frozen to death in the woods." The rabbit sizzled as drippings fell onto the charcoal, sending up tiny sparks. Lin Fan remained impassive, narrowing his eyes slightly as he noticed mud from the northern slope caked on the man's boots, a clear indication he had come from the direction of Eagle Cliff. And beyond that lay the border. "Here, brother, have some hot water to warm yourself. The rabbit is nearly done. Let us share a meal." Lin Fan offered the hot water, his tone gentle yet discreetly observing the man's reactions. The man accepted the enamel mug with trembling fingers, his gaze flickering momentarily before he smiled. "You truly are a kind-hearted person." Lin Fan said nothing, turning to retrieve some potatoes and sweet potatoes from a basket, placing them beside the fire to cook. The flames illuminated his tranquil face. "Enjoy some rabbit meat. It's perfect, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and utterly fragrant." Lin Fan handed him a piece of rabbit meat. All right, comrade, I'm truly grateful." The man took the rabbit meat, lowered his head to take a bite, as if rediscovering taste, and soon began to devour it ravenously, finishing it in no time, then looking eagerly at Lin Fan. "I suggest you take your time. I've been roasting this rabbit for over an hour. Here, have another piece, but eat slowly this time." Lin Fan chuckled, cutting another piece to offer. "What brings you into the mountains?" Lin Fan inquired casually as he savored the rabbit meat. "Into the mountains, hunting, trying to get some pelts to trade for money." The man's chewing became somewhat awkward, his throat moving. "But my skills are lacking, and the forest is too vast. I've wandered for several days without catching anything." Lin Fan nodded, picking up a potato to turn it over. "Indeed, the forest is extensive, and the wildlife is elusive. Relying solely on brute strength will not yield results." "Are you from a nearby settlement?" "No, I'm from the city." The man's voice lowered slightly. Lin Fan gave a soft "oh," his gaze still fixed on the fire. "From the city? That's quite a distance. It's no wonder you got lost." He paused, pushing the sweet potatoes to the side, a thin wisp of smoke rising from the embers. The man's eyes flickered, his mouth twitching. "Yes, unfamiliar territory. I strayed off course while walking." "Are you a hunter as well?" The little wooden cabin bore no signage, so only those who frequented the mountains would recognize it as a forest guard post, where the occupants had specific duties. Lin Fan smiled without directly answering, merely stating, "In a way." "Ah, young brother, you are quite young. Given the amount of meat in this cabin, it's clear you possess considerable skill. Indeed, the wall still has some wild boar meat left from when Wang Bin cured it for leisurely consumption. Are you planning to head down the mountain?" Lin Fan gently blew on the sweet potato in his hands. With this bitter cold, and with supplies running low, staying any longer could prove perilous. "It's time to leave. If I don't, I fear I may end up leaving my bones in this forest." The man coughed softly, tossing the rabbit bones into the fire, where they cracked and sparked. One rabbit was consumed entirely by the two, while the potatoes and sweet potatoes gradually roasted, filling the cabin with a savory aroma. Lin Fan nodded, offering a roasted sweet potato. "Here, eat while it's hot. You need something to stave off the cold of the mountains." "Thank you so much." The man accepted the sweet potato, cradling it in both hands, his breath forming white wisps in the firelight. "What's your name?" Lin Fan asked suddenly. "Zhang Hai." The man stiffened slightly, his gaze avoiding the firelight. "And you?" Lin Fan continued chewing, responding nonchalantly. "Lin Fan from the Kuaishan settlement." "Lin brother, I will remember this kindness today and repay it in the future." Lin Fan smiled, the firelight casting shadows on one side of his face, flickering. "Repayment is unnecessary. Surviving to descend the mountain is reward enough. This forest is not safe. Have you heard? A fugitive has taken refuge in the mountains and has yet to be captured." Zhang Hai's hand trembled, nearly dropping the sweet potato, but he caught it with a forced smile. "A fugitive?" Lin Fan fixed him with a steady gaze. "Indeed, it's a serious case. There's blood on his hands. And he is armed. He is extremely dangerous. Well, Lin brother, I must leave immediately. Now that you mention a fugitive in these mountains, I dare not linger. If I were to cross paths with him, it would be no trivial matter." Zhang Hai stood, brushing the dust from his clothes in a somewhat hurried manner. Lin Fan remained seated, silently retrieving another roasted sweet potato from the fire, wrapping it in an old newspaper, and handing it to him quietly. "Take it with you for the journey. The path is slippery. Watch your step." Chapter 66. Zhao Taizi. Zhang Hai accepted the newspaper-wrapped sweet potato, gathered his belongings, and turned to open the wooden door. The cold wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed into the cabin, causing the flames to flicker wildly. Lin Fan watched as Zhang Hai's figure disappeared into the vast, swirling snow. Zhang Hai did not stop, trudging through knee-deep snow, but his direction was not towards the descent. Instead, he ventured deeper into the dense forest. The snow fell thicker, quickly covering his footprints. After about 2 hours, he stumbled upon a concealed cave. Zhang Hai slipped inside, finding the cave's walls dry, littered with dry grass, firewood, clothing, and cured meat, evidence of a hard but sustainable existence. Curled up in hay was a figure. Upon the entrance of Zhang Hai, abruptly lifted his head, seizing the rifle leaning against the wall with trembling hands. "Who goes there?" "It's me, old Zhao." "Don't shoot," Zhang Hai urgently called out, panting as he dashed into the cave and hastily blocked the entrance with a tattered blanket. Indeed, this old Zhao was the infamous Zhao Taizu from the wanted poster. "Here, have a sweet potato to warm yourself." Zhang Hai pulled out the newspaper-wrapped sweet potato and handed it over. Zhao Taizu relaxed his grip on the rifle, accepting the still-warm food, his fingers slightly trembling. "Old Zhang, I'm utterly fed up with hiding in this godforsaken cave. When will this end?" Zhang Hai sat on the pile of hay, patting Zhao Taizu on the shoulder. "Be patient. The time has not yet come. We must await news from the north." Zhao Taizu took a bite of the sweet potato, mumbling indistinctly, "Fine, I'll follow your lead, but I'm suffocating in here. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. Just a bit longer. We cannot afford any mistakes now. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught." As Zhang Hai spoke, he stood and moved to the cave's entrance, peering through the gap outside. "By the way, today I encountered a young hunter named Lin Fan. He seemed quite clever. I wonder if he might jeopardize our plans." "Lin Fan?" Zhao Taizu frowned, unfamiliar with the name. "Did he notice anything about you?" "Not all, but I'm worried. You must avoid running into him. If he recognizes you from the wanted poster, it could spell disaster." Zhang Hai returned to the hay pile and sat down. "Should we consider eliminating him if we find a chance?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhao Taizu's eyes. "This is not the time to stir up trouble. Zhang Hai asa zustungdits mi sin. We must maintain a low profile. If he does not impede us, we should ignore him for now." "All right then, I shall heed your advice." "I only hope this fellow refrains from meddling," Zhao Taizu replied, stuffing the last morsel of sweet potato into his mouth and clapping his hands together. "Old Zhao, I hear you are quite knowledgeable." "Humph, I once taught in the provincial capital, only to be suddenly branded and forced to flee to this remote mountain." Zhao Taizu sighed, his expression tinged with bitterness. The youthful zeal of a scholar has dwindled to this meager existence. He cast a somber gaze towards the cave ceiling. "Back then, I taught metallurgy at the Industrial University." The two conversed for quite some time before Zhang Hai suddenly lowered his voice. "Let us go, there is still time. I want to take you somewhere." With a mysterious smile, Zhang Hai led Zhao Taizu out of the cave. "Old Zhang, where are we headed?" "It's nearly dark." After winding along the ridge for a considerable distance, Zhao Taizu, panting, trailed behind, grumbling incessantly. "We're almost there," Zhang Hai exclaimed, parting a thicket of brambles. Before them stood a towering tree stump, robust enough for two people to embrace, its rings layered like the years it had endured, perhaps for centuries. Standing at about 1 meter high, its heart hollowed, it stubbornly remained atop the ridge, a silent sentinel. Zhang Hai circled the stump and suddenly reached into its hollow, rummaging for a moment before retrieving an oilcloth bundle. His expression turned grave as he unwrapped it to reveal a piece of paper. "It's here," he declared, his eyes glimmering as he read the hastily scrawled words. "The North has responded. The date is set for 10 days from now, and the location is right here. The supplies include—" "Ha ha ha, old Zhao, we're going to strike it rich." Zhao Taizu leaned closer for a look, lowering his voice. "At last, we have awaited this day. Oh my, so many supplies." Zhang Hai swiftly burned the paper, the ashes scattering with the wind, and returned the oilcloth bundle to its hiding place within the tree hollow. "Remember, no matter what transpires, we must adhere to the plan." The night breeze swept across the ridge, and the stump stood silently, as ever, seemingly guarding all its secrets. Upon returning to the cave, the fire crackled cheerily. Zhang Hai fixated on the dancing flames, and suddenly spoke softly. "I need to rush back to the city tomorrow. The goods we need to exchange are substantial. The mountain paths are treacherous, so preparation is crucial. You must stay here and not venture out." "What? Old Zhang, you want me to stay here alone? Can I not accompany you to the city? I can lend a hand if needed. I truly do not wish to remain here." Zhao Taizu expressed his frustration. "Absolutely not." Zhang Hai firmly rejected Zhao Taizu's plea, his tone unyielding. "I've told you countless times, it is not safe for you to show yourself." Zhao Taizu opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately refrained, kicking at the stones in dejection. Zhang Hai stood, patting his shoulder, his tone softening. Once this matter is resolved and contact is established with the North, you can settle there. We have invested greatly for your sake. Zhao Taizan nodded gloomily. Understood. As evening fell in the forest cabin, Lin Fan was preparing dinner over the stove, a pot of wild boar stew simmering, enhanced with radishes and cabbage, accompanied by cornmeal cakes, filling the air with delightful aromas. Just then, Wang Bin and his companions pushed the door open, their spirits high despite the chill. Lin Fan glanced up, continuing his task. The wind and snow raged outside. They could warm themselves by the fire while awaiting dinner. Wang Bin rubbed his hands together, approaching the flames. Captain, today's descent was worthwhile. I received my wages and bought some nice items from the supply store. Li Qinggai chimed in with a smile. Indeed. Captain, I also brought back some good for my family. Yuan Shifeng, meanwhile, fiddled with his newly acquired trinkets, beaming with pride. Lin Fan lifted the pot lid, releasing a plume of steam that intensified the aroma of the wild boar. Everyone, stop dawdling. Come over and grab a bowl. Dinner is ready. As they gathered around, enjoying the steaming meal, Wang Bin suddenly inquired, Captain, did anything unusual happen in the mountains today? Lin Fan, savoring a bite of vegetables, replied leisurely, encountered a lost soul. I offered him some food, and he moved on. Li Qinggai, curious, asked lost? How could anyone wander in the mountains in this frigid weather? Lin Fan glanced at him and responded, he claimed to be from the city, hunting, but was unfamiliar with the terrain. Yuan Shifeng frowned. Surely this person cannot be foolish enough to travel so far when the city is so much closer? Lin Fan remained silent, continuing to eat. Wang Bin pressed further, Captain, are you suggesting this person poses a threat? Lin Fan set his utensils down. Regardless of whether he does or not, we must fulfill our duties and remain vigilant during patrols. Everyone nodded in agreement. After dinner, Lin Fan stepped to the door, gazing at the swirling snow, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. At that moment, Wang Bin approached after cleaning the dishes. Captain, a fellow named Zheng Dajin from the security department asked me to relay a message. If you have time, please return to the headquarters. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Has Zheng Dajin made progress? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I understand. I will go tomorrow. You all have worked hard today. Get some rest. Chapter 67. Locked in the following morning, as the snowstorm abated, Lin Fan donned his full leather attire, slinging a gun over his shoulder and a canvas bag across his body, prepared to descend the mountain. Pushing the door open, the biting wind rushed in, and Wang Bin quickly handed him a thermos. Captain, have a warm drink for the journey. Lin Fan accepted the thermos, taking a deep breath of the crisp air before stepping into the thick snow, the crunching sound echoing beneath his boots. Navigating through the snow for nearly half a day, Lin Fan finally spotted the headquarters. He quickened his pace and entered the security department, where Hu Zigang was on duty. Lin Fan nodded, pulling out an empty chair to sit. Soon, Hu Zigang, Zheng Dajin, and Zhang Weiken arrived. Dajin, what do you need from me? Is there progress on that matter? Indeed. All the sources of your defamation ultimately lead back to one individual. Lin Fan's expression hardened, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Who is it? Song Qingbo. Who? I do not know this person. Lin Fan responded, puzzled. Ah, you don't know him. Zheng Dajin appeared taken aback. I called you here specifically to inquire about any grievances you may have had with him, and now you tell me you don't recognize him? What is this nonsense? Who is he? Song Qingbo is the head of the political work group. You truly don't recall him? No conflicts? Lin Fan shook his head, furrowing his brow. The political work group? I rarely interact with them during my patrols. I genuinely have no recollection. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening. But if he is targeting me, there must be a reason. Dajin, apprehend him directly. What are we waiting for? Then let us go ahead and capture him. We can interrogate him later to discover his motives. You can listen in from the adjacent room to hear what he says. Zheng Dajin decisively stated. Lin Fan, the order for the arrest must be signed by Director Chun. I need to seek his approval. Please wait here. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze steady as he looked out at the gentle snowfall. Time ticked by, and the crackling of the coal fire filled the silence. His fingers continued to rhythmically tap the table, as if counting some unseen tempo. Approximately half an hour later, Zheng Dajin entered, holding a piece of paper. It's approved. Zhang Weiken sprang to his feet, hastily donning a wool hat, his eyes sharp as blades. Let us go to the political work group right now. The office door swung open with a forceful push. The colleagues in the political work group were present, and Song Qingbo was bent over his desk, writing. Upon seeing the three enter, his expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Adjusting his glasses, he feigned composure. Comrades, whom are you looking for? Comrade Song Qingbo. We have some questions to ask you. Please accompany us. Song Qingbo maintained an air of composure, inquiring, where to? If there are issues, let's address them here. It's all part of the job. I speak candidly and exhaustively. Director Song, I advise you to come with us. It will be beneficial for both you and me. What do you say? Zhang Zheijun replied with a serious expression. Fine, I shall accompany you, Song Qingbo said slowly, rising from his seat and adjusting his collar. He cast a glance at the three individuals before surveying the rest of the office, where everyone continued their work, seemingly unfazed. No need to panic, he added, addressing both the office staff and himself. At that moment, Lin Fan was in Director Hao Deguo's office. Song Qingbo. Director Hao furrowed his brow, his demeanor suddenly grave. Why would this person accuse you? I have no idea. I came to inquire if this could possibly stem from your side, Lin Fan responded, looking at Hao Deguo. After a moment of silence, Hao Deguo lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. No, his petty antics won't harm me in the slightest. Let's go and hear what they have to say. The two men swiftly made their way towards the small room behind the interrogation chamber, where they could clearly hear the dialogue from within. Inside the interrogation room, Song Qingbo sat on a small stool, restrained and under the watchful eyes of Zhang Deijun and Zhang Weiken, one asking questions, the other recording the responses. Who's a gang was stationed at the door. Upon seeing the director and Lin Fan approach, he opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Fan gestured for him to remain silent. As the voices from the interrogation room became distinctly audible, Comrade Song Qingbo, why have you spread false statements regarding Lin Fan? Zhang Deijun's voice was low yet oppressive. Comrades, what are you talking about? Well, have I ever disseminated untruths? Is this how you conduct your inquiries? Don't forget, I'm a cadre of the political work group. You bring me to an interrogation room for questioning? I demand to see the director. See the director? Oh, you will see him, but before that, we must address a few questions. Zhang Deijun tossed several documents onto the table before him. These are testimonies that can confirm you as the source of the rumors. Director Song, surely, you do not intend to deny this? Song Qingbo's complexion shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, yet he stubbornly retorted. These documents are fabricated. I am a respectable political cadre. How dare you slander me in such a manner? Fabricated? Slander? As someone involved in political work, you should understand the concept of a chain of evidence. These documents not only bear witness signatures, but also corroborating details concerning time and place. You cannot deny this. Now, tell us, why did you choose to defame Lin Fan? Song Qingbo's throat tightened, his gaze evasive for a moment, before he suddenly smirked. Very well. I admit it was I who did this, so what? I simply cannot stand him. Do you think such a trivial matter could bring me down? You know who stand behind me. Oh, who might that be? We are genuinely unaware. Please enlighten us, and we will consider it. Zhang Deijun's tone was particularly earnest, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Song Qingbo. The atmosphere in the interrogation room seemed to solidify, while outside, the autumn sun slanted through the window, dust motes drifting in the beams of light. Suddenly, Song Qingbo broke into a wide grin, his voice low and frigid. If you continue to investigate, you might find your own livelihoods at risk. What truth can you speak of then? I advise you to cease your inquiries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the recording notebook. Lin Fan has moved against those he ought not to have. I merely acted as an agent of justice. Moved against whom, precisely? Zhang Deijun expertly seized upon the critical point, pressing forward. Are you certain you wish to know? Indeed. Only by knowing these matters can we determine how to proceed with your case. You claim to have powerful allies, yet you withhold their identity. How can we assess the potential repercussions? If everyone spoke to us in such a manner, how could we carry out our duties? Alternatively, you could have your associates approach us directly for discussions with our leaders. If you remain silent, this matter will be processed according to existing protocols, correct? Song Qingbo's pupils constricted, his mouth twitching as he hesitated, prompting Zhang Deijun to press further. The Lin Fan you spoke of has moved against someone he should not have. Please elaborate. It may provide us with some insights. If the implications are indeed substantial, we must find a way to protect you. Protecting you ensures our own safety. Would you agree? Song Qingbo fixed a piercing stare at Zhang Deijun, then suddenly erupted into laughter. Do you truly wish to know? We do. Zhang Deijun and Zhang Weiken replied in unison. Song Qingbo opened his mouth to speak, then shook his head. It is perhaps better for you to remain ignorant. Some knowledge brings only trouble. Chapter 68. No one will protect you. Zhang Deijun rose slowly, having asked numerous questions yet gleaned little understanding. He locked eyes with Song Qingbo, enunciating each word. Let us see, then, if those you claim to have behind you will come forth to protect you. As long as you remain silent, you shall stay here. We have all the time in the world. With that, he and Zhang Weiken turned to exit the interrogation room, the door clicking shut behind them. This interrogation room was the same small dark space where Lin Fan had been confined, quiet, devoid of anything but silence and the stool beneath Song Qingbo. Those with wavering resolve could easily crumble in such a small dark room. As Zheng Dejin and Zhang Weiken stepped out of the interrogation room, they noticed the door to the adjoining surveillance room open, revealing the calm demeanor of Director Hao and Lin Fan as they emerged. Director Hao nodded and turned away, while Lin Fan joined the others in the duty room. Dejin, your interrogation skills have certainly improved, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. It was mostly idle questioning. We did he extract much? Do you have any ideas? Let us keep it simple. There is no other way but to let him stew for a while. Everyone has their breaking point. Either he will crack first, or his associates will lose their composure. Once that happens, the game will be up. Our task now is to wait. You are right. Let us proceed as such. I refuse to believe that he has anyone of significant stature backing him. Zheng Dejin scoffed. Remember, regardless of who emerges from behind the scenes, you must hold your ground. I understand. Lin Fan patted Zheng Dejin's shoulder, his gaze steady. We have set our pieces in motion. Now we shall observe and remain still. If his backers truly possess formidable influence, they will not sit idly by. Yet, the higher they are in position, the less likely they are to reveal themselves easily, for doing so would equate to admitting involvement. Thus, we can afford to wait. They cannot. Zheng Dejin nodded slightly, a fierce glint in his eye. Indeed, we shall endure and see who ultimately prevails. I am keen to discover the true identity of the forces behind Song Kingbo. Lin Fan approached the window, gazing at the snowflakes cascading outside, growing heavier and blanketing the world in a shroud of white, as if concealing all secrets within this silent expanse. He extended his hand towards the window, feeling the gentle touch of the snowflakes, and softly mused. The one behind this, daring to send Song Kingbo after me, must possess some considerable means. During this time, we all must remain vigilant to avoid their desperate measures. Zheng Dejin's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Rest assured, Captain, I will arrange for our team to enhance patrols, ensuring key positions within the field are staffed. Should anything arise, we shall respond immediately. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, patting Zheng Dejin's arm. Thank you for your hard work. Once this ordeal passes, I shall treat everyone to drinks. Zheng Dejin grinned. Captain, it's settled then. We expect something good. In the following days, while the field seemed tranquil on the surface, a tumultuous undercurrent raged beneath. Song Kingbo remained confined in the interrogation room, with no one but the food delivery personnel speaking to him. Initially, he managed to keep his composure, but as time wore on, the silence and solitude of the small dark room began to gnaw at his resolve. He became increasingly restless, pacing back and forth within the confines of the room, muttering to himself incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had returned to the mountains, entrusting the farm to Zheng Dejin and his team. Having spent less than 3 days in the small dark room, Song Kingbo was teetering on the brink of collapse. He could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly outside the door. I must see the director. I have something to say. The guard on duty, hearing the commotion, promptly reported to Chen Jinmu. After a brief discussion with Zheng Dejin, Chen Jinmu decided to allow Director Hao to meet with Song Kingbo. Inside the interrogation room, Song Kingbo, with disheveled hair and a vacant gaze, saw the director and Zheng Dejin enter and lunge towards them as if they were his last hope. I will tell you everything. I beg you, please don't keep me locked up here any longer. Hao Deguo and Zheng Dejin exchanged glances and sat down. Now, tell us, who is behind you? Taking a deep breath, Song Kingbo slowly replied, It's Deputy Director Wang from the department. He instructed me to frame Lin Fan, claiming that if I tarnished Lin Fan's reputation, it would bring you down, and he would be promoted and reward me handsomely. Hao Deguo smiled faintly and shared a knowing look with Zheng Dejin. Have him sign and put his thumbprint on it. With trembling hands, Song Kingbo inscribed his name on the confession and pressed his thumbprint down, as if this act would liberate him from the unending nightmare. Hao Deguo tucked away the confession and rose to his feet. Zheng Dejin leaned closer, gesturing discreetly at the document, and whispered, Director, should we take action? Hao Deguo shook his head slightly, his gaze steady. Not yet, be patient. With that, he departed, holding the confession. As nightfall quietly descended, Hao Deguo returned to his office, securing the confession in a safe, then reclined in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The moonlight outside, like frost, spilled over the teacup on his desk, casting a faint halo. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his fingertips gently drummed the armrest, and gradually, a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, This young man indeed possesses some skill. He has accurately predicted the outcome. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Song Kingbo was dealt with according to the law for his slander, rendering him unfit for any leadership role. The next morning, Deputy Director Wang spent a considerable amount of time in Hao Deguo's office, and upon exiting, his face was ashen, his hands trembling so much that he could barely hold onto his hat. That afternoon, The department announced the decision to relieve Song Kingbo of his duties as the head of the political work group, and he was to be handed over to higher authorities for further investigation. As for Deputy Director Wang, although he was not publicly reprimanded, he would soon be reassigned to a peripheral department, but that was a matter for another time. Upon reading the news at the department's bulletin board, Zhang Dejin could no longer suppress the thrill within him. With the right timing, favorable conditions, and the support of the people, he had everything in his favor. Why shouldn't he be the one? Despite the falling snow, the late hour, and the treacherous mountain trails, none of these could deter Zhang Dejin from his fervent resolve. Clenching his fists, he had a singular purpose: to venture into the mountains to meet Lin Fan. He understood who the pivotal figure was for his next move. Zhang Dejin trudged through the snow, each step deeper than the last, his face stinging from the icy flakes. Yet throughout the journey, he pondered how Lin Fan's mind worked, marveling at how he seemed to surpass him in cunning. After what felt like an eternity, darkness enveloped him, and he finally reached the small wooden cabin where Lin Fan resided during his patrols. Shaking off the snow, he pushed the door open. Inside, a warm fire crackled, and Lin Fan, seated by the flames, looked up in surprise. "Ah, Dejin, what brings you here so late? Is there something urgent?" With a grin, Lin Fan stood and poured Zhang Dejin a cup of hot tea. Chapter 69. Seizing the position, Zhang Dejin plopped down beside the fire, gulping down the tea in one breath, then exhaled deeply. "Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable. Song Kingbo has confessed everything and has implicated Deputy Director Wang. The department has already posted the decision to terminate Song's position, and when he emerged from the director's office this morning, he looked utterly ghastly, his hands shaking so badly he could hardly steady his hat." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm aware." Zhang Dejin nodded, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Captain, what do you think the director will do about Deputy Director Wang? Will he be dismissed as well?" Shaking his head slowly, Lin Fan replied, "The director is a prudent man. He will not make hasty decisions. Though Deputy Director Wang erred, he has been with the department for years and has established his foundation. The director will likely observe for a time, assessing his attitude and performance before making a final decision." "You are right. That is indeed a matter for Director Hao to contemplate. However, I have another idea." Lin Fan raised his gaze to meet Zhang Dejin's, intrigued. "Oh, what is your idea? I'm all ears." Feeling somewhat sheepish, Zhang Dejin scratched his head. "Lin Fan, with Song Kingbo's position now vacant, this is an opportunity. Surely we need to arrange for someone from our side to take that place, don't you think?" Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Dejin, it's commendable that you are ambitious. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. You have the qualifications and intelligence." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Dejin beamed with joy. "Lin Fan, you agree?" Lin Fan chuckled, patting Zhang Dejin on the shoulder. "My agreement means little. It's Director Hao's approval that truly matters. Lin Fan, I want to say much more. I'll remember this kindness. Will you come down the mountain with me tonight? Is it that urgent?" "Of course. With this news out, many will be stirred. Your location is far, and we've already lost precious time. By tomorrow, the opportunity may be lost. All right, I'll accompany you down the mountain." Lin Fan laughed as he rose, bidding farewell to his teammates, packing his belongings, and following Zhang Dejin into the snowy descent. Within the wooden cabin, the three others had been listening to their conversation since Zhang Dejin entered. Initially, they considered interjecting, but as the discussion progressed, they hesitated to speak, their thoughts churning. Zhang Dejin was a trusted aide in the security department and was said to be highly valued by Director Chun, earning respect from everyone at the farm. Yet, in front of Lin Fan, he displayed such deference, discussing matters of position with ease. "Hey, old Wang, did you hear that? What are they talking about? I can't shake the feeling that the waters are too deep. They're discussing things we wouldn't dare to imagine." Leeching Guy murmured, hands tucked within his coat sleeves, squinting towards the door. Lin Fan, though he appears young, conducts himself with remarkable steadiness. Wang Bin remarked, observing the diminishing footprints outside. "Indeed, I wanted to chime in, but I quickly realized it was impossible." Yuan Shifeng shook his head. "But let us not be disheartened. After all, Lin Fan is our captain, and he is the one closest to us." Zhang Dejin still needed to come up here personally to invite him. The group engaged in animated discussion within the small cabin. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Zhang Dejin had already embarked on their descent, the snow continuing to fall, but their steps growing increasingly resolute. Upon reaching the department, Lin Fan led Zhang Dejin directly to Director Hao's office. Spotting them enter, Director Hao rose with a smile. "Lin Fan, you finally arrived. I thought I'd worn out the threshold waiting for you. Look, it's nearly 10 o'clock. If you hadn't come soon, I'd have gone home." Lin Fan chuckled. "Director, were you really waiting for me?" Director Hao shot Lin Fan a sidelong glance. "You think so highly of yourself. I was simply waiting to wrap things up. Comrade Lin Fan, if you have matters to discuss, report back tomorrow. I'm off work now. Ah, Director, I was mistaken. I came here specifically to find you. Please don't clock out. I have urgent news to report. Lin Fan waved his hands, a smile on his face. However, Director Hao feigned irritation, glaring at him momentarily before bursting into laughter. You little rascal, learning to be clever now, are you? Well, it's sufficient that you've come. Whether you speak or not makes no difference. At this point, Director Hao finally glanced at Zheng Dajin. Comrade Zheng Dajin is here too. Please, have a seat. Lin Fan took out a cigarette and casually dispersed a circle of smoke. Zheng Dajin accepted the cigarette, nodding eagerly. Thank you, Captain Lin. Thank you, Director Chong. Yet, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. The banter between Lin Fan and Director Chong appeared lighthearted, but there existed an undeniable camaraderie between them. The fact that Lin Fan could directly enter the office for a discussion, while he, a mere security officer, could bask in the glow of their interaction, only deepened his intrigue. Stealing a glance at Director Chang's countenance, which radiated warmth and familiarity towards Lin Fan, he became increasingly convinced this young Lin Fan was no ordinary individual. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lin Fan spoke slowly. Director, Comrade Zheng Dajin has exhibited exceptional diligence in his work within the security department, particularly demonstrated by his remarkable performance in a recent case. Moreover, he has cultivated a substantial rapport with the workforce, earning their unwavering trust. If there are any suitable personnel arrangements under consideration, it would be prudent to heed the voices from the grassroots. Comrade Zheng Dajin is indeed a talent worthy of a more fitting platform for his earnest endeavors. Where did you acquire such eloquence? Such a comprehensive argument. Personnel arrangements are of paramount importance to the farm. Every position, especially leadership roles, carries immense responsibilities. However, since you've raised the issue, it is only fitting that we consider the perspectives of our grassroots comrades. Zheng Dajin, while Lin Fan has vouched for you, I must ask you directly, if a position were to be changed, would you be able to rise to the occasion? Zheng Dajin immediately straightened his posture. Director, rest assured, I'm wholly committed to my work under your leadership. I fear neither hardship nor difficulty. I will strive diligently to live up to your expectations. Director Chong nodded. Turning to Lin Fan, very well, your insight is commendable. I shall bring this matter up in our meeting. For today, let us conclude here. You may head home after work. Upon exiting Director Chang's office, Zheng Dajin expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I cannot thank you enough. I shall remember this kindness. Just watch my performance. Dajin, we are all working for the betterment of the farm, so there is no need for such formality. Strengthen yourself to embrace the upcoming challenges, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Ha, Lin Fan, it seems you can no longer return to the mountain tonight. Stay in my place. All right, then I must trouble you, Dajin, Lin Fan said, fully aware that Zheng Dajin would likely find it difficult to sleep soundly that night. Trouble? Not at all. I feel truly remorseful for making you come down the mountain at this hour. As they conversed, they made their way to Zheng Dajin's residence. Along the way, Zheng Dajin was brimming with excitement. Upon reaching, Lin Fan noticed the lights were on, which struck him as peculiar, though it was a single-person dormitory. As soon as they entered, a young woman rose to greet them. Dajin, why are you back so late? Who is this? This is my wife. Dear, this is Brother Lin Fan, as I mentioned the other day. Oh, Brother Lin Fan, please have a seat. Dajin speaks of you often. Wife. Do you know? I just met with the director. Brother Lin Fan is the one I brought down from the mountain. It's too late to return, and I anticipate a promotion. Zheng Dajin's words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, leaving his wife utterly confused. Huh, Dajin, can you be any less reliable? Where am I supposed to sleep? Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation. With a large bed, we can all sleep together. No, you take the spot. I'll squeeze in with Wei Chung. What are you saying? Lin Fan placed a hand on his forehead, regretting having pushed this man to a higher position. Surely, something was amiss with his reasoning. At this moment, Dajin's wife seemed to slowly grasp the situation and pulled Zheng Dajin aside, nearly causing him to stumble. Dajin, is what you said true? A promotion? Yes. How wonderful. Listen, you two, could you celebrate after I leave? Is Zhang Wei Chung living alone? I might go squeeze in with him. Brother Lin Fan, just stay here. The bed is large. This time, it was Dajin's wife who spoke up. In these times, it was quite normal for a family to share a bed, and even for guests to join in, but Lin Fan found himself unaccustomed to such arrangements. Chapter 70. Pursuit. A weary man came to a halt in front of a small courtyard at number 35, Pinghe Road, in the city. The knock on the door, long and short, resonated clearly in the stillness of the alley. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open a crack. Oh, it's you. Come in. Half a face appeared in the gap. The man slipped inside, his boots still caked with mud from the mountain path. It was Zhang Hai, whom Lin Fan had encountered before. Is Master Hu in? Yes, come inside quickly. The two crossed the courtyard. Within, a dim kerosene lamp flickered, casting a warm glow over Hu Yi, who sat at the edge of the Kong, smoking. Upon seeing Zhang Hai, Hu Yi extinguished his pipe and scrutinized him with keen eyes. Did everything go smoothly? Smoothly. Zhang Hai unfastened the cloth bag slung over his shoulder and placed it on the table with a dull thud. I acquired the information from the other side. The date is set for the 20th. The goods are prepared on their end, just waiting for our exchange. Hu Yi nodded, his expression brightening. Good. You've done well this time. Did you see Taiju? I did. He is quite resentful and uncomfortable hiding away. I advised him to stay put until the storm passes. Hu Yi fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I know Taiju's temperament all too well. He is fiercely independent. Never mind. After we switch this batch of goods, you'll be free to head north. Master Hu, the goods mentioned from above are substantial. What we have to exchange? Our money is of no value to them. Haha, didn't I just say Taiju? What? Trading a person for goods? Hu Yi narrowed his eyes. Speaking in a low voice, exactly. Zhang Hai gasped, raising his thumb in admiration. Master Hu, you are indeed brilliant. Although I don't fully comprehend, I'm thoroughly impressed. This could potentially yield a significant profit, a risk-free venture. Laughter echoed in the dimly lit room, yet could not mask the air thick with tension. As the laughter subsided, Hu Yi's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixated on the flickering flame of the oil lamp. This undertaking falls to you, Zhang Hai. Take 3 brothers with you. Success is the only option. I am naming you. Haozi, Daliang, and Zhang Shun. You will make this trip. The men surrounding them nodded in unison, their expressions grave. Zhang Hai straightened, responding solemnly. Master Hu, rest assured, we will depart first thing tomorrow morning. In a small wooden cabin on the mountain. Lin Fan had been back for several days. Today, he had just returned from patrolling the mountain, standing at the door to brush off the snow and mud from his clothes. Afterward, he entered and added some coal to the fire pit, gathering the tanned rabbit skins for storage. Before long, Wang Bin returned, his expression grave as he reported, Captain, while I was patrolling the mountain today, I discovered some suspicious footprints that do not resemble those of ordinary hunters. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Oh, where exactly? Wang Bin produced a map, pointing to a specific area. In this dense forest, there are many people, and they are heading north. Lin Fan scrutinized the map, his finger slowly tracing the designated area. All right, I understand. I will go take a look tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Fan shouldered his weapon and ventured into the dense forest. The woodland was lush, with a thick blanket of snow covering the ground, each step eliciting a crunching sound. Lin Fan proceeded cautiously, his eyes vigilantly scanning his surroundings. After about 2 hours, Lin Fan suddenly halted, crouching down to inspect the prints in the snow. The footprints were chaotic, accompanied by traces of sleds. Standing back up, he assessed the situation. It was clear that these individuals could not be far off. Gripping his weapon tightly, he continued to follow the trail. After nearly another hour, Lin Fan squinted his eyes, observing the tracks stretching northward in the snow. The cold wind brushed past his ears, and his heartbeat quickened. The further he walked, the more he sensed something was amiss. This direction was undoubtedly heading towards the border. Indeed, these footprints belonged to Zhang Hai and his companions. They arrived yesterday, first meeting with Zhao Taizu in the cave. And today they are heading straight for the border. Who are these individuals? What is their purpose at the border? Lin Fan pondered in confusion. At the border, Zhang Hai led Zhao Taizu and 3 other men, stopping before a large tree stump. The wind and snow intensified, obscuring the winding tracks they had left behind. Zhao Taizu, shivering, asked, "Shall we proceed?" "No more movement. We shall wait here. Old Zhao, who he has arranged for you. He has spoken with the people to the north. And it's not safe for you to remain with us. They have people ready to assist you on the other side, and someone will soon guide you across the border." As Zhang Hai finished speaking, a figure quietly emerged from the distant snowy slope, waving in their direction. Zhang Hai squinted, raising his hand to signal the others to be on guard. As the figure approached, it turned out to be a foreigner clad in a leather coat, mumbling something incomprehensible. However, one of Zhang Hai's companions stepped forward and began conversing fluently with him. Zhang Hai felt a surge of astonishment. Hu Yi's arrangements were remarkably thorough, even including a translator. He discreetly scrutinized the foreigner, realizing that the translator assigned by Hu Yi was named Zhang Shun, who usually stayed by Hu Yi's side without drawing attention, yet was proficient in foreign languages. After exchanging a few words with the foreigner, Zhang Shun turned to Zhang Hai and said, "He says the person waiting for us is just over the slope, along with the cargo, and he inquires if we have brought our men. Tell him we have." Just this brother Taizu here? Zhang Shun relayed, then resumed his rapid dialogue with the foreigner. Zhang Shun nodded and gestured to the foreigner, who promptly changed direction and began trudging through the deep snow towards the slope's rear. Zhang Hai patted Zhao Taizu on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Once we arrive, we will be safe." Zhao Taizu's complexion paled, his steps hesitant. As a cultured man, he understood bits and pieces of the conversation, yet feeling he had nowhere else to go, he decided to proceed. "Old Zhang, thank you for your care during this time. Without you, I would have perished in the ravine long ago. Please convey my gratitude to Hu Yi. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. Should I ever return, I shall repay it." With that, Zhao Taizu tightened his tattered cotton coat and stepped towards the foreigner. At that moment, Lin Fan had stealthily approached a tree 100 meters away, and seeing someone attempting to cross the border, he fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot erupted in the snowy valley, causing snow to cascade down from the treetops. "Halt! No crossing the border. One more step, and I will shoot." Lin Fan shouted sternly, gun raised. Zhao Taizu had just reached the borderline when the gunshot rang out, causing him to freeze, instinctively turning to look at Lin Fan, his face a mixture of fear and complexity. "Zhao Taizu." Lin Fan now recognized the shivering figure. "Indeed, it is I. I had my doubts, but now I am resolute. Look." With that, he stepped over the boundary marker. "Go ahead, shoot me." Ha ha. Zhao Taizu's laughter twisted in the cold wind as Lin Fan's finger tightened on the trigger, yet he hesitated to pull it. In that fleeting moment, he saw a tear slip from the corner of Zhao Taizu's eye, frozen by the wind into a crystalline line, while Zhao Taizu's steps showed no hesitation as he fully crossed into the darkness outside the snowy realm. The foreigner approached and draped a thick woolen cloak over his shoulders, and the two figures vanished over the opposite hillside. Lin Fan slowly lowered his gun, his throat tightening. The only sound remaining was the howling wind and snow. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt as though death itself was watching him, an icy sensation enveloping him. His hair stood on end as he swiftly rolled to the side. Almost simultaneously, a bullet whizzed past his ear, kicking up a flurry of snow from the ground. Lin Fan rolled on the spot, using the momentum to fire 2 rounds in the direction of the bullet's trajectory. He heard no gunfire and saw no shooter. His intention was merely to buy himself a moment. After firing, he quickly rolled behind a large tree, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his breath formed clouds in the frigid air. Chapter 71. The sniper leaning against the tree. Lin Fan's heart raced violently within his chest. He endeavored to calm himself, ears straining to capture any surrounding sounds. The sniper was cunning. After missing their shot, they had fallen silent, concealed in an unknown corner. Lin Fan gradually regulated his breathing, peering through the gaps in the tree trunk to observe his surroundings. The snow continued to fall, the swirling flakes blurring his vision, yet this only heightened the challenge of locating the hidden adversary. He knew he could not remain hidden indefinitely. He needed to devise a way to uncover the concealed opponent. "Zhang Hai," Lin Fan called from behind the tree. He recognized Zhang Hai and wondered about the intentions of the few people accompanying him. Lin Fan surmised they were likely adversaries and would not assist him. Yet he felt compelled to test their position. "Zhang Hai, what brings you here?" "Quickly hide. There's a sniper across the way." Zhang Hai, equally distressed, realized that their mission was only half complete. They had delivered the person, but had yet to secure the goods, and now Lin Fan had appeared. Lying on the snowy slope, Zhang Hai heard Lin Fan shout, but did not turn back. Instead, he whispered to those beside him, "Shunzi, what should we do?" Shunzi narrowed his eyes, scanning Lin Fan's south hiding place before glancing at Zhao Taizu, who was moving further away across the border. Clenching his jaw, he declared, "We must eliminate him. We cannot leave any witnesses. Otherwise, our mission cannot continue." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai's expression hardened. "You are correct. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will draw him out. You all find a good angle, and when he shows himself, open fire. Remember, be swift and precise." Zhang Hai whispered, then slowly rose, deliberately snapping a dry twig to create a sharp sound. "Brother Lin, come over here. We are allies. It's safe here." His tone was urgent and sincere. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he cautiously shifted against the tree trunk, fingers once more tightening around the trigger. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai's companions, Zhang Shun and the others, raised their guns, aiming at the tree where Lin Fan concealed himself. Lin Fan smirked inwardly. He would not fall for their deception so easily. He deliberately created some noise, making it seem as though he was moving towards Zhang Hai while secretly observing Zhang Shun and his companions' positions. Hearing Lin Fan's approaching sounds, Zhang Shun and the others became highly alert, their eyes fixed on the tree's direction, fingers poised on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. Lin Fan retrieved a hat from his belongings, placing his gun against it, and slowly extended it out. The moment the hat peeked out from behind the trunk, 3 flashes of gunfire erupted from the snowy slope. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire exploded, shredding the hat to pieces, cotton fluff scattering in the wind and snow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan rolled to a different position, his gun aimed like a viper, locking on a Zhang Shun's silhouette, and fired 2 rounds in quick succession. Caught off guard by Lin Fan's cunning, Zhang Shun and his companions scrambled for cover. Realizing their plan had failed, Zhang Hai cursed under his breath and quickly sought a place to conceal himself. As Lin Fan continued to shoot while rolling, he felt a chilling sensation, as if death were watching him once more. His heart raced, and he swiftly pushed off the ground, narrowly sliding to the side. Almost simultaneously, a bullet whizzed past him, striking the snowbank he had just occupied, sending a spray of snow into the air. Lin Fan's movements faltered, but he still managed to roll behind a rock before gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Lin Fan felt as though he had just glimpsed the brink of death. This situation could not persist. He needed to devise a way to break the deadlock. Hiding behind the rock, Lin Fan quickly analyzed the situation. It appeared that Zhang Hai and the others were not in direct opposition to the individuals across the way. Having delivered their charge, they seemed to linger for some unfinished business. This was something he could probe. Thus he called out Zhang Hai. "We bear no grievances against each other. You should leave, and I assure you, I will not fire." Zhang Hai fell into a momentary silence before suddenly sneering, "Lin Fan, do you take me for a fool? If anyone is to leave, it will be you first. We assure you we won't fire." Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the swirling snow mist, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, since neither of us is inclined to depart. Let us linger here." The wind and snow grew increasingly chaotic, enveloping the world in a blinding white, as if seeking to entomb this standoff for eternity. Clad in a leather hunting outfit, Lin Fan possessed superior cold resistance compared to Zhang Hai and his companions, who were dressed in ordinary cotton garments. Shivering uncontrollably in the biting wind, prolonged exposure could potentially lead to their demise from a cold. Lin Fan understood that the longer this stalemate persisted, the more advantageous it would be for him. Firstly, Zhang Hai and his companions would inevitably experience a decline in both stamina and tolerance to the cold, while he had access to warm beverages and food from his spatial inventory, giving him a decisive edge in a war of attrition. Moreover, as night fell, the sniper opposite would suffer from restricted visibility, allowing Lin Fan to stealthily withdraw under the cover of darkness. As time passed, Zhang Hai and his men began to falter, their teeth chattering, limbs growing increasingly unresponsive. Zhang Shun edged closer to Zhang Hai, whispering, "Brother Hai, this is not sustainable. We must devise a plan." Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, his fierce gaze locked onto Lin Fan's concealed position, yet feeling utterly helpless. Hidden behind the rocks, Lin Fan listened intently to the sounds outside. Quietly plotting his next move, he discreetly retrieved a thermos from his spatial inventory. The water inside was warm, and as he took a sip, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body. He knew he must remain patient and continue to wait for the opportune moment. "Brother Hai, I have an idea," Zhang Shun urged. "What is it? Speak quickly." Lin Fan's tone was urgent. "We can head north. The sniper on the opposite side will keep Lin Fan from showing his face. Once he leaves, we can return and bring the goods back with us." "Good thinking. Shunzi, your mind is sharp. Let us move quietly, allowing that little brat Lin Fan to freeze to death here." "Ha ha." The 4 of them stealthily slipped away, their movements masked by the howling storm. Leaning against the rock face, Lin Fan noted the prolonged silence outside and called out, "Zhang Hai, are you cold? I have hot water and liquor here. Would you care for a taste?" The only response was the whistling of the wind. After waiting for a while without any sign of life, Lin Fan's caution heightened. Had they already departed? He assessed the terrain. Assuming Zhang Hai and his men had left, he would have considerably more room to maneuver without their assistance. With a swift roll, he returned to the shelter of a large tree, where the sniper's line of sight was obstructed. He cautiously peeked out, squinting as he scanned the surroundings. The snow-covered ground was a vast expanse of white. Zhang Hai's tracks buried beneath a fresh layer of snow, leaving only a few scattered footprints leading northward. "Damn it," Lin Fan cursed inwardly, realizing that Zhang Hai and his men had undoubtedly ventured across. He retracted his gaze, contemplating his next actions. Was the situation changing again? Unable to see what was happening on the other side, and unwilling to expose himself carelessly, he cursed the sniper under his breath. "Just you wait. I will deal with you." Lin Fan harbored a deep resentment towards this sniper, and since conventional tactics were off the table, he resolved to find a way to approach from behind and eliminate him unexpectedly. Clenching his firearm, he made a firm decision. Lin Fan began mentally charting a route, moving swiftly toward the border, making every effort to avoid areas that might reveal his position, relying on his familiarity with the forest to continually adjust his direction. Chapter 72. The Duel. After advancing a distance and lying low, Lin Fan took another step forward, then concealed himself once more. He exerted considerable effort, making a wide detour until he neared the sniper's position. Although he knew the general area, he was uncertain of the sniper's exact hiding place, which made this moment particularly perilous. Down the slope, Zhang Hai, along with his 3 companions, had made contact with the other side. At the bottom of the slope stood a jeep, with only a foreigner seated inside, an imposing figure with a bushy beard who had recently assisted Zhao Taizu. Zhao Taizu had already departed, evident from the distinct tire tracks on the ground, suggesting he had been picked up. With Zhang Shun as their translator, they received a warm welcome from the foreigner. "I swear, if you don't arrive soon, we shall leave. This damn snow is too cold," the bearded man exclaimed in a rapid, incomprehensible tongue. "A bit unexpected, but here we are. Where are the goods?" Zhang Shun approached to negotiate. "All here. Please check. This is our first collaboration, and we must uphold integrity. If everything is satisfactory, you may take your leave. We must also depart." The bearded man swung open the rear of the jeep, which was a military model without the typical trunk of modern vehicles, revealing part of the seating area behind the seats. Zhang Shun nodded toward Zhang Hai, signaling he says to check the goods, and if there are no issues, he wants to leave. Zhang Hai gestured affirmatively to his 2 brothers. Inside were 3 crates, and upon opening them, the 2 men gasped in astonishment. The foreigner merely curled his lip. Although the crates contained brand new Mosin-Nagant rifles and ammunition, what they considered treasures had long been obsolete in the north, which had already transitioned to the new AK series. "The goods are fine. May our cooperation be fruitful." Zhang Shun chattered away with the foreigner, even shaking hands. The bearded man climbed back into the jeep and revved the engine, speeding off into the distance. In the forest, Lin Fan was now covered by a thick layer of snow, carefully crawling forward, blending seamlessly with the snowy ground, making him nearly undetectable. Each movement required considerable effort, but he paid no mind to the exertion, his eyes fixed ahead, ears perked to catch any faint sounds. What does that smell?" Lin Fan suddenly detected the scent of liquor wafting down from the wind. Judging by the wind speed, the source was no more than 20 meters away. He immediately halted, pressing himself flat against the snow, daring not to make a sound. Peering from behind a large tree, he noticed a small snow mound that seemed irregular compared to the surrounding snow, suggesting there was something beneath it. Lin Fan's heart raced. He surmised that this could very well be the sniper's hideout. Suddenly, a slight movement caught his eye. It was indeed the sniper, likely too cold. Clutching a metallic flask and taking swigs of liquor, the aroma emanating from this very spot. He inched closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, enough. Lin Fan lay flat in the snow, extending his hand as a surge of spatial energy enveloped the sniper, silently whisking him away to his demise. Lin Fan remained prone in the snow, breathing in the fresh air, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. Within the sniper's hideout lay a box containing ammunition, unassembled mounts, and a specialized sniper rifle equipped with a scope and silencer. No wonder he had made no sound when firing at Lin Fan. What a treasure, Lin Fan mused, delighted as he held the sniper rifle, caressing it with affection. Just then, a distant, faint engine noise reached his ears. Lin Fan's heart raced. The sound was unmistakably that of an approaching vehicle. He quickly concealed himself, returning the box to his spatial inventory, checking the rifle's magazine as he crouched beneath some underbrush. Setting up the sniper rifle. Through the scope, he saw a jeep laboriously trundling over the snow, advancing toward his position. The driver was a foreigner with a bushy beard. Lin Fan recognized him as the one who had previously assisted Zhao Taizu, though there appeared to be no one else in the vehicle. Approaching, ever closer, Lin Fan contemplated in his heart whether he should eliminate this man. Before he could reach a decision, a jeep halted not far away, its door flung open, and a burly man leapt out, vociferously calling out, "Pavlov, let us go, the matter is settled," while waving his hand. Lin Fan understood him. In this era, the foreign language taught in middle schools predominantly featured Russian. Was that even feasible? The man was already dead. Seeing the lack of response, the burly fellow muttered a few words and ambled over. Lin Fan squeezed the trigger. There was no gunshot, just the gentle sound of the firing pin striking. A crimson line burst forth from the man's forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. This gun was truly powerful. Lin Fan silently applauded this treasure. He surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and hurriedly rose to erase all traces. The burly man's leather coat was quite fine. The blanket beneath the sniper was commendable, and his military overcoat was also decent. In short, Lin Fan stripped these two foreign men of their belongings, then utilized his spatial powers to excavate a deep pit for burial, meticulously obliterating all evidence. After conducting a final inspection of the scene, he turned to leave, but wait. The Jeep remained here. It was a cutting-edge Soviet military all-terrain vehicle, and despite being caked in mud, its pristine condition was unmistakable. He decided to take it along. With a mere gesture, the Jeep vanished from sight, leaving behind only two stark tire tracks in the snow. The day was nearly dark. He needed to return swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai, accompanied by a group of brothers, was hauling 3 crates of firearms and ammunition, preparing to make their way back. Zhang Shun, being the more astute, spoke up, "Brother Hai, do you think Lin Fan is still over there?" "Ah, how could I have forgotten?" Caught up in the excitement. "Here, that's what we'll do. We'll split into 2 teams. Zhang Shun will accompany me, while Monkey and Dai Liang will scout ahead. If anything unusual arises, you two fire your guns. With this much cargo, we cannot afford a single mishap." Monkey and Dai Liang exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded, fully aware of the cargo's significance and the need for utmost vigilance. With guns in hand, they cautiously retraced their steps, remaining alert to any disturbances in their surroundings. Zhang Hai and Zhang Shun hastened to pull the sled with the crates, trailing behind, their eyes fixated on both the path ahead and the surrounding area. Not far into their journey, Monkey suddenly slipped, nearly tumbling, eliciting a faint gasp. Dai Liang quickly reached out to steady him, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" Monkey regained his balance and whispered, "I'm fine, just the snow is too slick." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Hai and Zhang Shun immediately tensed up. Zhang Hai quietly called out, "Monkey, Dai Liang, what is happening?" Monkey promptly reassured him, "Brother Hai, it's nothing. I just slipped a bit." Zhang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, but still cautioned, "Be careful. Don't let anything go awry." Just then, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, as if something were swiftly moving through the snow. Monkey and Dai Liang instantly became alert, guns drawn, aiming towards the source of the sound, and shouted, "Who is there? Step out." Zhang Hai and Zhang Shun halted, bracing themselves for any eventuality. The sound grew increasingly closer, heightening the tension among them. Finally, a figure emerged from the snowdrift, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a wild hare. Monkey and Dai Liang exhaled in relief, nearly bursting into laughter. Zhang Hai also relaxed, muttering, "Damn, you gave me quite a scare. Let's move on." Chapter 73. A fine gun Lin Fan traversed back across the border, the biting cold wind carving a deep sled track in the snow, starkly visible. The direction of the tracks indicated that Zhang Hai and his crew had evidently returned, and it hadn't been long. The sinuous trail extended toward a distant valley, suggesting they had opted for a concealed path to evade patrolling border guards. Lin Fan observed no signs of their transaction and remained unaware that their sled was laden with contraband firearms and ammunition. Therefore, he dismissed the matter, considering Zhao Taizu's escape as the conclusion of the affair. Today, Lin Fan had acquired a fine rifle, which elevated his spirits immensely. With the frigid chill settling in, he sought a place to spend the night. Darkness was encroaching, and the base was at least a 3-hour journey away. Traversing the night in such weather would be perilous. Not far from his location, a hunter's cabin awaited. Lin Fan was quite familiar with the area from his frequent excursions into the mountains. Hunters often constructed rudimentary shelters in the woods for temporary lodging. Though modest, it was sturdy enough to withstand wild beasts and the biting wind. He quickened his pace toward the cabin. Upon reaching the door, he removed the bar securing it, a simple method to keep it locked from the outside. Lin Fan propped the bar beside the door and gently pushed it open, the door creaking as it yielded to him. Inside, a musty odor mingled with the scent of hay permeated the air. As Lin Fan stepped inside, he utilized the faint moonlight streaming through the window to discern the interior. A dilapidated wooden table, a few chairs, and a heap of hay in the corner, likely a former resting place for the hunter. The cabin was devoid of a stove, serving merely as a makeshift refuge. From a spatial pocket, Lin Fan retrieved a semi-finished fireplace, connecting the chimney to the exterior. The fire ignited, gradually warming the room and dispelling the cold and mildew. Lin Fan settled beside the fire, extracting some provisions from his spatial pocket and consuming a modest meal to replenish his energy. After satisfying his hunger, he began to inspect the day's bounty. The sniper rifle lay on the table, and he meticulously wiped down its body, affixing the stand and attaching the silencer. This weapon was also accompanied by a bayonet, a classic piece. Lin Fan shouldered the rifle, peering through the scope, simulating aiming and firing motions, utterly enamored. The rifle utilized 7.62 by 54 mm cartridges, the same caliber as the Mosin Nagant, boasting an extended range, far surpassing that of the 5.56 millimeters. Hunting with this rifle was akin to employing a disproportionate force. None of the other items held the same allure as this sniper rifle. The burly man he had dispatched wielded an AK, suited for close-quarters combat with formidable firepower, capable of unleashing a 30-round burst that was undeniably suppressive fire. Although the hunter's cabin was rudimentary, it afforded him a rare sense of security at this moment. After a prolonged bout of activity, weariness overcame Lin Fan. He retrieved the blanket he had acquired today and spread it over the hay, then took out the bearskin sleeping bag made by Sister Shijin, burrowing inside and closing his eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cabin's crevices, warming Lin Fan's face as he slowly opened his eyes, relishing the lingering warmth within. After a simple wash, Lin Fan resolved to take his newly acquired sniper rifle for a test, eager to experience the reputed long-range accuracy of the weapon in the hunt. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and ventured deep into the forest. Along the way, he remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings. Drawing from his extensive experience in the woods, he soon identified a frequented spot for wild hares. Several clusters of dense shrubs surrounded the area, with some nibble grass roots clearly indicating the hares' foraging activities. Lin Fan found a suitable concealed position, crouching down to set up the sniper rifle, keenly focusing through the scope on the thicket. His breathing slowed to a steady rhythm as time ticked by. His gaze remained fixed through the sight. Suddenly, a gray hare poked its head out from the bushes, cautiously surveying its surroundings, its long ears twitching intermittently. Lin Fan's heartbeat quickened slightly, but he stifled his excitement, refraining from firing just yet. He awaited the moment the hare fully relaxed its vigilance and stepped out from the underbrush. At long last, the hare sensed the absence of danger around it and, with a lively bounce, emerged from the thicket, scampering toward a grassy expanse. 1,000 meters away, Lin Fan delicately placed his index finger on the trigger. The instant the hare came to a halt, he decisively squeezed the trigger. A soft pop resonated, and the bullet, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the hare with unerring accuracy. The creature collapsed upon impact, struggling briefly before lying still. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, searching for the next target. Remarkably, his shot had not startled the other hares, and another one soon appeared. Finding his rhythm, Lin Fan took aim once more, delivering a lethal strike. Rising to retrieve the hare, his satisfaction with the sniper rifle deepened. The weapon's formidable power was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. At such a distance, it had hit the target with remarkable precision. No longer would he waste such an exquisite firearm on hares, for it would tarnish its esteemed reputation. Thus, he continued his pursuit of other game within the forested mountains. Not far into his search, he stumbled upon a sounder of wild boars foraging in the snow-laden ground at the edge of an oak grove. This group was substantial, comprising both large and small specimens. Engrossed in rooting through the snow for sustenance, Lin Fan selected a slightly elevated position to lie down, carefully setting up his sniper rifle once more. Through the scope, he meticulously observed the group, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The wild boars remained blissfully unaware, continuing their foraging while occasionally grunting softly. Lin Fan resolved to target the smaller, yellow-haired boar first, aiming to capitalize on the advantage of silence and ensure that the entire sounder remained intact. Steadying his breath, he gently rested his finger on the trigger, fixing his gaze through the scope on the slightly smaller, yellow-tinged boar, locking it firmly within the crosshairs. With a near-silent puff, the bullet sliced through the air, striking the small boar's head with pinpoint accuracy. The creature collapsed immediately, devoid of struggle, remaining motionless. The remaining wild boars were momentarily startled by this sudden turn of events, but soon enough, they appeared oblivious to the true source of danger, merely displaying heightened vigilance as they scanned their surroundings and emitted anxious grunts. Lin Fan felt a surge of delight. This was precisely the response he desired. No widespread panic meant he could take them down one by one. He patiently monitored the movements of the sounder. Before long, a larger boar seemed to sense something amiss, gradually approaching the spot where the small boar had fallen, its nose incessantly sniffing the ground in an attempt to identify the source of the peril. Lin Fan recognized this as his next target. He held his breath, every muscle taut, as if the world around him had come to a standstill. Once again, he focused through the scope, locking onto the robust male boar, his finger poised delicately on the trigger. The crosshairs steadied on the vital area of the boar's head, and with a gentle click, the bullet soared forth, accurately penetrating the creature's skull. The massive body quivered violently before crashing to the ground, sending a spray of pristine snowflakes shimmering in the sunlight. The remaining wild boars finally grasped the imminent threat, They abruptly ceased their foraging, alertly raising their heads, ears perked, and their stout noses twitching in the air as they sought the invisible source of danger. Yet, Lin Fan was concealed too well, positioned in a remarkably discreet location. While the boars hesitated in confusion, circling and emitting low grunts of distress, he silently repositioned himself to a new vantage point. His movements were swift and decisive. Each time his rifle locked onto a target, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, accurately dispatching these panicked wild boars one after another. No gunfire echoed through the woods. Yet each bullet signified the end of a life. As time passed, tranquility gradually returned to the forest. Lin Fan stood up, surveying the fields scattered with the carcasses of wild boars, a sense of fulfillment swelling within him. This sniper rifle had indeed met his expectations. It boasted not only an impressive range and high precision, but also minimal noise and recoil, rendering it exceptionally suited for hunting in the wilderness. Chapter 74. A hidden vintage Lin Fan gazed at the plethora of wild boars, securing his rifle, and prepared to get to work. Lacking assistance, processing these game would consume a considerable amount of time. Bleeding, eviscerating, and handling the entrails of nearly 20 wild boars, though a straightforward task, would occupy him for a substantial part of the day. With a heart brimming with joy, he returned to the encampment, bearing a small yellow-haired boar and 2 hares slung over his shoulder. In the cabin, everyone was present. "Captain, why are you back so late?" "Oh, you brought back more meat, haven't you? You truly are impressive." "Captain, did you encounter any danger?" "Captain, are you hungry? We're about to prepare a meal." Since the last visit from Zheng Dajin, these team members have become exceedingly obedient and attentive to Lin Fan. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I just went out hunting and lost track of time." "Did you find those footprints?" Wang Bin inquired as he accepted the yellow-haired boar and the hares. "I did, but by the time I chased after them, it was too late." "Too late for what?" "Who was it?" "Zhao, Taizu, that wanted criminal crossed the border, and someone was there to assist him. I was concerned it might lead to a conflict, so I refrained from firing." "What?" Everyone turned in unison. "What shall we do now?" "What to do? Just let it be." Lin Fan replied, "If he has fled, he has fled. I'll report to the farm tomorrow. Capturing him is certainly out of the question." Upon hearing this, the team members felt there was no better course of action and, in high spirits, began processing the wild boars and hares. "Captain, how do you manage to bring back so much game each time?" "Oh, it's nothing remarkable. You simply haven't witnessed a true hunter. Their skills are beyond your imagination. It's great to follow the captain. We feast on meat every meal. You may not know, but the 2 who fled last time reportedly did so because they were starving. I had no idea what happened to those 2. It seems they returned to face criticism and had to reflect on their actions, and it sounds like it might affect their records. Quite the predicament." Listening to the team's discussions, Lin Fan felt a pang of nostalgia. He patted Wang Bin on the shoulder and said, "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get this meat processed quickly so we can enjoy a good feast tonight." Everyone nodded in agreement and busied themselves. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, and the faces of the team members glowed with satisfaction. In such a harsh environment, enjoying a hearty meal was undoubtedly a source of joy. Lin Fan sat to the side, observing everyone's industriousness while contemplating the report he would make to the farm the following day. "Captain, it's time to eat." Li Chenggai's call interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. He stood up and retrieved 2 bottles of sorghum liquor from his versatile canvas bag, placing them on the dining table. Looking at the spread of meat, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, eat to your heart's content, for a full stomach brings strength to work." "Ah, there's liquor." Wang Bin cheered, and laughter erupted around the table. "Old Wang, you truly are a lover of spirits. The captain has never deprived you of your drink. Have you no shame?" Wang Bin scratched his head and chuckled. "It's been ages since we've had such a hearty feast and drink. Captain, you really are good to us." Gathered around the dining table, they began to indulge heartily. Lin Fan raised his glass, his gaze warmly sweeping over each familiar face. The flickering firelight danced in the bowls, the liquor rippling gently, as if it contained the very essence of the night itself. The next day, as Lin Fan descended the mountain, he found himself utterly reluctant to walk. Once a person entertains the notion of a means of transport, their legs seem to lose all capacity to move. He decided to hide in the mountains, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. From his spatial storage, he retrieved a jeep, removed the license plate, and stowed it away, settling into the driver's seat. He ignited the engine, the wheels crunching over the thick blanket of snow as he roared out of the woods, heading straight for the farm. This was a relief. Shielded from the wind and snow, it was far superior to traversing on foot. Lin Fan hummed a little tune, gripping the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the distant farm through the windshield. He needed a plausible excuse for the vehicle and a license plate. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention and invite trouble. Unable to devise a suitable plan, he decided to pull over midway, seeking a secluded spot to return the Jeep to his space. At least he had covered half the distance, saving considerable effort. Lin Fan needed to head to the dining hall for breakfast. It was breakfast time, and the hall was bustling with activity. Just as he approached the entrance, someone called out, "Lin Fan." He turned to see Tian, pulling Su Yao towards him. "Wait for us. Little friend, why have you been away for so long? What have you been up to?" It was Su Yao. No one else referred to him as little friend. "I've been up in the mountains. No time to come down. Let us go in." They settled at their usual seats, with Tian patting the empty spot beside her. Lin Fan hesitated. Ever since Luo Dashan suggested that Tian had feelings for him, he had subconsciously kept his distance, yet he didn't want to seem overly aloof. "I haven't even gotten my food yet. If I eat what your class is serving, then others won't have any. Class monitor Zhao isn't here. So I'll check the kitchen." He turned towards the kitchen, where he recognized familiar faces. During his previous meat-selling ventures, they had all lent a hand, fostering good relations. "Hey, isn't that Lin Fan? Long time no see." The head chef, Old Zhang, looked up with a smile. "We've run out of meat from the farm. When are you bringing in another batch?" "All right, I'll be back in a couple of days. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'll use the back door to grab some breakfast. My rations are up in the mountains." "Oh, it's a small matter. Let me help you with that." Old Zhang swiftly ladled a generous bowl of porridge and added 3 steamed buns, packing them in a Lin Fan's lunchbox. "It's cold up in the mountains. Since you finally come down, eat something warm." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude with a smile, clutching the steaming lunchbox as he exited the kitchen. He still felt reluctant to return to the dining table. Tian's demeanor made him a bit apprehensive. Opting to eat outside, he took his lunchbox to the covered porch, squatting on the steps to slowly nibble on the buns. "Oh, it's you again, comrade." A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Fan turned to find a well-known figure. "Director Feng, what brings you here?" Indeed, it was Director Feng, whom he had met during a city conference. Accompanied by 2 men in Zhongshan suits, familiar faces from their last encounter. Principal Hao was also present, with Zhang Dajin trailing behind him. "What was going on?" "I'm here to understand the work at the farm." "Ha! Why are you squatting here again to eat?" "You did the same last time." Director Feng chuckled, looking back at his 2 aides for confirmation. "Yes, Director, I remember it was him." They both laughed in agreement. Lin Fan scratched his head. "My work is up in the mountains. I came down early for today's report and hadn't eaten yet, so I thought I'd snag a bite in the dining hall. This is all the shared meal. There's south no place for me. So I'm just eating on the side, not disturbing anyone." "Oh, is that so? Come on, let's go inside and eat." Director Feng draped an arm around Lin Fan's shoulders, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "What kind of logic is it to eat on the steps? Today, you're dining with me." "No, Director, I'm almost done eating. You are all leaders here, discussing work. I wouldn't want to intrude, knowing I'm a leader. Yet you want to listen to me?" Director Feng laughed. "Little sly one, I let you off this morning. I want to be leaving at noon. So don't run away. We'll have a working lunch together." Turning to Principal Hao, he asked, "Principal Hao, you have no objections, right?" "No objections, Director. We'll do as you say." Principal Hao glanced at Lin Fan without protest. "Dajin, since the leaders are here, remember to bring out the 2 bottles of good wine you've hidden." Lin Fan, holding his bowl, suddenly called out to Zhang Dajin behind Principal Hao. "Oh." Director Feng stopped in his tracks. "There's a story here." He directed his question at Lin Fan. "What good wine?" "You'll find out at noon, Director," Lin Fan replied, grinning as he turned to leave. Chapter 75. The girl's thoughts. Zhang Dajin, hiding behind, dared not speak, and when he saw the leaders enter, he hastily rushed to catch up with Lin Fan, anxiety etched on his face. "What are you doing? Where's the wine you're hiding? You've put me in a difficult position. I need to hurry and buy some wine." "What kind should I get?" "Just go inside. I'll prepare. If the leaders ask about the wine, just say it's Mao Tai." "What? Where am I supposed to get that?" "Don't put me in a bind." "What are you saying? I'm offering you a fortune. Can't you see why Director Feng is here?" He asked the head of the political work department in the city. "Hurry up and go serve them." Zhang Dajin, who had been called in early by the principal, finally realized the significance of this visitor, feeling immense pressure. Clearly, this was related to personnel changes in the political work group, and today determined their success or failure. He owed Lin Fan a tremendous favor now, and how did Lin Fan manage to build such good relations with so many leaders? Lin Fan watched Zhang Dajin scurry away in a fluster and couldn't help but chuckle as he stood up to wash his lunchbox. He understood that Director Feng's sudden visit to the farm was not merely to understand the work. Moreover, that shout had inadvertently created an opportunity for Zhang Dajin, leaving it to him to seize it. After finishing his meal, He found himself at a loss for where to go. He initially intended to report on the fugitive matter to the principal, but with the principal busy entertaining Director Fong, he was certain he wouldn't have time for him. Thus, he wandered around the farm. Lin Fan, Tian, and Su Yun emerged from the dining hall, spotting Lin Fan loitering aimlessly. Su Yun attempted to stop Tian, but was unsure how to begin. When a woman develops feelings, her intelligence often diminishes. She sighed helplessly and followed Tian over. Hearing the call, Lin Fan recognized it was Tian and feigned ignorance, quickening his pace to escape. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by Li Wenbing, the scholar. Lin Fan, Tian is calling you. Reluctantly, Lin Fan halted, turning back to see Tian and Su Yun rushing towards him, their faces a mix of exasperation and fatigue. Didn't you hear us calling so loudly? I'm exhausted. Oh, did you call me? I didn't hear. What is up? You've been away from the mountain for so long, and didn't come to find us? What is your intention? Things have been hectic. I came down today just to report on work. Unlike you all, who could take a winter break after finishing the field work. We have tasks to do in the mountains every day. Come on, let us go to our cellar. It's windy outside. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pulled him toward the cellar. All right, let us go. No need to pull so hard. Lin Fan was dragged along, with Su Yun trailing behind, shaking her head. Sit down. I'll get you some water. Once inside the cellar, Tian pushed Lin Fan onto the heated Kong and grabbed her enamel cup, pouring hot water and handing it to him. Lin Fan was at a loss whether to accept or decline, ultimately taking it in his hands but not raising it to his lips. By the way, I brought the tanned rabbit hide I promised last time. You could decide what to make of it. Saying this, she placed the enamel cup on the table and pulled out a stack of hides from her versatile canvas bag. Oh, that is wonderful. Lin Fan, let me help you make a pair of gloves. Tian exclaimed as she snatched the hides, inspecting them eagerly. No need, I have it. You can decide what you need for yourselves. It would be wise to prepare an extra pair, just in case something happens while you are in the mountains. I suggest you send 2 pairs back home as a cherished memento, don't you think? Lin Fan, feeling quite helpless, offered this advice. Su Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes. Tian, if he doesn't want it, then let him be. It's as if we were begging him for it. We shall make our own and gift it to whomever we desire. All right, finally diverting the topic, Lin Fan quickly turned to Su Yun. Comrade Su Yun, how are you faring in the political work group? Su Yun paused momentarily, then smiled and replied. Not bad at all. I handle some documents daily and organize various activities. It's quite fulfilling. Oh, are you showing interest in the matters of the political work group now? It's just that Director Fong has arrived, and I surmised it might be related to personnel changes in the group, so I casually inquired. It's quite possible. The previous Director Song has stepped down, and they seem to be discussing candidates now. Su Yun, have you heard anything specific regarding this personnel change within the political work group? Su Yun shook her head. No. The information is being kept quite under wraps. Tian interjected. What does it matter how things change? As long as we do our own jobs well. That is all that counts. Lin Fan, how did your work report go today? Lin Fan responded with a wry smile. I haven't managed to report yet. The farm leader is currently busy entertaining Director Fong, and he hasn't had a moment to spare. Su Yun, step outside with me. As Lin Fan spoke, a sudden silence enveloped the room. We are back. Outside, Yi Xiaofeng and Zhang Xilan entered, shattering the inexplicable quiet. Oh, Lin Fan is here. What is going on with you all? Haha, well, I must take my leave. Lin Fan stood up, glanced at Su Yun, and noticed that Tian's eyes seemed a bit red, her expression one of distress. Once outside, Su Yun swiftly followed. Lin Fan, what do you mean? Are you attempting to use me to hurt Tian? I'm telling you, I want to be part of this. You must resolve it yourself. What are you saying? I called you out to discuss serious matters. What matters? The director of the political work group is likely to be Zheng Dejun. You can seek his assistance in the future. Why him? Why should I ask him for help? If you encounter any grievances in the political work group, tell me, and I will settle it with him. After saying this, Lin Fan left without looking back, leaving Su Yun bewildered as she returned to the room. Tian's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string as she incessantly wiped her face with her left hand, struggling to suppress her sobs. Tianer, don't cry, what is wrong? Finally, she let her emotions spill forth. You all, sob. Tianer, please don't cry. It's not as you think. Lin Fan and I have nothing going on. Su Yun, somewhat frightened, hurried to explain. You're lying. He only has eyes for you. Only speaks to you, ignores me. I poured him water. He didn't even take a sip. I want to make him gloves. But he didn't want them either. Sob. I'm not foolish, I understand. Su Yun moved closer, sat beside Tian, embraced her, and offered continuous comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was at a loss for where to go next. wandering around the farm office. Perhaps he should stop by the security department for a while. It's rather cold outside. In the security department's duty room, there was a brazier on the floor, and Zhang Weiken, whose Haiqiang, Su Chenghua, and others were gathered around it. What has Dajin been up to these days? I don't know. He was called away by the farm leader early this morning. Don't you think Dajin seems to be getting closer to the farm leader lately? Just as they were speaking, a face appeared outside the window, and the three of them immediately stood up. Lin Fan, come in and sit. When did you come down? I just arrived. I had breakfast and came over to take a look. Lin Fan placed his canvas bag on the table and pulled out a cigarette, dispersing the smoke around. Did you come here for something? Are you looking for us? No, I'm just here to warm up since I have nowhere else to go. Chapter 76. Personnel changes. Zhang Weiken cheerfully moved a chair for Lin Fan to sit beside the brazier. Come, sit here. It's warm. How have you been on the mountain lately? Busy? Lin Fan sat down, took the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Quite busy. There's work every day, unlike you, who can hibernate in winter. Whose Haiqiang jest? You're envying us, huh? We actually envy you for being free on the mountain every day. Su Changhua chimed in with a smile. Exactly, you can occasionally bring back some game. We don't have that luxury. Lin Fan waved his hand. If you want to eat, I can bring some down another day. Let us all gather together. Zhang Weiken's eyes lit up. That sounds great. I've been waiting for you to say that. As they chatted, the conversation drifted back to personnel changes. Su Changhua mentioned, did you hear? The previous director Song in the political work group has stepped down, and they're discussing the new director. Zhang Weiken took over the conversation. You seem pretty well informed. Do you know any insider information? How would I know the inside scoop? These matters are for the leaders to consider. Su Changhua picked a few sweet potatoes from a nearby sack and tossed them into the red pot. Regardless of who becomes the director, we simply need to focus on doing our own jobs well. Whose Haiqiang adjusted the placement of the sweet potatoes. The group continued to chat idly, and time passed swiftly. The sweet potatoes were done, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Each person received one. But when they offered one to Lin Fan, he shook his head in refusal. Why aren't you eating, Lin Fan? It's really sweet. I want to eat. This stuff gives me gas, and I keep passing wind. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter at this. Well, I must take my leave now. You all stay here. Lin Fan slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and stood to bid farewell. You're leaving just like that? Let us have lunch together. Not today, perhaps another time. Saying this, he left some unfinished cigarettes on the table. If Dajin asks about me, tell him I'm in the cafeteria. The group rose to see Lin Fan off at the door. What is Lin Fan doing in the cafeteria? Actually, it's nothing significant. Most likely, the lunch will be at the cafeteria rather than the state-run restaurant, as is the customary practice for entertaining guests. This morning, Chef Zhang mentioned there wasn't any meat. With the leaders coming, they couldn't serve entirely vegetarian dishes. On the way, Lin Fan took some wild boar meat, pig liver, deer meat, and rabbit meat from his space, heading towards the cafeteria. Upon reaching the kitchen, he heard Chef Zhang's urgent voice. Has the meat arrived? It's almost time. How can I manage without anything? Zhang uncle. Lin Fan called from the doorway. Who is it? The chef turned around impatiently, and upon recognizing Lin Fan, exclaimed, Ah, it's you, little Lin. You are my savior. The leaders want to feast, and you have connections. Please help me out. What time is it? There is no time to waste. Saying this, he handed over a large bag of items. Zhang uncle took it, his eyes widening. Oh, wild boar meat, deer meat, and rabbit meat. Well done, little Lin. Where did you get all this? Zhang uncle, never mind where it came from. Just hurry up and prepare. Time is tight. Lin Fan replied with a smile. All right, with these, I can surely whip up a decent meal. As Zhang uncle spoke, he began to busily sort the various meats and plan the dishes. Lin Fan assisted by washing vegetables and helping out. At that moment, Zhang uncle suddenly asked, Little Lin, did you get all this meat from the mountain? Yes, Zhang uncle, you mentioned this morning that you had no materials, and with the leaders coming, I quickly sought out some nearby hunters to procure some meat. There is not much else on the mountain, just plenty of game. Lin Fan responded, Ah, the camaraderie is splendid. If there are more in the future, do remember to bring some for Uncle Zhang, remarked Uncle Zhang as he deftly sliced the meat. Certainly. Uncle Zhang, no problem at all, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Before long, a lavish array of dishes was almost ready. Just then, a large head peeked through the door, and upon spotting Lin Fan, it was as if a savior had appeared. This individual was none other than Zhang Dajin. Lin Fan, finally, I found you. I've been frantic, he exclaimed. What is the rush? Everything is arranged perfectly. Here, help yourself. Lin Fan gestured toward the canvas bag, unable to free his hands. Oh, splendid. Zhang Dajin exclaimed as he pulled out 2 bottles of Mao Tai, his eyes gleaming with delight. This is indeed Mao Tai. What a treat. Dajin, is everything settled? Absolutely. If it weren't, the leaders wouldn't be drinking my wine, right? We'll announce it this afternoon, he said, bubbling with enthusiasm as he dashed out. Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head at Zhang Dejin's exuberance, and continued assisting Uncle Zhang. As Uncle Zhang stirred the dishes in the pan, he mused, "Young Lin, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you possess extensive connections, but your warm-heartedness is commendable. You are destined for great success." Lin Fan modestly smiled. "Uncle Zhang, you flatter me. I merely do what I can." In no time, the dishes were complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Uncle Zhang surveyed the table laden with a feast and said, "All right, now it can be served." Lin Fan had also washed his hands when suddenly, Zhang Dejin rushed back in, seizing Lin Fan's arm. "Lin Fan, come quickly. Director Feng has called for you." "Coming." Lin Fan dried his hands and followed. Entering the dining hall, a small room where the leaders gathered around a table, Zhang Dejin busied himself with serving tea. Director Feng looked up, and his eyes brightened. "Ah, young Lin, come over here." Zhang Dejin promptly opened the wine and poured a glass for Director Feng and the other leaders. "Come, Director Feng, I toast to you. Thanking you for your ongoing support of our farm," said Director Hao, lifting his glass first. "Director Hao, you are far too kind. This is merely my duty," Director Feng replied with a smile, clinking glasses with Director Hao before downing his drink. The others followed suit, raising their glasses and exchanging toasts, filling the dining hall with laughter and merriment. Lin Fan sat quietly to the side, content to play the role of the green leaf today. As the leaders discussed work and shared light-hearted banter, Lin Fan remained silent, focusing solely on enjoying the meal. Once the meal concluded, Lin Fan took on another task, driving someone home. The reason? Director Feng had indulged a bit too much and couldn't drive. He preferred to drive himself, having come in his own vehicle yesterday, but today he had overindulged. The farm had drivers, but with Lin Fan present, Director Hao insisted on him driving, which Director Feng readily accepted. They needed to leave early to return to the city before dark, as the journey was treacherous, with some roads covered in thick snow, making visibility poor and travel dangerous when night fell. Before departing, Lin Fan prepared 3 canvas bags and loaded them into the car. Then he drove the jeep, carrying Director Feng slowly out of the farm. During the drive, Director Feng reclined in his seat, eyes half closed, murmuring about the day's events at the farm, while Lin Fan focused intently on the road, cautiously avoiding potholes and snowdrifts. As they distanced themselves from the farm, the snow on the road grew thicker, causing the vehicle to slip intermittently. With unwavering concentration, Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes fixed ahead, managing to arrive in the city just before darkness fell. Chapter 77. Are you good at math? Director Feng, shall we head straight home or to the office? Inquired the passenger in the front seat. Home, of course. With the smell of alcohol, it wouldn't be appropriate to go to the office. Besides, it's almost time to clock out. Director Feng chuckled. Understood, Director. Following his lead, Lin Fan entered the staff quarters, parking the car in front of a small courtyard. Lin Fan noted an intriguing phenomenon. The heads of the unit preferred to live in quaint, standalone courtyards rather than in apartment buildings. It made sense, too. Would relish such an arrangement. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Fan handed a canvas bag to each of the leaders. Gentlemen, you've all worked hard. Inside are some mountain walnuts I personally gathered from the mountains. I hope you enjoy them. Oh, mountain walnuts. We must give them a try. Thank you, young Lin. They replied. No need for thanks. I'm off now. Please, enjoy your rest, Lin Fan said as he took his leave. As Director Feng entered the courtyard, the other 2 leaders bid farewell and returned home. Lin Fan had little acquaintance with them, not even knowing their names. But he understood the importance of acknowledgement in this line of work. After all, one should never underestimate those in political work, as they wield significant influence. You're back. You reek of alcohol. How much did you drink? A middle-aged woman approached to assist Director Feng. I encountered a young fellow, and in my merriment, indulged a bit more than usual. Here, take this, he said, handing the canvas bag to his wife. What is this? His wife inquired. Curiosity piqued as she accepted the bag. Just some mountain walnuts from that young man. Let us see if they're as good as he claims, she replied, taking a sip of water. Wait, dear, these aren't just walnuts. Oh my goodness. Look at this old phone, she exclaimed, pulling out a watch and 2 packs of cigarettes from the bag. Director Feng nearly choked on his tea, coughing violently. Slow down with the drinking, he admonished. What's wrong? His wife shot him a quizzical look. Oh well. Director Feng hesitated, at a loss for words. Just right. Didn't our son want a watch? Now he has a brand new, quite handsome one. His wife admired the watch on her wrist. A similar scene unfolded in the homes of the other 2 leaders, though only cigarettes were found, not a watch. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, having left the staff quarters with no particular destination in mind and no dinner plans, contemplated whether to seek another meal. In the city, The only household he could think of was that of Director Zhou. But he couldn't arrive empty-handed. So he decided to prepare something. Without a car, it was inconvenient to transport everything. He needed to retrieve his vehicle, as being in the police department staff quarters with so many people around would attract unwanted attention. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Fan took out the Jeep while ensuring no one was watching. He loaded the back with meat, rice, cigarettes, and liquor before heading toward the police department. Upon arriving, the guard stopped him, noticing the car lacked a license plate. "Hey, it's you again. Why doesn't this car have a plate?" The familiar guard inquired. I haven't installed the plate yet. I'm here to see Director Zhou," Lin Fan replied, hopping out of the car to register at the duty office, casually leaving a pack of cigarettes on the table. This time, the guard didn't protest. After filling out a lengthy form, he was allowed to proceed. This time, he bypassed the office and drove directly to Director Zhou's courtyard. As he arrived and parked, Director Zhou was just returning home from work. Seeing an unmarked car at his doorstep piqued his curiosity, and as Lin Fan jumped out, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's little Lin. What brings you here? Come in. Come in. Uncle Zhou, I'm here to mooch another meal." Lin Fan chuckled. Director Zhou laughed heartily. "Welcome, welcome. I had your aunt prepare some extra dishes today." He then called out, "Shifin, Lin Fan is here." Aunt Shifin, busy in the kitchen, peeked out and said, "Lin Fan, have a seat. I'll be done shortly." Lin Fan was moving items into the house and replied, "Aunt, you carry on with your tasks. There's no rush." Director Zhou glanced at the items on the table and remarked, "You, my child, always bring something every time you visit. Next time, you must refrain from doing so." Chuckling, Lin Fan retorted, "Well, I'm merely here to partake in a meal. Without bringing something, I would feel quite embarrassed to come again. This gives me a reasonable justification." "Ha ha, you truly are a sly one." How De Guo was not mistaken in his assessment. "This is venison. Do have a taste in a while." This calls for a couple of drinks." "Uncle Zhou, we shall drink this tonight," he said, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor from his canvas bag. "Hey, you rascal, you certainly know how to procure such fine spirits. This liquor is not easily attained. I simply possess a thick skin and gather some food and drink. After all, how could you leaders find the time to ponder such trivial matters? What, old Zhou, is there venison? Bring it here, let me stir-fry a bit." "Coming. Shaolin, take a seat. Zhenggang, come out and keep Lin Fan company," Zhou Xingguo said as he entered the kitchen with the venison. I'm here." A voice emerged from the room, still in the midst of voice change, hoarse yet familiar, greeting Lin Fan. "Lin Fan ji, what a rare guest. Are you busy with your homework? Don't mind me in your studies." "Oh, it's all about balancing work and rest. This math is exceedingly difficult, and I need to give my brain a little respite." Lin Fan smiled, nodding as he observed Zhenggang's slightly youthful face, feeling a wave of sentiment. "Difficult math? You must study diligently. It will prove immensely useful in the future." Zhenggang settled beside Lin Fan. "Lin Fan ji, how were your math grades during your school days?" He half joked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hey, I won't tell you." Lin Fan laughed. "Then it must have been poor. I knew it." Lin Fan looked towards the sky and, after a moment, declared, "I can hunt." You can hunt? What do you hunt?" Zhenggang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The venison your mother is stir-frying right now is what I hunted." "Really?" Zhenggang exclaimed with great enthusiasm, while Zhou Min also rushed out, her face full of curiosity, staring at Lin Fan. "No doubt about it. I have even hunted wolves. Look at this outfit I'm wearing. Feel it. It's made of wolf fur. All for my hunts. I feel it's different from last time. You look so handsome in it," she remarked, genuinely reaching out to touch it. Not just Zhenggang, but Zhou Min also joined in. Of course, they were merely feeling the clothing, their admiration evident in their expressions. "Different from last time? In what way?" "Last time you looked like, well, just particularly, not handsome, not like this time." "Ha ha." The children laughed until they could hardly breathe. Lin Fan pondered whether he should bring a few pairs of leather gloves next time, but decided against it, thinking it better to leave some fur for his aunt and let them make their own. Lin Fan glanced around and quietly inquired, "Zhenggang, does your family have a sewing machine?" "No, why do you ask?" This revelation surprised Lin Fan. He hadn't expected Director Zhou's family to lack a sewing machine. Looking around again, it seemed they didn't have a bicycle either, and he noticed Director Zhou didn't wear a watch, though there was indeed a radio. Chapter 78, Inspection. "What are you looking at?" Zhenggang queried, noticing Lin Fan's wandering gaze. "Just wait." Lin Fan rose, returned to the vehicle, and retrieved a sewing machine from his space, bringing it inside. "What is this?" Zhou Min and Zhenggang exclaimed in unison. "A sewing machine. I'll leave some leather for your mother to make something for you." "Come on, Zhenggang, this needs to be assembled by yourself. Lend me a hand." Having assembled a sewing machine at Luo Dasan's home before, Lin Fan was adept and quickly put together. The three youngsters were gathered around the newly assembled sewing machine when Zhou Zingguo emerged from the kitchen, holding a platter of stir-fried venison. Here, Shaolin, taste the venison your aunt has prepared. This skill is something only a select few can savor. As he placed the plate on the table, he finally noticed the three children fiddling with the sewing machine. Where did this come from? Zhou Zingguo asked in surprise. Lin Fan brought it, saying it was for our mother to make us leather jackets. Zhou Min responded. This is quite valuable, Shaolin Yu. Stop. Uncle Zhou, I'm not asking you to do anything. It's merely for Annie's use. With that, Zhou Zingguo was momentarily silenced. Come on, let us eat. He said no more and began pouring drinks. As soon as they sat down, Zhou Min and Zheng Yang asked, which is the venison? I want to try the venison Lin Fan hunted. Everyone began to eat. Lin Fan raised his glass, took a gentle sip, and said, Uncle Zhou, this liquor pairs beautifully with the venison. It's truly exquisite. Annie's culinary skills are indeed renowned. You flatter too easily. Annie Shufin entered from the kitchen with the last dish and smiled. Hurry and eat. Don't just drink. At the dining table, they ate and chatted. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Zhou Zingguo inquired about the farm, and Lin Fan briefly recounted some amusing happenings and personnel changes at the farm. When discussing the new director of the political work group, Zhou Zingguo nodded slightly, acknowledging the significance of the position and the importance of selecting the right individual. Indeed, Uncle Zhou, Lin Fan agreed, but regardless of who becomes the director, performing the work well is what truly matters. You are correct. Zhou Zingguo lifted his glass. Squinting at Lin Fan, what is the story behind your vehicle? This topic shift is a bit abrupt, Lin Fan thought, unsure how to respond. Well, it's from the north? Yes, indeed. You are quite bold. The north is unstable. Avoid going there in the future. Understood, Uncle Zhou. I want to go. Is the vehicle clean? It's clean. Why wouldn't it be? To be honest, Lin Fan was perplexed. You don't understand? Director Zhou scrutinized Lin Fan's bewildered expression. No, I don't. Leave the keys. I'll have someone check it tomorrow. This time, Lin Fan understood. It seemed there was concern about potential high-tech espionage from items coming from the north. All right, Uncle Zhou. He had no choice but to comply. Zheng Yang, listening intently, suddenly interjected. Lin Fan are there many fun things at your farm? Can I visit your farm someday? Of course, Lin Fan smiled. You are welcome to visit the farm anytime when you have free time. Although the conditions at our farm cannot compare to those in the city, the air is fresh, the scenery beautiful, and there are many interesting animals. That sounds wonderful, Zheng Yang exclaimed. I will definitely come during the holidays. I want to go too. Zhou Min chimed in excitedly, raising her hand. After a satisfying meal, Lin Fan chatted with Zhou Zingguo for a while longer, left behind 2 wolf pelts, and took his leave, having arranged to pick up the car keys from Uncle Zhou's office the following afternoon. Exiting the family compound, he found himself without a vehicle once more. To get to the guest house, he had to take number 11 again. Lin Fan strolled leisurely down the streets of the city, the sky gradually darkening, with the streetlights casting a soft, yellow glow. Before long, he arrived at the guest house. Approaching the front desk, he checked in. This was his second stay at this guest house, and the receptionist recognized him. Ah, comrade, you are that educated youth who came for the conference earlier. I remember you. Yes. Comrade, your memory is quite impressive, Lin Fan replied with a smile. After completing the check-in process, Lin Fan took the key and headed upstairs toward his room. He was once again assigned room 302, but fortunately, there were no other occupants in the room. Lin Fan set his belongings down, lay back on the bed, and let out a long sigh. It had certainly been a day full of upheaval, and he was indeed weary. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. In the urban district, at the entrance of the small courtyard located at number 35, Hepping Road, a group of individuals hastily guiding horse-drawn sleds displayed a palpable sense of anxiety as they glanced around nervously before knocking on the courtyard door. The sound was a rhythmic knock, 2 short taps followed by a longer one. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, allowing several sleds to be ushered inside, only for the door to be promptly secured once more. A boisterous laughter erupted from within the courtyard, shattering the tranquility of the night. A burly man clad in a heavy cotton coat emerged from the house, clapping the lead man's shoulder with a hearty smile. Old Zhang, you finally arrived. I trust the journey was devoid of any troubles? The speaker was none other than Master Hu, the leader of the group, removing his hat to reveal a weathered face. With Zhang Hai, he grinned widely, exposing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. No troubles, just an abundance of snow, making the roads quite treacherous. Upon hearing this, Master Hu patted Zhang Hai's shoulder enthusiastically. Come inside, it's warm in here. You brought everything back, haven't you? Indeed, take a look, Zhang Hai replied, gesturing toward the large boxes on the sled. They're all here, every single one. The robust man nodded in satisfaction before turning to shout into the house, Xiao Wang. Xiao Li, come out and help with the cargo. You've worked hard on the way. Go rest while we enjoy a drink later. No sooner had he spoken than two young men rushed out of the house without a word, promptly beginning to unload the boxes. In no time, the large crates were securely transported inside. Once gathered in the warmth of the house around the stove, the atmosphere was instantly infused with comfort. Master Hu picked up a tin box from the table, opening its lid to reveal exquisitely packaged cigarettes. He handed one to old Zhang before lighting one for himself. Inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke. Master Hu, these goods are remarkably pristine, exclaimed several of the loaders as they opened the boxes, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, let me see, Master Hu said, rising to inspect the contents, selecting a brand new water pistol still glistening with gun oil. This time, we're bound to make a significant profit. Ha ha, once we sell the goods, everyone will benefit. Thank you, Master Hu. The atmosphere among the brothers in the room grew increasingly lively. Ha ha, Xiao Wang, head to the state-run restaurant and fetch a few delicious dishes. Let us celebrate with a good meal, Master Hu declared, hands on his hips, brimming with exuberance. At this moment, Zhang Shun, who had been silent until now, interjected. Iron Pillar was spotted crossing the border. What happened? Do tell. Zhang Shun and Zhang Hai then recounted the events that had transpired at the border from beginning to end. Lin Fan, the hunter from Kao Shantan, Master Hu pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, you mentioned that after crossing the border, you never saw him again? Correct. We returned with the goods and did not encounter him along the way. Could it be that he was taken out by that sniper? Unlikely, we didn't see a body. What do you deduce might have happened? He probably went back. There was little for him to gain there, so it made no sense for him to linger, Zhang Shun speculated. I concur. There are 4 of us. And just him alone. Even if we had crossed paths, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus he would have fled. Zhang Hai added. Then it's settled. Nothing to worry about. This time, we paved the way. When we return, everything will fall into place. Just as they were conversing, the food had arrived, and the group was soon indulging in a night of revelry, drinking to excess and losing track of time. Chapter 79. Zhang the head sells ginseng clattering along. A green train slowly emerged from the forest, laden with timber. Upon reaching the urban area, 3 individuals disembarked, exhaling visible breaths in the frigid air, stamping their feet and rubbing their hands to ward off the cold. The leader, an older middle-aged man, was followed by 2 younger companions, each bearing a canvas bag on their backs. Second Master, where to now? This way. The middle-aged man, known as Second Master Zhang Daiwen, led the way, flanked by the 2 younger men, San Biozi and Wuzi, who had previously encountered Lin Fan in the woods. Second Master, why travel to the city to sell? Isn't there a collection station in our town? Zhang Wuzi posed a question that had been lingering in his mind. Yes, Second Master. Why venture so far in this biting cold? San Biozi echoed, equally puzzled. The prices in town are dismal. The city offers a better rate, which you will soon realize. Zhang Daiwen explained, his voice resonating with confidence. The train's slow pace meant the trio had set out early and arrived in the city by afternoon. Zhang Daiwen guided them through winding alleys until they reached the main road, heading straight for the supply and marketing cooperative, finally stopping at the mountain goods collection station adjacent to it. In a narrow alley across from the cooperative, 2 young men squatted on the ground, smoking and idly chatting while casting furtive glances at the passers-by. We've arrived. This is the place, Zhang Daiwen said quietly, a subtle glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The 3 entered the dimly lit establishment, which was brimming with an array of mountain goods that dazzled the senses. This was a state-run collection station, accepting everything from pelts and dried fruits to mushrooms and medicinal herbs. A small blackboard on the wall listed the purchasing prices. An elderly man with graying hair, yet sprightly in demeanor, noticed Zhang Daiwen's entrance and immediately approached him, his face beaming with a smile. Ah, if it isn't head Zhang, what brings you here? Old Lu, all is well, I trust? Zhang Daiwen replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he got to the point. I've come to sell a batch of fine wild ginseng. Oh, wild ginseng. Old Lu's eyes sparkled with interest, fully aware of Zhang Daiwen's reputation for quality. Quick, show me what you have. Zhang Daiwen signaled for San Biozi and Wuzi to lower their canvas bags, revealing several ginseng roots of varying shapes, each exuding a rich aroma. Old Lu donned his reading glasses, examining each root with meticulous attention, occasionally expressing admiration. What excellent ginseng. Truly remarkable. Head Zhang, you brought me a treasure trove this time. I'll take all of these, just name your price. Zhang Daiwen smiled slightly, having already formulated a plan in his mind. Old Lu, we have a long-standing relationship. Just price them according to market value. Old Lu pondered for a moment, picking up one of the roots for inspection. Most of these are of the Dangtezi variety, right? Yes, 5 of the Dangtezi and 3 of the Si Pinyi. Different ages mean different prices. Let me calculate. The Dangtezi, named for its shape resembling a candelabrum with 3 large leaves, typically ages around 30 years. The air jiazes are generally around 20 years, while the Si Pinyi can reach 50 years, with prices escalating significantly for the latter, making them a rare find. As old Lu weighed the roots and scribbled notes on paper, he engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Daiwen. I see you have quite a haul this time. What is the story? In need of cash? Haha, the children have grown. A whole bunch of younger ones depend on me for sustenance. Expenses are everywhere. Well, your quality is impressive. I'll calculate the highest price for each grade. Take a look. He handed over a neatly written list. Zhang Daiwen accepted it, maintaining a calm demeanor, neither overly joyous nor disheartened, exuding composure. The list detailed the prices for each ginseng root clearly, with a total sum laid out distinctly. After reviewing it, Zhang Daiwen nodded slightly. Old Lu, your integrity shines through. Let us go with this price. Old Lu nodded with a smile, retrieving a wad of cash from his drawer. After counting it, he handed it to Zhang Daiwen, saying, Zhang, here are 1,200 yuan. Please count it. Zhang Daiwen accepted the money without a flicker of emotion, while behind him, Sanbiozi and Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,200 yuan was an enormous sum in these times, especially when workers earned merely 30 yuan a month. It would take over 3 years to earn that amount. The two of them calculated in their minds how much they might share, their faces breaking into crooked smiles. Meanwhile, outside, a young man, one of those who had been smoking in the alley across the street, was equally wide-eyed. He had overheard the exchange clearly and hurried off. Zhang Daiwen glanced at the money briefly before tucking it away in the innermost pocket of his coat. Old Lu, I trust you. No need to count it. Very well. We shall take our leave. We will bring you more goods in the future. All right, Zhang, take care and do visit often. Old Lu escorted the 3 to the door, watching them gradually disappear before returning to his shop. Zhang Daiwen, along with Sanbiozi and Wuzi, made their way back. Unable to contain himself, Sanbiozi asked, Second Master, the market prices here are indeed much better than those in the town. Indeed, Zhang Daiwen replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Wuzi chimed in, Second Master, shall we frequently come to the city to sell ginseng from now on? Zhang Daiwen cast a glance at Wuzi and smiled. That depends on the quality and quantity of the ginseng. If we acquire good stock, we should make frequent trips to the city. The two nodded enthusiastically, knowing that following the second master promised a prosperous future. Brother, there's a fat sheep. In the adjacent alley, 2 young men encountered each other. The one who had hurried over gasped, Where? How fat? At the purchasing station across the street. 3 individuals selling ginseng, 1 old and 2 young, have just sold for 1,200 yuan, and the money is with that old fellow. Damn, this is a windfall. Brother, what should we do? We might not be able to overpower them. They could have weapons. What if we catch them off guard? We could find a place to hide and strike when they least expect it. Are you suggesting we rob and kill? Of course, otherwise, with so much money, they won't let us leave easily. It will definitely be a fierce battle. Should we tell Hu Yi and gather more people? You fool. If there are too many of us, the money won't be ours any longer. We'd be lucky to get a few dozen yuan, don't you think? Understanding this, the other young man dropped the topic. They squatted down, and soon, the one who had been scouting prodded his companion. Look, they're coming out. That asked them. Did you bring a gun? Only a knife. The guns were confiscated last time. I have only a knife too. What should we do? Let us follow them for now and see where they go. We'll find an opportunity to strike. The 2 young men quietly trailed behind Zhang Daiwen and his companions. Chapter 80. The Robbery, as Zhang Daiwen and his companions walked toward the outskirts of the city. The 2 young men followed for a while, but soon realized that the trio was on a main road, crowded with people, making it unsuitable for an ambush. Brother, we can't proceed like this. The main road is bustling with people. We need to find a secluded spot. Yes, we need to find a place where they are alone. Look, there seems to be a fork in the road ahead. Let us see which way they go. Zhang Daiwen, maintaining his composure, suddenly spoke. Wuzi, Sanbiozi, listen closely to what I say. Do not question why or look back. At the fork ahead, we shall take the left path. Huh? What? Sanbiozi began to ask, but quickly remembered not to question and fell silent. The 3 men proceeded down the left path, which appeared quite secluded, surrounded by trees. Here's our chance. Let us follow them. You go ahead to flank them, and I will encircle from behind. Find a suitable spot to strike. The 2 young men, filled with excitement, agreed on their plan and split up, with one hastily darting into the woods, advancing forward. Listen carefully. Do not look back. We are being followed. their essay tale behind us. You will encounter this sooner or later. Today is a lesson in practical combat. Zhang Daiwen taught subtly, while his two young companions clenched their fists. Having grown up hearing tales of gang conflicts and heroic exploits, never imagining they would face such a situation themselves today, Zhang Daiwen led Yuzi and San Biozi down the narrow path confidently, appearing nonchalant, yet each step was laden with intention. He occasionally cast sidelong glances at their surroundings, calculating how to evade their pursuers while imparting a vivid lesson in real-world combat to his young protégés. Second Master, they are still following us. There's another one. Yuzi whispered, his voice low. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, he was more imbued with trust and reliance on Zhang Daiwen. Stay calm. The other one must have taken a shortcut to get ahead. Zhang Daiwen replied softly, his voice imbued with an unshakable steadiness. At that moment, Zhang Daiwen abruptly halted, turning to face the woods, and called out loudly, "Friends, having followed us for so long, you ought to show yourselves now." The two young men were taken aback, not expecting to be discovered. Realizing that hiding was futile, they brandished their knives and emerged from the trees, flanking Zhang Daiwen and his companions. "Hand over your money, and we may spare your lives." The young man blocking their path sneered menacingly. Zhang Daiwen let out a cold chuckle, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon them. "You two brash youngsters think you can intimidate us?" Senbiozi and Yuzi exchanged puzzled glances. What were these two thinking, attempting to surround three individuals? Momentarily daunted by Zhang Daiwen's imposing demeanor, the two young men quickly regained their bravado, insisting, "Enough talk. If you don't hand over the money, no one will leave here unscathed." With that, he waved his knife threateningly. Unfazed, Zhang Daiwen slightly shifted his stance, positioning Yuzi and San Biozi behind him while his eyes remained locked onto the two young men, searching for any opening. He spoke slowly, "You are young and capable. There are countless paths to choose from. Why resort to such thievery? Spare us the lecture. We have no choice." The young man behind shouted impatiently, "If you keep talking, don't blame us for being rude." Zhang Daiwen smirked coldly, "Rude? I'm eager to see just how capable you truly are." With that, he sprang forward, lunging at the young man in front with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Zhang Daiwen seized the young man's wrist, twisting it sharply, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, Senbiozi and Yuzi, regaining their composure, rushed toward the other young man, their courage bolstered by Zhang Daiwen's fierce bravery. "Yuzi, let us take him down together." Senbiozi bellowed. "I'm on it," Yuzi replied, and the two of them pounced on the young man from either side. The young man, realizing the peril, attempted to retaliate with his knife, but Senbiozi and Yuzi, working in sync, restrained his arm, managing to wrest the knife from his grip. Meanwhile, the first young man, realizing his own vulnerability, attempted to flee but was met with a swift kick to the abdomen from Zhang Daiwen, sending him staggering backward before crashing to the ground. Without pausing, Zhang Daiwen advanced to deliver a second kick, pinning him down. After successfully subduing the second young man, Senbiozi and Yuzi joined Zhang Daiwen, holding the pair firmly in place as they struggled and shouted, "You'll regret this. We won't let you off so easily." Zhang Daiwen let out a cold snort. "With your character, you dare to come out and rob? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he picked up 2 lengths of rope from the ground and securely bound the 2 men. Yuzi patted off the dirt from his clothes and, with a hint of excitement, remarked, "Second Master, your skills are truly impressive. You must teach us properly in the future." Sambio echoed, "Indeed, Second Master, with you here, we fear nothing." Zhang Daiwen chuckled. "Enough of the flattery. Let us deal with these two first. We still have a journey ahead." After a brief discussion, the trio decided to deliver the robbers to the police station. Lin Fan had enjoyed a long sleep that day, having lunch at the guest house before leisurely making his way to the police station. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, each absorbed in their own affairs. In this era, the streets were lined with state-run institutions, offering little in terms of entertainment. Without an official introduction or business, one could not even enter the legitimate establishments. The only places to browse were the supply and marketing cooperatives or state-owned shops. As the police station's building gradually came into view, Lin Fan quickened his pace. He followed the familiar routine of registering with the guard before proceeding into the building, heading straight for Uncle Zhou's office. After knocking, he heard Uncle Zhou's familiar voice beckon him to enter. Upon entering, Lin Fan saw Uncle Zhou seated at his desk, engrossed in a document. He looked up, a smile breaking across his face upon recognizing Lin Fan. "Ah, little Lin, you're here. The car has been checked. All is in order. Here are the keys." He retrieved the car keys from his drawer and handed them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted the keys, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Gratitude shone in his eyes as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I truly appreciate your assistance." Uncle Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. Just be cautious up north. The situation there is complex and not to be trifled with." Lin Fan nodded. "I understand, Uncle Zhou. I will be careful. By the way, I registered your car and attached a license plate to it," he added, handing over a document pouch. "Ah, that's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Zhou." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Fan took his leave. Descending the stairs, he found the car and was pleasantly surprised to see it had been thoroughly cleaned. A stark contrast to its muddy state when he had driven it here. With the vehicle at his disposal, his travels would be much more convenient. Approaching the car, he opened the door and settled inside. Whistling a tune, he started the engine, and upon lifting his gaze, he noticed a group of people bustling into the police compound, animatedly gesturing to the guard. Is that a familiar face? Chapter 81. On the way seated in his car, Lin Fan observed Zhang Daiwen and his companions escorting two securely bound young men into the compound, the guard simultaneously registering them and calling for someone inside. After a moment's contemplation, he turned off the engine, lit a cigarette, and patiently awaited their return. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhang Daiwen completed the necessary paperwork and emerged from the police station with Yuzi and Su Yao. Lin Fan then started his jeep and followed them. The jeep trailed behind the trio as Lin Fan rolled down the window, leaned out, and called out, "Zhang, is that you? What a coincidence to run into you here. What brings you to the city? Who are you?" Zhang turned, squinting for a moment before a smile broke across his face. "Oh, it's little Lin. What a pleasant surprise. I thought it was someone else." He stepped forward, patting the hood of the jeep. "This car looks rather impressive. Whose is it?" "Just borrowed it. I'm heading back now. Would you like a lift?" Zhang grinned widely. "That would be splendid. We were just lamenting our lack of transportation to return home." "Yuzi, Su Yao, hurry up and get in." Zhang beckoned to his companions and promptly slid into the front passenger seat. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Hold on tight. We're off." He revved the engine and smoothly drove out of the city. Along the way, Zhang and Lin Fan engaged in casual conversation. Lin Fan inquired, "Zhang, what brings you to the city this time?" "Little Lin, you know what I do. I'm here to sell some mountain ginseng at the purchasing station and get some money for the kids." "Oh, have you encountered any troubles?" Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "What troubles could I possibly face? After years of traveling, handling such matters is a breeze." Lin Fan smiled, casting a glance in the rearview mirror at Yuzi and Su Yao, who sat quietly with somewhat restrained expressions. As they spoke, the jeep had already exited the city and was heading toward the mountains. The four conversed amicably, and before they knew it, they reached the town of Dahian. "By the way, Zhang, about what I mentioned last time, did you give it any thought?" "I'm looking to exchange for some bulk goods." "Oh, what quantity are you seeking? How much do you have on hand?" "Don't worry. The price is not an issue." Lin Fan focused on the road ahead, his tone calm yet assertive. "Such confidence you have." Zhang chuckled knowingly. He clearly doubted that this young lad could muster anything significant for a trade. He nonchalantly replied, "Bulk goods are not in short supply, but it depends on whether you dare to ask and how much you're willing to pay." Lin Fan's lips curved into a slight smile, having discerned Zhang's dismissive tone. "Zhang, just name a figure. Don't hesitate to set it high." Lin Fan remained focused on the road, his voice steady. The mountain road twisted and turned, the vehicle swaying gently. 7 taels of goods, cash on the spot. In the local vernacular, 7 taels signify ginseng, while 8 taels denote the finest quality. 7 taels are still quite rare, and Lin Fan was genuinely taken aback by Zhang's assertion. He hadn't anticipated the existence of such treasures. Lin Fan smiled softly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. 7 taels, what price do you have in mind? Do you prefer cash or goods? Zhang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Fan closely, pondering the young man's true intentions. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, "Little Lin, such a quantity of goods is not something to be taken lightly. If we are to trade, I must see what sincerity you can offer." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, his grip steady on the wheel. "Zhang, feel free to speak openly. I have the money. As for goods, whatever you desire, I can procure if it's within my reach." Zhang nodded slightly, his regard for Lin Fan increasing. He contemplated for a moment before stating, "As for money, I certainly have an affinity for it. However, if I could exchange for some rare item from the city, such as a radio or a bicycle, I would be quite pleased." Lin Fan had a clearer understanding now and replied with a smile, "Zhang, those items are certainly not a problem. However, for the 7 taels of goods, I will need some time to prepare. When can we arrange another meeting to discuss the details?" Zhang beamed. "All right, little Lin. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Once I return and prepare the goods, we can set a time and place to discuss further." "Sure thing. Which village are you from? I'll drop you off directly to save you the trouble of navigating the mountain roads again." Oh, little Lin, there's no need for that. It's too much trouble. Don't mention it. We still have business to conduct. As we get to know each other better, you'll come to understand my straightforward nature. I never waver on matters I've committed to. Zhang's eyes flickered with approval at this sentiment, and he pointed out the direction. It turned out they hailed from Erhetan, and Lin Fan adjusted his course toward that destination. As the winding mountain road became more gentle, the sound of gravel crunching beneath the wheels filled the air. Zhang, how many seven-tail goods do you have? Well, there's only this one. Seven-tail ginseng is a rarity. Encountered perhaps once in decades. I consider myself fortunate to have unearthed it deep within the old forest, thanks to the mountain gods. This item is not ordinary. It must be sealed in a jar away from light. I've hardly dared to speak of it, even to my family. Zhang's tone was somber, tinged with reverence. Little Lin, are you truly serious about wanting it? This is no trivial matter. The value is immense and brings its own dangers. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. Zhang Boto, since I dare to inquire, I am prepared for what follows. I not only desire this item, but I also intend to ensure its safe transport. Rest assured, I shall not disclose its origins to anyone. Zhang Boto glanced at him, exhaling slowly. All right, with your word, I shall place my trust in you this once. However, on the day of the transaction, you must adhere to my schedule, 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow at my residence. Understood. I will arrive promptly at 9 a.m. Lin Fan replied. Zhang Boto, what should I bring along? 2 sets, and make it quick. Oh, why 2 sets? There are 2 children who have come of age and are ready to seek marriage. It is imperative to prepare some assets for them. Life in the mountains is harsh, and, as elders, we must consider the future of our children. Zhang Bo gazed out at the undulating mountain shadows, his tone somber yet resolute. Very well, is there anything else? An additional 1,000 yuan in cash. If this deal comes to fruition, I will be the first to seek you out for major goods from the mountains. Zhang Boto turned his head, his eyes piercing as they met Lin Fan's. But heed this. Once this matter leaves my lips and enters your ears, it must not be known to another soul. Otherwise, not only will the mountain spirits take offense, but your very life may be at stake. Lin Fan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid a protruding rock on the road, replying in a low voice, Zhang Boto, fear not. I have always been one to keep my counsel. Zhang Boto, ever cautious after years of navigating this treacherous world, understood that placing trust in others could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet, Lin Fan's composed demeanor instilled in him a rare sense of confidence. As they approached the entrance of Erhetan, Zhang Daiwen opened the car door, hesitating for a moment on the ground before turning back to Lin Fan. 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. No later, no earlier. With that, he led Wuzi and Su Yao into the depths of the village. Lin Fan remained in the driver's seat, not starting the engine immediately, but rather gazing at the receding figures of the 3 men, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhang Boto surely had even better goods in his possession. Lin Fan was in no rush, for trust is a gradual process. The mountain breeze swept through the car window, stirring a few fallen leaves that tapped against the windshield, mirroring Lin Fan's currently buoyant mood. Chapter 82. The report completed, Lin Fan brazenly drove the jeep back to the farm, having contemplated this matter thoroughly. Since he had already made his presence known to Zhou Xingguo, there was no need to conceal anything further from Hao Guo. They were comrades, and their information would inevitably flow between them. It was only a matter of time before he found out. Thus, it would be better to let him see it, which would appear more forthright. Turning off the engine, Lin Fan exited the vehicle at a leisurely pace, brushing off his sleeves, which drew the attention of several farm employees. Some recognized Lin Fan standing beside the jeep, while others greeted him warmly. Lin Fan, called out Zhang Weiken from the duty room, rushing out. The security department's duty room was right by the entrance, and they had a clear view of all the vehicles coming and going. He approached Lin Fan and playfully punched him on the shoulder, laughing as he scolded, "You rascal, you've been keeping things tightly under wraps." Following closely were Hu Zigang and Su Chenghua, joining in to bombard Lin Fan with questions. "What is all this commotion about?" Lin Fan asked, slightly bewildered. "What else could it be? Dajin has already told us everything. He spilled the beans last night." "Ha! That Dajin is terrible at keeping secrets." Lin Fan chuckled. "With such a significant matter, how could he possibly keep quiet? We planned to gather last night, but since you were absent, it fell through. Dajin insisted on waiting for you. You can't run off tonight. We're all counting on you." Hu Zigang insisted, grabbing Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, fully aware that this gathering was not merely a social event, but rather a demonstration of solidarity. Zhang Weiken leaned in closer, whispering, "Director, Chen isn't particularly pleased." "Yes, we'll discuss it tonight. I still need to report to the farm manager. You all go prepare." All right, but hey, whose car is this? It's not the manager's. Is it? Don't ask. It's borrowed from the city. Fine, we won't pry. We wouldn't dare speak out of turn regarding a vehicle used by city officials. But you, my friend, are really becoming quite the figure. Remember to come tonight? Lin Fan watched as the three of them walked away, then glanced at his watch before heading upstairs. The workday was not yet over, and the office door was ajar. Lin Fan gently pushed it open to find the farm manager engrossed in reviewing documents. Clearing his throat lightly, the manager looked up. Ah, you're back. How'd it go? Smoothly. I delivered the person home before nightfall yesterday. I had dinner at Uncle Joe's place. The manager nodded. Well, if you had dinner, then that's that. No need to report. Is there anything else? Actually, I meant to report yesterday, but I didn't have the chance. The wanted criminal, Zhao Taizu, was spotted in the mountains the other day, but he has since crossed the border and escaped. What? How did Guo abruptly stood, his brow furrowed. He crossed the border? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. I personally chased him to the borderline, but I didn't manage to intercept him. By the time I raised my weapon, he had already crossed over, so I refrained from firing. How Guo slowly sat back down, tapping his fingers on the table, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. A person escaping is a minor issue, but if this news reaches higher authorities, someone may seek to exploit it. He turned his gaze to Lin Fan. How do you plan to report this? Lin Fan grinned. Report what? Let us just pretend it never happened. Who knows if he might return? Hao Guo stared at Lin Fan for a while, then suddenly chuckled. You rascal, leaning back his chair, his gaze drifting through the window towards the distant forest. All right. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Lin Fan reached for his cigarettes, offering one to the manager and kindly lighting it for him before taking one for himself. As the smoke curled around them, Hao Guo slowly exhaled. Do you have more matters to discuss? Indeed. It's surely not anything good. What scheme are you hiding? Well, I borrowed a vehicle. Is that a mistake? A vehicle? Whose did you borrow? The city police department's. You dared to borrow a vehicle from the city police? You really have some nerve. Hao Guo squinted at Lin Fan, then waved his hand dismissively. But since it was approved by the city, then there's no issue. Just ensure nothing goes awry, and we'll say it was for our farm's cooperation with the city on a case. He paused, lowering his voice. Next time, inform me beforehand about such matters, understood? Lin Fan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Understood, manager. Rest assured, I am well aware. Outside, the wind rustled through the treetops, and the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the desk. Lin Fan stood, casually extinguishing his cigarette in an ashtray, glancing at the sky. Manager, I shall take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to tonight. Hao Guo waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on the darkening woods outside. Go on. But take care. If you leap any higher, I won't be able to reach you. Do you hear me? Lin Fan laughed, acknowledging with a yes, sir, before turning to exit. Upon returning to the security department's duty room, whose gang was still present, hearing the door creak, he lifted his head, finally back. Weiken and Changhua have gone to prepare. Do you want to sit for a while or go join them? I can't leave until the shift change arrives. Were they set up? At Dajin S. place, of course. He is the star of the evening, and we're merely the supporting cast. Lin Fan nodded. Then I shall head over first. What can they prepare? I have something good with me. Once you're off duty, hurry over. He snatched the hat from the table, placing it on his head, and strode towards the door. Driving would be convenient now that he had a vehicle. Dajin's home was not far, just a quick press of the gas pedal away. Lin Fan hummed a cheerful tune, resting his hand on the steering wheel, but upon starting the engine, he discovered the tank was nearly empty. Having returned from the city today, the fuel gauge was on empty. The farm had its own fuel depot, with a designated gas station located in the back of the machinery station, intended for refueling agricultural machinery and official vehicles. Since the machinery used diesel, Lin Fan managed to drive with the last bit of fuel to the machinery station's backyard, switching off the engine and heading straight for the duty room. Hello, comrade. I am from the guard team, here to refuel. The duty officer raised his eyes to scrutinize him, holding a porcelain cup in his hand. From the guard team? He glanced at the vehicle, a license plate from the municipal police department. His gaze faltered momentarily. Then he set down the cup and rubbed his hands together. This vehicle is from the city? Lin Fan smiled. Comrade, let us not delve into matters that R&T are concerned. The duty officer hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, where's the ticket? A ticket? Of course. A ticket is necessary. Lin Fan rummaged through his pocket and produced half a pack of cigarettes, offering it. I didn't bring a ticket. It's quite late. Could you make an exception? The officer hesitated, accepting the cigarettes and quickly stuffing them into his pocket, whispering, for a vehicle from municipal police. Refueling requires the approval of the site manager. Lin Fan leaned against the window, lowering his voice. Is there any fuel available outside the plant? I'm willing to pay. The officer's eyes flickered, glancing around before responding in a hushed tone. Fuel outside the plan doesn't go on the books. It's 8 dimes per liter. Cash settlement. First, fill up the vehicle, and then help me fill this oil barrel. Lin Fan retrieved a green metal oil drum from the trunk, setting it at the door of the duty room. You want this drum filled as well? That could amount to quite a sum. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Money is no issue, as long as there's enough fuel. Seeing this, the officer's lips curled up. Fine, wait a moment. I'll get it for you. Shortly after, the officer returned with a fuel nozzle, first filling the Jeep to the brim, and then filling the oil barrel to the top. Lin Fan looked at the barrel, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, comrade. Count it. Saying this, he pulled out several bills from his pocket and handed them over. The officer counted. That's enough. Come again next time. Lin Fan lifted the oil barrel, placing it in the trunk, which he actually stored in his space, then restarted the Jeep, heading towards Zhang Dajin's home. Chapter 83. Another dinner gathering creek. The Jeep came to a halt in front of Zhang Dajin's home. Lin Fan stepped down, securing the car door behind him. As mentioned previously, this is a row of dormitories, with a yard in front and a kitchen at the back. The dim yellow light from the windows illuminated the moving shadows inside, with a thin frost coating the window panes. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Dajin opened the door, poking his head out, exhaling a puff of white vapor. Lin Fan, you finally made it. Hurry inside, it's freezing out here. Lin Fan entered the house, casually placing the canvas bag on the edge of the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Zhang Weiken and Su Changhua were already seated at the Kong table. Glancing up as Lin Fan entered, Zhang Weiken rubbed his hands together and smiled. You finally arrived, come sit on the Kong. You all sit. I'll check the kitchen. Who is preparing the dishes? Who else could it be? But my wife, of course, Zhang Dajin chuckled. Lin Fan lifted the kitchen curtain, and a wave of fragrant stewed meat wafted over him. He peeked at the stove, where a thick soup was bubbling, the oil glistening on the surface. Zhang Dajin's wife was stirring with an iron ladle, glancing back at him. Just waiting on a spicy scrambled egg. It'll be ready soon. Where did the meat come from? Lin Fan inquired casually. Dajin bought it. What is it to you? Nothing, just asking. I brought some as well. Let us cook it together. With that, he took out a piece of wild boar meat and a piece of deer meat from his canvas bag, placing them on the counter. Zhang Dajin's wife glanced at them, smiling. Your meat comes at just the right time. I was worried there wouldn't be enough. Lin Fan smiled back, rolling up his sleeves. Let me lend a hand. He grabbed a kitchen knife and expertly began chopping the meat into pieces. The knife falling rhythmically on the cutting board, the meat sliced evenly. You can cook too. Dajin's wife, busy at the stove, turned her head and laughed. Lin Fan replied while cutting. After staying in the mountains for so long, one must learn everything. This is wild boar meat, and this pile is deer meat. Make sure to keep them separate when you stir fry. Oh, deer meat. How wonderful. That is a great delicacy. Good for replenishing energy and nourishing blood. Zhang Dajin's wife's eyes sparkled, adding more firewood to the pot, which was stewing cabbage and tofu, with several pieces of fried fatty meat added, creating a rich aroma. Before long, the meat was chopped, and Lin Fan divided it into 2 bowls. The wild boar's dark red, and the deer meat's light brown, with distinct patterns. Zhang Dajin's wife took the bowls, praising, your knife skills are even better than mine. Lin Fan washed his hands and moved to the front room. He removed his leather coat and draped it over the back of a chair. The wine cups were already set on the Kong table. Lin Fan then pulled out 2 bottles of Urquioto, a type of Chinese liquor, from his canvas bag and placed them on the table. Zhang Weiken's eyes lit up. Good wine. Su Changhua also smiled. With Lin Fan here, this meal is complete. Before long, Zhang Dajin's wife entered with the finished dishes. A plate of cabbage stew with tofu, a plate of spicy scrambled eggs, a plate of wild boar meat stir-fried with sauerkraut, and a plate of deer meat stewed with radish, all exuding a tantalizing aroma. Zhang Dajin twisted open the bottle cap, pouring the amber liquid into the cups, which glimmered under the light. He raised his cup and said, it's a rare occasion for us to gather like this. I must toast you all, especially Lin Fan. I owe my current position to the support of brother Lin Fan. I want to say much more. Let us see how my brothers perform in the future. The 4 clinked their cups, a crisp sound ringing out. Lin Fan tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, warmth rolling down from his throat to his belly. Try some. This deer meat is a rarity. Zhang Dajin's wife cheerfully urged, and everyone eagerly dug in. The wild boar meat was chewy, the deer meat tender, and the sauerkraut and radish had soaked up the meat juices, offering a rich flavor. Zhang Weiken picked up a piece of deer meat, chewed a few times, and gave a thumbs up. Lin Fan, where did you get this? The flavor is incredible. Lin Fan smiled. Just running around in the mountains, stumbled upon it. By the way, what is the deal with Director Chun being upset this afternoon? It's about Dajin's matter. Originally, he was Chun Jinwoo's subordinate. But now that he has been promoted to the same level, it's only natural for him to feel displeased, Zhang Weiken said with a mouthful of meat. Zhang Dejin set down his cup, sighing. This is my fault. I didn't inform Director Chun in advance, so it's normal for him to feel upset. Lin Fan raised his cup, taking a small sip. Informing him? Dejin, your political sensitivity is still lacking. Do you think if you had informed him, you'd still have a chance? Su Changhua raised his cup. If you ask me, Director Chun is just too calculative. We're all working for the farm. There is no need to distinguish between high and low. Not everyone possesses your level of awareness. Chun Jinwoo has been in the director position for many years. Now with your Zhang Dejin's order of transfer, he loses face. Naturally, he would be upset, Lin Fan added. Director Chun is someone who has fought alongside us. He is an old comrade, fierce in battle, but perhaps a bit petty in temperament, whose Zhang lifted his cup, shaking his head with a wry smile. Lin Fan raised his cup, his gaze steady. Matters in the political arena are not about who feels pleased or displeased, but whether the balance of power is maintained. Chun Jinwoo's intellect is somewhat lacking. It's not merely a matter of temperament. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the room fell silent momentarily. Zhang Dejin lowered his head, thoughtfully picking at his food. Come, let us drink. All raised their cups in unison, the liquid sloshing within, reflecting the dim light. Zhang Dejin's wife interjected. You big men shun tea, just focus on drinking. Eat more dishes. This deer meat is a great source of nourishment. Lin Fan, how should we handle Director Chun's side? You could invite him for a drink, discuss old comradeship. If he is still holding a grudge, next time I'll take him into the mountains, hunt a wild boar, and send it to his home. Sometimes what people lack isn't reason, but a bond of friendship. After all, you fought side by side. Just remember, don't mention me, especially you, Dejin. Don't breathe a word about our operations. Not a single word, Lin Fan said, as he picked up a steaming piece of radish and placed it in his bowl. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 2 bottles were completely emptied, and the 3 insisted they had enough. Zhang Dejin was about to fetch more wine. Lin Fan waved his hand. That's enough for today. Too much wine can lead to trouble, and we have work tomorrow. The gathered crowd, having resigned to the circumstances, found joy in the moment and lingered, reluctant to depart. Brother Lin Fan, since you can't return to the mountains tonight, why not stay here? Suggested Dejun's wife as she tidied up the dishes. No, I have a place to stay, Lin Fan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, and where might that be? Dejun inquired as he served hot water to a few others. As long as it's not the female educated youth dormitory. Lin Fan chuckled as he stood up, donned his coat, and opened the door to his vehicle, retrieving a bearskin sleeping bag. It seemed he would have to sleep in the car tonight. Just as he lay down, a knock echoed on the car window. Lin Fan opened his eyes, aware of a presence but unable to discern who it was. Reluctantly, he emerged from the sleeping bag and opened the door. Who is it? It's me, Tian. She replied. Under the moonlight, she was wrapped in a faded checkered scarf, her breath forming white mist in the frigid air, shivering slightly. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Tian rubbed her hands together, stamping her feet, likely due to the cold. Come inside, it's chilly out here. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened the door to let her in. Chapter 84. Tian's stubbornness. Once inside the car, Tian gently closed the door, and the confined warmth began to dissipate her chill. With her head bowed and hands twisting the edge of her clothing, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Lin Fan, I like you. Her voice was soft yet tinged with anxiety and anticipation. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a confession from Tian. Gazing at the shy yet courageous girl before him, his emotions became somewhat tangled. He scratched his head, striving to keep his tone gentle. Tian, how old are you? 19. Why? I'm only 17. Don't you think we're still too young? Tian bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with determination. You're brave, intelligent, and especially responsible. Ever since you saved me in the mountains last time, I've liked you. Well, Lin Fan gathered his thoughts. Tian, love is indeed a beautiful feeling, but we are both educated youth, and the future is uncertain. Have you considered that if circumstances change, or for some reason we can't be together, it would be painful? Why can't we be together? Tian lifted her chin, confusion etched on her face. For instance, if we return to the city, I go back to Beijing, and you... Wait, where are you from? You don't even know where I'm from. Lin Fan, you're making me very angry and disappointed. You never mentioned it. I'm from Beijing. Oh wow, that example is quite apt, Lin Fan thought to himself, realizing that Tian had seized the opportunity. Continue, if you go back to Beijing and I also return, we can still be together. That's not what I meant. I was just giving an example. Tian, Let me put it this way. I don't want to date anyone before I turn 20. Tian froze, her eyes welling up with tears, her voice trembling slightly. So you plan to wait until you return to the city? But I genuinely like you. She insisted. Lin Fan looked at her, his heart tightening. Precisely because you are serious, I cannot accept lightly. We are both too young, and the road ahead is long. I do not wish to let you down. The moonlight, cold as frost, spilled between them. After a moment of silence, Tian spoke softly. Then when you turn 20, I will ask you again. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The moonlight illuminated her determined profile, and her eyes sparkled brilliantly. He opened his mouth, but only managed a gentle nod. Tian wiped her eyes and suddenly smiled, her laughter as clear as spring water. At that time, you mustn't run away. With that, she grabbed her scarf, leaped from the car, and vanished into the night. As Lin Fan crawled back into the bearskin sleeping bag, her melodious laughter echoed in his ears, yet his chest felt as if burdened by a heavy stone. He stared at the ceiling of the car and began to count sheep. The next day, he awoke naturally to the sunlight streaming through the car window. Outside, the educated youth were emerging in small groups from the basement, ready to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, climbed out of the car, and splashed his face with water, the morning chill thoroughly awakening him. In the distance, he spotted Tian laughing with several other female educated youths, her scarf neatly tied, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Fan, quickly averting her gaze, yet unable to hide her smile. Hey, did you sleep in the car last night? It was Su Yun's unmistakable voice. Lin Fan turned to see her approaching with Tian, Yi Xiaofeng, and Zhang Xilan. Yes, I had no place to stay. And you didn't offer me shelter? Huh, if I were to offer you shelter, would you dare to come? Su Yun shot Lin Fan a teasing glare. All right, I concede. Lin Fan raised his hands in surrender, causing Tian to stifle a laugh. Let us go for breakfast. If we delay, there won't be any left. You all go ahead. I haven't washed my face yet. I need to get ready. Lin Fan was resolute in keeping his distance from them. Give me your lunchbox. I'll help you carry it. Without giving him a chance to protest, Tian snatched Lin Fan's lunchbox and pulled Su Yun and the others towards the cafeteria. Lin Fan watched their retreating figures, inhaling the crisp morning air. He hurried to the faucet to wash his face, contemplating that he had no pressing matters today. He had arranged to meet Zhang Botu tomorrow, so he decided not to return to mountains today to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Meanwhile, Tian entered the cafeteria with Lin Fan's lunchbox. Chef Zhang glanced up at her and chuckled. Aren't you the girl who just ate? Coming back for more? Tian bit her lip. Chef, I'm here to get food for Lin Fan. Lin Fan's. Old Zhang took the lunchbox, noticing Tian's flushed cheeks, and laughed. Huh, you silly girl. Why didn't you say so sooner? He lifted the pot lid, steam billowing, and scooped a generous serving of steaming corn porridge, adding 2 buns and a scoop of pickled vegetables. Take it to him while it's hot. Tian was momentarily stunned, her eyes suddenly brightening. Thank you, chef. Thank you, she exclaimed, cradling the lunchbox as she prepared to leave, only to hear old Zhang call after her. Wait, tell Lin Fan to come see me. I need to know when he'll fulfill his promise. Huh? What promise? Just let him know to come. Okay, chef. Tian sprinted back towards Lin Fan, who was approaching. She eagerly handed him the lunchbox, her eyes sparkling. Lin Fan, your breakfast. Chef Zhang made it himself and asked you to come see him about your promise. Lin Fan paused, accepting the still steaming lunchbox. Silly girl, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'm not in a rush. If you go there late, there won't be anything left. You should eat first. I'll find him shortly. Okay. A blush crept onto Tian's face as she smiled, turning and running back to the cafeteria. Returning to her group, Tian found that Su Yun had already prepared a generous serving of food for her. Upon seeing her, Su Yun laughed. Tian, take it easy, will you? I will. Tian felt lighthearted today, savoring the delicious buns with corn porridge, finding the pickled vegetables particularly tasty. In the kitchen, Lin Fan entered to see the chefs bustling about. Chef Zhang, you called for me? Old Zhang, without looking up, was busy scrubbing a pot. You're here? You were supposed to bring some meat last time. Oh, that. I'll take care of it right away. Lin Fan turned to leave, realizing he had some free time today, so he might as well get that sorted. Right, he needed to find the diligent director Wu from logistics first. He still had quite a few wild boars in his space, and he wouldn't sell the deer meat. He regretted selling the bear meat last time. This time, he would sell only the wild boar and keep the deer meat for himself. Chapter 85. The process of carting Lin Fan entered the logistics office after knocking on the door. Director Wu, engrossed in reviewing some materials, looked up and, upon recognizing Lin Fan, inquired with a smile, Little Lin, what brings you here? Hey, Director Wu. I came to ask if we're still accepting the game meat harvested by the hunters. Chef Jean from the cafeteria approached me today. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? The staff is practically salivating over it. The last batch was devoured in no time, Wu replied enthusiastically. Shall I bring you a few wild boars this afternoon? Lin Fan asked with a grin. That would be splendid. Go ahead and take care of it, Director Wu said, rising from his seat and giving Lin Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Nodding, Lin Fan turned to leave, contemplating the 30 or so wild boars stored in his space, which should suffice for a while. He decided against using the jeep due to the strong odor, knowing he would need to sleep in it later that night. Instead, he opted for the farm's tractor, which he would need to borrow from the agricultural machinery station. Lin Fan drove the jeep to the station, revving the engine as he arrived. Although he did not know the station's director personally, he understood that business must proceed without hesitation. He knocked on the office door. Come in. A voice called from within. Entering, Lin Fan discovered the office was shared by several individuals, 3 of whom were engrossed in writing. They looked up as he entered. With a smile, Lin Fan explained his purpose. One bespectacled middle-aged man set down his pen and stood up. Oh, you need to borrow a tractor? Our driver, Xiao Lu, is available. I'll send him with you. No need, I can drive it myself. Oh, you know how to drive? The man asked, surprised. Yes, rest assured, Lin Fan replied confidently. Very well then, please fill out this form. The man handed over a registration book, and Lin Fan swiftly signed his name, receiving the keys in return. With the tractor secured, Lin Fan took it for a spin, and upon returning to the farm, the trailer was filled to the brim with meat. Director Wu, who was overseeing the inspection, beamed with delight and exclaimed, Little Lin, your efficiency is remarkable. This meat will last the cafeteria for half a month. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's all for the farm, Director Wu. It's a trivial matter. Director Wu summoned several people to assist with the unloading, dividing the meat for processing and curing, creating a lively atmosphere. As he reviewed the registration book, he said, Little Lin, shall we settle the price as we did last time, at 80% of the market price, with a mix of grain and cash? Is that acceptable? Given that he had several thousand pounds of grain in his space, Lin Fan hesitantly inquired, could we settle in cash instead? After a moment's thought, Director Wu nodded. That's fine. Cash is acceptable. Just have the finance department process it. I'll prepare a receipt for you. You can collect the money this afternoon. Nodding, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having cash on hand would greatly facilitate his transactions. However, when he went to collect the money later that afternoon, a minor hiccup occurred. The finance office door was ajar, and as Lin Fan entered, he overheard someone saying, What's the deal with this Lin Fan? Why hasn't he come to collect his salary? It's been 3 months. Taken aback, Lin Fan suddenly recalled that he had been so preoccupied with his duties since starting that he had forgotten to handle the financial paperwork. Lin Fan? Is he the one from last time? One of the finance staff remarked, blinking in recognition. Yes, that's him. You know him? Please help us locate him. Another chimed in. That person is quite favored by the farm director. You might want to speak to him, the finance staff suggested. Thank you for the unsolicited advice. The first staff member retorted with a smirk. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan stepped forward. I'm here regarding my salary. I would appreciate your assistance. Both employees jumped in surprise, their expressions shifting. The finance clerk awkwardly handed him a stack of cash, saying, just complete the necessary paperwork. Lin Fan accepted the salary without counting it, stuffing it into his pocket. Also, there is another matter I need to address. Please take a look at this, he said, presenting the settlement form issued by Director Wu. The finance clerk glanced at the document and frowned. This is quite a significant amount. It requires the director's signature for approval. Lin Fan nodded. All right, I'll take it to him for a signature. He headed to the director's office. The door to the director's office was slightly ajar. Lin Fan knocked lightly and entered. Little Lin, what's the matter? Director Hao was reviewing some documents, glancing up briefly before returning to his work. Director, this is the settlement form for the meat delivered today. The finance department requires your signature, Lin Fan said, extending the form with both hands. Director Hao took the form, examined it, and swiftly signed it with a flourish. Are you requesting cash for this? No rice. Lin Fan confirmed, yes, cash, Director. Director Hao scrutinized him for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Do not forget what our farm is about. Consider its interest in your dealings moving forward. Understood, Director. I will ensure to negotiate properly with the hunters next time. Lin Fan took the signed form and returned to the finance office. Upon presenting the signed document, the finance clerk frowned again. Little Lin, this payment cannot be processed this way. A new directive has just come down. We must adhere to financial protocols. Such a substantial amount requires verification of the fund's intended use and official documentation. Although the director has signed this settlement form, you still need to provide an explanation detailing the allocation and purpose of these funds. Otherwise, we cannot disperse it. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Lin Fan maintained his composure. Comrade, this payment is for several hunters in the mountains. It's the meat collection fee, calculated at 80% of the market price. The settlement form includes a detailed list. The clerk examined it briefly, her expression softening slightly. Well, it is an order, but rules are rules. You'll need to submit a request report, and you can collect the payment tomorrow. Reluctantly, Lin Fan nodded in agreement, realizing he would have to make another trip. He tucked the form away and exited the finance office. How should he write this request report? Having never done so before, he pondered whom to ask. Just then, he heard a familiar voice from the other end of the corridor. Little Lin, what are you doing here? Turning, Lin Fan saw Zhang Dajin approaching. Dajin, could you help me out with this? They moved to a corner of the hallway, where Zhang Dajin glanced at the form and chuckled softly, writing a request. Huh? You need to frame it as if this payment is vital for ensuring the farm's meat supply security. That should suffice. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out a pen and paper to jot down notes. Zhang Dajin added, never mind, I'll write it for you. With assistance at hand, Lin Fan felt relieved. Zhang Dajin produced a fountain pen and began to write smoothly, his handwriting neat and his word choice precise. Lin Fan watched in admiration and gratitude. Before long, a well-structured and appropriately worded request report was prepared. Zhang Dajin handed it over, advising in a low voice, come early tomorrow. Submit this as soon as the accountant arrives, before the afternoon rush. It'll save you from potential complications. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling conflicted. But I have something scheduled tomorrow morning. I made plans. Is there really a difference between morning and afternoon? Zhang Dajin patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. In the morning, the accountant has fewer tasks and is in a better mood, making her more amenable. If you catch her busy or in a bad mood in the afternoon, she might create obstacles for you. Understanding the underlying wisdom, Lin Fan nodded eagerly. All right, Dajin. Thank you for your guidance. I get it now. Zhang Dajin waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities between us. Now, hurry and prepare. As Lin Fan turned to leave, he thought to himself, what a predicament. I could use a bit of your courage. Tomorrow morning, it seems. I certainly won't have the time.